Wang Cheng abruptly opened his eyes, confronted by a shroud of darkness. He groped around him and discovered he was lying on an unfamiliar bed. Attempting to rise, he found his body devoid of strength, as if weighed down by some substantial burden. A wave of terror washed over him as he recalled the agonizing moment of his recent demise. The torment and despair of being vivisected flooding back to his consciousness. No, this cannot be. I was undeniably dead. How could I possibly find myself here? A profound fear gripped Wang Cheng's heart as he desperately tried to recollect the events leading to his death. He vividly remembered being pursued by a horde of frenzied assailants, ultimately cornered in an abandoned factory. He had exerted every ounce of strength to escape, yet those marauders had seized him, stripping the flesh from his body in a horrific manner. The memory of that suffering and despair lingered painfully in his mind. Wang Cheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. It suddenly dawned on him that he felt no trace of the dread and hopelessness associated with death. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself in an alien room adorned with opulent decorations, soft carpeting underfoot. He examined his body and found no wounds. Instead, he felt invigorated. What on earth is happening? Confusion enveloped Wang Cheng. He attempted to stand, but discovered his body felt astonishingly light, as though it bore no weight at all. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains and beheld an unfamiliar cityscape bustling with life, the streets teeming with activity, vibrant with vitality. This is impossible. Is this not a scene from before the apocalypse? Wang Cheng's astonishment grew. He scrutinized his surroundings and realized he had been reborn a week before the end of the world. Memories of his previous life flooded back, the horror of being stripped of his flesh by others, filling him with dread and despair. Determined to alter his fate, he resolved to leverage his rebirth to prepare in advance, to save himself and his beloved. Wang Cheng began to seek out food and weapons, understanding the necessity of preparation for the impending apocalypse. As he searched, he suddenly heard a woman's voice cry out, "Help! Help me!" The frantic plea emanated from the doorway, prompting him to rush towards it. He witnessed a group of thugs pursuing a young girl, their faces twisted in cruel smiles, weapons in hand. Anger surged within him as he resolved to intervene. However, as he flung the door open, silence enveloped him, revealing an empty corridor marked with a conspicuous sign indicating the 13th floor. It appeared he had succumbed to auditory hallucinations, and he smacked his forehead, drenched in sweat. Though he had been reborn, he had yet to recover from the trauma. Wang Cheng's eyes widened as he glanced at the date on his phone, uncertainty flooding his mind. He had indeed returned to the week preceding the frozen apocalypse. Was this reality? Pinching himself firmly, the sharp pain confirmed that this was no mere dream. He recalled the endless cold and despair of his previous life, and a tide of fear surged once more. He was resolute in his determination to avoid enduring such agony again, vowing to seize this opportunity for a fresh start and prepare thoroughly, lest tragedy repeat itself. He began devising a plan, starting with a visit to the supermarket to procure ample supplies of food and essentials. He remembered how quickly provisions had been depleted during the last apocalypse, and knew he must act preemptively to avert a repeat of that dismal fate. Next, he turned his attention to acquiring weapons and self-defense tools. A visit to an arms shop resulted in his purchase of a handgun and various protective items. Aware that weapons were crucial for survival in the apocalypse, he understood he must possess adequate means to defend himself. Once his preparations were complete, Wang Cheng would await the advent of the apocalypse, filled with apprehension and trepidation. Yet he recognized the need for fortitude, for he was not only safeguarding himself, but also his cherished one. On the fateful day of the apocalypse in his previous life, snowflakes had begun to fall, blanketing the city in a shroud of white. At that moment, Wang Cheng stared vacantly out the window, his heart heavy with concern. He knew this impending apocalypse would be far more terrifying than he could have imagined, even with his advanced preparations in place. He seized his phone and sent a message to his beloved. "The apocalypse is approaching. We must be strong. I will protect you." He gazed at the screen, awaiting her response. When it illuminated, her reply appeared. "I know you will protect me. I will protect you too." Wang Cheng's heart swelled with warmth upon reading her words. He realized that as long as she was by his side, he would possess the courage to face the challenges of the apocalypse. Clutching his phone tightly, he gazed out at the autumn scenery, filled with anticipation for the trials ahead, eager to share this arduous journey with her. He understood that as long as they had each other, they could conquer anything. However, as he pondered, a sense of unease settled over him. This was an unfamiliar city following his rebirth. Who was the beloved on the other end of the line? The voice did not resemble hers. She seemed oblivious to the impending apocalypse, yet still managed to reply. Just then, his phone rang again. A scam call? Wang Qing tightened his grip on the device, confusion flooding his mind. The voice on the other end was cold and mechanical, starkly contrasting with the gentle sweetness of his beloved's tone. It dawned on him that the voice belonged not to her, but to an unfamiliar system. Do you consent to bind with the system? The emotionless voice inquired. Wang Qing was taken aback. Binding with a system, what was this? After a moment's hesitation, he asked, what assistance can you provide upon binding? The system replied, I can offer you real-time weather updates, resource searches, and survival strategies in an apocalyptic environment. The mention of an apocalyptic environment quickened Wang Qing's pulse. Could this system be aware of the impending disaster? Doubts swirled in his mind, yet in order to survive the apocalypse, he resolved to bind with the system. Upon successful binding, a new interface appeared on his phone, displaying a variety of information. It was then he noticed through the window that the streets outside were alive with laughter and cheer. As people busily prepared for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity, Wang Qing observed the scene with a complex mix of emotions. He knew he must utilize this system to prepare thoroughly. Following the system's guidance, he began collecting resources, searching for safe havens, and even learning basic self-defense techniques. Simultaneously, he intensified his efforts to locate his beloved, understanding that they must unite to confront the unknown challenges awaiting them. Wang Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the shopping interface on his phone, realizing the system could procure any item from the marketplace. No need to venture out for shopping, he could simply order it delivered to his doorstep. Excitement surged through him like never before. With this system, he first needed to ensure a sufficient stockpile of supplies. He swiftly browsed the marketplace, deciding to purchase essentials. He resolved to buy himself a set of thermal clothing, vividly recalling how in his previous life, inadequate warmth had left him shivering through frigid winter nights. This time, he would not allow himself to suffer such indignities again. Imagining the soft, warm fabric of the thermal clothing, akin to the comfort of a mother's embrace, he proceeded to order a case of cola and a roasted chicken. He remembered the dizzying hunger he had experienced in his past life, where he had almost succumbed to the delusion of consuming his own flesh. This time, he would not allow himself to endure such torment. After completing his purchases, a sense of satisfaction and security enveloped him. He cracked open a can of cola, savoring the icy liquid as it slid down his throat, delivering an exhilarating sensation. Grabbing the roasted chicken, he devoured it eagerly, the familiar flavors of sweetness and savoriness lifting his spirits. Having satisfied his hunger, Wang Qing resolved to seek out his beloved. He recognized she was the most vital person in this apocalyptic world. He had to find her and together face the approaching disaster. Excitement and anxiety filled his heart, knowing this reunion would alter their destinies. Meanwhile, Li Pei remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in her own world, oblivious to the impending snow-laden apocalypse. Wang Qing's heart brimmed with concern. He needed to locate Li Pei swiftly and reveal the truth. He began searching for her delivery address within the marketplace, only to discover an astonishing truth. Even with such an exceptional system, he could not find a trace of her. Determined, he resolved to seek her out and embark on their journey of survival together. He looked forward to their reunion, anticipating a new life amidst the apocalypse. He knew that as long as they existed in this world, they would find a way to endure. At that moment, the system assigned Wang Qing a task. He received an order on a food delivery platform destined for the elementary school where Li Pei taught. He hastily rode his electric bicycle to the school, the tires hissing against the asphalt like a heartbeat accompanying Wang Qing's racing pulse. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Li Pei was a beautiful and gentle teacher, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze like a celestial being. She was teaching the children martial arts, each movement flowing seamlessly, exuding an endless grace. Wang Chung gazed at her figure, an irresistible attraction swelling within him. He instinctively recognized her as the love of his past life, a familiarity etched deep within his soul. He yearned to strike up a conversation, to draw closer and learn about her, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to act. Just as he gathered his resolve to speak, Li Pei politely declined his approach. A sense of disappointment washed over him, yet he understood that he could not impose his desires upon her. Silently, he handed over the meal box to Li Pei and turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment of turning away, a chill gripped him, as if foreboding misfortune loomed on the horizon. He glanced back at Li Pei, wishing for another chance to see her. His eyes brimmed with reluctance and anticipation, yet she remained oblivious, entirely focused on teaching the children to paint. As Wang Chung rode away on his electric bike, his silhouette appeared solitary and forlorn under the sunlight. His mind replayed the image of Li Pei, her smile, her gaze, her every movement etched deeply in his heart. At that moment, his emotions surged like a tempest, a profound longing for Li Pei mingling with uncertainty and anxiety about the future. He knew he must confront reality and continue living, but the flame of his feelings burned fiercely within, refusing to be extinguished. Navigating through the bustling streets and throngs of people, traversing vibrant shopping malls, every passerby reminded him of Li Pei. He even began to question whether his heart could harbor anyone but her, if he were incapable of embracing others. Yet he recognized the necessity of resilience, of facing the truth. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed on, his figure appearing both solitary and resolute in the sunlight. This was Wang Chung, an ordinary yet extraordinary individual, one who harbored love, dreams, and perseverance within. He faced life, challenges, and his own heart in his unique way. Oh! A loud commotion erupted from a gathering of people around a television set by the roadside. Wang Chung moved closer, captivated by the news broadcast. On the screen, the anchor gravely reported that a colossal meteor was on a collision course with Earth, its size sufficient to unleash a global catastrophe. An overwhelming fear surged within Wang Chung as he realized this was the very scene he had witnessed before his demise in his previous life. He recalled being in a cold basement, a dimly lit computer beside him. He had watched the same news report, helplessly witnessing the meteor's impact and the ensuing chaos. As death approached, darkness enveloped him. Yet now he was reborn. He retained vivid memories of his past life, the chilling basement, the flickering computer, the ominous news, and the impending meteor. He remembered the excruciating pain of being consumed alive, the terror and despair before death. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed that in this life he would survive, he would protect those he cherished. He could not afford to repeat the past, he must not succumb to death again, he needed to alter his fate. Swiftly, he gathered essential belongings, preparing to flee the city that was soon to be frozen in ice. Thoughts of Li Pei, the beautiful and gentle teacher who stirred his heart, clouded his mind. He wished to seek her out, but was uncertain if she remained at the school. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to check. He rode his electric bike through the bustling streets, weaving through the noisy crowd and vibrant shopping centers. Anxiety consumed him. He feared he might not find Li Pei, that he would be unable to protect her. Yet he understood he could not give up, he had to try. Upon arriving at the elementary school, he beheld the familiar entrance, the playground, and the teaching building. Hope surged within him. He longed to see Li Pei and share this impending disaster with her. Entering the building, he recognized the hallway and the classroom. Approaching Li Pei's office, he stood before the familiar door and the desk that stirred memories. His heart raced with excitement as he pushed the door open and beheld Li Pei at work. Her eyes lit up with a smile upon seeing Wang Chung. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Warmth enveloped Wang Chung as he spoke little, instinctively grasping her hand. His determined gaze and unwavering tone conveyed a profound sense of security. "Come quickly, it's not safe here. I will take you away." His words resonated with urgency and responsibility, as if to assure Li Pei that he, Wang Chung, would be her staunchest support. Li Pei was taken aback by his assertiveness, never having seen him in such a light. Her heart raced, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet she did not resist. A voice within urged her to trust him. Together, they dashed from the school and mounted his electric bike. The wind whipped past her ears, her spirit soaring alongside it. Wang Chung reassured her, "Trust me, I will protect you." His voice, firm and resolute, served as an unyielding barrier, granting her solace. As Li Pei gazed into Wang Cheng's steadfast eyes, she felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. She knew she should place her trust in him. Nodding softly, she affirmed, "I believe in you." Her voice, gentle yet resolute, seemed to declare to the world that she trusted Wang Chung and was willing to follow him wherever fate might lead. Wang Cheng's heart warmed at her response, knowing he had made the right choice. Accelerating the electric bike towards home, he understood the urgency of finding a secure refuge for Li Pei, the person he cherished above all. The electric bike sped along the road, Wang Cheng's mood lifting as he glanced at Li Pei beside him, his heart swelling with contentment and bliss. He had found the one he wished to protect, the one who filled his world with meaning. They navigated through bustling streets, weaving through the lively crowd and vibrant shopping centers, their hearts brimming with hope for the future, eager to confront the calamity together. Arriving at Wang Cheng's home, a cozy sanctuary, he gently closed the door behind them and turned to Li Pei, saying, "We've arrived." His voice, soft and warm, reassured her that they were safe at last. Li Pei looked at Wang Cheng, gratitude flooding her heart. She realized that without him, she might still be lost in the chaos of the school. Meeting his gaze, she softly expressed, "Thank you, Wang Cheng." Her tone, tender yet firm, conveyed her appreciation and trust. Hearing her words, Wang Cheng felt a warmth spread within him, knowing his efforts had borne fruit. He gazed back at her and replied, "No need for thanks, I will always protect you." His voice, resolute and powerful, seemed to cast a promise, a vow he would safeguard with his very life. They stood there in silence, eyes locked, each feeling the warmth of the other. They understood they had found their anchor, their home. Together, they anticipated the future, ready to face the looming disaster side by side. Chapter 2. The comet approaches Earth. As the news of an impending collision with the Earth spread like wildfire, the lives of individuals underwent a seismic transformation. Panic swept through the populace, akin to an insidious plague, leading to the complete depletion of essential supplies such as rice, flour, and oil from supermarkets. People rushed to procure necessities, desperate to stave off the specter of an apocalypse. This scene inevitably evokes the ancient adage, "Food is paramount to the people." The alarming information first emerged from the lips of scientists, who predicted that Earth was on a collision course with another celestial body in the near future, a cataclysm that could inflict devastating consequences. This revelation ignited a maelstrom of anxiety among the masses, as fear spread like a contagion. Individuals began to prepare for the looming disaster, making the acquisition of resources their foremost priority. In this extraordinary period, supermarkets became a battleground for frantic shoppers. The once quiet shelves now lay barren, littered only with a smattering of forsaken goods. Items such as rice, flour, and oil were particularly sought after, with some individuals purchasing enough to last several years in anticipation of the impending calamity. Amidst this frenzy, even toilet paper unexpectedly became a coveted commodity. The demand for it surged dramatically, as many feared the lack of such essentials would lead to significant inconveniences in their daily lives. This atmosphere of panic even prompted some merchants to seize the opportunity, hoarding toilet paper in a bid to exploit the situation for profit. In response to the widespread trepidation, government agencies commenced measures to pacify public sentiment. Urging citizens to remain calm and not succumb to the hysteria, they pledged to do everything in their power to ensure the well-being of the populace, alleviating unnecessary fears. However, the government's reassurances failed to completely dissipate the prevailing anxiety. Within the supermarkets, chaos reigned as individuals continued to scramble for provisions, their faces etched with confusion and dread. Such a tableau inevitably conjures images of an impending apocalypse. Amid this wave of consumerism, some opportunists began to amass great wealth, stockpiling goods and artificially inflating prices to reap excessive profits. The actions of these individuals undeniably exacerbated the prevailing panic, rendering an already tumultuous market even more chaotic. During this tumultuous epoch, the fabric of daily life transformed dramatically. Panic surged through the populace like an epidemic, as supermarkets emptied of staples, with individuals scrambling for essentials to stave off the end of days. Yet, amid the unfolding chaos, a handful of individuals maintained their composure and rationality. They prepared for the impending disaster in their own ways, endeavoring to soothe those around them, hoping to foster a sense of calm amidst the turmoil. This narrative of human resilience continues to unfold in this extraordinary time. Panic may envelop the world, but individuals relentlessly seek hope and strive to persevere. Such is the indomitable spirit of humanity. The essence of life itself. Outside, chaos reigns, the world seemingly plunged into disorder, everything in a state of upheaval. Yet, in this tempestuous realm, there exists a sanctuary, a haven resembling a paradise, the home of Wang Cheng and Li Pei. Their abode radiates warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring, brimming with vitality and vigor. Wang Cheng, a connoisseur of fine wines, uncorked a long-preserved bottle of exquisite 1982 Lafite. The ruby-hued liquid shimmered with depth and brilliance. As he released the cork, the intoxicating bouquet of the wine wafted through the air, a complex aroma reminiscent of a storyteller rich in tales. Li Pei, Wang Cheng's girlfriend, is a true aficionado of life's pleasures. This marked her inaugural experience with Lafite, and as she gazed at the precious bottle, her eyes sparkled with excitement. With a light chuckle, she lifted her glass, inhaling the fragrance before savoring a delicate sip. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, an expression of pure, heartfelt joy. Seated upon the sofa, they faced the chaotic world outside, yet felt ensconced in their own Eden. They sipped their wine, exchanging stories about their lives and aspirations for the future. Their conversation brimmed with joy, as though the world's discord was but a distant echo. With each pour of the wine, their spirits soared higher. They reminisced about the moment they first met, reliving every cherished memory. Their dialogue was imbued with happiness, as if they possessed the entire universe within their grasp. As the night deepened, their mood became increasingly euphoric. They gazed at one another, their eyes filled with affection, hearts racing as if ignited by an internal flame. Unable to withstand the electrifying tension, they resolved to cast aside all reservations and fully embrace the moment. Their bodies pressed closely together, heartbeats reverberating like a drum, breaths quickening in a fervent rhythm. In that instant, their world was solely comprised of each other, a realm saturated with joy. Their connection intensified amid fervent movements, souls colliding with fervor. Their universe brimmed with happiness and fulfillment. Reminiscent of that exquisite bottle of Lafite, profound and intricate, Wang Cheng and Li Pei nestled on the inviting sofa. The night outside enveloped in a velvet darkness, serene and profound. Inside, soft lighting bathed them in a warm glow, crafting an atmosphere of intimacy and romance. Seated face to face, their breaths intertwined, creating a unique harmony. Wang Cheng closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant essence that Li Pei exuded. A delicate floral aroma mingled with her natural scent, leaving him yearning for more. This fragrance, akin to sunlight, radiated warmth and brilliance, instilling an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Li Pei regarded Wang Cheng with tender eyes, her smile blooming like spring flowers, both enchanting and sweet. Her skin, as delicate as jade, exuded a pristine softness. Each graceful movement was filled with allure, captivating him completely. Wang Cheng's heart raced. His breath quickened as he beheld Li Pei, love shimmering in his gaze. Her crimson lips, blushing shyly, flickered like flames, beckoning him closer. Her deep blue eyes, vast as the night sky, captivated him entirely. Their heartbeats quickened, breaths grew shallower, as if the world around them faded to insignificance, leaving only joy and love in its wake. In that moment, their bodies melded together, hearts synchronized in a harmonious beat, their souls intertwined, creating an exquisite tapestry of happiness and bliss. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating every corner of their cozy retreat. Within, warmth enveloped them as they embraced tightly, akin to two flames dancing in unison, merging, entwining, each a part of the other. Their heartbeats thudded like drums, echoing the profound stirrings of their souls, an ardor that coursed through their very being. Their breaths came in hurried gasps, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, laden with an unspoken allure and impulse. Wang Cheng held Li Pei close, fearing she might vanish from his embrace at any moment. His fingers glided gently along her back, each caress igniting his heart, each touch quickening his breath. Li Pei nestled against his shoulder, her cheeks aflame, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her breath whispered past his ear, carrying a fragrance that left him entranced. Her arms encircled his waist, conveying her emotions, her yearning. Their bodies melded seamlessly, as if they had become one. Their heartbeats resonated in perfect synchrony, their souls blending into an exquisite union. In that moment, their world was a realm of pure bliss, a perfect dreamscape. On this tranquil night, they seemed to have forgotten the world, the passage of time, and everything else. Their universe comprised solely of one another, of love and of desire. Yet, outside the confines of their shared bliss, unease stirred among others. On the 14th floor resided an elderly woman, a retired worker. Her daily life was typically filled with contentment, tending to her garden under the sun's warm embrace in the mornings, and spending leisurely afternoons watching cartoons with her grandson, relishing the joys of family. A gentle smile often adorned her face, exuding an air of grace and kindness. However, on this quiet afternoon, a cloud of sorrow shadowed her features. The news swept through the community like a tempest, igniting discussions within their group chat, laden with speculation, panic, and anxiety that permeated the atmosphere. As she gazed at the messages on her phone, her heart raced with a sense of confusion. She turned to her grandson, engrossed in his cartoons, and asked, "Darling, what do you think we should do now?" Yet, her query went unanswered, the once vibrant chat now eerily silent, as if everyone were evading the topic. Observing the stillness, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloped her. She understood that this situation was starkly different from previous trivial disputes. This was a matter of survival. Typically, the elderly woman carried herself with an air of pride, disapproving of outsiders and behaviors that fell short of her standards. Consequently, her grandson had developed a spoiled demeanor, becoming a mischief maker within the community. Each time he caused trouble, she would defend him fiercely, refusing to allow others to criticize her beloved child. Such disposition did not endear her to her neighbors, and in this moment of need, no one was willing to respond to her plight. Her hands trembled slightly as she held her phone, her heart heavy with helplessness and fear. Regret began to creep in, regret for her past actions, for not nurturing friendships as she should have. Worry gnawed at her. Would she and her grandson weather this storm? Determined to take action, she reached out to every acquaintance in the community, seeking their opinions and potential solutions. Yet, responses remained scarce. A chilling realization settled upon her. The gravity of the situation was more severe than she had anticipated. Memories of her past life flooded her mind. She recalled the joyful moments spent with friends. Regret deepened. Why had she not extended a helping hand when her friends needed it? Why had she not forged more connections? She came to realize that no one could face the world alone. Everyone required the support of friends. She gazed out the window, where the sun continued to shine brightly, and the seedlings in her garden thrived with life. The silent vow took root within her, regardless of the outcome. She would transform herself, rekindle friendships, and infuse her life with sunshine once more. Meanwhile, in a different world, Wang Chung lay entwined with his bashful girlfriend, Li Pei, their lips pressed together like roses blooming after a long drought. Tender and shy, their tongues explored each other gently, each touch quickening their heartbeats, each embrace heightening their breaths. Their bodies melded into one, their heartbeats resonating in harmony, as if they were two souls now inseparable. After their passionate encounter, Wang Chung swiftly rose from the bed, donned his clothes quietly, and tiptoed out of the room. But he entered the living room, opened a shopping app on his phone, and discreetly selected a few items. With utmost care, he tucked them away in a concealed storage compartment at home, ensuring that Li Pei remained oblivious to his secret. Returning to the bedroom, he gazed at the slumbering Li Pei. A wave of guilt washing over him, he realized he must tread carefully to preserve their relationship, concealing his secrets from her. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, then lay down, holding her close, waiting silently for dawn. The following morning, as Li Pei awoke to find Wang Chung still wrapped around her, her heart brimmed with happiness. She tenderly caressed his cheek, admiring his peaceful expression, filled with contentment. She knew she had discovered her happiness, her home. After they rose, washed up, and shared breakfast, they ventured out together to embrace the new day. Hand in hand, they strolled down sunlit streets, observing the bustling crowd. Their hearts overflowing with joy, they understood that their world was now perfect, suffused with love. Their laughter echoed as they chatted, drawing envious glances from passers-by who marveled at the young couple's bliss. Wang Chung, captivated by Li Pei's radiant smile, silently vowed to work diligently to provide her with a better life. At the office, Wang Chung immersed himself in work, participating in meetings with colleagues to discuss project progress. Each individual was animated, striving passionately toward their dreams. Observing their enthusiasm filled him with strength. He realized that if they united their efforts, success was within reach, provided the world remained unscathed by calamity. After work, Wang Chung and Li Pei enjoyed an evening of shopping, navigating through vibrant streets filled with enticing merchandise, their heart's content. They dined at a restaurant, savoring delectable dishes and cherishing the warmth of their time together. Filled with laughter and joy as night fell, they returned home to watch a film. Nestled on the couch, their hearts brimming with bliss, they munched on snacks, discussing the movie's plot, reveling in each other's company. Such days were simple yet profoundly happy, ordinary yet heartwarming, evoking a longing in others, intoxicating and precious. Wang Chung knew he could not bear to be without Li Pei. He had fallen deeply in love with her. Likewise, Li Pei recognized that she could not live without Wang Chung. She had discovered her happiness and her home in him. They supported one another, traversing the storms and the peaks of life together. Sharing laughter and tears, their love was like a warm ray of sunshine, illuminating their world, like a crystal-clear spring, nourishing their hearts, like a beautiful melody, filling their lives with song. Yet, the world was not so idyllic. That very night, on the 8th floor, the local troublemaker, Yin Shaoqi, encountered the stunning Li Pei downstairs. That a glimmer of predatory interest flickered in his eyes, akin to a leopard spotting its prey. The name Yin Shaoqi was a haunting specter for Wang Chung. In a previous life, he had been ambushed by Yin Shaoqi and his cohorts, bound to a chair as they inflicted unspeakable horrors upon Li Pei. The memory of that day, when his eyes had bled with anguish while he helplessly witnessed her suffering, remained vividly etched in his mind. Clutching Li Pei tightly, fear coursed through Wang Chung. He dreaded the past repeating itself. The thought of losing Li Pei once more terrified him. For Wang Chung, Li Pei was the sun in his life, the beacon of hope he could not afford to lose. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to protect Li Pei, to keep her away from Yin Shaoqi, from that nightmare. Leaning down, he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead before quietly rising and slipping out of the small room. In the living room, he retrieved a sharp knife hidden in the drawer, his expression steely with resolve. He understood that he must act, that he must shield Li Pei from danger. As the night deepened, Wang Chung stealthily made his way to the 8th floor, his footsteps light, his gaze unwavering. He was aware that a fierce battle lay ahead, yet fear did not grip him. He knew he had to protect Li Pei. At the stairway to the 8th floor, Wang Chung encountered Yin Shaoqi, who appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for Wang Chung's presence at that moment. However, his gaze soon transformed into one of ferocity. As he unmistakably recognized Wang Chung, having forgotten that Wang Chung was his adversary from a previous life, in that instant, Wang Chung felt his heart leap into his throat. He understood that he had to act swiftly. He needed to subdue Yin Shaoqi before the latter could react. Thus, he charged forward, thrusting the dagger in his hand viciously towards Yin Shaoqi. A piercing scream escaped Yin Shaoqi's lips. His eyes brimming with terror and agony. One of his hands had been penetrated, the very hand that had first touched Li Pei in his past life. The lewd and triumphant glimmer that once resided in his eyes was now replaced by a profound sorrow. His face streaked with tears and mucus, overwhelmed to the point of losing control over his bodily functions. He knelt on the ground, wailing pitifully for Wang Chung's mercy. Wang Chung's eyes widened as he coldly regarded Yin Shaoqi. He recognized that Yin Shaoqi's remorse was not genuine. It was rooted in fear of facing Wang Chung's wrath once more. Wang Chung cautioned Yin Shaoqi that should he ever entertain any improper thoughts regarding Li Pei again, he would exact an even more severe toll. Upon hearing this, Yin Shaoqi turned pale, nodding fervently in agreement. He was aware that Wang Chung was not a heartless individual. He had simply been driven to desperation. Repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, Yin Shaoqi pledged to distance himself from Li Pei, vowing never to harbor any inappropriate intentions towards her again. Observing Yin Shaoqi's pitiful state, a wave of satisfaction surged within Wang Chung. He knew he had emerged victorious in this confrontation, successfully safeguarding Li Pei and ensuring Yin Shaoqi would keep his distance. Taking a deep breath, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment and relief. Ultimately, looking at Yin Shaoqi's woeful demeanor, Wang Chung's heart softened. and he resolved to grant him a reprieve this time. He warned Yin Shaoqi that if he dared to harbor any ulterior motives towards Li Pei again, he would not hesitate to impose a far more painful consequence. Yin Shaoqi, hearing this, nodded repeatedly, affirming that he would remember the lesson and would never again provoke Wang Cheng or Li Pei. As Wang Cheng turned to leave, Yin Shaoqi watched his retreating figure. A flicker of fear and anger crossing his eyes, he understood that although he had narrowly escaped this time, the days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulty. Yet, deep down, he silently vowed to seek an opportunity to exact revenge on Wang Cheng, ensuring that Wang Cheng would pay for this humiliation. Returning to his modest abode, Wang Cheng found Li Pei still peacefully resting upon the bed. And warmth blossomed within him. He gently kissed her forehead and lay down beside her, holding her close. His heart was suffused with contentment and happiness, for he had successfully shielded Li Pei from danger. Chapter 3. The immeasurable sanctuary. The moonlight was hazy, and the night breeze carried a chill. Yin Shaoqi, clutching his bleeding hand, painfully made his way back to his lair. His eyes were filled with rage and indignation. Akin to a wolf provoked to fury, yearning to shred Wang Cheng to pieces, that he recalled the humiliation he had just endured downstairs, and the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within him. He swore to make Wang Cheng pay. Stumbling into his room, he flicked on the light, revealing a scene of utter disarray. This place, once a treasure trove housing the spoils he had gathered from various corners, now lay in ruins. Clenching his teeth in fury, he slammed the door shut, as if wishing to confine his pent-up wrath outside. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, raising his hand to inspect the gaping wound, and his rage surged once more. Memories of Wang Cheng's coldness and ruthlessness flooded his mind. Juxtaposed with the glories of his past and the desolation of his present, the sorrow and fury within him swelled like a torrent, threatening to engulf him. That he recognized that this time, he must retaliate. He must ensure that Wang Cheng faced the consequences. He resolved to make the entire district aware of why he was known as Yin Shaoqi. He was the sovereign of this realm. The indomitable Yin Shaoqi. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he unsteadily rose to his feet, seized his phone, and began dialing. His contacts were a roster of influential figures within the district, all of whom were his allies. His brothers. He knew that at his command, they would rush to his side like a tide, ready to avenge him, ready to fight. Calls went out one after another, each infused with his fury and determination. He awaited the responses, eager to hear those familiar voices. That he knew his brothers would not let him down. They would come. They would seek retribution on his behalf. A day later, Yin Shaoqi's hand had nearly healed. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his still pale face, filled with resolve. That he was prepared. He was ready to embrace battle, ready to make Wang Cheng pay. Dressed in black, donning sunglasses, he stepped out of his room. Followed by over 100 brothers, all clad in black, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. They were aware that this time, they would avenge Yin Shaoqi. They would fight for him. Together, they advanced towards Wang Cheng's residence. Their footsteps heavy and resolute, their hearts brimming with determination. They sought to reclaim Yin Shaoqi's honor, to reclaim his woman. They aimed to ensure that all in the district understood that Yin Shaoqi was not to be trifled with. He was their ruler, their king. Upon arriving at Wang Cheng's home, Yin Shaoqi stood at the entrance, staring at the tightly shut door, his fury igniting once more. That he knew Wang Cheng was inside, waiting for him. Taking a deep breath, his rage erupted instantaneously as he bellowed, commanding his brothers, "Charge!" They lunged forward towards the door, their figures resembling 100 bolts of black lightning, their shouts akin to 100 thunderclaps. Their impact was formidable, and the door shattered under their assault. They stormed into Wang Cheng's abode, their sights set solely on him, their hearts aflame with vengeance. Wang Cheng gazed at Yin Shaoqi and his brothers. His eyes filled with calm determination. He understood that this time, he must overcome Yin Shaoqi. He must protect his woman. He must defend his home. The battle was imminent, and the gazes of Yin Shaoqi and Wang Cheng clashed in the air. Sparks flying. A cruel smile flickered in Yin Shaoqi's eyes as he envisioned Wang Cheng crushed beneath him, powerless to resist. He envisioned Wang Cheng's suffering, his wails of despair, filling him with satisfaction. He could even imagine the fear and hopelessness reflected in Wang Cheng's eyes. Yin Shaoqi's gaze shifted to Li Pei. He saw her delicate form and envisioned her being ravaged by his brothers. Satisfaction surged within him, accompanied by a cruel smile that he could almost perceive the anguish and despair in her eyes. However, Yin Shaoqi's sense of triumph was short-lived. His gaze abruptly shifted towards Wang Cheng. His eyes filled with dread as he beheld the drones hovering behind Wang Cheng, their agility and ferocity apparent. Terror gripped him, and his body trembled. The drones were targeting them, their firepower both potent and precise. Their bodies were struck by the drones' onslaught, torn asunder. Their screams and cries echoed throughout the heavens, their blood staining the earth crimson. Yin Shaoqi looked upon his brothers, their bodies ravaged by the drone's fire, their blood saturating the ground. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, and his body quaked. He gazed at the drones, terror consuming him. Suddenly, memories of his dreams and vows flooded back. He recalled his past glory, his former honor. Pain filled his heart, and tears welled in his eyes. Yet, as he looked at the drones, a sense of resolve surged within him that he knew he must rise. He must fight. That he charged towards the drones, his body infused with strength, his eyes brimming with determination. Armed with a weapon, his heart was resolute. That he focused on the drones, understanding that he must win. For his brothers, for his dreams, for his honor. He took up his pistol. Aiming at the drone, his finger gripped the trigger tightly, his body taut, his heartbeat thunderous. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the drone fell from the sky. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Yin Shaoqi's eyes as he regarded the downed drone. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, he turned his gaze to the remaining drones, his eyes resolute. However, Yin Shaoqi's joy was not to last long. His gaze abruptly shifted towards Wang Cheng, where he beheld the electric baton in Wang Cheng's grasp, as well as the frigid glint of malice in his eyes. That a profound sense of dread enveloped his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Wang Cheng brandished the baton and lunged towards Yin Shaoqi. Yin Shaoqi's eyes remained fixated on Wang Cheng, filled with an overwhelming fear. That he sensed the chill emanating from Wang Cheng, felt the brutality within him. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Yin Shaoqi experienced a sudden numbness. His body instantly robbed of strength. He gazed at Wang Cheng, his eyes brimming with terror. He felt the might of Wang Cheng, recognized his formidable power. As Wang Cheng's baton struck Yin Shaoqi, he was rendered immobile, paralyzed in an instant. Terror filled his heart, and despair clouded his eyes as he looked at Wang Cheng. Agony reflected within them. His comrades suffered the same fate, their bodies incapacitated, unable to move. Fear consumed them, and despair darkened their gazes as they looked upon Wang Cheng. Their eyes filled with suffering. That a flicker of dread crossed Yin Shaoqi's eyes. He understood that this time he had faltered, ensnared by Wang Cheng's hands. Regret surged within him as he contemplated why he had brought only 100 men. He should have mustered 1,000, no, 10,000. He lamented his decision to arm himself with merely a few handguns, realizing that to confront Wang Cheng, he ought to have brought mortars, or better yet, tanks. His heart swelled with remorse as memories of his dreams and oaths surfaced, recalling his past glory and the honor he once held. Pain filled his heart, and tears welled in his eyes as he regarded Wang Cheng, knowing he must fight, must battle for his brothers until the very end. Yet, Yin Shaoqi's resolve did not endure for long. His gaze shifted to his comrades. He witnessed their suffering, their hopelessness. Pain engulfed his heart, and tears brimmed in his eyes. That he realized he could no longer fight, could not allow his brothers to suffer for him any longer. He made a decision. He would surrender, allowing his brothers to survive. Yin Shaoqi raised his hand and addressed Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, I surrender. His voice was heavy with pain and despair. His brothers heard his words, and their hearts were filled with anguish and hopelessness. Wang Cheng regarded Yin Shaoqi, his eyes cold and unyielding. That he nodded, saying, Very well, I accept your surrender. His tone was laced with cruelty. Yin Shaoqi looked at Wang Cheng, his eyes filled with gratitude and pain. That he knew he had made the right choice, a brave choice. Wang Cheng coldly observed those departing, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. He understood that these individuals would not simply let him be. He must be prepared. He glanced at the debris scattered on the ground, the destroyed door still emitting smoke, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Li Pei looked at Wang Cheng, her eyes filled with concern. She knew that once these people left, they might return for revenge. As she surveyed the wreckage, her heart was gripped by fear. Wang Cheng turned his gaze to Li Pei. His eyes softening with tenderness, he recognized her worry for him. Gently, he patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Li Pei looked at Wang Cheng, her eyes brimming with trust. She knew that Wang Cheng was a man worthy of reliance. She nodded, affirming, "I believe in you." Wang Cheng met her gaze, gratitude filling his eyes. Understanding that Li Pei was the most important person in his life, that he resolved to safeguard her, to protect their home. Following this battle, Wang Cheng's abilities were further enhanced by the system. The methods of enhancement involved either rescuing the weak or engaging in combat. The more intense the battle, the greater the elevation. Wang Cheng realized that relying solely on high-voltage electricity would not suffice to withstand a second assault, and thus he resolved to upgrade the house. But he commenced the enhancement using the latest technology and the strongest materials available. He knew he must be prepared, must protect his family and friends. Li Pei observed Wang Cheng with admiration, recognizing him as a courageous and responsible individual. Her heart swelled with affection as she looked at him. The completion of Wang Cheng's house upgrade rendered it sturdier and more secure. He surveyed his abode, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The exterior walls were encircled by a shimmering titanium alloy, a material utilized in outer space. Renowned for its hardness and resistance to wear, impervious even to the most robust and swiftest diamond particles in the universe. Only Wang Cheng possessed the financial resources and technology to incorporate such precious materials into his construction. This wall stood as a guardian of the house, safeguarding all within its embrace. That it was Wang Cheng's secret and his pride. He understood that few in this world could achieve what he had. Employing spacecraft materials in their home construction, this uniqueness defined him and constituted his charm. That in his previous life, Wang Cheng had once endured the devastation of a breached wall, a painful experience that left an indelible mark on his memory. He vividly recalled the helplessness and despair he felt at that time. That he had vowed that if given the chance to be reborn, he would prepare in advance to avoid such predicaments. Thus, he achieved it. Reborn in this era, he procured all the materials for constructing spacecraft from the space agency through the marketplace, integrating them into his home. Henceforth, he no longer feared extreme temperatures or the sharpest drill bits. He recognized that the world was fraught with danger and uncertainty, that he needed to be thoroughly prepared to protect himself and those he cherished. This was his responsibility and his mission, standing at the center of his home. Wang Cheng gazed at the circle of shimmering titanium alloy walls. That he understood that this represented his strength and hope. That he believed that as long as this wall stood, he could face any challenge without fear. Pressing forward with determination to withstand the extreme cold, the kind that plummets below freezing, Wang Cheng employed insulation and thermal-resistant materials from the space agency within his home. This special material exhibited exceptional thermal insulation properties, maintaining a stable indoor temperature even in low-temperature environments. Thus, even in the universe's chilling depths, his home remained as warm as spring without the need for heating. Wang Cheng's residence resembled a warm haven, instilling comfort and tranquility. Within this cozy abode, he could relish life without the dread of frigid weather. Moreover, he equipped his home with the most advanced quantum heating and cooling systems. This technology allowed precise control of indoor temperatures by manipulating quantum movements. Consequently, regardless of external temperatures, the interior remained a constant 18 degrees Celsius, ensuring a comfortable atmosphere. In this sanctuary, Wang Cheng experienced unparalleled comfort and ease. He could savor a cup of hot tea in a warm room, immerse himself in a good book, or share delightful moments with family. That he need not worry about the cold weather or exorbitant energy costs. This home was Wang Cheng's refuge and his pride, a testament to his intellect and diligence in crafting a warm haven that prevent Yin Shaoqi and other malevolent forces from attacking through the underground parking lot seeking revenge. Wang Cheng resolved to implement a series of measures to bolster the security of his residence. First, he reinforced the load-bearing beams of the entire building. To achieve this, he specifically visited the marketplace to procure high-grade steel used in tank construction. This steel possessed remarkable strength and resilience, ensuring that even under tank fire, the load-bearing beams would not collapse. Alongside the steel, Wang Cheng also acquired concealed barriers designed to thwart the advance of heavy weaponry like tanks, effectively obstructing enemy assaults. He installed these hidden barriers in critical areas of the building, ensuring its overall safety. Furthermore, in anticipation of potential nuclear explosions, he buried steel blocks capable of shielding against such blasts throughout the underground parking facility. These blocks could absorb substantial shock waves and radiation, Safeguarding the residents above from the repercussions of a nuclear detonation, To ensure the building's independent power supply, Wang Chung installed a dedicated nuclear energy system. This system would provide stable electricity to the entire building, insulated from external influences. Additionally, to facilitate residents' movement, he installed an independent elevator system, allowing safe and convenient access to and from the building. In terms of fire safety, Wang Chung also made comprehensive preparations. He equipped the entire residence with a state-of-the-art fire suppression system, ensuring a swift response to extinguish any flames that might arise, thereby preventing the spread of fire. To deter any potential acts of arson, Wang Chung also installed a surveillance system within the building. This monitoring system can observe the premises in real time, and should it detect any suspicious individuals or unusual circumstances, it will immediately alert Wang Chung and the other residents, allowing them to take timely action. Under Wang Chung's meticulous design and arrangement, this building has transformed into a formidable fortress, capable of withstanding external assaults while ensuring the safety of its inhabitants. However, Wang Chung remains unsatisfied. He understands that matters of safety can never be taken lightly. In a previous life, he was too careless, placing his faith in the inherent goodness of humanity, only to suffer a devastating consequence. Not only was he tortured to death, but he also witnessed the brutal rape and murder of his beloved. That horrific scene is etched in his memory, like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He can never forget the lifeless, ashen gaze of his lover, whose once affectionate eyes are now filled solely with endless pain and despair. In this life, Wang Chung resolves not to repeat past mistakes. He is determined to safeguard himself and those around him to prevent a recurrence of tragedy. He has installed the most advanced cameras in every corridor and corner of the building. These cameras come equipped with infrared scanning capabilities, ensuring that nothing can escape their watchful gaze, even in the dead of night. Additionally, they are fitted with the latest artificial intelligence chips, enabling them to reconstruct captured images into a virtual space, presenting a holographic display before him. Remarkably, these cameras can track the movements of individuals, akin to an aircraft being pursued by an aircraft carrier, projecting the trajectories of all inhabitants. Through these cameras, Wang Chung has established a secure protective net within the building. Observing this sanctuary, he feels a measure of reassurance that he picks up his phone, glancing at the time, and realizes that 3 days have already slipped by. Only 4 days remain until the impending apocalypse. Despite the looming deadline, Wang Chung does not succumb to panic. That he knows that with careful vigilance, he can navigate through this crisis. Taking a deep breath, he begins to contemplate his next course of action. He decides that the first priority is to ensure that all residents are informed about how to respond in emergencies. He will organize drills to familiarize everyone with the steps to take when facing the end of days. Secondly, he must continue to enhance the building's security measures. That he plans to procure additional cameras and infrared scanners, enveloping the entire structure in a robust safety net. Furthermore, he intends to establish safe havens within the building so that residents can quickly find refuge in emergencies. Additionally, Wang Chung contemplates stockpiling food and water, understanding that these resources will become exceedingly precious when the apocalypse arrives. He intends to gather supplies in advance, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. He also plans to acquire medical supplies to ensure prompt treatment for residents who may fall ill or sustain injuries. Watching the countdown on his phone, Wang Chung's gaze hardens with determination. That he realizes that he cannot afford to waste any time. He must dedicate himself fully to preparing for the end of days. Taking a deep breath, he picks up his tools and begins his diligent work. He understands that only in doing so can he protect himself and those around him as they face the impending doom. Chapter 4. Dumplings and Hairdos. Wang Cheng's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers on his phone screen. 3 days had quietly passed, leaving only 4 days until the apocalypse. He inhaled deeply, silently resolving to cease his work commitments and instead begin stockpiling supplies in preparation for the imminent catastrophe. He grasped Li Pei's hand firmly and declared, "Let us go to the mall. We must gather everything we can from there into our parallel space." Li Pei gazed at Wang Chung in astonishment, aware that once he made a decision, there was no turning back. However, upon their arrival at the mall, they found it desolate, with shelves stripped bare. The once bustling venue was now swept by a chilling breeze, carrying an air of desolation. Wang Chung furrowed his brow. He understood this meant they must intensify their search for resources. The weather was turning colder. The autumn leaves, which should have been a brilliant gold, were now withering and turning a sickly black, as if nature itself was issuing a warning of the impending doom. That day, as Wang Chung ventured out, he encountered an elderly woman from the 14th floor that a sudden recollection struck him. In a previous life, her fate had been tragically grim. Her food was stolen, and her plump grandson was consumed by starving marauders. Wang Chung felt a pang of anxiety for her. He knew her destiny was unchangeable, yet he resolved to offer her a warning. "Elderly lady," he approached gently, "please stock up on supplies. The current situation is quite unstable." The old woman looked at him with gratitude sparkling in her eyes, understanding that Wang Chung genuinely cared for her well-being. Wang Chung and Li Pei began their quest for resources, scouring supermarkets, malls, and every conceivable location. They managed to gather copious amounts of food, water, medical supplies, and fuel, knowing that these provisions could prove vital for their survival in the face of the apocalypse. As the temperature dropped and the autumn wind cut through the air like a knife, they realized their current stock was insufficient. Wang Chung glanced at the online marketplace on his phone. Filled with anticipation, he understood he must prepare thoroughly for the impending catastrophe. Taking a deep breath, he began to check off items one by one. That with each confirmation, the marketplace gradually opened up to him, as if revealing a new world. That a marketplace, known to humanity as Noah's Ark, created to ensure that no one faced starvation on the day of extinction. Wang Chung was elated. He accepted everything into his parallel space, transforming the marketplace into a vast warehouse filled with a variety of food, sufficient to sustain him through the apocalypse. Next came the world-renowned Pinduoduo Marketplace, famous for its slogan, "Bro, help me cut a bargain." Armed with countless knives, Wang Chung sliced through the deals, ultimately absorbing the entire marketplace into his parallel space. He understood that these resources could serve as his lifeline during the end of days. Subsequently, he visited Tmall and other online platforms, gathering them all into his collection. During this process, he discovered that seafood remained fresh when placed inside his parallel space, which delighted him greatly. He promptly collected all offerings from the seafood market, as well as from fishing ports, even including the Changlong Ocean world. These seafood supplies would become a crucial source of nutrition during the apocalypse. To ensure a supply of fresh water, Wang Chung even absorbed the spring from Nongfu Spring into his parallel space. He understood that water would become exceedingly precious in the face of disaster, necessitating his proactive preparations. Gazing at the supplies within his parallel space, Wang Chung felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He knew he was ready for the oncoming apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Li Pei, aware that they must face this daunting time together. Hiding within the parallel space, Wang Chung and Li Pei listened to the howling winds outside. Their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. They were acutely aware that the end was nigh, and they had prepared themselves for it. The countdown on Wang Cheng's phone displayed the final 4 days until the apocalypse. He looked at Li Pei, his eyes brimming with deep affection. He understood that regardless of what the apocalypse might bring, as long as Li Pei was by his side, he could face it with courage. The shadow of doom loomed over the world, as people navigated each day in fear and anxiety. Yet Wang Chung felt a flicker of solace, for he knew he had adequately prepared for the impending disaster. He inhaled deeply and turned once more to Li Pei. They clasped each other's hands tightly, their eyes filled with resolve and bravery. On the 5th floor, there resided a pair of strikingly fashionable women. Each day, they donned resplendent outfits and carried second-hand luxury bags, seemingly living an extravagant lifestyle. With an air of haughtiness, they strolled through the community, as if proclaiming their wealth and nobility to the world. However, this facade masked a different reality. Their true lives were far from the glamorous image they portrayed. Both women were ordinary office workers, one in administration and the other at the front desk. Their incomes were modest, and at times, they struggled financially. They chose to share a small apartment to alleviate the burden of rent, thereby reducing the pressures of daily life. Their livelihood relied heavily on the support of men who pursued them, just to scrape by. Yet, the recent surge in prices had rendered their existence increasingly difficult. The second-hand luxury items they purchased, while appearing opulent, failed to provide them with genuine wealth. Their earnings had not increased. On the contrary, the rise in costs had further strained their lives. Every day, they continued to carry those luxurious bags, projecting an air of nobility. They are acutely aware that if their true lives were revealed, they would lose the support of their admirers. They must maintain this facade, even if it means sacrificing the quality of their existence. Each night, upon returning home, they shed their haughty demeanor, revealing expressions of fatigue and resignation. They lie in bed, offering solace and encouragement to one another. They understand that perseverance is essential, for life will not become easier due to their exhaustion. Filled with hope for the future, they dream of a day when they can be genuinely affluent, no longer reliant on others for their livelihood. The pair of white-collar workers on the 5th floor has always been the talk of the community. Their arrogant demeanor and extravagant attire draw glances from passers-by. However, what people fail to recognize is that their lives are not as glamorous as they appear. Their incomes are modest, and at times, they struggle financially. Recently, they have turned their attention toward Wang Cheng, a wealthy individual whose home is perpetually stocked with various provisions. Gazing enviously at Wang Cheng's residence, they find themselves consumed by greed, wishing to transform their lives through him. They begin to intentionally approach Wang Cheng, seeking his attention by adopting alluring postures, attempting to entice him. Despite employing every tactic at their disposal, Wang Cheng remains impervious to their charms that in a past life. Wang Cheng was indeed captivated by them. They seduced him, opening the door to his heart. Yet, subsequent events filled him with revulsion towards them, particularly the memory of their ravenous antics that left him utterly disgusted. This prompted him to reflect and reassess their true nature. Unveiling their avarice and callousness, he came to realize that their allure was nothing more than a deception, a masquerade. Their seduction no longer held sway over him, and he began to distance himself. Rejecting their advances and no longer entranced by their exteriors, he began to perceive the ugliness within. Nevertheless, they remained unwilling to concede defeat, persistently striving to alter their circumstances through Wang Cheng. They refused to accept failure. Clinging to hope. One day, a receptionist adorned in a crisp uniform and stockings ascended to the 13th floor, knocking on Wang Cheng's door. In her hands, she held a bowl filled with dumplings, with a smile gracing her face. She explained that she wished to borrow some soy sauce and vinegar, as she had made dumplings at home and sought to prepare a dipping sauce. A hint of shyness danced in her words, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The curves of her uniform accentuated her allure, rendering her even more enticing amidst her bashfulness. She gazed at Wang Cheng, eager for his reaction. However, Wang Cheng's response surprised her. He was not swayed by her allure. Instead, he handed her a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, instructing her to keep them without needing to return them. In an instant, her smile vanished, replaced by astonishment and confusion. She could not fathom why Wang Cheng was so indifferent towards her, nor why he would reject her overture. Standing there awkwardly, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Silently clutching the soy sauce and vinegar, she turned to leave. As she did, tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart heavy with pain and injustice. She could not comprehend why Wang Cheng treated her thus, nor why he dismissed her goodwill. Upon returning home, she sank onto the sofa, hugging her knees and weeping bitterly. The front desk girl, witnessing the uniformed girl's disappointment, widened her eyes in surprise. Quickly, she changed into a short pink skirt, pulling it down to accentuate her assets. With her hair tied in a ponytail and a pink bag slung over her shoulder, she bounced her way to the 13th floor, embodying a playful pink maiden as she knocked on Wang Cheng's door. When he opened the door, his brow furrowed slightly at the sight of her. The girl beamed, expressing her gratitude for the soy sauce and vinegar, inviting him to join her for dumplings, with her pristine white teeth biting into her pink lips. She exuded a delicate charm, reminiscent of a peach blossom awaiting the spring rain. Wang Cheng regarded her in silence, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The girl, filled with expectation, gazed back at him, as if waiting for his response. Their eyes intertwined in the air, conveying unspoken sentiments. Suddenly, the girl smiled sweetly, reaching out to gently tug at Wang Cheng's sleeve, urging him, "Come on, let us go eat dumplings together." Wang Cheng looked at her, a flicker of complicated feelings crossing his gaze. He nodded softly and turned toward the elevator. The girl, watching his retreating figure, felt a surge of joy, confident that she had successfully captured his attention. Descending together, they made their way to the restaurant. The girl skipped along like a joyful fawn, while Wang Cheng looked at her with tenderness, realizing that he needed someone so vivacious to dispel the gloom within him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the girl deftly picked up chopsticks and began to savor the dumplings she ate. She exclaimed that they were the best dumplings she had ever tasted. Wang Cheng watched her, amusement dancing in his eyes, recognizing her playful intent to amuse him. They conversed as they dined, The girl shared that she worked at the front desk, responsible for greeting clients. She expressed her fondness for her job, as it allowed her to meet a diverse array of people. Wang Cheng, listening attentively, felt a quiet admiration for her vibrant spirit and rich inner world. As they continued their meal, the girl revealed her love for music, dance, and painting, expressing her aspiration to become an artist one day. Wang Cheng felt a wave of emotion wash over him, realizing she was a girl with dreams, steadfastly pursuing her passions. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, with the girl sharing her love for travel, adventure, and exploring the unknown. She spoke of her desire to traverse the world, discovering every corner of it. Wang Cheng, captivated by her curiosity and adventurous spirit, felt an overwhelming sense of longing. The front desk girl, still reveling in her perceived success, believed Wang Cheng was deeply enchanted by her, akin to those who would fawn over her every word, unaware of the impending doom that loomed over them. Yet, Wang Cheng found himself unable to connect. Gazing at the innocent girl before him, he marveled at the stark contrast between her purity and the darkness that awaited in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. Who could imagine that such a breathtaking girl could transform into a demon in the face of despair, capable of unspeakable acts? The thought sent shivers down Wang Cheng's spine as he pondered how desperation could warp humanity. Excusing himself to the restroom, he left her side, seeking solace in solitude. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his pallid complexion, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. He pondered the magnitude of change that would accompany an apocalypse. What would humanity become? Would they forsake their morals for survival? Would he himself succumb to such depravity? These questions plagued Wang Cheng, leaving him in turmoil. Meanwhile, the front desk girl felt triumphant and rushed back to boast to her colleague about her encounter. Wang Cheng remained, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. As he looked at the familiar faces around him, they suddenly seemed foreign, their eyes glinting with greed and fear, traits he had never noticed before. Turning, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Li Pei, who had just returned from a hair appointment, her new hairstyle exquisitely crafted. Upon seeing Wang Cheng, her face lit up with a radiant smile, yet he felt a bitter ache within. He recognized that this new hairstyle could very well be her last in a world where time was running out. With only 3 days remaining before the impending freeze, Wang Cheng, have you come out for dumplings? Li Pei asked cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to his mood. Yes, he replied flatly, striving to keep his tone even. Why do you love dumplings so much? She teased, playfully mocking him. Wang Cheng gazed at Li Pei, his heart heavy with bittersweet feelings. He longed to explain that his love for dumplings was not genuine. Rather, it was an excuse to see her, a reason to step into the light of her presence. He wished to convey that his repeated refusals were not due to disinterest in dumplings, but rather a desire to seize every opportunity to be near her. He wanted her to understand that sharing dumplings was merely a means to offer encouragement, to remind her that warmth still existed in their world. Yet, he ultimately held his tongue, offering only a faint smile, choosing silence over explanation. As snow began to fall from the sky, the residents of the community grew increasingly anxious. The group of colleagues from the same hometown gathered together, engaged in discussions about how to survive in such a harsh environment, contemplating alliances, with some even considering the audacious act of seizing others' provisions. Wang Cheng observed them, his heart heavy with concern. He understood that this world was no longer the one he had once known. It had become a realm of madness and terror. A glance at Li Pei filled him with gratitude. He was thankful for her presence in this world, for her steadfastness by his side. He knew that as long as Li Pei was with him, fear would not overshadow him, for she was his courage, his hope. He realized that with Li Pei by his side, he could confront this world, face these individuals, and bravely meet the encroaching darkness. Chapter 5. Snow clearing. The snowfall intensified beneath the sky, and Wang Cheng felt a twinge of worry as he gazed upward. He recalled that such heavy snow was a rarity in previous years. What began as snowflakes the size of millet transformed into a deluge of thick, goose-feather-like snow. It was still the golden autumn of October, yet suddenly, it had morphed into the harsh winter of December, blanketing the world in a shroud of white. This brought to mind the ancient verse, "The heavy snow bows the green pines, yet the pines stand tall and straight." His mood grew increasingly somber with the intensifying snowfall. Li Pei, witnessing the heavy snow, shared his apprehension. She wrapped herself in a scarf, donned warm gloves, and retrieved her down jacket. She understood the necessity of safeguarding herself against the elements to avoid falling ill. Peering out the window, she noted the thick accumulation of snow and was reminded of the joys of winter: skiing, snowball fights, and building snowmen, all of which once filled her with boundless happiness. The dialogue between Wang Cheng and Li Pei was suffused with warmth and concern. "Wang Cheng, are you prepared for winter?" she inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I am prepared," he replied. "That I merely worry that such heavy snow may disrupt our lives. Do not fret, Wang Cheng. I have faith that we will endure this winter together," she reassured him. Their conversation flowed like a warm current, brightening the chill of the winter. The group of young professionals on the 5th floor, however, was not so fortunate. They prioritized style over warmth, unprepared for the rapid climatic shift. Having failed to procure down jackets and still clad in short skirts, shivering uncontrollably, unable to take leave to shop for winter wear, they discovered that all the down jackets had been snatched up, resorting instead to layer last year's sweaters beneath their clothes, too cold to maintain any semblance of style. "Goodness, it's freezing," Xiao Yang exclaimed, puffing out clouds of breath while rubbing her hands together in vain. "Indeed, none of us anticipated such a frigid winter," Xiao Wang chimed in, her complexion pale, clearly suffering from the cold. "Did you all know? Last night, I felt as though an ice block had taken up residence in my bed," Xiao Zhao remarked, exaggerating her shivers. The three of them, newly minted employees, usually presented themselves with fashionable flair. Yet now, in this frigid office, they could only huddle together for warmth and comfort. "I feel as though my feet might freeze off," Xiao Yang whispered, her toes numb within her shoes. "That I share your plight. My fingers have lost all sensation," Xiao Wang said with a wry smile, extending her hand to reveal fingers devoid of color. "You cannot continue like this. We must devise a plan," Xiao Zhao said, her face etched with concern. "What plan can we devise? For now, we can only endure," Xiao Yang replied with a resigned shake of her head. Casting a glance at the snow outside, silently wishing for a change in the weather, "I heard that the convenience store downstairs still has down jackets available. Perhaps we can check after work," Xiao Wang suggested suddenly. "Is that true? Then let us go after our shift," Xiao Yang and Xiao Zhao exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with hope. Although they suffered for the sake of fashion, they maintained an optimistic outlook, facing the trials of life with resilience and cheer. Unbeknownst to them, as they brimmed with hope, a comet was silently approaching the Earth. This celestial visitor heralded not only astronomical wonder, but also a deepening chill in the air. "Do you think it will snow tonight?" Xiao Yang gazed out at the sky, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "That I'm certain it will. This cold has me wishing for a cotton-padded jacket," Xiao Wang replied, rubbing her hands together with a smile. "Did you know? I heard that when a comet nears Earth, the weather turns frigid," Xiao Zhao interjected. "Is that true? We must quickly prepare for more warmth," Xiao Yang said, her expression shifting to worry. However, when they arrived at the convenience store after work, they found the once full shelves now bare. "How could this be?" Xiao Yang gasped in astonishment. "I believe we have arrived too late. Everyone has been snatching up warm items," Xiao Zhao said with a rueful smile. "What do we do now? Are we truly going to endure winter in skirts?" Xiao Wang asked, a note of anxiety creeping into her voice. "Don't panic. Let us explore other places. Perhaps there are still supplies to be found," Xiao Yang urged, grasping their hands in an attempt to console them. Yet, whether at nearby malls or street boutiques, all warm clothing had been sold out. They even ventured further afield, but the outcome remained unchanged. "It appears that we truly must face winter in skirts," Xiao Wang said, her spirits dampened. "Never mind. We still have each other," Xiao Yang declared, gripping their hands tightly. "We can share warmth and get through this winter together." Xiao Zhao looked at them, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Yes, we shall not be defeated by this winter." The snow continued to fall, evolving from the initial flurry of goosefeather flakes to a heavier downpour, blanketing the earth in white. The once vibrant community was now shrouded beneath thick layers of snow, evoking a sense of desolation. In the distance, the television broadcast an urgent report. "The comet is expected to collide with Earth in 3 days. The World Union forces are doing their utmost to devise strategies to slow its approach." Wang Cheng and Li Pei sat beside the hearth, their expressions grave. The atmosphere felt oppressive, as though the end of the world loomed near. That night, as Wang Cheng lay in bed, he gazed out the window at the snowflakes dancing in the light. Resembling ethereal spirits, his thoughts wandered, burdened with the weight of the world's fate. He was uncertain of the implications that the snowfall and the comet's impact would have on the Earth. All he could do was cherish the present and weather the storm alongside Li Pei. Later, Wang Chung had a dream. He envisioned the comet colliding with the Earth, plunging the world into flames. Awakened in a cold sweat, he recognized that this dream was not a prophecy, but rather a manifestation of his fears of the unknown. He resolved to cherish every moment, to face the challenges alongside his loved ones. The comet drew ever closer to Earth, and the World Union forces tirelessly endeavored to slow its advance, yet their efforts yielded little success. The heavy snowfall gradually obstructed the roads leading in and out of the community, with snow accumulating layer upon layer and fallen trees becoming increasingly common. Once a thriving neighborhood, it now lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, appearing forlorn and desolate. Once, the chirping of birds had filled the air, but now many lay frozen by the roadside, evoking a deep sense of pity. In the vicinity of the community entrance, a patch of yellow marked the spot where a neighbor from the 6th floor had let their dog relieve itself. Soon to be covered by the accumulating snow, this yellow stain represented the fleeting traces of life, vanishing unnoticed into the river of time. Aunt Chen stood at her window, gazing at the stark whiteness outside, her heart heavy with worry. She understood that this snowstorm not only brought inconvenience to the community, but also imposed tremendous pressure on her own life. Alas, the snow grows heavier. It's becoming increasingly difficult to come and go. Aunt Chen sighed, turning to the kitchen to boil some water for cooking. "Mom, I'm back," came the voice of her son, Xiao Ming, from outside. Aunt Chen quickly opened the door, noticing the flakes of snow adorning Xiao Ming's coat, and said with concern, "Look at you, running around in this cold weather." Xiao Ming chuckled, shaking off the snow. "It's nothing. I'm young and have good resistance." Aunt Chen shot him a stern look. "You mustn't take this lightly. Come inside and warm up with some hot water." Xiao Ming removed his coat, and the pot of water was already boiling. Aunt Chen poured him a cup of hot water and inquired with genuine concern, "How was work today?" Xiao Ming took a sip of hot water and remarked, "It's not bad, but the snow is too heavy, making the roads difficult to traverse." Aunt Chen sighed and replied, "Indeed, the snow continues to intensify, and the pathways within the community are completely blocked." She added, "I think we should prepare some food. If the snow ceases but the roads remain impassable, we certainly cannot endure hunger." Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, I'll head to the supermarket tomorrow to procure some supplies." Aunt Chen gazed at her son, her heart swelling with warmth. In this frigid world, she understood that only family could provide her with solace. Despite the relentless snowfall, the neighborhood began organizing residents to clear the snow and restore passage. Within the residents group, the street office's leader issued a call for each household to send a representative to participate in the snow removal efforts. The group was soon abuzz with discussions, as residents expressed their willingness to contribute to the cleanliness of the community. Wang Chung observed the lively exchanges in the group, yet he found it difficult to feel elated. He recalled a similar scene from a previous life, where enthusiasm had not led to any significant change. With a soft sigh, he contemplated the need for thorough preparation this time. Wang Chung contributed to the conversation in the group, urging everyone to seize the opportunity before the heavy snow obstructed transportation completely and to stockpile food. He emphasized that the snow had already hindered the delivery of supplies. He hoped the residents would prepare in advance to avoid facing a food shortage once the snow ceased. The residents expressed their gratitude for Wang Cheng's reminder, with some beginning to share their experiences in food preservation, discussing which items were suitable for long-term storage and which might see price increases after the snow stopped. This exchange brought Wang Chung a sense of comfort, as he realized that, at least within this community, people still cared for one another. The snow removal efforts gradually commenced with the residents' enthusiastic participation. Armed with shovels and brooms, they worked collaboratively to clear the accumulating snow from the community. Despite the bitter cold, the residents' fervor infused the area with warmth. However, even as they toiled, the snow seemed to mock their efforts, not diminishing but rather accumulating more thickly. The swirling snowflakes appeared to deride these earnest yet ineffective individuals, but a few residents even sustained frostbite during their labor. Witnessing this, Wang Chung could not suppress a silent sigh. He found their foolishness intolerable. From a parallel dimension, he retrieved some de-icing agent and instructed Li Pei to deliver it. Additionally, he acquired a snowplow by applying the de-icing agent and subsequently using the snowplow. the efficiency of the snow removal process would increase significantly. Indeed, under Wang Cheng's guidance, the snow-clearing efforts began to yield results. The residents working alongside him applauded his ingenuity and expressed their admiration. Wang Cheng smiled faintly, yet he remained unsatisfied, aware that the heavy snowfall had introduced other complications, such as air pollution. He became busy installing air purifiers in his home, ensuring that regardless of the severity of the external air pollution, the air entering his residence remained fresh and pure. Furthermore, he established an independent air circulation system within his home to prevent any potential blockages of the intake, guaranteeing a continuous supply of fresh air. These initiatives garnered high praise from his family and neighbors, who looked upon his equipment with envious eyes, yet they understood their own limitations in emulating his actions. The heavy snow had sealed the roads, rendering food deliveries impossible. All they could do was silently endure the situation. Nevertheless, the residents of the community refused to capitulate. They picked up their snow-clearing tools and commenced the arduous task of snow removal. Swinging their brooms and shovels, they gradually cleared the snow, their hands growing red from the cold and their faces stiffened by the biting wind, yet they persevered. After half a day's effort, they finally forged a passable path. Upon witnessing their achievement, they erupted in cheers, as if they had secured a tremendous victory. However, Wang Cheng did not share in their exuberance. Standing aside, he quietly observed the scene, acutely aware of humanity's diminutive stature in the face of nature's wrath. He understood that their only recourse was to adapt and survive. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that his responsibility extended beyond merely assisting with snow removal. He needed to devise a means for them to endure such extreme weather conditions. He began to scrutinize his equipment. Wang Cheng recalled a figure named Li Ming, the chairperson of the residence committee. In the past, Wang Cheng, like other residents, had placed his trust in Li Ming, believing him to be a benevolent individual dedicated to the community's welfare. However, as time passed, Wang Cheng gradually uncovered Li Ming's true nature. He remembered a time when the elevator advertising contract had expired, and Li Ming had volunteered to renew it, claiming to have found a superior advertiser. At that moment, Wang Cheng had not questioned Li Ming's intentions, trusting that he acted in the community's best interest. Yet later, he inadvertently overheard whispers suggesting that Li Ming had embezzled a substantial portion of the advertising fees. Wang Cheng began to monitor Li Ming's actions, noting how he consistently sought to inflate the shared utility bills, always presenting peculiar entries during accounting. He had inquired with other residents, but none had detected any discrepancies. Now, with the community facing dire circumstances amidst the blizzard, residents struggled to procure food, while Li Ming began hoarding vegetables, intending to profit from the situation. Wang Cheng recalled a similar incident from a previous life, when Li Ming had colluded with a group of thugs to seize food from numerous households. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng resolved that he could no longer allow Li Ming's schemes to continue. He determined to expose Li Ming's true character, ensuring the residents were aware of his nefarious deeds. Thus, Wang Cheng began gathering evidence, speaking with other residents about Li Ming's conduct and retrieving records of accounts. Ultimately, he unearthed proof of Li Ming's embezzlement. Wang Cheng disseminated the evidence in the community group. Igniting a firestorm of outrage, residents condemned Li Ming's actions, demanding his resignation. Initially, Li Ming attempted to defend himself, but the evidence was irrefutable, leaving him with no recourse. In the end, he could only resign in disgrace and depart from the community. Wang Cheng took a deep breath. Knowing he had acted rightly, he had aided the residents in freeing themselves from Li Ming's oppression. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him, as he had utilized his strength to alter the dynamics within the community. Fully aware that he had attracted trouble, he remained unafraid. He understood that his actions were just, aimed at protecting the interests of the residents. However, he did feel a twinge of pressure in light of Li Ming's threats. He recognized that the days ahead might bring complications. He resolved to fortify his defenses, reaching out to fellow residents to inform them of Li Ming's vile actions, hoping to unite them against him. He also began collecting evidence to safeguard himself legally if necessary. Li Ming's threats did not intimidate Wang Cheng. Instead, they solidified his resolve. He knew he was not alone in the fight, backed by the residents and justice. He chose to confront the situation with courage, for he understood that only by doing so could he protect himself and the community. Li Ming initiated his own counteroffensive, attempting to tarnish Wang Cheng's reputation by claiming he had revealed Li Ming's transgressions for personal gain. He even enlisted a group of thugs to intimidate Wang Cheng. Yet, undeterred, Wang Cheng remained steadfast in his principles, refusing to bow to Li Ming. That a cruel and malicious glint flickered in Li Ming's eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as though he envisioned Wang Cheng groveling before him. Taking a deep breath, he began to wait, anticipating the moment when the community would face food scarcity. However, Wang Cheng was resolute against Li Ming's threats. He understood that Li Ming's schemes would not succeed and decided to take preemptive action to thwart Li Ming's plans. He reached out to the residents, organizing collective food procurement efforts in preparation for potential crises. The residents, increasingly trusting and supportive of Wang Cheng, rallied to his call. Embarking on their mission together, they ventured to supermarkets to purchase food and sought alternative supply channels. Their actions were swift and effective, allowing them to acquire a substantial amount of provisions. Wang Cheng's initiative thwarted Li Ming's machinations, leaving him increasingly agitated. Observing the bustling residents, Li Ming's heart seethed with anger and jealousy. He resolved to accelerate his plans and retaliate against Wang Cheng preemptively. He began spreading rumors, claiming that Wang Cheng was acting out of self-interest to obstruct Li Ming's plans, and alleging that Wang Cheng intended to profit exorbitantly from food sales once the community faced shortages. The rumors swiftly permeated the community, inciting a sense of unease and discontent among some residents. However, Wang Cheng remained unaffected by Li Ming's slander. He understood that the truth would ultimately prevail, and he resolved to continue his efforts. Ensuring an ample supply of food for the residents, his unwavering determination and resolve fostered greater trust among the community, prompting them to unite in support of Wang Cheng, intent on exposing Li Ming's sinister schemes. A fierce struggle ensued within the neighborhood, intensifying the conflict between Wang Cheng and Li Ming. The residents began to align themselves, championing the hero in their midst. Ultimately, bolstered by the residents' support, Wang Cheng successfully thwarted Li Ming's machinations, safeguarding the tranquility and peace of the community. In the aftermath of his defeat, Li Ming's heart brimmed with rage and regret. Observing Wang Cheng and the residents reveling in their victory, he was consumed by anguish. He recognized that his actions had irrevocably eroded the trust and support of the community, leading him to lament his choices. Wang Cheng's triumph did not universally inspire confidence. Those who had profited from undermining the public interest harbored lingering resentment towards him. Although they outwardly appeared to accept Wang Cheng's leadership, in reality, they lay in wait for an opportunity to exact revenge when he and his supporters might falter. This clandestine group conspired in the shadows, their eyes glinting with treachery and malice. Frequently, they gathered, indulging in drink while cursing Wang Cheng and plotting his downfall. Their conversations dripped with venom and hatred, their faces etched with anger and resentment. Unbeknownst to Wang Cheng, these conspirators lurked in the background, while he tirelessly labored for the benefit of the residents, his countenance perpetually adorned with a smile, his gaze imbued with warmth and care. Little did he know, a group of individuals watched him intently, poised to deliver a devastating blow at his most vulnerable moment. Their schemes brewed day by day, their fury accumulating steadily. They awaited the moment when Wang Cheng and his supporters would reveal a weakness. Anticipating the time when they might strike, these individuals resembled ravenous wolves, stealthily prowling around Wang Cheng. Their eyes shimmered with avarice and ferocity, their lips curling into insidious smiles. They lay in wait. Bidden Wang Cheng is one such individual. He sits before his computer, his fingers dancing upon the keyboard. Before him lies an expanse of darkness. He understands that he must not succumb to unwarranted optimism. Rather, he must prepare for the zero. One chance of failure. Taking a deep breath, he resumes his rhythmic typing. He knows that this is the only way he can find solace, ensuring he possesses the strength to confront and resist when calamity strikes. This is Wang Cheng, a common man, yet one steadfast in his beliefs that he may not be a hero, but he is willing to strive and toil for the future of humanity. He recognizes that while he cannot change the world, he believes that through his efforts, he can make a difference. However minute, Li Pei is a young woman who suddenly feels great concern for her neighbors. Their blind optimism may lead them to neglect necessary preparations, which could very well result in dire consequences. With her parents long gone, she wishes she could summon them to her side. She engages Wang Cheng in conversation, hoping he might offer some counsel. Wang Cheng, what do you think we should do? Li Pei inquires. I am uncertain, but I believe we ought to be prepared, Wang Cheng replies. Prepared for what? She questions. Prepared to face the worst-case scenario, he states. Are you suggesting that we abandon hope and brace ourselves for death? She asks. Not at all. I mean, we should be ready for the worst, so we can better confront the future, Wang Cheng clarifies. I understand now. Thank you. Li Pei responds. Li Pei and Wang Cheng continue their discussion, covering a multitude of topics, including future plans and their concerns for the neighbors. They wish to assist those around them. Yet they are acutely aware that they cannot force their aid upon others. They can only strive to the best of their abilities, hoping their neighbors will recognize their goodwill. Time passes swiftly, and before long, evening arrives. Li Pei and Wang Cheng remain in the living room, seeking effective methods to aid their neighbors. They explore numerous plans, but none prove viable. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resound at the door. Li Pei and Wang Cheng rush to the entrance, and upon opening it, they find their neighbors, who appear utterly terrified. Clearly something has transpired. Li Pei, Wang Cheng, we heard that a group is coming to attack us. Can you help us? The neighbors implore. Certainly. We will assist you. Li Pei and Wang Cheng respond in unison. Gratefulness shines in the neighbors' eyes. They recognize that with the help of Li Pei and Wang Cheng, they might have a chance to weather this crisis. The two of them confer with the neighbors, strategizing their response. They decide to fortify their homes before the attackers arrive, securing doors and windows to eliminate any vulnerabilities. They also gather weapons to prepare for self-defense if necessary. Additionally, they stockpile food and water, ensuring they can remain sheltered within their homes when the time comes, aware that this battle may be protracted. They aim to be thoroughly prepared. Witnessing the efforts of Li Pei and Wang Cheng, the neighbors express their deep gratitude. They realize that without the intervention of these two, their hopes would be dimmed. Together, they sit in quiet anticipation of the impending attack. As time ticks away, their anxiety escalates. Suddenly, a loud crash is heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. They understand that the attackers have arrived, grabbing their weapons. They rush to the door, only to discover that it is a group of wild boars, driven mad with hunger, that has come charging into the community. Wang Cheng and the neighbors are elated. Is this not a fortuitous gift in the depths of winter? They seize their weapons and unleash a barrage upon the wild boars. Wang Cheng, look, these boars seem genuinely famished, Li Pei observes, her tone tinged with sympathy as she watches the frenzied assault on the fence. Indeed, we cannot allow them to leave empty-handed. After all, they are merely fighting for survival. Wang Cheng agrees, though a flicker of caution dances in his eyes. The wild boars, undeterred by human aggression, intensify their assault on the fence. Their bristles erect, eyes shimmering with madness. That we must resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, the fence may not withstand the onslaught, Wang Cheng declares, his expression grave. What should we do now? Li Pei asks, a hint of panic in her voice. Though she has encountered wild boars before, she has never witnessed them in such a frenzied state. We need to identify their point of attack and then concentrate our efforts there, Wang Cheng calmly assesses. They stealthily maneuver to the opposite side of the fence, intent on locating the wild boar's point of aggression. However, as they progress, a piercing scream echoes through the air. Rushing back, they discover that one wild boar has become ensnared by the iron spikes of the fence. Bloodied and thrashing in a desperate struggle, we must end its suffering quickly. Otherwise, it will attract more boars, Wang Cheng asserts resolutely. Observing the writhing creature, they ready their weapons to deliver a final blow. Yet, in a startling turn, the wild boar locks eyes with them, then collapses, lifeless. Stunned, they approach cautiously, inspecting the boar's carcass, noting the fatal wound it has sustained. It appears we no longer need to worry about the wild boar predicament. Li Pei breathes a sigh of relief, her demeanor lightening. Yes, we have succeeded. Wang Cheng smiles, pride illuminating their expressions as they prepare to leave. An abrupt clamor of footsteps draws their attention. They turn warily, only to find a throng of individuals racing towards them. Who are they? Li Pei's countenance shifts to one of alarm. I do not know, but we must be ready, Wang Cheng states firmly, weapon in hand. It turns out to be residents from the neighboring community. Intrigued by the sudden appearance of wild boars, creatures that typically elude detection even when sought after, with the roads blocked by heavy snow, the normal supply of vegetables has been disrupted, prompting them to arm themselves and join in the hunt. A multitude of wild boars descends upon Wang Cheng's community, their cunning nature well known. It has long been said that one should provoke a tiger before a wild boar, for once the latter is angered, It becomes formidable. The air hangs heavy with the scent of blood from the recently slain boar, instilling trepidation. The boars outside the walls become increasingly agitated, their cries echoing, as if declaring war on humanity. The robust bodies of the wild boars charge through the snow, sending flurries flying, their eyes gleaming with cunning, inspiring caution. The residents of Wang Cheng's community feel the mounting pressure, gripping their weapons tightly, their faces betraying their anxiety. They understand that these wild boars are not the docile creatures they are accustomed to, but rather aggressive beasts. The threat posed by the wild boars instills fear. Yet they comprehend that failure to conquer these adversaries could lead to a dire food shortage. Summoning their courage, they resolve to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the wild boars within Wang Cheng's community. Individuals fixate on the direction of the boars, their heartbeats quickening in sync with the creature's movements. Each person realizes that they must overcome this challenge, lest they face the peril of survival as the wild boar's howls grow nearer. The residents of Wang Cheng's community become acutely aware of the imminent threat. They grip their weapons tightly, faces set with determination. The assault begins, the boars charging toward the crowd, emitting shrill cries. The residents of Wang Cheng's community, undeterred, wield their weapons with fervor, engaging in fierce combat with the wild boars. The air fills with the cacophony of battle, the shouts of people mingling with the boars' cries, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. The wild boars launch their ferocious onslaught, barreling into the crowd with their powerful bodies, their sharp tusks aimed at the humans. Yet, the residents do not falter. They bravely confront the wild boars, employing their wits and courage to gradually gain the upper hand. Whenever one is injured, others rush to assist, supporting and encouraging one another, their hearts intertwined. Suddenly, a colossal black wild boar emerges into view, its size dwarfing that of ordinary boars, powerful muscles rippling beneath its dark skin. Resembling a moving mountain, the gaze of the wild boar was fierce, its eyes glimmering with a cruel light that instilled a profound sense of fear in all who beheld it. Its tusks, long and razor-sharp, resembled two formidable swords, sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. The creature's body was caked with dirt and blood, as if it had just emerged from a brutal battle. Each step it took was heavy and powerful, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight, as though the earth itself quaked in terror. When this wild boar appeared before the crowd, they were gripped by an unprecedented dread. The terrifying visage of the boar quickened their heartbeats and hastened their breaths. Unfazed by the fear it evoked, the boar coldly surveyed them before suddenly launching an attack that charged into the throngs. Using its tusks and hooves to assault the people that in their panic, they attempted to evade, but the boar's strikes were too swift and ferocious, rendering escape impossible. Each assault found its mark, claiming a life with every strike. The air was filled with anguished cries, the scent of blood permeating the atmosphere, as the terror among the crowd reached its zenith, watching the relentless attacks, witnessing their companions fall one by one. Despair and fear consumed their hearts. Yet, they did not surrender. They persisted, fighting the boar with courage and ingenuity. They understood that only by vanquishing the beast could they safeguard their home and protect their loved ones. Gripping their they accused the neighbors of Wang Cheng, demanding that they surrender the wild boar meat to them. The neighbors of Wang Cheng were taken aback, unable to fathom that these individuals would dare to seize their sustenance. Yet, they were acutely aware of their inability to resist these armed assailants. Consequently, they reluctantly handed over the wild boar meat to them. Witnessing this scene, Wang Cheng's heart surged with indignation. He understood that these marauders would not relent. They would continue to pilfer from others, plunging more individuals into hunger. Thus, Wang Cheng resolved to take action. He maneuvered a tank before the robbers, aiming a machine gun at them. He shouted, "You brigands, you wish to seize our food. Do you? Do you think that brandishing knives and guns will intimidate us? Let me assure you, we fear you not." The robbers, upon seeing Wang Cheng's tank, were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a swift response from him. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng continued to declare, "You heartless marauders, devoid of humanity, you only know how to seize what belongs to others without a thought for their plight. You are unworthy of possessing this food." Upon hearing these words, the robbers were filled with fury, feeling deeply insulted, and thus resolved to launch an attack against Wang Cheng. They picked up their weapons and charged toward Wang Cheng's tank. However, Wang Qing remained remarkably composed. He recognized that he must vanquish these robbers to safeguard the food of himself and his neighbors. Consequently, he aimed the tank's turret at the assailants and pulled the trigger. Flames erupted, bringing the robbers to the ground, their screams echoing as they writhed in agony. Soon, they lay motionless, evidently deceased. The neighbors of Wang Qing erupted in jubilant cheers, grateful to him for their salvation. They gathered together, exuberantly sharing the wild boar meat, brimming with pride for Wang Qing's bravery and wisdom. Had it not been for him, they might have lost this precious sustenance. Wang Qing, you are truly courageous, exclaimed Xiao Ming in admiration. That I was nearly paralyzed with fear when you drove away those robbers. Indeed, Wang Qing is our hero. Aunt Li also marveled. Without you, our food would have been taken long ago. Wang Qing smiled and waved his hand, humbly responding, it is not as grand as you claim. I merely did what I ought to do to tea that moment. Aunt Zhang suddenly recalled the question and inquired. Wang Qing, how did you come up with the idea of using a tank to hunt wild boar? That was truly ingenious. Wang Qing reflected briefly and replied with a chuckle, it wasn't particularly complicated. I merely noticed the wild boar near the tank and thought to utilize its speed and power to pursue them. That I was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Haha. Upon hearing Wang Qing's explanation, the neighbors erupted in laughter, recognizing his cleverness in devising such a strategy. However, just then, a shocking message arrived. Leaving everyone astounded, it was reported that the robbers had not departed. They were regrouping, preparing for another assault. The neighbors of Wang Qing felt a wave of trepidation, uncertain of how to confront this dire situation. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Wang Qing silently resolved to protect his family and neighbors, ensuring that the robbers would not succeed. Thus, he decided to utilize his tank to confront the assailants. He believed that as long as they stood united, they could surely triumph over the marauders. The neighbors were deeply moved by his determination, pledging to stand alongside Wang Qing in their collective resistance against the robbers. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of the rebels, Wang Qing and his neighbors were filled with dread. They were ordinary individuals, lacking formal military training. How could they withstand these seasoned rebel soldiers? Wang Qing took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that at this moment, panic was not an option. Nor could he retreat. He must stand firm to safeguard his family and neighbors. Fear not, everyone, Wang Qing bellowed. We have a tank. We shall surely prevail against them. Hearing Wang Qing's declaration, the group regained a semblance of confidence. Recognizing that his tank was their sole beacon of hope, the rebel leader, eyeing Wang Qing, scoffed, Kid, do you think you can fend us off with just a tank? Don't be ridiculous. Wang Qing stared defiantly at the rebel leader, unflinching as he retorted, you rebels, disregarding the safety of the people, fight solely for your selfish gains. You are unworthy of being called warriors, let alone deserving of our respect. A flicker of rage crossed the rebel leader's face. He had not anticipated Wang Qing's audacity. With a cold snort, he commanded, attack. Instantly, the rebel soldiers raised their weapons and opened fire on Wang Qing and his neighbors. They took cover behind the tank, returning fire desperately. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, causing the tank to rattle. Wang Qing's hand was grazed by shrapnel, blood flowing freely. Gritting his teeth in pain, he persisted, refusing to yield that moment. Wang Qing's neighbors set aside their fear, realizing that only by standing with him could they hope to defeat the enemy. They seized their weapons, bravely retaliating. Although their aim was unsteady, their courage more than compensated for it. The rebel leader, observing Wang Qing and his neighbors, was taken aback by their unexpected valor. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard. He knew that only by eliminating them all could he ensure safety. Thus, he ordered an increase in firepower, attempting to overwhelm Wang Qing and his companions in one fell swoop. However, Wang Qing was undeterred. Instead, he grew more resolute, leading his neighbors to repel the rebels' assault time and again. Thus, a fierce battle unfolded. Although Wang Qing and his neighbors lacked formal military training, their courage and ingenuity allowed them to gain the upper hand in the conflict. Ultimately, the rebel leader, realizing that they could not vanquish Wang Qing and his group, ordered a retreat at last. Wang Qing and his neighbors celebrated their hard-fought victory, joyously exulting in their triumph. Wang Qing gazed at them, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that this victory did not belong solely to him, but to them all. It was the result of their unity in overcoming adversity. He felt immense pride in being a part of this collective. Wang Qing distributed the wild boar meat he had acquired, filling each household with an atmosphere of jubilance. They prepared the meat into a variety of delectable dishes, the aroma wafting through the entire community, tantalizing everyone's taste buds that eye in one household's kitchen. The lady of the house busily simmered a pot of wild boar meat. She meticulously diced the meat, placing it into the pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, before pouring in an adequate amount of water and igniting the flame. As the water heated, the savory scent of the meat gradually permeated the room that a satisfied smile illuminated the lady's face as she envisioned the joy on her family's faces as they savored this delightful dish. Her son curiously observed nearby, peppering her with questions. "Mom, where did this pork come from?" he inquired. The lady smiled and replied, "This is the wild boar meat that Wang Chung and his group caught. We ought to be grateful to them." "Wow, that's impressive. I want to go hunt wild boar with Wang Qing and his friends too," the son exclaimed excitedly. The lady gazed tenderly at her son, smiling. "When you grow up, you must be as brave as Wang Qing." At that moment, the man of the house returned from outside, weariness etched on his face. However, upon seeing the wild boar meat simmering, a look of contentment spread across his features. "Dear, your wild boar stew is becoming increasingly delicious," he praised. The lady blushed modestly and replied, "This is all thanks to Wang Chung. He caught so much wild boar meat, enabling us to enjoy such delectable food." The man nodded in agreement, reflecting, "Indeed, we must express our gratitude to Wang Chung and his companions. They are not only courageous, but also generous, benefiting us all immensely." As they spoke, the wild boar meat was ready. The lady ladled out a bowl, allowing her son to taste it first. The boy eagerly took a bite, promptly closing his eyes in delight as he savored the exquisite flavors. "Delicious, absolutely scrumptious," he exclaimed. "Mom, your wild boar stew is truly amazing." Hearing her son's compliments filled the lady's heart with joy. Watching her son's satisfaction, she silently vowed to work diligently on improving her culinary skills, ensuring her family could enjoy even more delicious meals. The man also sampled a bite and found it equally delightful. The family gathered around the table, relishing the exquisite wild boar dish and basking in the warmth of familial affection. On this enchanting evening, every household within the community was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, savoring the delectable flavors of wild boar meat and relishing the bliss of life. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude, thankful to Wang Chung for all that he had brought forth. That night, Wang Qing too felt the warmth of his neighbor's appreciation. He understood that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. The sense of fulfillment filled his heart, and he took pride in being able to assist his neighbors. He knew that as long as they stood united, no challenge would be insurmountable. He held a steadfast belief that their future would undoubtedly be brighter. Wang Qing generously distributed the wild boar meat he had procured, allocating extra portions to those injured in battle and to the families of the fallen. His actions garnered unanimous praise from the neighbors, who marveled at his generosity and righteousness. The aroma of wild boar meat wafted through the community, tantalizing the senses. "Wang Qing, you are truly magnanimous. We are immensely grateful to you," exclaimed a neighbor with a warm smile. "It is only natural. We are all neighbors, and it is our duty to support one another," Wang Chung replied with a smile. His words resonated deeply with the neighbors, who viewed him not only as a valiant warrior, but also as a person worthy of respect. "Wang Chung, could you teach us some hunting techniques?" a young man inquired curiously. "Of course. As long as you are willing to learn, I am more than happy to teach," Wang Chung responded with a smile. The young men were filled with excitement at his words, eagerly expressing their desire to learn the art of hunting. Observing their enthusiasm, Wang Chung felt a profound sense of satisfaction. That evening, the entire community reveled in happiness, celebrating the triumph of their hunt. Wang Chung gazed at his neighbors, his heart swelling with joy that he realized that his efforts had not been in vain and that his contributions had earned the recognition of his community. An overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment washed over him. He was aware that much work lay ahead, as he aspired to help more people and enable them to lead better lives. Wang Cheng's resolve and actions deepened the admiration of his neighbors, who expressed their unwavering support and willingness to join him in striving for a better life. That evening, Wang Chung and his neighbors shared an unforgettable night, dining, conversing, laughing, and basking in the beauty of togetherness. His heart brimmed with hope and anticipation for the dawn of a new day, eager for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. However, the following morning brought grim news as the television reported a catastrophic failure in the joint military plan to intercept a comet heading towards Earth. This comet, a once-in-a-billion-year occurrence, was impervious to the nuclear missiles humanity had launched. The leaders of humanity urged everyone to stockpile supplies in preparation for the impending crisis. Tears streamed down the face of Aunt Zhang as she watched the broadcast, exclaiming, "What can we do? What can we do? Our Earth is doomed. Do not panic. We still have time to prepare," Wang Cheng reassured her. "But is our Earth, our home, truly at an end?" Aunt Zhang sobbed, her voice trembling. "It will not be. Our nation, humanity, will certainly devise a solution," Wang Cheng declared with conviction. "But look, our missiles cannot even graze the comet. What shall we do?" Aunt Zhang pointed at the television screen, despair evident in her voice. "Do not dwell on that. We must remain optimistic, trust in science, and believe in our human spirit," Wang Cheng urged. Meanwhile, the television displayed scientists working tirelessly to devise strategies to counter the comet crisis. "The scientists are putting forth their utmost effort. We must have faith in them, in science," Wang Cheng said, determination glinting in his eyes. "Yet, I am so frightened. Is our Earth, our home, truly at an end?" Aunt Zhang's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Do not fear. We must trust our scientists and the strength of humanity," Wang Cheng replied, grasping Aunt Zhang's hand tightly, providing her with comfort. She looked at him with gratitude, knowing he was her source of strength and hope. "Thank you, Wang Cheng," Aunt Zhang whispered softly. "It is my duty. We are neighbors, friends, and family," Wang Cheng beamed. However, Wang Cheng was acutely aware that, in a past life during the frozen apocalypse, Aunt Zhang had ultimately succumbed to marauders, who skinned her alive to make jerky. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, yet he realized he could not reveal the truth to her. "Wang Cheng, what are you thinking?" Aunt Zhang asked. Her gaze filled with confusion. "Nothing. Just reflecting on some past events," he replied, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Past events? Are you referring to the frozen apocalypse?" Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Yes, the frozen apocalypse," he confirmed, understanding the necessity of discussing it with her. "Did you know, Aunt Zhang, that I experienced the frozen apocalypse?" Wang Cheng spoke with a steady voice, though his eyes reflected deep anguish. "You experienced it?" Aunt Zhang was taken aback. "Indeed, I did," he affirmed, his gaze filled with memories. Seated in Aunt Zhang's living room, they gazed out at a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The sky was bleak, and the wind howled against the window panes. Aunt Zhang studied Wang Cheng's face, eager to learn how he had survived such a calamity. "Mr. Wang, how did you endure?" she inquired. Wang Cheng hesitated, uncertain how to explain his rebirth. He understood that Aunt Zhang could not grasp this concept. "Actually, I had prepared long before the apocalypse struck," he explained. "Prepared?" Aunt Zhang echoed, intrigued. "Yes, I stockpiled ample food and water and learned various survival skills," Wang Cheng stated. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up, recognizing the importance of such skills for surviving an apocalyptic scenario. "Mr. Wang, could you teach me some survival techniques?" she asked earnestly. Wang Cheng nodded, aware of her pressing need for this knowledge. "First, you must store sufficient food and water in an apocalypse. These resources are invaluable," he instructed. Aunt Zhang nodded, understanding the gravity of this advice. "Next, you need to learn how to defend against marauders in a crisis. They may invade your home and plunder everything you own," he cautioned. This revelation. Aunt Zhang's complexion paled, fear gripping her heart. She was aware that her home would soon be ransacked by marauders. "You must prepare some weapons, such as knives and clubs, for self-defense," Wang Cheng advised. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang hesitated, uncertain whether she should arm herself. In a world on the brink of collapse, there were no laws to deter the ambitions of these individuals. "You need to learn to protect yourself," Wang Cheng reiterated. Finally, Aunt Zhang resolved to gather some weapons for her own safety. "Mr. Wang, could you teach me some methods for using these weapons?" Aunt Zhang inquired. Wang Cheng nodded, recognizing the importance of her request. "Of course, I can instruct you in some basic weaponry techniques," he replied. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood that with Wang Cheng's assistance, she could survive in this apocalyptic world. "Thank you, Mr. Wang," Aunt Zhang expressed gratefully. Wang Cheng smiled, knowing that in these dire times, being able to assist others was equally crucial. Chapter 8. The beautiful teacher. Wang Cheng fixated on the clock on the wall, each passing second quickening his heartbeat. Having just repelled the intruders, he knew that this was merely a fleeting respite. Only 2 days remained before the impending frozen apocalypse, and the world had descended into chaos. He could scarcely fathom the dangers his students, friends, and family would face once the end arrived. His thoughts drifted to Li Pei, the teacher who always treated each student with kindness. What was she worrying about at this moment? Was she concerned for her students' safety? He suddenly yearned to see her, to share his anxieties and seek solace in her presence. He stood up, resolved to find her, that he knew she must also be anxious about her students. And he felt compelled to accompany her in confronting the impending doom. As he stepped out of his room, he was met with the sight of dilapidated streets, shattered buildings, and panicked crowds. This world was no longer the familiar one he had known. A sense of dread filled his heart as he worried for his students, fearing they might not survive this catastrophe. He approached Li Pei's room, where he found her seated at a table, gazing at photographs of her students. Her face etched with concern, he walked over and gently tapped her shoulder. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with helplessness and worry. "Wang Cheng, you're here," she said, her voice heavy with fatigue. "Yes, I'm here," he affirmed, his tone resolute. "Together, we will face this." They sat down and began to discuss in detail how to protect their students and ensure their survival in the coming apocalypse. After much deliberation, they devised a plan. They resolved to lead their students in search of a safe haven, a sanctuary from the impending disaster. They commenced their preparations, gathering food, water, and all necessary supplies. They understood that only with thorough preparation could they hope to endure the bleak future. Together with their students, they set out, encountering numerous challenges along the way, yet their resolve never wavered. Ultimately, they discovered a secure location, a refuge from the looming apocalypse. There, they established their new home and commenced a fresh chapter of their lives. They recognized that their existence would no longer be tranquil, and that they would confront further trials. However, they also understood that as long as they had each other, they could face anything. They believed that with love, they could triumph over all adversity. As they gazed into each other's eyes, determination glimmered within, and their hearts overflowed with affection. They were certain they would survive the apocalypse and embrace a new life together. Wang Cheng and Li Pei shared a deep bond, having met on a sunlit spring day, filled with anticipation for the future. Wang Cheng was an intelligent and adventurous soul, while Li Pei was a kind and attentive girl. They were irresistibly drawn to one another and soon found themselves in the throes of love. Wang Cheng, an explorer at heart, discovered a parallel space where he concealed various rare items to ensure they had sustenance during the frozen apocalypse. He carefully stashed all manner of goods within this hidden realm. After much effort, he managed to secure these treasures, yet he chose not to disclose this secret to Li Pei. Li Pei, curious by nature, often sought to uncover the mysteries hidden within Wang Cheng's parallel space. She had inquired numerous times, but Wang Cheng always evaded the topic. Determined to find answers, she rummaged through their home, yet the elusive parallel space remained undiscovered. Confusion filled her mind, but she refrained from voicing her concerns, not wanting to trouble Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, inherently compassionate, understood that his neighbors also required assistance in these desperate times. Initially, he contemplated sharing his parallel space with them, ensuring they too would have provisions during the frozen apocalypse. However, he feared that doing so might attract marauders, so he constantly sought ways to aid his neighbors while safeguarding his secret. Li Pei, with her innate kindness, witnessed her neighbors' suffering and felt a deep sense of empathy for them. She always pondered how she could lend a hand, yet opportunities eluded her, as she remained unaware of Wang Cheng's hidden treasures. She resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with him in hopes of conveying her thoughts. On a frigid evening, Wang Cheng and Li Pei sat by the fireplace in the living room. Sipping hot tea, Li Pei gazed at Wang Cheng's face, filled with affection. She decided to refrain from probing into his secret, understanding that he had his own reasons. Instead, she resolved to aid those in need in her own way. Wang Cheng, noticing Li Pei's tenderness, felt a wave of warmth within. He recognized that his achievements were largely due to her unwavering support. They conversed extensively by the fire, committing to face future challenges together. They realized that in the face of impending doom, only by supporting one another could they weather the storm. They pledged to work together to assist those in need, ensuring that even in the frozen apocalypse, others would have sustenance. Chapter 9. A seafood feast in the icy wilderness. The comet drew ever closer to Earth, its approach instilling a sense of dread. This colossal celestial body, bearing destructive power, loomed as a harbinger of doom, plunging humanity into a state of helpless terror. People across the globe raised their gazes toward the sky, watching the rapidly approaching comet with eyes filled with fear and unease. Suddenly, without warning, heavy snow began to blanket the landscape, the flakes cascading to the ground like a torrential downpour, reminding humanity of nature's cruelty and indifference. The blizzard obscured nearly everything, shrouding humanity in chaos. As even breathing became a challenge in these final moments, panic ensued as people frantically hoarded supplies, stockpiling food and water in a desperate attempt to prepare for the impending disaster. Television anchors, with grave tones, urged everyone to begin accumulating resources in anticipation of the darkest hour. Yet, amidst such calamity, could stockpiling truly offer a sense of security? At this juncture, despair and helplessness prevailed in the hearts of many. They questioned their chances of survival and whether they would witness the dawn of a new day. Amidst this catastrophe, the extremes of human nature were laid bare. Some individuals resorted to frenzied hoarding, while others selflessly extended a helping hand to those in need. Some fought for their own survival, while others labored for the lives of others. The snowstorm seemed to divide humanity into two realms, one steeped in fear and hopelessness, the other illuminated by hope and warmth. All of this unfolded beneath the watchful gaze of the ever-approaching comet. With only 2 days remaining until impact, the news hung over humanity like a sword, rendering them unable to escape their fears. They understood that no matter their actions, they could not alter the comet's trajectory or prevent its collision with Earth. Wang Qing coldly observed the television broadcast, which reported on the comet's impending strike. His expression bore no trace of panic. Instead, a chilling satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He felt fortunate to have prepared in advance, having concealed all items from the marketplace within his parallel space. Nevertheless, he still felt his preparations were insufficient, by diligently checking in daily. The resources provided by the system increased, offering him a modicum of comfort, as if he possessed a unique safeguard in the face of the apocalypse. Just then, an untainted seafood market materialized before him, showcasing the most renowned seafood from around the globe, fresh and tantalizing, evoking a sense of culinary delight. This discovery brought a glimmer of hope to Wang Qing, for he recognized that these seafood delicacies would serve as their lifeline in this apocalyptic world. Li Pei, Wang Qing's girlfriend, was busily preparing breakfast. Upon catching sight of the exquisite seafood, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. She could hardly believe that in this frigid, desolate realm, they could still indulge in such delectable ingredients. Wang Qing, look at this seafood. It's absolutely top-notch. We are truly fortunate, Li Pei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Qing smiled and nodded. Yet an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. Despite the deliciousness of the seafood, could it truly help them endure this wintry Armageddon? Once breakfast was ready, the family gathered around the dining table to relish the sumptuous meal. The fragrant seafood soup wafted an enticing aroma, awakening their appetites. As they savored the culinary delights, they discussed the comet collision event reported in the news. Wang Qing, how severe do you think this impact will be? Is there a chance we might perish because of it? Li Pei asked with concern. Wang Qing gently grasped her hand, attempting to reassure her. Do not worry, my dear, we have prepared adequately. I believe we can weather this storm. Nevertheless, his heart was filled with trepidation. Although he had stockpiled sufficient supplies, could he genuinely guarantee the safety of himself and his family in this uncertain doomsday? As the comet drew near, panic began to escalate across the globe. People frantically hoarded supplies, stockpiling food and water in a desperate attempt to brace for the impending disaster. The television host solemnly urged humanity to start gathering resources, preparing for the darkest of times. In this apocalyptic moment, humanity appeared increasingly fragile. They feared losing loved ones, homes, and everything they held dear. Yet, amidst the fear, humanity endeavored to seek hope for survival. Wang Qing and Li Pei's family also strived to navigate this challenging period. They resisted disaster in their own way, striving to persevere. They understood that only by facing their fears with courage could they hope to find a glimmer of survival. This was the strength of humanity, the essence of their hope. At this moment, Wang Qing's emotions mirrored the crabs on their plates. Full and fervent, he set aside the documents in his hands, inhaled deeply, and gazed at the seafood feast before him, feeling as if his weariness had dissipated in an instant. Pei, today's seafood feast is simply exquisite, Wang Qing praised. Li Pei smiled and nodded, picking up a shrimp, carefully peeling away its shell to reveal the tender meat within. She took a delicate bite, closing her eyes in satisfaction, savoring the joy that the meal brought her. "Wang Chung, you must try this. The crab meat is exceptionally delicious," Li Pei said, placing a crab in Wang Cheng's plate as she smiled at him. Wang Chung picked up the crab, gazing at the succulent flesh, unable to restrain his salivation that he cautiously took a bite, and the delightful flavor burst in his mouth, compelling him to indulge once more. Their conversation flowed as simply and passionately as the seafood spread before them. Their laughter resonated like the crabs on the plate, rich and bountiful. They relished the food while sharing their innermost thoughts. Their words were as fresh and abundant as the shrimp on the table, and their smiles were as joyous and fulfilling as the fish they savored. That night, their happiness was vibrant and fervent. Chapter 10. Targeted by hungry bandits. Li Pei lifted her phone, aiming the camera at the seafood feast on the table, capturing a photograph. Her face radiated with joy, as if she had forgotten that the world outside had succumbed to an icy apocalypse. She gazed at the picture on the screen, admiring the intricate details of each dish. The seafood in the photo was diverse and vividly colored that a colossal lobster curled in the center of the plate, its red shell glistening with a pearlescent sheen, seemingly showcasing its deliciousness. Beside it lay platters of oysters, their shells coated with mud and seaweed, exuding a robust maritime aroma. Various crabs and shellfish adorned the table, their shells displaying an array of colors and textures, captivating the EYEAS. Li Pei beheld these culinary treasures. Her joy intensified. She shared these photographs on her social media, accompanied by a caption, "In such dire times, we can still enjoy a delightful seafood feast. How fortunate we are." She pressed the send button, envisioning her friends' astonishment and envy upon viewing the images. Moments later, her phone began to buzz with notifications as friends left comments. Some exclaimed, "Wow, your seafood feast looks absolutely delectable. I want some." Others remarked, "You truly know how to savor life. Such splendid seafood must have cost a fortune." Upon reading these messages, Li Pei felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. However, Wang Cheng's advice echoed in her mind. He had previously cautioned her to remain low-key in this apocalyptic world, to refrain from flaunting their wealth and pleasures. After a moment's hesitation, Li Pei deleted the photos. She understood that Wang Cheng was right. She should not showcase her happiness during such a time. She picked up her phone again and snapped a picture of the dining table, but this time featuring only a few simple dishes. She posted an update, writing, "Enjoyed a simple yet delicious dinner today." As she looked at this status, her sense of contentment lingered, albeit mingled with a hint of guilt. Li Pei set her phone down and glanced out the window. The world outside remained a frozen wasteland, the scent of doom still enveloping the city. She knew she could not forget Wang Cheng's counsel. She needed to be more cautious and modest. Yet, she also understood that even in such times, people should learn to enjoy life and cherish every moment. Once Li Pei's photos were shared, they ignited a tremendous uproar. She had not anticipated that her images would be seen by neighbors, nor that they would harbor such intense resentment towards the affluent to them. Li Pei's photos were undeniably an act of ostentation, a mockery of their plight. As they gazed at the sumptuous dishes in the photographs, their hearts brimmed with anger and envy. They could not comprehend why, in this apocalyptic hour, they struggled for basic necessities while Li Pei reveled in a lavish seafood banquet. They screen-captured her photos and shared them in the community group, and some even disseminated them online. In an instant, Li Pei's images became the center of attention, and she found herself the target of public ire. The online comments surged like a tidal wave, most brimming with outrage and class resentment. Some remarked, "Is this what the apocalypse looks like?" Some are enjoying gourmet meals while others starve. Others said, "Is this the life of the wealthy? It's utterly revolting." Even more directly cursed Li Pei, "I give her lifestyle little time before it crumbles. Just wait and see." As Li Pei perused these comments, her heart swelled with shock and fear. She had never foreseen that her actions would provoke such a fierce backlash, nor that she would become a target for scorn. A wave of helplessness washed over her, filling her with regret. She realized she had made a grave mistake. In this doomsday scenario, she should not have flaunted her happiness or provoked those struggling in hardship. She needed to be more discreet and cautious. Surveying the comments, guilt enveloped her. She recognized that her actions had hurt others, and she needed to take responsibility for her behavior. She resolved to be more prudent henceforth, avoiding any actions that might harm others. Li Pei's photos had sparked a considerable uproar online, but the repercussions extended far beyond her expectations. That a group of starving bandits had taken notice of the images. Their eyes glinty, they observed the pedestrians on the street, striving to avoid drawing any undue attention. Their hearts brimmed with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, aware that this undertaking was fraught with peril, yet also cognizant that it was a risk worth taking to at long last. They located Li Pei's residence, their spirits soaring with exhilaration. They gazed upon the opulent house, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Preparations commenced. As they gathered their tools, armed themselves, and readied every conceivable necessity, studying the plans in their hands, they understood that the moment for action had arrived. Taking a deep breath, they set forth. Their steps were light, yet resolute. Their hearts pulsating with determination. They recognized that success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Otherwise, days would stretch ahead with dwindling provisions. Stealthily, they approached the house, their hearts racing with trepidation. They noted the lights within, their eyes sparkling with greed, aware that they were nearing their target and that action was imperative. Unbeknownst to Li Pei, who remained blissfully engrossed in her music, danger loomed ever closer. Chapter 11. Bursting through the door as the band of marauders stealthily neared Wang Cheng's abode. The alarm on the wall erupted into a cacophony, shattering the night's tranquility like a bolt of lightning. Wang Cheng's heart leapt into his throat as he instantly realized that uninvited guests may be breaching his sanctuary. He swiftly rose from the sofa and hastened to the living room's surveillance screen. With trembling fingers, he pressed the switch, and the screen instantly revealed the scene of his courtyard. His gaze sharpened, nervously scanning every corner displayed before him. Suddenly, a group of ominous figures captured his attention. Clad in black attire and masked, wielding an array of weapons, their silhouettes appeared particularly sinister and menacing on the screen. Wang Cheng's heart raced, the rhythmic thumping echoing in his ears. His eyes remained riveted to the screen, hands clenched tightly, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. He observed these intruders creeping silently toward his home, light-footed yet with eyes that radiated ferocity. Resembling ravenous wolves poised to devour all in their path. Dread enveloped him as he recognized their malevolent intentions. His face a canvas of terror and concern, he turned to Li Pei, whose expression mirrored his own. Wide-eyed and trembling, her lips quivering with fear, Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice. "Do not fear. Pei, I shall protect you." With renewed resolve, he focused on the screen, determination etched in his features. He understood that he must devise a strategy to repel these marauders. Observing their movements closely, he sought any clues from their demeanor. He discerned that they appeared intimately familiar with the interior layout, aware of the camera placements and how to evade detection. Furrowing his brow, he recognized the gravity of the situation. This would be a formidable battle that he needed to conjure a plan to drive them away. His mind raced with possibilities. He realized he could employ the most advanced security tools to scrutinize the intruders' details, and by leveraging these instruments, he could pinpoint their vulnerabilities and strike decisively. That he sprang into action, fingers flying across the keyboard as he activated various security measures, scrutinizing every detail of the intruders. His gaze was fixed on the screen, hand gripping the mouse tightly, body taut, and breathing rapid. His heart swelled with resolve. He knew he must prevail, not only for himself, but to safeguard his family and home. Drawing a deep breath, he clicked start, eyes locked on the screen, fingers poised, waiting for the arrival of victory. As the intruders edged closer to Wang Cheng's doorstep, their leader's eyes widened, surveying the surroundings with a glint of arrogance and cunning. That he licked his lips, as if savoring the aroma of delectable feasts and the allure of beautiful women. A satisfied grin spread across his face, exuding an air of confidence as if everything lay within his grasp. Recalling the last heist, a flawless crime with minimal resistance, he reveled in the memory of their spoils and indulgences. His demeanor darkened as he muttered curses, reliving the thrill of that previous escapade. He envisioned this endeavor unfolding with equal ease, employing the same tactics to successfully plunder Wang Cheng's home once more. The leader's eyes gleamed with malevolence as he conjured images of bursting into Wang Cheng's residence, overpowering Li Pei. He imagined her helpless gaze, the anguish etched on her face, and her pitiful cries. Such visions ignited a fervor within him, as he envisioned her weeping uncontrollably in the wake of his violation. A wicked smile curled upon his lips, desire igniting within him as he savored the thought of Li Pei's sweet tears. He swallowed hard, anticipation mounting for the moment of intrusion, fantasizing about her pleas for mercy and tears of despair. But in that instant, He envisioned himself becoming increasingly ruthless, employing all means necessary to inflict upon her the utmost suffering. This thought exhilarated him, leaving him almost breathless with impatience. His eyes shimmered with greed and cruelty, breaths quickening, heart pounding like a drum. Gripping his weapon tightly, he perceived it as a symbol of his power. The capital of his domination. Oh, he chuckled as he patted one of the bandits on the shoulder, exclaiming joyfully, "This time, we've hit the jackpot." His laughter resonated with a sense of satisfaction and triumph, compelling those nearby to glance his way. The bandits commenced their tasks with fervor, meticulously placing the explosives at the entrance, adjusting their positions and angles with great care. Their faces radiated an eager anticipation, as if they could already envision a room brimming with treasures. At that moment, one of the bandits suddenly proposed, "Boss, should we test the explosives first? We wouldn't want to find ourselves unable to open the door after all this effort." His suggestion piqued the interest of the others. All eyes turned towards the leader, awaiting his response. The bandit leader widened his eyes in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. "What a splendid idea. Let us give it a shot." His laughter was infused with confidence and bravado, invigorating those around him. The bandits quickly ignited the explosives and retreated to a safe distance, anxiously watching the devices as they awaited the moment of detonation. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked them to the ground. The deafening roar ringing in their ears, they struggled painfully to their feet, gazing at the scene before them to their astonishment. The sturdy door remained utterly unscathed. The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief. His emotions shifted from hopeful. The laughter of the bandit leader abruptly ceased, his visage now suffused with terror and despair. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He realized he had squandered the opportunity for this operation. At that moment, Wang Cheng's voice resonated once more, clear and resolute, akin to an unstoppable torrent. "Surrender at once, or we shall deal with you." This proclamation thundered like a clap of lightning, instilling an overwhelming pressure upon all present. The bandit leader, upon hearing this, was driven to the brink of madness. His eyes bulged, as if they might erupt with flames, and his fingers clenched fiercely around his firearm, which he then discharged towards the loudspeaker with a sudden bang. The bullet pierced the speaker, emitting a sharp shriek. Nevertheless, this act did not intimidate Wang Cheng's associates. Rather, it fortified their resolve to resist. The gunfire erupted like thunder, transforming the previously tranquil room into a tense battleground. Li Pei, who was in the room with Wang Cheng, was stricken by fear at the unexpected gunfire, her complexion paling. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. As a young woman, she felt a visceral dread in the presence of these menacing thugs. Her heart raced furiously within her chest, as if it might leap from her throat. Cold sweat beaded on her palms, dampening them and sending chills coursing through her. She desperately yearned to flee this room, to escape these terrifying figures, yet her legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground, immovable. She gazed at Wang Cheng, hoping he would come to her aid, wishing he could whisk her away from this perilous place. However, the expression on Wang Cheng's face plunged Li Pei's heart into despair. He remained impassive, fixated on the screen, observing the bandits. Li Pei's heart tightened. She understood that Wang Cheng was devising a plan. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself. She reminded herself that fear was not an option. She must remain calm. Fixing her gaze upon the bandits, her eyes brimmed with determination. "You bandits, you terrorists. Do you truly believe you can intimidate us? Do you think you can defeat us?" Her voice reverberated through the room, a potent force that left everyone feeling an undeniable shock upon hearing Li Pei's defiance. The bandit leader smirked coldly, believing she was undoubtedly quaking in fear. His mood brightened, and he threatened, "You brat, open the door, or I will SM witnessing this scene." Wang Cheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval. He recognized that although these individuals had committed crimes, they still possessed the courage to confront their transgressions. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the megaphone and shouted once more at the robbers, "You have no escape. Surrender or face death." His words resonated like a decree, proclaiming the fate of the criminals. After speaking, Wang Cheng pressed a red button on the table, and in an instant, their weapons were drawn irresistibly towards the wall by a formidable force. "You are now disarmed. Surrender or perish." Wang Cheng's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The robbers gazed in astonishment at their guns clinging to the wall, their faces etched with terror. They had not anticipated that Wang Chung possessed such capabilities. We surrender, one robber stammered, his voice trembling with despair. Yes, we surrender, another echoed, his voice equally quavering, clearly shaken. Upon hearing their words, Wang Cheng's expression remained impassive. He understood that these robbers were not genuinely surrendering, but merely succumbing to fear. Individuals like you will never genuinely surrender, he scoffed, his gaze piercing as if he could see into their very souls. His words were like a verdict, sealing the robbers' fate. Their faces reflected sheer dread. Uncertain of what would transpire next, we truly surrender, one robber attempted to argue, his voice quivering with a note of pleading. Yes, we genuinely surrender, another chimed in, his tone similarly tremulous, clearly frightened. Observing their demeanor, a glint of coldness flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes. He recognized that these robbers could never truly capitulate. Individuals like you will never genuinely surrender, he reiterated, his cold smile revealing a sharpness in his gaze that seemed to penetrate their hearts. Before the robbers could fully articulate their surrender, a surge of high-voltage electricity surged forth that a beautiful arc of light flashed, illuminating the entire room in an instant. This marked Wang Cheng's second strike. The leader of the robbers could scarcely lament his fate that it was the first time he had encountered such a dire crisis in his life. Moments ago, he had felt smug about the flawless execution of his plan, only to realize that Wang Chung had seen through it all. Following the electric arc, all were rendered incapacitated on the ground. The robbers howled in agony, their bodies writhing in torment. Some clasped their ears, screaming in pain. Others rolled on the floor, attempting to alleviate their suffering, while still others bit their lips in anguish, tears streaming down their cheeks. The leader of the robbers surveyed the dire state of his men. His heart swelling with rage and fear, he understood that this operation had utterly failed. Memories of his grievances with Wang Chung flooded his mind, along with the oaths he had once sworn with conviction. And the brothers who had long since departed from him. Regret filled his heart, tears and snot mingling as they trickled down his face. Yet, he knew he had no avenue of retreat. The robbers writhed on the ground, howling in anguish like wounded beasts. Wang Chung remained concealed within the room, a cold smile gracing his features. He knew that the robbers had lost all capacity to resist. Their bodies and spirits were enduring immense torment. Particularly the leader, who collapsed to the floor, tears blurring his vision. Clutching his abdomen with trembling hands, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. This was the first time he felt like meat being butchered. His eyes filled with fear and pain, a profound despair as if proclaiming to the world that his demise had come. His face contorted in agony. It was a suffering beyond words, akin to a torn soul silently crying out. Li Pei stood nearby, observing the robbers' plight with a cold gaze. Listening to their wails, the complex light glimmered in her eyes, a blend of admiration for Wang Chung and derision for the criminals. She knew that all of this was Wang Cheng's masterpiece, an exhibition of his wisdom and bravery as he vanquished each of the robbers. Light from outside filtered through the window, casting upon Li Pei, who was clad in a long dress. Her silhouette appeared particularly upright and resilient in the light. There was no trace of fear on her face. Rather, a resolute determination shone through, as if proclaiming to the world that she would not cower in the face of adversity. Her eyes sparkled with a steadfast light, filled with anticipation for the future and a love for life. She understood that only by overcoming challenges could one usher in a more beautiful existence. Drawing in a deep breath, she turned her gaze towards Wang Chung. Their eyes met, filled with affection and trust, as though conveying to the world that they would traverse this arduous journey together, ready to embrace a brighter future. Their gazes radiated determination and resolve, a testament to their love for life and hope for what lay ahead. Chapter 15. You useless lot, dare to seek me out? Seeing all the bandits sprawled on the ground, having lost control of their bodily functions, the room reeked of excrement, leading Wang Chung to believe they had surrendered. He gripped his gun tightly and cautiously approached the door, preparing to confront them one by one. However, his heart was anything but calm. This operation was no simple task, and he needed to be fully alert. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. A pungent stench assaulted him, nearly making him gag. Furrowing his brow against the foul odor, he began to confront the robbers one by one, aiming his gun at them and commanding them to raise their hands. His cold gaze was akin to that of a hunter surveying his prey. Yet, to his astonishment, The leader of the robbers managed to endure 2 electric shocks and stood defiantly once more. His face bore the marks of suffering, yet his eyes remained resolute. He looked at Wang Cheng, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Do you think this will defeat me?" he taunted. "You underestimate me." Wang Cheng's heart tightened. He realized that this robber leader was not to be trifled with. He had to tread carefully, not allowing himself to be complacent. Gripping his gun firmly, he readied himself for any impending danger. "You are a stubborn one," Wang Cheng said coldly, "but I will not let you escape." The robber leader's eyes widened, staring intently at Wang Cheng, a fierce aura emanating from him. That a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, filled with provocation and derision. "And if you have the skill, kill us," he said, his words deliberate. "It's freezing outside. Even if you call the police, they won't come." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow tightly. This was a challenge, an almost impossible one to decline. That he regarded the robber leader, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He had no choice but to accept this challenge. There was no retreat. "Do you think this can intimidate me?" he replied coldly. "You are mistaken. I will make you pay." No sooner had he spoken than his hand swiftly drew his gun, his movements as quick as lightning. Without a hint of hesitation, he had to make a swift decision. There was no time to waver. The robber leader's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Wang Cheng's prompt response. Fear flickered in his eyes as he regarded Wang Cheng. Yet he clenched his teeth, puffing out his chest. "Come on, I'm waiting for you," he shouted, his tone laced with challenge. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, aimed at the robber leader, and pulled the trigger. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The robber leader's expression changed. He knew reinforcements were arriving. Instantly, he turned and bolted towards the entrance. Wang Cheng tightened his grip, feeling a surge of urgency. He had to pursue quickly. There was no room for escape. He sprang into action, rushing towards the doorway. On this frigid, snow-laden night, a fierce chase unfolded. Their footsteps echoed through the silent night like an intense symphony. Wang Cheng pursued while firing his weapon. His aim was precise. Each shot struck the body of a robber. Yet, the robbers seemed undeterred by death, persisting in their defiance. "Do you think this can defeat me?" one shouted. "You are mistaken. I will make you pay." With those words, he abruptly turned and charged at Wang Cheng. His movements were as swift as lightning, catching Wang Cheng off guard. Seeing the robber charge towards him, Wang Cheng's heart raced. He had to make a decision without delay. He immediately raised his gun, aiming at the robber and pulling the trigger. Wang Cheng clutched his weapon tightly. His gaze was resolute, unwavering. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as the bullet sliced through the air, striking the robber squarely in the forehead. Thus, a formidable tyrant met his demise. The robber's body went rigid in an instant, his eyes brimming with terror and anguish. His face was drenched in blood, presenting a horrifying and tragic sight. That he gazed at Wang Cheng, emitting a low, guttural roar. You have won." The voice was feeble and powerless, akin to torn cotton. Wang Cheng's heart tightened as he looked upon the robber's lifeless form, a wave of emotions washing over him. He lowered his weapon and approached the robber, studying his face. His eyes were filled with profound sympathy, yet he understood that he must remain strong, unyielded by emotion. "You are a hero," he uttered softly, his tone imbued with respect and admiration. Wang Cheng turned to the incapacitated robbers. "Your leader has been slain by my hand," he declared coldly, his voice laden with authority and dominance. The robbers, upon hearing this, were instantly engulfed by dread, their eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. They realized their leader was dead, leaving them without support. "Please, spare us," they pleaded, their voices trembling with fear and hopelessness. Wang Cheng regarded them with compassion. "Disperse," he said gently, his tone resonating with tolerance and understanding. That a collective sigh of relief escaped the robbers upon hearing his words. They looked at Wang Cheng, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. He had granted them a chance at life, one they must cherish. They rose in unison, bowing in thanks. Their movements were synchronized, reminiscent of disciplined soldiers. "Thank you, Wang Cheng," they chorused, their voices brimming with appreciation and respect. Wang Cheng observed them, his heart heavy with reflection. He, too, could find solace now. However, some robbers, deeply loyal to their fallen leader, refused to yield, vowing revenge. Without hesitation, Wang Cheng sent them to meet the king of hell. "You seek vengeance? Very well, I shall oblige." His gaze unwavering and resolute, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. The bodies of the robbers stiffened instantly, their eyes wide with horror and pain. Blood spattered their faces, presenting a gruesome and tragic tableau. The remaining robbers, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with fear. They attempted to flee, yet Wang Chung barred their escape. "You wish to run? It shall not be so easy." His voice was as frigid as a wolf's howl in the northern winds. He raised his weapon, aiming at those attempting to flee. Upon meeting Wang Cheng's gaze, they froze in place, terror-stricken. "You must pay for your sins," Wang Chung asserted, his tone unwavering, devoid of any compromise. The robbers' hearts sank further with this declaration. They understood there was no retreat. They must confront the reality before them. One by one, they relinquished their weapons, surrendering to Wang Chung. "That we surrender, Wang Chung," they implored in unison, their voices laced with fear and despair. He set down his gun and approached those who had capitulated, gazing into their faces. "You are mistaken. You must take responsibility for your actions," he gently admonished, his tone filled with grace and understanding. Wang Chung turned, casting a cold glance at the prostrate robbers, his eyes emanating an undeniable authority. "You, clear the corridor," he commanded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The robbers, upon hearing this, were instantly gripped by terror. They looked at Wang Chung, their eyes reflecting fear and hopelessness. "Please, spare us," they pleaded once more, their voices trembling. "Clean up the debris and the blood on the ground, and remove the corpses." Upon hearing this, the robbers exhaled in relief. They hastily stood up, bowing in gratitude. In the bitter cold, a group of robbers diligently tidied the scene. Their movements were proficient and swift, erasing all traces of the grim event. They understood that this was their survival instinct and their talisman. In this world, no one would bear the cost of their transgressions. They could only rely on themselves. Chapter 16. Their love blossoms in this spring in a world frozen in the apocalypse. Silence reigned. Yet, the hardships of life did not extinguish the faith of the people. They continued to seek hope for survival. Amidst this desolation, one individual stood out distinctly: Wang Chung. His silhouette appeared solitary and resolute in the frozen world. His gaunt face, profound eyes, and tightly pressed lips all spoke of his determination and fortitude. Though clad in ordinary garments, they could not conceal his indomitable spirit. Surrounding Wang Chung were the surviving robbers. Once they exuded power, yet now they merely clung to existence. Their eyes flickered with greed and desire as they regarded Wang Chung. "Wang Chung, in this frozen wasteland, can you not provide us with a warm meal? Why do you not grant us this?" One robber glared at him with fierce intensity. Wang Cheng's expression shifted to one of icy indifference. He regarded the robber with disdain, a slight smirk gracing his lips, seemingly finding the robber's words utterly absurd. "You wretched creatures, dare you approach me?" His voice sliced through the air like a chilling blade. The robber's face momentarily flickered with anger as he brandished his weapon, lunging ferociously at Wang Chung. However, Wang Cheng's reflexes were swifter. He nimbly evaded the attack, swiftly retaliating. His fist struck the robber like a flash of lightning, sending him crashing against the distant ice wall. Eliciting a pained groan, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, their eyes filled with fear, for they knew Wang Chung was not one to be trifled with. Nevertheless, despite their trepidation, they remained unwilling to relent. Their eyes glinted with greed and longing, aware that only by following Wang Chung could they survive. "Wang Chung, we are willing to follow you, to serve you. Grant us this opportunity," another robber implored, his gaze beseeching. Wang Cheng's demeanor grew colder as he scrutinized the robber, a sardonic smile curling his lips, as if mocking the very notion. "You lot dare to approach me." His voice remained sharp and frigid. The surviving robbers, upon hearing his words and witnessing his frosty gaze and fierce demeanor, felt a tremor of fear course through them. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of helplessness and dread. Wang Chung was not someone they could challenge. They had no choice but to comply. Silently, they moved to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades, dragging them away with heavy, labored steps, as if the weight of the corpses bore down upon their hearts. Wang Chung observed them, a faint smirk playing on his lips, a cold smile revealing their fear. They no longer dared to harbor any ill intentions toward him. Despite this, Wang Chung felt little joy within. The world had transformed into a brutal realm where no one could guarantee their survival. He could only strive to live, leveraging his strength to grasp at the fragile thread of life. Watching the departing robbers, he recognized the need for heightened vigilance and caution to endure in this harsh existence. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the weight in his heart and turned to forge ahead. Home was warm, akin to spring's embrace, as if the season had arrived early. Lights streamed through the windows, illuminating every cornered Lipe donned a flowing gown, its hue reminiscent of tender spring green, vibrant with life. Her face, lightly adorned with makeup, resembled the delicate blossoms of spring, bashful and enchanting, evoking an irresistible desire to draw near. She approached gracefully, her steps light as a butterfly dancing in the spring air. Her eyes radiated warmth and brightness, akin to the sun's rays on a spring day, as if illuminating the very soul. Her smile bloomed like spring flowers, resplendent and dazzling. Her voice flowed like a clear, melodious stream, pure and delightful. Every movement she made exuded the essence of spring, evoking a sense of vitality. She came to reward the triumphant hero, her hands cradling a steaming bowl of food, the aroma wafting enticingly, tempting one to savor it. Her gaze brimmed with respect, her smile radiated warmth, and her gestures were filled with thoughtfulness as she looked upon the hero. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, conveying a silent message. You are our hero, our pride. We thank you, we cherish you. Her smile, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, envelopes one in warmth. Her gaze, reminiscent of the bright rays of a spring day, instills a sense of clarity. Every motion she makes is imbued with the essence of spring, radiating the vitality of life. Wang Chung felt a jolt in his heart, as if struck by lightning. He looked at Li Pei, overwhelmed by an intense desire to tear away her garments and draw her tightly into his embrace. His eyes brimmed with longing, his body thrummed with impulse, gazing at Li Pei. It was as if he silently conveyed, "You are mine, you are mine." His gaze was laden with possessiveness, his body aflame with fervor. Lipe met Wang Cheng's gaze, a shy smile gracing her lips. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she looked at him, as if echoing, "You are mine, you are mine." Her eyes glowed with love, her body tingled with anticipation. Wang Cheng stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around Li Pei's waist. Pulling her into his embrace, Lipe offered no resistance. Leaning submissively against him, her cheeks flushed like the blossoms of spring, enchanting and vivid. Wang Cheng lowered his head, softly exhaling near her ear. His warm breath sent delightful shivers through Li Pei. She closed her eyes, a gentle laugh escaping her lips, her laughter akin to the melodious chirping of birds in spring, crisp and delightful. Wang Cheng tenderly caressed Li Pei's face, his fingers gliding over her cheek. Her nose, her lips. Li Pei trembled, her body soft and seemingly devoid of strength. Wang Cheng delicately unfastened her garment, which slipped to the ground, revealing her alabaster skin. Lipe closed her eyes, awaiting Wang Cheng's embrace. He held her tightly, their bodies pressed together, their heartbeats resonating in the room like the thunder of spring, deeply stirring, their breaths intertwined, echoing softly like the breezes of spring, soothing and enchanting. Their heartbeats and breaths intermingled, crafting a poignant symphony of love. In that room, they held each other closely, as if time had ceased, as if the world had faded away. They were left with nothing but each other, their universe reduced to love. Their love, like the sunlight of spring, was warm and radiant. Their love, like the dewdrops of spring, was nourishing and fresh. Their love, like the flowers of spring, was vibrant and captivating. In this springtime, their love blossomed and transcended. Their love was the most beautiful scenery of this world, the most touching tale of existence. Chapter 17 had yet to afford them a moment of intimacy when Wang Cheng and Li Pei had just hidden themselves in a safe house, not yet able to bask in each other's warmth. When the sound of hurried footsteps reached their ears, they exchanged glances, instantly realizing that the group of robbers had returned. "We must hurry," Wang Cheng whispered urgently. Grasping Li Pei's hand and dashing towards the exit, it was their first time venturing out under such perilous circumstances, especially on a night fraught with heavy snowfall. Yet, to ascertain the enemy's condition, they had no choice but to act. "Are you cold?" Wang Cheng inquired with concern, his lips slightly trembling, as if wishing to offer her warmth. Lipe shook her head, striving to appear unafraid. "I am not cold." Her voice quavered, yet it was filled with resolve. They concealed themselves in the shadows of a street corner, observing the enemy's movements. That moment, the enemy's tank had come to a halt, and a throng of robbers bustled around it. They seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps waiting for a signal. Look, what are they searching for? Li Pei pointed anxiously at the robbers, her hand trembling but her gaze resolute. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow. Understanding that they had to clarify the enemy's situation to formulate their next course of action, he whispered to Li Pei, "I will take a look." Li Pei grasped his arm tightly. "I will accompany you." Wang Cheng shook his head, gazing at her with deep affection. "You cannot go. It is too dangerous. I will return swiftly." Li Pei knew that Wang Cheng's intentions were for her safety, and she could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Watching him vanish into the darkness, her heart was suddenly filled with fear. She had to be strong, for she was Wang Cheng's support. Wang Cheng approached the enemy cautiously, each movement akin to a hunting leopard. Both swift and silent, he hid behind a discarded trash bin, peering through its gaps to assess the enemy's situation. The robbers appeared to be searching for something, their faces etched with anxiety and panic. Wang Cheng pondered, what could they be looking for? Perhaps their leader. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. He was aware that they were up against hundreds of adversaries, along with tanks. He needed to return to the safe house quickly to inform Li Pei of this news. Carefully, he retraced his steps to the safe house. Finding Li Pei still there, a wave of warmth flooding over him, he knew that regardless of the perilous circumstances, Li Pei would always stand by his side, granting him strength. "What is the situation?" Li Pei inquired anxiously, her eyes fixed on him, eager for answers. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and recounted the external circumstances to her. Upon hearing, Li Pei's complexion paled further. Yet she resolutely stated, "We must leave here quickly and seek support." Wang Cheng nodded, understanding that they needed to act swiftly to escape this perilous place. Thus, they gathered their belongings and cautiously departed the safe house, embarking on a quest for assistance. Just as they reached the street corner, they encountered a throng of armed robbers, numbering in the hundreds, advancing with great fervor. Wang Cheng's heart leaped into his throat. He knew this enemy was more formidable than any they had faced before. The robbers drove their tanks, recklessly rampaging. Buildings lining the street crumbled under the onslaught, dust billowing into the air. Wang Cheng held Li Pei's hand tightly. Her body trembled, yet her eyes radiated determination. "We cannot remain idle," Wang Cheng hissed. He drew a gun from his waist, cautiously peeking to observe the enemy's movements. It turned out that the leader was merely a minor figure within the group. The main leader, enraged by the death of the miner, summoned his followers for revenge. Realizing this, Wang Cheng's mood darkened further. This time, they faced hundreds of enemies, along with tanks. Wang Cheng clenched his teeth, silently vowing, "I must protect Li Pei." He inhaled deeply and said to Li Pei, "You hide first. I will draw them away." Li Pei's eyes widened, shaking her head resolutely. "No, we will face them together." Wang Cheng was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. He understood that he could no longer leave this brave woman behind. Therefore, he grasped her hand tightly, and together they surged out of the safe house. On the street, the thunderous rumble of tank treads echoed, while the robbers brazenly shouted, "Hand over Wang Cheng." Wang Cheng and Li Pei took shelter in a crumbling wall, anxiously watching the enemy's movements. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes. He retrieved a grenade from his waist and told Li Pei, "You hide first. I will distract them." Li Pei looked at him anxiously, but found herself powerless to stop him. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, clutching the grenade tightly, and suddenly dashed out from behind the wall. At that moment, the tank's barrel aimed at him. Wang Cheng sidestepped, releasing the grenade, which struck the tank's barrel with a resounding crash. Boom! A deafening explosion twisted and deformed the tank's cannon. The robbers were taken aback by this sudden assault, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng pulled Li Pei along, and they swiftly left the scene. As night descended, Wang Cheng and Li Pei concealed themselves in an abandoned factory. After the intense battle, they were utterly exhausted. Wang Cheng held Li Pei tightly, attempting to comfort her. "Do not fear. I will protect you." Li Pei leaned against him, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew she could not part from this man. Wang Cheng, too, understood that he had taken on the responsibility of safeguarding this woman. No matter how formidable the foes they encountered in the future, he would stand unwaveringly by her side. Wang Cheng and Li Pei cautiously emerged from the safe house, their spirits as somber and oppressive as the weather outside. They had just successfully destroyed a tank belonging to the robbers, filling their hearts with joy. Yet, They knew that this act would undoubtedly enrage the leader of the robbers. Sure enough, upon learning of this news, the leader immediately vowed to have Wang Cheng and Li Pei torn to shreds. Wang Cheng's mood grew heavy with the realization that they were confronted with a grave danger. He glanced at Li Pei beside him, noting the worry etched upon her face. Clenching his fists, he understood that they must remain composed and devise a solution to their predicament. After some contemplation, Wang Cheng resolved that their best course of action was to seek refuge in a safe house. This sanctuary, prearranged, was a concealed location stocked with ample provisions of food and water, sufficient for them to evade the pursuers. Wang Cheng and Li Pei hastily made their way to the safe house, carefully shutting the door behind them. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng acknowledged their temporary safety, yet his inner turmoil remained unabated. He knew they had to find a way to completely rid themselves of the relentless assailants. Chapter 18. The impenetrable parking lot. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply. It was time to take action. He decided to draw the enemy in, using a loudspeaker to mock the robbers, inciting their fury and luring them into the building. The equipment he had prepared was now put to use. Grasping the loudspeaker, he bellowed into the night. "You incompetent bandits! Dare you challenge me? Wang Cheng, do you not realize your own insignificance?" His voice dripped with scorn and derision, piercing the hearts of the robbers like a sharp blade. The robbers, enraged by his taunts, shouted in response, vowing to capture Wang Cheng and make him pay dearly. They charged towards the building like a pack of enraged beasts. Wang Cheng observed them with a cold smile. His plan was halfway to fruition. That he simply needed to wait for the robbers to enter the building. Stepping inside, he activated the intricate devices he had prepared. Filled with confidence as he surveyed the complex instruments before him, he was certain of his success. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as the building's door was blown open. The robbers stormed in, firing wildly in a frantic search for Wang Cheng. They rushed into the underground parking lot, their eyes reflecting madness and fear. As they unleashed a hail of bullets, it was both an attempt to intimidate those within the building and a means of bolstering their own courage. They were acutely aware that Wang Cheng was a formidable adversary. Bullets danced through the air like raindrops, filling the atmosphere with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The gunfire echoed throughout the parking lot, reverberating off the walls, creating a sound both terrifying and chaotic. The flurry of bullets resembled a deadly fireworks display, each projectile capable of piercing flesh in an instant. Every bullet carried the weight of destruction, instilling a sense of dread. The ground of the parking lot bore clear marks from the bullets, some even embedding themselves in the walls, leaving cracks in their wake. It was evident that the robbers' aim was wildly inaccurate. They fired indiscriminately. Despite their rapid firing, not all bullets found their mark. Some even escaped the confines of the parking lot, striking vehicles parked outside. The sound of metal being hit sent a chill down the spines of onlookers. The robbers' intimidation tactics had their desired effect, as the neighbors' terrified expressions painted a vivid picture of panic. Fear consumed their faces, pupils dilated, mouths agape in helplessness. An elderly woman covered her ears, trembling as she sought to shield herself from the piercing gunfire. A little boy cowered behind his father, eyes wide with terror, clutching his father's shirt as if it were a lifeline. But a middle-aged man frantically dialed emergency services, fingers trembling uncontrollably. At a young girl curled up tightly, resembling a frightened bird, her pallid complexion devoid of color, lips quivering as if to speak, but no sound emerged. All the neighbors were paralyzed by fear, shaking uncontrollably, eyes filled with despair as they beheld the frenzied robbers. They were acutely aware that these criminals would stop at nothing, potentially endangering their lives. With nowhere to flee, they could only watch helplessly as the robbers wreaked havoc. Hearts heavy with hopelessness, they silently prayed for the police to arrive swiftly, hoping to survive this crisis. Anxiety and fear consumed them as they awaited the uncertain duration of this ordeal. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, realizing that this was his moment. He had to act. He swiftly turned and raced towards the meticulously designed parking lot, his gaze resolute and steps assured. Brimming with determination, he vowed to protect his family and friends with his intellect and strength. Above the parking lot, steel plating had been meticulously laid, a precaution Wang Cheng had devised, knowing he needed a robust barrier to withstand the frenzied assailants. This steel was fortified to withstand explosive forces, a secret weapon that would safeguard his loved ones. Wang Cheng approached the side of the parking lot and pressed a button, causing spikes to rise from below. These spikes, akin to lethal swords, instantly punctured the vehicles. The robbers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with terror. They had not anticipated such a hidden weapon. Panic ensued as they began to flee, but Wang Chung was not about to let them escape so easily. He pressed another button, and a steel door descended to seal off the damaged entrance, trapping the robbers within like sardines in a can. The robbers stared in horror at the imposing steel door. Fear etched across their faces, their pupils dilated, mouths agape in helplessness, sweat beading on their foreheads, betraying their anxiety. A young robber frantically fumbled for his phone, attempting to call for help, his fingers shaking uncontrollably. An older robber glared at Wang Chung, fury igniting in his eyes as he shouted, "You madman! What do you intend to do?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. Wang Chung regarded them coldly, anger simmering within him. With a derisive laugh, he retorted, "You beasts dare to harm my family and friends. You have truly signed your death warrant." The robbers listened, fear gripping their hearts as they realized they could not escape Wang Cheng's wrath. Panic set in as they jostled one another, desperately seeking an exit, but the steel door stood as an insurmountable barrier, confining them within the parking lot. With no escape, they could only helplessly watch Wang Chung. Despair consuming them. Chapter 19. The desperate robbers. A cold smile graced Wang Cheng's features as he cast a glance at the terrified robbers, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upwards. As if he anticipated the impending events, he approached the parking lot, surveying the vacant expanse before him, and gently pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, a colossal iron ball, 10 meters in diameter, emerged within the sealed confines, rolling forth with a formidable momentum, aimed directly at the robbers' vehicles. Upon impact, the sheer force reverberated through the parking lot, causing it to tremble. The vehicles were instantly reduced to mangled wreckage. Twisted metal narrating the harrowing events that had just transpired. The robbers, paralyzed by fear, could only watch in horror as they sought to escape, only to realize they were ensnared by iron walls. With nowhere to run, the iron ball continued its relentless advance, rolling toward the robbers who, in sheer terror, closed their eyes, awaiting the grim embrace of death. Yet, just as the iron ball was about to crush them, Wang Chung suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The iron ball came to an abrupt halt, and the robbers opened their eyes in terror, gazing at the ominous sphere before them, their hearts brimming with dread. Wang Chung approached the iron ball, casting a glance at the robbers, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "You may survive, but you must comply with my demands." The robbers stared at Wang Chung, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. They were uncertain as to why he chose to spare them, yet they understood that adhering to his wishes was their only hope for survival. Wang Chung regarded the robbers with a hint of cold amusement. Unbeknownst to him, these robbers had ingested poison prior to their assault. They were a desperate group, coerced by their leader into taking the lethal substance, branding themselves as a death squad. This was a band of individuals from the fringes of society, devoid of wealth, power, and even the slightest semblance of dignity. Life had driven them to a dead end, leaving them with no choice but to embark on this perilous path. "Brother, I truly do not wish to die." A young robber trembled, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. "You coward, do you not yearn to see your daughter?" The leader of the robbers retorted fiercely, his eyes cold and unyielding. The young robber lowered his gaze, tears welling in his eyes as he recalled his daughter, that adorable little angel. He remembered her laughter, her tears, everything about her. He knew he had to survive. Death was not an option. "Brother, I cannot endure this any longer," another robber lamented, his face pale and his body trembling. "You worthless fool, were you not seeking vengeance for your parents? If you die, you will never achieve that retribution," the leader scorned, his voice dripping with mockery. The robber's eyes brimmed with anguish and rage as he remembered the day his parents were murdered. Their blood, their tears. He was determined to avenge them. "Brother, I do not wish to die," yet another robber expressed, his voice saturated with despair and helplessness. "You spineless wretch, do you not desire to exact vengeance for your wife? If you die, that opportunity will vanish forever," the leader taunted, his face a mask of cruelty and indifference. The robber's gaze hardened. He envisioned his wife, her beauty, her tenderness. He had to survive. He must seek vengeance for her. They had no path of retreat. They must advance. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Armed and resolute, they entered Wang Cheng's enclave, their eyes gleaming with determination. They launched their assault, their movements swift and fierce, their expressions resolute. Wang Cheng was taken aback by their ferocity. He had not anticipated such madness. He began to retaliate, his actions rapid and brutal, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. The deadly struggle ensued. Outside the parking lot, the robbers were thrown into disarray. Their meticulously crafted plan was abruptly thwarted, the unfolding scenario far beyond their expectations. The anguished cries from within the parking lot deepened their terror, for they knew that the elite among them had likely been cornered by Wang Cheng. "Boss, what do we do now?" one robber anxiously inquired. The leader furrowed his brow, his strategy in tatters. Swift action was imperative, lest the consequences be dire. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Attack with full force. We must breach the parking lot doors at all costs." Hardly had he finished speaking when one of his underlings dashed out, returning shortly with a group of armed comrades, their faces etched with anxiety and fear. "Boss, we are ready," the underling reported. The leader nodded, realizing he had no choice but to gamble everything. Taking a deep breath, he issued the order to attack. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire. The robbers surged forward like ferocious beasts, their eyes reflecting sheer terror and desperation. There was no retreat. Inside the parking lot, Wang Cheng heard the commotion outside. His expression growing grave. He needed to devise a strategy to counter the escalating situation. Otherwise, he risked being cornered himself. Taking a deep breath, he began to analyze the current predicament with a cool head. A breakthrough was essential. Failure to find one would leave him vulnerable to the onslaught outside. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from the robbers. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. He answered the call and began negotiating with the leader, informing him that their comrades were trapped inside the parking lot and urging them to surrender, while a faction outside was attacking him. The leader's previously arrogant demeanor flickered with a hint of anxiety as he stared intently at his phone. This was the first time he had reached out to Wang Cheng, fully aware that it meant setting aside all pride and dignity. Yet, for the sake of his men, he had to do it. On the other end of the line, Wang Cheng smirked, recognizing the leader's anxiety and desperation. He tapped his fingers on the table, speaking slowly. "Zhang Kuang, are you begging me?" Inside the parking lot, Zhang Kuang's subordinates were tense, their eyes flickering with fear and despair. They knew that Wang Cheng would not easily let them off the hook. At that moment, their leader was pleading on their behalf. Zhang Kuang clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He had to convince Wang Cheng of his sincerity. Taking a deep breath, he tried to keep his voice steady. "Wang Cheng, I realize I was wrong, that I should not have laid a hand on you. I promise, from now on, I will not interfere with you." On the other end, Wang Cheng's laughter was as cold as ice. "Zhang Kuang, do you truly believe that this will earn my forgiveness? Do you think this will save your men?" Zhang Kuang felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he refused to surrender. The lives of his subordinates rested in Wang Cheng's hands. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "Wang Cheng, I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you spare them." Wang Cheng's laughter grew louder, dripping with scorn. "Zhang Kuang, you are truly foolish. Do you think I would believe you? Do you think I would allow you to continue existing in this world?" Zhang Kuang's heart sank. He knew he had lost all avenues of escape. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, then opened them wide, shouting into the phone, "Wang Cheng, I know you won't believe me. I understand that I have no way out. However, I want you to know that I am not so easily defeated. I will resist until my final breath." On the other end, Wang Cheng's smile vanished. He stared at his phone screen, observing Zhang Kuang's resolute expression, and suddenly felt a twinge of unease. He had underestimated Zhang Kuang. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the end call button. Inside the parking lot, Zhang Kuang's subordinates witnessed him hang up the phone, understanding that their leader had done all he could. They looked at him with eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Yet they also knew their fates were sealed. They exchanged glances, their expressions resolute and steadfast. They had to face the impending conclusion together. This was their choice, without regrets. Gripping their weapons tightly, they prepared to embrace the final confrontation. Their faces alight with a strange excitement and anticipation. This was their moment. Outside the parking lot, the robber leader Zhang Kuang stared wide-eyed at the imposing gates. His men had launched a frenzied assault. Yet the massive door stood as an unyielding fortress, impervious to their relentless gunfire. "Damn it," Zhang Kuang cursed, his expression dark as a stormy sky. If he could not rescue his subordinates swiftly, their situation would become increasingly perilous. "Continue the assault," he commanded, his eyes gleaming with a wild ferocity he had no way out. Meanwhile, inside the parking lot, Wang Chung stood by the second-floor window, observing the chaos outside with a calm demeanor. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and exhaled a perfect smoke ring that it seems they are truly desperate, he mused, his gaze reflecting a chilling detachment. He had already emerged victorious. The fortitude of the parking lot gates surpassed all expectations. They were constructed from a rare metal, impervious to any form of artillery assault. Zhang Kuang's subordinates were weary, yet they persisted in their relentless attack. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Should the door remain unbreached, they would be eternally trapped within these confines. Wang Chung observed the scene unfolding outside, his expression devoid of any emotion. He had already gained control over the entire situation. Suddenly, a raucous ringtone shattered the silence. He answered the call, and his face paled instantly. "What? What did you say?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. "No, that's impossible," he shouted, his tone akin to that of a cat caught beneath a foot. In an abrupt motion, he spun around and dashed towards the parking lot entrance. His subordinates gazed at his retreating figure, their faces etched with confusion. Wang Chung regarded the frantic escape of Zhang Kuang with a cold smirk. He had emerged victorious. He stepped onto the balcony, inhaling deeply, lighting a cigarette, and gazing silently into the distance. The robbers surrounded the parking lot's entrance, firing wildly. Bullets poured down like rain, yet that sturdy door remained steadfast, showing no signs of damage. Such a solid door, how could it possibly be breached? One robber lamented, his fingers tingling from the incessant shooting. "We must devise a plan, or we are doomed," another robber said anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Their leader, Zhang Kuang, stood nearby, his countenance as dark as stormy waters. This operation had already faltered. He needed to find a way to reverse the tide, or they would be left with no choice but to surrender. "Our medium weapons have proven ineffective. We must resort to heavy artillery," Zhang Kuang declared, a wild madness flickering in his eyes. "Heavy artillery? Isn't that back home?" one robber asked in astonishment, confusion evident in his gaze. "Yes, we need to return home for the heavy artillery. It's a cannon. A mere shot would obliterate an ordinary city wall," Zhang Kuang asserted, his voice brimming with determination. The robbers exchanged glances, aware that this endeavor had exceeded their wildest imagination. They needed to act swiftly, or they would fall into the hands of the police. Zhang Kuang led the robbers away from the parking lot entrance, hastening homeward. Their spirits were heavy, each knowing that this operation would determine their fates. Upon their return, Zhang Kuang immediately began searching for the cannon. It represented their last glimmer of hope. "Found it!" Zhang Kuang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a primal frenzy. He lifted the cannon, inspected it, and proclaimed, "This cannon will surely breach that door." The robbers looked at the cannon in Zhang Kuang's hands, their emotions a complex tapestry. This cannon was their final hope, yet they understood that it might also herald catastrophic consequences. "We must act quickly, or we will be captured by the police," Zhang Kuang reiterated, his voice resolute. The robbers nodded, fully aware of the necessity to act without delay. They armed themselves, following Zhang Kuang back to the parking lot. Upon their arrival, Zhang Kuang immediately began strategizing that we must maximize the cannon's potential. "Prepare yourselves. We shall commence the assault." The robbers nodded, fully aware of the stakes. They armed themselves, ready to initiate the attack. Zhang Kuang gazed at the formidable door, his emotions a swirling storm. Success is imperative. Otherwise, we will be left with no recourse. He took a deep breath and pressed the cannon's trigger. Chapter 20. The Slaughter Mode. Under the moonlight, akin to flowing water, sharp beams of light pierced the darkness in a corner of the parking lot. The sound of gunfire reverberated, causing Wang Cheng's heart to constrict. He understood that this was directed at him. He swiftly evaded, bullets creating sparks upon the wall behind him. He darted to the side, frantically pressing a button. In an instant, a massive iron hammer descended from above, ruthlessly crashing down upon the robbers. The robbers were thrown into disarray, howling in agony as they scrambled for cover. Yet, the hammer fell too swiftly for them to find refuge. Wang Chung observed this scene, devoid of any compassion, only cold hatred swelling within him. He gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze wide as he evaded the hammer's assault. He sought out the robbers, his heart raced. Palms slick with sweat, he could not perish in such a manner. He had to survive. He began to run, swift as the wind, successfully dodging one robber after another, hitting his targets with precision, his gaze unwavering. His movements decisive. The parking lot's dim lighting, coupled with the echoing of the hammer, created an atmosphere of terror. One by one, the robbers collapsed, their faces contorted with fear and pain. He looked upon the fallen robbers, finally feeling a sense of safety. However, he did not allow himself to relax. There remained a long road ahead. Wang Chung coldly regarded the robbers, their faces awash with fear and despair. They began to raise their weapons and surrender. Some even knelt, pleading for mercy. Wang Chung remained unmoved, his cold gaze fixed upon them, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness. You robbers, I once spared you, yet you showed no remorse, only escalating your malevolence. Now, do you still seek mercy? Wang Cheng's words pierced the robbers' hearts like needles. Hero, we were wrong. We truly were. Please spare us this once, one robber lamented. You were wrong. How many innocents have you slain? How many lives have you plundered? Do you truly believe you were wronged? Wang Cheng's words cut like a knife, slicing through the robbers' hypocrisy. Hero, we genuinely recognize our mistakes and are willing to atone. Please grant us mercy this one time. Another robber joined the chorus of pleas. Wang Cheng studied them, his heart a tumult of conflict. He knew he ought to execute them for their transgressions. Yet, they still possessed the chance for redemption, the possibility of a new beginning. People like you, I should have eradicated long ago. However, I also understand that everyone deserves a chance for change. That if you truly wish to reform, then demonstrate your sincerity. Wang Cheng's words ignited a flicker of hope within the robbers. They began to discard their weapons, signaling their sincerity. Wang Cheng observed them, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. He did not wish to see them again. Yet he hoped they might genuinely seek redemption. This was an experience for Wang Cheng, reflecting on those robbers with a heart full of emotion. Just then, a gunshot rang out, aimed directly at Wang Cheng's chest. His expression shifted in an instant. He realized that some among them feigned surrender, that a sharp pain coursed through him, yet he did not falter. Instead, his anger intensified. He activated the slaughter mode, resolved to make the robbers pay for their treachery. You hypocrites, I intended to grant you a chance at life, yet you sought my demise. Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Wang Cheng's voice thundered like a storm, leaving all present in profound shock. He wielded his weapon, charging towards the feigning robbers like a bolt of lightning. His movements were as swift as a flash, his gaze as frigid as frost. He unleashed all his fury upon these robbers. With each one he felled, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration that he knew he was avenging the innocents slain by these robbers, purging the world of its evils. He became blinded by rage, oblivious to the pain. Focused solely on annihilating the robbers, determined to restore peace to the world. This was Wang Cheng's resolution. To ensure the robbers faced the consequences of their actions, he understood that he might pay the ultimate price. Yet he felt no fear. That he fought for justice. Contributing to the betterment of the world, he resolved to continue battling until every last robber was eradicated. Wang Cheng chuckled coldly, his finger gently pressing the button. He was acutely aware that this button would unleash a massive iron hammer upon the robbers. That he felt no remorse, for these robbers had chosen this treacherous path. The moment he pressed the button, the great iron hammer began its slow descent. Its pace was not swift, yet it was enough for each robber to sense the approach of death. Their faces turned pale, bodies trembling, eyes wide with terror. When the iron hammer struck for the first time, a robber's body was instantly pulverized. His form became a gruesome mass, blood splattering upon the ground, screams echoing through the in that moment. All present felt a profound shock. The second robber, crushed by the iron hammer, contorted grotesquely. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable, his body convulsing, eyes bulging as if to see through all. The third bandit met a gruesome fate. His body cleaved in two by a massive iron hammer. His entrails spilled onto the ground, and his lifeblood stained the earth, his form vanishing in an instant. This horrific spectacle instilled a profound terror in all who witnessed it. Regret began to seep into their hearts, accompanied by an overwhelming fear as they comprehended the weight of their actions, understanding that every deed bears a price. Wang Cheng's face remained devoid of expression, his gaze coldly fixed upon the unfolding chaos. This was his method of avenging those slain by the bandits. He was eradicating some of the world's malevolence. That he felt no cruelty. Rather, He believed it was the just reward for the bandits' choices. They had chosen this path, and thus must endure its consequences. The iron hammer continued its descent, each bandit crushed into a pulp in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were shattered, their blood saturating the ground, their screams echoing through the air. This massacre persisted for a full hour, during which every bandit was systematically eliminated. Their remains became heaps of flesh, their blood staining the earth, their wails reverberating in the atmosphere. It was a harrowing scene, instilling fear, yet simultaneously offering a sense of catharsis. For this was the triumph of justice over evil, the victory of goodness over sin. Wang Chung surveyed the carnage, his countenance inscrutable. He was aware that his actions were righteous, contributing to the betterment of this world. In that moment, the bandits were paralyzed with terror at the sight of their comrades being slaughtered. Some knelt, pleading for Wang Cheng's mercy, bowing their heads in desperation, while others appeared ashen, stripped of consciousness, as if they had lost all hope in the world. A few were so overwhelmed that they lost control of their bodily functions. Wang Chung looked upon these wretched souls with disdain and revulsion. He had foreseen this outcome. Had they not chosen this path, had they chosen to lead decent lives, they would not have fallen to such depths. Yet, he understood that there was no turning back for them. They had embarked on this journey, made their choice to commit crimes, and must now face the repercussions of their actions. Wang Chung felt a sense of helplessness as he regarded them. He knew he had to act. To protect himself and the residents of the community, he could not afford to show compassion, nor allow these bandits a chance to inflict harm upon him or his loved ones. He resolved to continue his assault, determined not to grant the bandits a moment's respite. Only by doing so could he ensure the safety of himself and others. With steely resolve in his eyes, he set forth, intent on demonstrating that crime would not be tolerated. Some bandits attempted to conceal themselves, hiding beneath vehicles, mistakenly believing that the cars could shield them from the hammer. Yet, the vehicles were effortlessly sent flying, and those sheltered behind them were also hurled into the air, cries of agony filling the air. The bandits cowering beneath the cars were gripped by sheer terror, watching as the hammer passed perilously close. Paralyzed with fear and despair, they realized there was no escape. They had reached a dead end. Regret consumed them, lamenting their choices that led them down this treacherous path, wishing they had cherished their lives and families. However, it was too late for remorse. They had arrived at an impasse, with no chance of turning back, forced to confront the reality of their mistakes. As the hammer loomed, fear enveloped them that it was poised to extinguish their lives. They trembled at the thought of death, dreading the unknown beyond. Yet, at that moment, Wang Chung paused. Gazing at the bandit hiding beneath the vehicle, he felt an unexpected surge of sympathy. He recognized that this bandit, too, was a pitiable soul, possessing a family and dreams of his own. Wang Chung decided to spare him, granting him a chance for redemption, a chance to understand that crime was not the solution to his problems. He approached the bandit, his eyes filled with resolve. Standing before him, he spoke softly, "Go now. This is your opportunity for a fresh start." The bandit looked up at Wang Chung, his eyes brimming with gratitude. This was his singular chance, a chance for rebirth. He resolved to cherish this opportunity and begin anew. Bowing his head in respect, he turned to leave. However, as he ran, the recollection of the colossal bounty placed on Wang Cheng's head by the bandit leader surged to the forefront of his mind. Killing Wang Chung would earn him a staggering 100 million, a glimmer of hope for him and his family in this frozen, desolate world. Thus, he pivoted, drawing his firearm, and fired at Wang Chung. The sound of the gunshot struck Wang Chung with immediate dread. This was the bandit's final desperate attempt, a moment that could determine life or death. He had to evade the bullet. To survive, he dodged swiftly, refusing to succumb to fate. He had to find a way to live, to realize his dreams. Just then, Li Pei rushed forward, embracing Wang Chung and shielding him with her own body from the bullet. Her eyes radiated determination and resolve. She knew she had to protect him. The gunshot rang out, and Li Pei collapsed, her body drenched in blood, her eyes filled with pain and fear. She had been wounded, unable to shield Wang Chung any longer. Yet, she felt no regret, knowing she had done all she could. As long as Wang Chung survived, she would find solace. Wang Chung gazed down at Li Pei, his heart heavy with sorrow and anger. But it was too late for regret. Li Pei lay in his arms, and he could do nothing to reverse the tragedy. He could only confront the harsh reality of his errors. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at her, Realizing this was his final moment with Li Pei, he held her close, consumed by grief. In that instant, memories of the medical equipment he had procured from the shopping mall flooded his mind. He had hidden them in a parallel space, and he hurriedly carried Li Pei back to their safe house. Utilizing the most advanced robotic surgical machine, he extracted the bullet and stitched her wounds. Thanks to the state-of-the-art technology, Li Pei's life was preserved. Wang Cheng looked upon her with a mix of guilt and gratitude, recognizing that were it not for her bravery, he might have perished long ago. He felt immense appreciation for her love, intertwined with remorse for his inability to protect her. Seated beside Li Pei's bed, he grasped her hand tightly. Tears glistened in both their eyes, for they understood the magnitude of their losses. Yet they resolved to remain strong, for they still had each other. They leaned on one another, providing solace amid their shared hope for the future. As long as they were together, they could conquer anything that lay ahead. However, their hearts also brimmed with hatred for the bandits. Had it not been for their malevolence, they might have been savoring a tranquil life. The bandits must pay for Li Pei's sacrifice. Crime would not go unpunished. Li Pei felt as though she had been reborn, overwhelmed with joy. She gazed at Wang Cheng, her eyes radiant with gratitude and love. Wang Cheng returned her gaze, his heart swelling with joy and emotion. They embraced passionately, their heartbeats harmonizing like the most exquisite melody. Tears of joy and emotion shimmered in their eyes. Li Pei felt the warmth of Wang Cheng's embrace, an indescribable appreciation flooding her heart. It was Wang Cheng who saved her, who granted her a second chance at life. Wang Cheng, too, felt Li Pei's heartbeat, elation coursing through him. She had survived, and they could face the challenges of the future together once more. They held each other tightly, their hearts filled with hope for what lay ahead. As long as they were united, they could overcome anything. Chapter 21. Never show weakness in this serene community. The night enveloped everyone like a gentle embrace. Yet, on that fateful evening, the moon was shrouded by ominous clouds, darkness consuming all light like a voracious beast. The silhouettes of the bandits danced in the shadows, as if performing a macabre waltz of death. In the parking lot, the sound of iron hammer meeting flesh echoed like a grim symphony, mercilessly shattering the nerves of those who heard it. The anguished cries of the bandits, brutally struck down by the mighty hammer, resonated through the heavens, instilling dread in the neighboring residents. They hurriedly secured their doors and windows, drawing the curtains in a futile attempt to keep the terror at bay. Yet, fear did not dissipate due to their evasion. Instead, it surged forth like a tide, infiltrating every crevice. Wang Cheng, a seemingly ordinary name, transformed into something extraordinary on this fateful night. Alone, he faced hundreds of robbers, akin to a solitary star illuminating the dark expanse of the night sky. His courage and resolve evoked both admiration and trepidation. The tales of Wang Cheng's valor spread like a gust of wind, swiftly traversing the entire community. Whispers filled the air, and his image became vivid in the hearts of all. Some hailed him as a hero, while others deemed him a fool. Yet, regardless of opinion, the name Wang Cheng had indelibly etched itself into everyone's consciousness. The neighbors of the community had encountered Wang Cheng. They recognized him as an ordinary individual, one who, like them, toiled daily for a living. However, it was this very person who, at a pivotal moment, stepped forward with unwavering courage and determination to safeguard their safety. Their hearts brimmed with respect, yet were also tinged with fear. They admired Wang Cheng's bravery, while fearing the unknown dangers that such courage concealed. The deeds of Wang Cheng rippled through the community like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Prompting introspection regarding their own weaknesses and fears, they began to ponder what enabled Wang Cheng to rise to the occasion when they could only choose to flee. His bravery shone like a beacon, illuminating their inner selves and revealing their vulnerabilities. They commenced a journey of learning, discovering how to confront fear and how to wield courage and determination to overcome it. They began to grasp that only through bravery could fear be vanquished, and only through courage could they protect themselves and their loved ones. That Li Pei, a delicate woman, now found herself at the center of turmoil. Her eyes brimmed with fear, yet beneath it lay a profound resolve. She understood that she must act, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Gazing at the robbers outside, she noted that they had been cowed by Wang Cheng's ferocity, hesitating to make any rash moves. Nevertheless, Li Pei recognized that they would not relent so easily. They would undoubtedly devise every conceivable means to seek revenge. The turmoil of conflicting emotions surged within her. On one hand, she wished for Wang Cheng to swiftly subdue the robbers to prevent further harm, while on the other, she hoped he would show mercy and refrain from inflicting harm upon them. Yet, Li Pei understood that such hopes were futile. The external weather was harsh. If Wang Cheng were to show leniency, they would face even greater peril. She realized that showing mercy to the enemy would be an act of cruelty toward oneself. Li Pei felt a profound sense of helplessness. She knew she had to make a decision. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply and then resolved to place her trust in Wang Cheng, believing in his ability to handle the situation. This decision brought her a sense of relief. She knew she had made the right choice. She believed that Wang Cheng would navigate this crisis, and they would emerge safely from it. However, worry lingered in her heart. She feared for Wang Cheng's safety and the potential dangers that lay ahead. Her heart brimmed with contradictions and helplessness. Nevertheless, Li Pei resolved to trust Wang Cheng. She believed he could manage the situation and protect them. They would surely overcome this adversity. That a neighbor named Zhang Kuang approached Wang Cheng, his face etched with a plea. Wang Cheng, please let them go. They had no choice but to take this path. However, Wang Cheng's heart remained cold as ice. Memories of a previous life flooded back, where his compassion had led to betrayal, resulting in a brutal demise and a grisly fate. Fear and anger swirled within him. He regarded Zhang Kuang with a steely gaze and replied, Zhang Kuang, do you know? It was precisely because of my compassion that I met that fate in my past life. This time, I shall not show weakness. Shock and fear flickered across Zhang Kuang's face as he stared at Wang Cheng. Lost for words, his heart, too, was filled with conflict and helplessness. That moment, Li Pei approached. With tears glistening in her eyes, she understood the pain and fear that resided within Wang Cheng. She yearned to comfort him but found herself at a loss for words. She recalled Wang Cheng's past ordeal, and her heart swelled with anger and sorrow. She knew Wang Cheng had already extended an opportunity for surrender, yet they had failed to seize it. She understood that Wang Cheng's actions were motivated by a desire to protect himself and the residents of the community. Gratitude and guilt flooded her heart. She admired Wang Cheng's bravery and determination, yet felt remorse for her own powerlessness. She wished to assist him but felt uncertain about how to do so. Looking at Wang Cheng, she softly said, Wang Cheng, you have already given them a chance. You have shown enough mercy. Rest assured, I will support you. Wang Cheng met her gaze, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. He recognized Li Pei's concern for him. Her support bore immense significance for him. He looked at her and quietly replied, Thank you. Li Pei. I will protect you. Hearing Wang Cheng's words, Li Pei felt a surge of emotion. Wang Cheng cared for her. She understood the weight of his promise. With a smile, she declared, I believe in you, Wang Cheng. Together, we will surely overcome this challenge. Wang Cheng and Li Pei clasped each other's hands tightly. Their hearts filled with determination. They believed that as long as they stood united, they could conquer all. They gazed at the robbers, their eyes gleaming with resolve. They knew they had to act, to protect themselves and the residents of the community. They resolved to eradicate the robbers, making it clear that crime would not be tolerated. They aimed to demonstrate that courage and determination were the true solutions to their plight. Their actions commenced, their eyes brimming with unwavering conviction. Chapter 22. Zhang Kuang's arrogance and regret. The leader of the robbers, Zhang Kuang, had invested heavily to bribe community workers, attempting to persuade Wang Cheng to turn a blind eye to the robbers' actions. However, Wang Cheng coldly rejected him, for this was no trivial matter. Zhang Kuang mistakenly believed that money could resolve everything, only to find himself thwarted by Wang Cheng. His complexion darkened instantly, eyes wide with fury as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wang Cheng. As if he wished to devour him whole, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles paling from the strain, he took a step forward, his voice sharp with anger. Wang Cheng, do not make me resort to force. I have spent a fortune on this. Wang Cheng remained impassive, standing like an immovable mountain. His gaze was frigid, his voice calm. Zhang Kuang, I know you possess wealth, but that does not grant you a license to act as you please. Do you think money can buy everything? You are mistaken. Some things are beyond the reach of money, such as justice and conscience. Zhang Kuang, infuriated by Wang Cheng's words, flailed his arms and shouted, Wang Cheng, do not force my hand. You know who I am. I can do anything. Wang Cheng's eyes were resolute as he coldly regarded Zhang Kuang, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. I know who you are. But you must understand, I, Wang Cheng, am not one to be trifled with. I would rather lose this job than allow someone like you to roam free. Zhang Kuang was taken aback by Wang Cheng's resolve. His eyes wide as he stared at this seemingly ordinary individual with steadfast beliefs. A surge of fear welled up within him as he questioned whether he could truly intimidate Wang Cheng. Just then, Wang Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at it, and then said to Zhang Kuang, I have matters to attend to. You should consider your position carefully. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Zhang Kuang standing alone. His expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. As Wang Cheng exited Zhang Kuang's sight, a hint of fatigue crossed his face. He knew his refusal might bring trouble upon himself, but he could not forsake his principles out of fear. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace, heading home. Behind him, Zhang Kuang watched his retreating figure, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Having encountered a formidable adversary, he needed to devise a new strategy to subdue Wang Cheng. The robber leader, Zhang Kuang, harbored a glimmer of cunning in his eyes that he employed both soft and hard tactics in an attempt to bend Wang Cheng to his will, using persuasion to sway him. Yet met with firm resistance. Wang Cheng stood resolute and unyielding, his convictions unwavering, instilling in Zhang Kuang an unprecedented sense of defeat. Unable to accept this outcome, Zhang Kuang's countenance fluctuated between shades of anger and despair. His fists clenched tightly. The tempest of rage and fear surged within him as he realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. Determined to resort to drastic measures, he resolved to utilize the latest weaponry to blast open the underground parking garage's entrance. However, events did not unfold as Zhang Kuang had anticipated. The assailants engaged in a prolonged assault, yet progress was elusive. The iron gate, solid and impenetrable, thwarted their efforts. Zhang Kuang found himself at a loss. Anxiety and panic swelling in his chest. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he answered the call. On the other end was his accomplice, voice laced with urgency. Zhang Kuang, what should we do? We have been trapped here for far too long. We need your guidance. Zhang Kuang furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and replied, Hold on for a moment. Let me think. He ended the call and began to contemplate. Confusion and frustration clouding his mind, uncertain of his next steps. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the parking garage's entrance, and an idea sparked within him. He would personally detonate the gate, accompanied by his accomplices. Zhang Kuang initiated their plan, cautiously approaching the gate to affix explosives. Clenching his fists, his heart raced with a blend of tension and anticipation. He took a deep breath and pressed the detonator. Filled with both hope and dread, he awaited the outcome, teetering between the prospect of success and the fear of failure. Just then, a blinding light illuminated the entire parking garage, followed by a deafening explosion that tore the gate apart, sending Zhang Kuang and his cohorts hurtling backward from the shockwave. Overwhelmed by terror and astonishment, they were left bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Above the wreckage of the blasted gate, 2 new heavy machine guns descended, unleashing a torrent of gunfire that sent the robbers into a frenzy of panic. Although Zhang Kuang managed to flee from the onslaught, his heart brimmed with fear and rage directed at Wang Cheng. He seethed with hatred, gritting his teeth, yet felt utterly powerless against Wang Cheng's formidable might. Despite Wang Cheng being a solitary figure, his ample ammunition rendered the hundreds of robbers helpless. Wang Cheng's bravery and cunning allowed him to rise as a beacon of hope amidst peril. His heart pulsed with resolve and determination, aware that he must fight for the survival of himself and others. As Zhang Kuang and his accomplices scattered in fear of Wang Cheng's pursuit, they found no refuge within the ruins. Fear and despair began to take root in their hearts as they regretted their earlier decisions. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng stood alone at the entrance of the parking garage. Burdened by 2 heavy machine guns, his gaze was steadfast, his demeanor calm. Though aware that the battle was not yet over, his unwavering belief propelled him forward. Under Wang Cheng's leadership, the neighbors joined in the pursuit of the robbers. Their movements were swift and silent, akin to a pack of hunters stalking their prey. The robbers, devoid of escape routes, cowered in the debris, praying Wang Cheng would not find them. Yet, Wang Cheng and his team pressed on, their resolve and courage enabling them to overcome numerous obstacles until they apprehended each robber one by one. Realizing the dire situation, Zhang Kuang recognized he had not only lost his tank, but also sacrificed hundreds of his men, who had fallen victim to Wang Cheng's might. With his comrades injured or dead, it was clear that retreat was the only viable option, and he resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to strike back. Zhang Kuang's heart swelled with indignation and terror. He could not fathom his staggering defeat. Clenching his jaw in fists, he vowed that Wang Cheng would pay dearly. During the retreat, Zhang Kuang and his accomplices scattered in fear of Wang Cheng's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, accompanied by his team, remained hot on their trail. His gaze was resolute, his expression composed, as he fought to protect the lives of himself and others. Amidst the wreckage, Zhang Kuang suddenly halted, discovering they had reached a dead end. With towering walls ahead and Wang Cheng's forces closing in behind, despair washed over them as they realized their doom was imminent. At that moment, Zhang Kuang's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen and answered the call. On the other end, his accomplice's voice trembled with urgency. Zhang Kuang, what should we do? We have been trapped here for far too long. We need your guidance. Zhang Kuang's face twisted with fear and hopelessness. Fully aware that he had reached a point of no return, after a deep breath, he replied, "Stop where you are. I have failed." His voice was saturated with despondency and regret, anguish coursing through him. He hung up the phone, lowering his head in defeat. Overwhelmed by remorse and sorrow, he lamented his foolish choices, cursing himself for his folly. The failure was irrevocable, and he could no longer salvage his predicament. At that moment, Wang Cheng stood atop the high wall, surveying Zhang Kuang with unwavering resolve and a calm demeanor. He understood the necessity of fighting to protect himself and others. Taking a deep breath, he raised the heavy hammer in his hand and swung it down toward Zhang Kuang. In an instant, Zhang Kuang was struck, experiencing a blinding flash before succumbing to an intense pain as he was forcefully thrown to the ground. Chapter 23. I beg you, spare me. Poor Zhang Kuang, who had aspired to be a hero in chaotic times, found himself crushed beneath Wang Cheng's might. His band of robbers, once fierce and unyielding, had believed that wielding firearms would guarantee their success. Yet now they quivered in fear, incapable of even lifting their weapons. The battle struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the once arrogant robbers dazed and disoriented. At that moment, Zhang Kuang led his crew boldly into Wang Cheng's territory, their eyes gleaming with greed and arrogance, convinced that this robbery would unfold as effortlessly as countless previous escapades. Little did they realize, they were about to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Gunfire erupted. Blood splattered, and the fragility of life was starkly illuminated. For the first time, fear flickered in Zhang Kuang's eyes as his hands trembled, the gun slipping from his grasp. His once fierce subordinates, now like wilted flowers, lost their bravado, their expressions morphing from arrogance to sheer terror. Their hearts raced, their throats constricted, unable to utter a sound. Their limbs grew weak, and they could no longer wield their weapons. Among them, Xiao Ming, who once exuded malevolence, now bore only a look of horror. His mouth gaped wide, as if to scream, yet no sound emerged, trapped within his throat. Trembling hands caused his gun to clatter to the ground. He yearned to retrieve it, but his legs felt unresponsive. Another robber, Xiao Li, appeared pallid, his muscles taut as if on the brink of collapse. His eyes reflected a soulless vacancy, and though he clutched a gun, his fingers quivered uncontrollably, the barrel drooping toward the ground. Unable to rise again, in this life-and-death confrontation, they were no longer robbers but frightened prey. Their courage evaporated in the face of this battle. Replaced by overwhelming dread and despair, their bodies felt devoid of strength, unable to maintain their footing as they watched Zhang Kuang meet his demise. In the eyes of Wang Cheng, they saw a deity, and terror consumed them as they scattered in every direction. In the underground parking garage, two machine guns suddenly appeared, whirling and spewing flames at the robbers. In an instant, their fear morphed into despair. The gunfire pierced their bodies, blood erupting in gory splashes. Pain contorted their faces, yet no one halted, for they understood that to pause meant certain death. They fled frantically, recklessly seeking an escape. However, their fates had already been sealed. Within moments, they fell, becoming mere specters of the past. Their lives, ephemeral and fragile as smoke, dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, a colossal brush emerged, sweeping the lifeless bodies of the robbers into a large container. Within, flames ignited, reaching temperatures beyond comprehension. Under such intense heat, the corpses were reduced to ashes in an instant. The blaze roared, illuminating the entire underground parking garage as the remains of the robbers trembled within the flames, gradually succumbing to stillness. Their garments turned to cinders, and their skin, too, was consumed by the inferno. Their souls, at that very moment, transformed into ashes. Wang Chung observed the scene with a gaze devoid of warmth, such as life, replete with cruelty and indifference. Only in this manner could these marauders comprehend the dire consequences of challenging him. Wang Chung watched as the robbers fled, uttering coldly, "Do you think you can escape?" His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. One of the bandits halted, turning back to Wang Chung, and pleaded in terror, "My lord, I beg you, spare me." His voice trembled, saturated with despair. Chapter 24. The lone wolf. Wang Chung chuckled softly, replying, "Spare you? Do you believe you possess the right to ask for mercy?" His eyes brimmed with disdain. Upon hearing this, the outlaws were engulfed by greater fear, fully aware that their chances of survival were dwindling. Wang Chung waved his hand, and the gunfire erupted like serpents flicking their tongues. The bandits, stricken by terror, sought refuge, yet found none. One bandit attempted to retaliate, but as he raised his weapon, a bullet struck him, causing him to collapse in agony that he struggled to rise, but his body betrayed him. Another bandit, witnessing his comrade's injury, rushed to assist, only to be met with a searing blast, collapsing in pain on the ground. His body convulsed before finally succumbing to stillness. As comrades fell one by one. The remaining bandits were consumed by fear and despair. Their eyes lost their luster, becoming hollow. Today, they were likely to meet their end here. Wang Chung observed all this, his heart untouched by emotion. This was his world. Rife with cruelty and indifference, he smiled, watching the bandits fall, as if he were witnessing a captivating performance. The air in the underground parking lot was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The fear and despair of the marauders hung like a dense fog in the space. The searing heat of the flames made it feel as though one were ensconced in an oven. Each breath a struggle. Wang Chung stood there, calmly surveying the chaos, his expression devoid of sentiment. His heart was filled solely with the pursuit of power and the law. Only in this way could these men understand the fate that awaited those who dared to challenge him. This was Wang Cheng's method. Cold and merciless, he wielded his strength to demonstrate who the true ruler was. While these outlaws exchanged their lives for a lesson in this game, they had lost. Utterly and completely. The victor was none other than Wang Chung himself. For in this world, no one could challenge his authority, especially in this frozen realm. Showing mercy to one's enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. Wang Chung fully comprehended this truth, having experienced it firsthand in his past life. In that time, he had been excessively compassionate, yielding to the pleas of his foes and opening the gates for them. Yet, what followed was death and unending suffering. The enemies surged into Wang Cheng's domain, their faces alight with joy and greed. He had thought that by granting them a path to survival, they might express gratitude and even pledge their loyalty. However, he was gravely mistaken. With the enemy's intrusion, Wang Cheng's body was torn asunder, his arms and flesh devoured. He watched helplessly as his own corporeal form was trampled and shredded, unable to offer any resistance. His vision grew blurred, life ebbing away. Filled with regret and anguish, he lamented his past softness, questioning why he had believed the lies of his enemies. He beheld his former comrades, family, and friends, all brutally slain by the invaders. A sight too horrific to bear. In that moment, Wang Chung resembled a helpless child, facing the world's cruelty and solitude. Yet, before death's grasp could claim him, he vowed within his heart, if reborn, he would strengthen himself, never again showing mercy to adversaries unworthy of it. Thus, Wang Chung departed this world, burdened with regret and torment. Now, reborn in this frozen realm, he possessed formidable strength, and no longer was he the soft-hearted prince. He had transformed into a ruthless king. He understood fully that only the strong could endure in this world, and that mercy towards enemies would only lead to one's own demise. Therefore, when faced once more with the pleas of adversaries, he resolutely declined. He regarded their desperate eyes with unwavering resolve, for he knew that this was the only path to safeguard those he cherished. In this icy world, Wang Chung stood like a solitary wolf, braving the frigid storm alone. And no longer did he concern himself with the lives of his foes. Only by being merciless towards himself could he survive. he would strive to become the strongest in this world, securing a peaceful existence for his kin. Wang Cheng's gaze sparkled with unwavering determination. He was prepared to confront the challenges ahead. Neither enemies nor fate could impede his forward march. Only in this way could he discover his rightful place and fulfill the dreams that dwelled within his heart. Chapter 25. The Rescue Team. As the comet drew ever closer to Earth, apprehension gripped the hearts of the populace regarding the potential repercussions of this celestial event. Scientists predicted that the quantum storm unleashed by the comet could wreak havoc on the chips that power the planet's technology. However, this warning went largely unheeded until that fateful day when the comet storm arrived as anticipated. In a single night, chips across the globe malfunctioned. From high-tech weaponry to ordinary electronic devices, everything reliant on chips was rendered useless. Panic ensued, and electronic systems worldwide collapsed. Particularly, the power grid succumbed to the comet's storm, disintegrating instantaneously. Darkness enveloped the Earth, plunging humanity into chaos. The cities at night fell silent, streetlights extinguished, and neon signs dimmed. Factories, shopping malls, schools, every location was swallowed by shadows. People scrambled in search of light, yearning for solace in this darkened world. In this catastrophe, the might of technology was starkly revealed. Devices once deemed indispensable now proved unreliable. Cell phones, computers, televisions, all essential elements of daily life turned to mere relics. Humanity was compelled to reevaluate their existence and seek alternatives to technology. Yet, despair did not engulf the world in the midst of disaster. The strength of human connection emerged. Neighbors assisted one another, friends and family offered support, and warmth blossomed amidst the darkness. Countless volunteers stepped forward, illuminating the world anew. They braved the bitter cold, scaling skyscrapers to repair damaged power equipment. In this calamity, the latent potential of humanity flourished. With ingenuity and courage, they gradually emerged from the abyss. After a period of relentless effort, the power systems began to stabilize, and the cities revived with vibrant life. "Look, what is that?" Li Gang exclaimed, pointing at a massive black cloud. "That must be the quantum storm brought by the comet." Chen Shui responded anxiously, tightening her collar. "How could it return so soon?" Wang Lei gazed at the sky in concern. Just as they had celebrated the restoration of power, they were met once more with a devastating blow. This quantum storm was fiercer, as if it yearned to consume everything in its path. The world was plunged into darkness once again, reminiscent of a prehistoric era in a distant city. Wang Cheng sat in his home, anxiously fixated on the weather forecast. He had foreseen the impending quantum storm and had thus prepared in advance. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to acquire an ancient copper core generator, powered by gasoline, impervious to the quantum storm's influence." Wang Cheng mused with relief. Meanwhile, Li Gang, Chen Shui, and Wang Lei found themselves struggling for survival within a derelict factory. The factory was in disarray, but they had no time to dwell on chaos. They sought refuge in a relatively secure corner, huddling together tightly. The storm intensified, threatening to obliterate the entire world. Under Wang Cheng's command, the rescue team mobilized, utilizing lighting equipment powered by the copper core generator to locate those trapped beneath the rubble. You think we can endure this?" Wang Lei asked, his voice laced with anxiety. "Don't worry, we'll find a way," Li Gang reassured him, patting his shoulder. That moment, they heard a tremendous crash, akin to the sound of collapsing structures. Fear surged through every heart. "Quick, we must go see." Chen Shui stood and led the charge out of the factory. The scene outside was nothing short of shocking. The once formidable edifice now lay in ruins, a desolate landscape shrouded in a thick blanket of snow, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. "What are we to do?" Li Gang anxiously tugged at his hair. That moment, the beams of the rescue team's lights illuminated their figures. Wang Cheng, through the loudspeaker, reassured them not to worry, for the rescue team had already embarked on their mission. Chapter 26. We cannot remain idle. We cannot afford to sit idly by in this dire situation. Chen Shui's eyes widened with determination as she asserted, "We must devise a plan to locate shelter. Only through collective effort can we weather this crisis." Under Chen Shui's leadership, the quartet commenced their arduous search. Braving the heavy snowfall, they traversed one ruin after another until they finally stumbled upon a nearly intact basement. "This space should offer us protection from the impending storm." Chen Shui sighed with relief as she gazed at the basement's entrance. They cautiously entered the underground refuge and discovered a small generator, albeit in a state of disrepair, yet seemingly functional. "Quick, let us fix it together," Li Gang exclaimed with excitement. The group sprang into action, procuring tools, and after a flurry of effort, the generator miraculously roared to life. A dim light illuminated the basement, rekindling their long-lost hope. "Splendid! We are saved!" Wang Lei leaped with joy. With the arrival of the rescue team, the four were finally liberated from their plight. They embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Wang Chung stood at the forefront of the rescue team, his gaze penetrating and calm as he orchestrated the rescue operations. His countenance radiated determination, and within his deep-set eyes flickered a profound respect for life and an unwavering sense of duty towards the people. Under his command, the rescue team operated like a well-drilled unit, executing a life-and-death rescue with remarkable speed and efficiency. "Let us exert ourselves. We shall surely locate them." Wang Cheng's voice rang out, imbued with vigor. As the rescue team delved deeper, the rubble was overturned and lives were salvaged. Throughout this endeavor, Wang Cheng clenched his fists, his heart a tumult of hope and trepidation. He was acutely aware that each search was a confrontation with mortality, with every second bearing the weight of life and death. At last, amidst the debris, they spotted the quartet. Seeing them unharmed, Wang Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile of gratification illuminating his face. "It is truly wonderful that you are safe," he exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears of joy. The four gazed upon the rescue team, their eyes shimmering with gratitude. They exchanged smiles, tears cascading down their cheeks. Having survived the crucible of life and death, their bond had deepened immeasurably. Observing their elation, Wang Chung felt a profound sense of fulfillment. After all, saving lives was a source of immense joy that he silently prayed for the swift passage of this calamity. Yearning for the return of tranquility to their lives at that moment, the members of the rescue team, under Wang Cheng's guidance, approached the quartet to inquire about their well-being with heartfelt concern. Wang Chung grasped their hands tightly, filled with emotion. "Thank you. It is you who have bestowed upon us hope," the quartet expressed sincerely. "No need for thanks. It is our duty as the rescue team," Wang Chung replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with boundless pride. After their escape, the quartet faced the vast expanse of snow, pondering their next steps. Wang Chung placed a reassuring hand on Li Gang's shoulder, contemplating for a moment before stating, "It is currently -28 degrees outside, and countless individuals are perishing from the cold. We must swiftly locate a place to shield ourselves from the elements." Chen Shui anxiously tucked a stray hair behind her ear and looked at Wang Chung, saying, "Indeed, but in such heavy snowfall, where can we possibly find a refuge?" Wang Lei bit his lip, his eyes wide with fervor. "We cannot remain here. We must find shelter." At that moment, Li Gang suddenly recalled something and pointed into the distance. "Look over there. There is an abandoned warehouse. We can seek refuge there." The quartet followed Li Gang's, and the silhouette of the warehouse emerged faintly against the snowy night. Wang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us head there." Everyone, prepare to depart. They braved the bitter cold, trudging through the snow, battling the relentless winds that seemed intent on engulfing them. Supporting one another, they persevered through the arduous journey until they reached the warehouse's entrance. The lock was rusted, indicating that it had long been uninhabited. Chapter 27. The inability to endure the cold and hunger. Wang Cheng forcefully pushed open the door, and a gust of icy air rushed forth. The warehouse was enveloped in darkness, save for a faint glimmer of snowlight that filtered through the windows. Wang Lei produced a flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. Chen Shui frowned as she surveyed the state of the warehouse. "It appears rather unsafe. But we have no other options." The quartet cautiously entered the warehouse, discovering that the shelves had collapsed, leaving a chaotic mess in their wake. Yet, they could afford no time for hesitation. Finding a place to shield themselves from the cold was their utmost priority. Amidst the debris, they unearthed a relatively safe corner and cleared a patch of ground. Wang Chung addressed the group. "You all settle here temporarily and work on starting a fire to keep warm." Li Gang rummaged around and found some dry wood, stacking it in a corner of the warehouse. Wang Lei, with a lighter in hand, carefully ignited the wood. The flames flickered to life, casting warmth throughout the space. The quartet gathered around the fire, their spirits lifted as they watched the dancing flames, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. Despite the tempest raging outside, They felt a comforting warmth enveloping them. Wang Cheng produced a first aid kit and handed it to Chen Shui. Please tend to everyone's injuries to prevent infection. Chen Shui nodded and began to clean their wounds, despite the limited resources. She took great care to ensure everyone's safety. Once the wounds were treated, the quartet leaned against one another, seeking warmth. Wang Cheng observed them. We cannot remain here indefinitely. We must devise a long-term solution. Li Gang gritted his teeth. Indeed, we must find a place that can withstand the cold, allowing us to safely endure this winter. Wang Lei looked up at the warehouse's ceiling. Perhaps we could gather materials to reinforce this warehouse. At the very least, it would help shield us from the wind and snow. Chen Shui gazed anxiously outside. But with such a fierce storm, will we be able to find sufficient materials? The group fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Yet they all understood the urgency of the situation. They needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, Wang Cheng's expression brightened. I have an idea. We can search the nearby village for abandoned houses, dismantling useful materials to reinforce the warehouse. Li Gang clapped his hands in approval. That is an excellent idea. Let us act quickly, battling the wind and snow. They made their way to the nearby village. The houses there were dilapidated, but they persevered in their search for usable materials. Wang Lei and Wang Cheng were tasked with dismantling the abandoned structures. While Chen Shui and Li Gang cleared the ground, they worked in harmony, and just before nightfall, they successfully reinforced the warehouse. Returning to the warehouse, they were utterly exhausted, yet they knew this was merely a brief respite. Greater challenges lay ahead. Wang Cheng addressed the group. Let us conclude for tonight. I hope everyone can rest well, as we still have others to rescue. The quartet, grateful for the rescue team's members, especially Wang Cheng, nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with appreciation. Wang Cheng looked at them, smiling. All right, we must continue onward. Take care of yourselves. With that, he turned to depart. The quartet urgently grasped Wang Cheng's arms, imploring him. Wang Cheng, how long will this extreme weather persist? Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, gazing at the storm outside, and replied solemnly, it is likely to last at least over 100 days. Upon hearing this news, the quartet was utterly devastated, their faces etched with despair. Over 100 days? How will we survive? Wang Cheng, observing their expressions, felt a pang of sympathy. He placed a comforting hand on Zhang Hua's shoulder, reassuring them, do not worry. I will do everything in my power to help you through this ordeal. Li Gang grasped Wang Cheng's hand, pleading, Wang Cheng, could you possibly lead us away from here? We simply cannot endure the cold and hunger any longer. Wang Cheng frowned, torn. I am afraid I cannot. Our rescue team's mission is to save those who are trapped, but this location is no longer safe. And I must also consider the welfare of my team. Chapter 28. Why do this with tears brimming in her eyes? Chen Shui gazed at Wang Cheng and implored, we understand that you are powerless. But we truly cannot endure any longer. Please, take us away from here. Wang Cheng looked at the quartet, his heart aching for them, yet feeling utterly helpless. Gritting his teeth, he made a resolute decision. Very well. I shall do my utmost to find a solution. However, you must be prepared. The journey ahead may be fraught with difficulties. Upon hearing this, the four companions felt as if a glimmer of hope had dawned upon them. They excitedly grasped Wang Cheng's hands, expressing their gratitude with fervent voices. Wang Cheng smiled gently and patted their shoulders. Do not rejoice too soon. We must first assess the conditions outside before devising a concrete plan. The group followed Wang Cheng to the entrance of the warehouse, peering into the swirling snowstorm. Chen Shui shivered involuntarily, drawing her neck in. My heavens, with such heavy snow, how shall we venture out? Wang Cheng widened his eyes, scrutinizing the conditions outside. Indeed, the snow is quite severe, yet we cannot remain here indefinitely. We must seek a refuge from the biting cold. Li Gang clapped Wang Cheng on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, fear not. With you here, we shall surely overcome this trial. Wang Cheng smiled once more, addressing the quartet. All right, let us return to the warehouse to organize ourselves for departure. Back in the warehouse, the group began to prepare their belongings. They donned every piece of warm clothing they could find and packed food and water into their backpacks. Wang Cheng observed them. All right, that should suffice. Let us be on our way. The quartet stepped out of the warehouse, braving the wind and snow as they embarked on a new journey. Supporting one another, they pressed on, undeterred by the hardships, taking one determined step after another. The frigid wind howled around them, slicing against their faces like a blade. They huddled together, attempting to shield themselves from the harshness of the outside world. The snow beneath their feet had long been compacted, each step echoing a crisp sound. How long must we endure this bitter cold? Li Gang complained, his teeth chattering incessantly. The other three remained silent, their faces etched with anguish and despair. They wiped their frostbitten noses with their sleeves, desperately seeking warmth. At that moment, they caught sight of the rescue team's silhouettes appearing not far away. The members were clad in enticing garments and equipped with impressive gear. The thick down jackets, warm hats, and specialized hiking boots became an irresistible temptation in the eyes of the quartet. Li Gang's eyes widened, a glimmer of greed flashing within them that he couldn't help but think, if only we could seize their clothing and equipment, we would survive. That a nefarious thought surged within him, and he could no longer restrain himself. Stealthily approaching Wang Cheng, he raised his staff and swung it fiercely towards Wang Cheng's head. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wang Cheng, caught off guard, staggered as the blow connected. Li Gang, his eyes wide with tension, stammered, "Nothing. I merely noticed your struggles and wished to share the burden." The other rescue team members witnessed this shocking scene and rushed over, their expressions filled with disbelief. Wang Cheng touched the wound on his head, the pain causing him to furrow his brow. That he looked at Li Gang, his eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. "What are you doing? We are comrades in adversity. Why resort to this?" Chapter 29. The theft of coats. Li Gang offered an awkward smile, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. "I apologize, Wang Cheng. I simply could not contain myself. Look, we are on the brink of freezing to death while you wear such fine clothing. We just wish to survive better." Wang Cheng sighed, acknowledging their plight, yet unable to condone their actions. "I understand your struggles, but this is our shared predicament. We ought to assist one another. Your actions will only plunge us all into peril." The members of the rescue team condemned Li Gang's behavior, and the atmosphere grew tense. At this juncture, an elder member of the rescue team stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "Everyone, let us remain calm. We are facing a crisis of survival. We must unite and overcome this challenge together." Upon hearing these words, the quartet lowered their heads, realizing their error. Li Gang lamented, "I am sorry, Wang Cheng. We were wronged. We shall reflect on our actions." Wang Cheng regarded them, his tone softening. "To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a commendable virtue. Our priority now is to unite and confront the challenges that lie ahead." The members of the quartet nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to rectify their misdeeds. The rescue team members forgave them, and together they set forth once more. Although the temperature outside remained frigid, their spirits warmed by the bond of unity. The quartet struggled onward through the snowstorm, the flurries landing upon their hair and shoulders, the biting cold juxtaposed against their resolute strides. The howling wind seemed to narrate the tribulations of survival. Wang Cheng stood resolutely between the quartet and the rescue team, striving to prevent them from seizing the rescue team's garments. He extended his hands, forcefully pushing Li Gang away, but the disparity in strength proved overwhelming, and Wang Cheng was sent sprawling. "We cannot allow Wang Lei to die in vain. We must survive," Li Gang shouted. "You cannot do this. It is unlawful," Wang Cheng retorted. "Get out of the way, or you shall face the same fate." Li Gang barked. Wang Cheng watched helplessly as the other rescue team members were overpowered by the quartet, their coats seized. Anger and sorrow contorted his features, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Forced to witness their departure, the remaining rescue team members, having witnessed the scene, were engulfed by fear and despair. The snow continued to fall, and the members of the quartet donned their ill-gotten garments. Seeking warmth in one another's company, they gazed skyward, their eyes brimming with hope. Though the path ahead remained uncertain, they recognized that as long as they stood united, no challenge was insurmountable. Wang Cheng struggled to rise from the ground, his heart aflame with fury as he gazed at the quartet, attempting to rally the rescue team for a counteroffensive. Yet, weakened, he found himself unable to withstand such fierce conflict. "We cannot allow them to escape unscathed," Wang Cheng declared. The other rescue team members echoed his sentiment. Indeed, they must pay for their actions. Filled with indignation and grief, Wang Cheng and his comrades understood that the quartet's assault was not fatal. Resolute, they vowed to press on, transforming their sorrow into strength. Meanwhile, the quartet, having secured the coats, huddled closely together for warmth, their resolve unwavering. They looked to the heavens, their eyes filled with hope. The icy winds howled, Yet within their hearts, a steadfast belief took root. The quartet supported one another as they continued their arduous trek, their steps resolute and their expressions radiating determination. We cannot stop. We must forge ahead. Li Gang urged. Chapter 30. They were temporarily safe. Wang Chung stood alone in the snow, watching the quartet retreat, a tempest of anger and disappointment swirling within him. Their actions had undoubtedly driven the rescue team members to the brink of despair. In temperatures plummeting to -28 degrees, lacking a coat was tantamount to a death sentence. Snowflakes settled upon the rescue team members, who trembled as they sought warmth amidst the frozen ground. Their faces were pale, lips tinged with blue, the biting wind assaulting every inch of their skin. Helplessly, they gazed into the distance, leaning on one another for support, witnessing his comrades rendered as ice figures. Wang Chung clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with sorrow. He yearned to rush forth and aid them, yet he realized that even if he did, he could effect no change. His heart was heavy with helplessness and despair. The quartet, clad in their stolen coats, leaned on each other, advancing step by step. Their strides were firm, their gazes resolute. They understood that this was their only chance to escape. Wang Cheng's heart weighed heavily upon him. Yet determination ignited within his eyes. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. Otherwise, the rescue team members would not survive. Standing alone in the snow, his gaze resolute, Wang Chung surveyed the distant expanse, envisioning a glimmer of hope for the rescue team. Taking a deep breath, he set forth towards them, his steps firm and eyes unwavering. Only by doing so could he save them. That I will find a way. You need not worry, he reassured them. Thank you, Wang Chung, the rescue team members replied, gratitude illuminating their expressions. Wang Cheng's resolve solidified, his heart filled with hope. As long as he refused to surrender, there would always be a glimmer of possibility. His determination and actions instilled a glimmer of hope for survival among the rescuers. Their spirits began to lift, and Wang Chung became their beacon of hope. However, as Wang Chung gazed at the rescue team, his heart was heavy with anxiety. They had ventured too far, and before long, the blizzard struck once more. The dreadful weather caused rescuers to collapse one by one before him, and Wang Chung, frantic and powerless, could do nothing. The howling winds and relentless snow seemed intent on consuming everything in their path. Visibility was perilously low, and the rescuers struggled against the bitter cold, their figures swaying precariously in the storm, as if they could fall at any moment. Clenching his fists, Wang Cheng watched them fade into the distance. He saw one rescuer falter, swaying before finally collapsing into the snow. Others rushed to assist, but the ferocity of the blizzard rendered their efforts feeble. Wang Chung could not contain his despairing shout. Turn back. You can't endure this. Yet his voice was swallowed by the tempest, unheard by the rescuers. The snow continued to fall heavily, and the rescuers clung to each other, laboriously advancing. Their faces were reddened by the cold, breaths coming in quick gasps, as if they might cease altogether. Wang Chung observed yet another team member collapse into the snow, and with a clenched jaw, determination flared within him to save them. He knew he must devise a plan. Wang Chung led the team in search of nearby shelter from the snow. They stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, its conditions modest but sufficient to shield them from the storm. They hurriedly carried the rescuers inside, igniting a fire to provide warmth. Wang Chung personally prepared a pot of hot soup, hoping to restore their strength. The team gathered around the fire, sipping the warm broth, their spirits gradually reviving. They exchanged grateful glances, and Wang Chung felt a wave of relief wash over him. There remained a long journey ahead, but for now, they were safe. Chapter 31. The Snow Lotus of Tianshan. As night fell, the storm intensified, with fierce winds ravaging the land. Trees outside the cabin were uprooted, and roofs torn away. In such tumult, the cabin appeared alarmingly fragile. However, those inside felt no panic. Instead, they erupted in cheers, for the storm's ferocity failed to chill them. Wang Chung, usually a stern man, wore a smile. Warmed by the sight of their jubilance, he resolved to do everything in his power to protect them, to keep them warm. But as the storm raged, the flames of the fire blazed brighter. Wang Chung expertly stoked the fire, allowing its comforting glow to illuminate every corner. In that moment, he transformed from a cold leader into a passionate guardian, hoping everyone would find their own light amidst the darkness. Yet, the storm did not relent in response to their cheer. On the contrary, it grew more fierce, assaulting the cabin with unyielding force. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening crash. The cabin trembled under the storm's might, as if it would collapse at any moment. Instantly, the warmth that Wang Cheng had cultivated turned to tension that he knew he must protect everyone through this tempest. His eyes widened as he focused on the storm's movements, gripping the beams tightly, striving to steady the swaying cabin. However, the storm was merciless. It ruthlessly snatched away their warmth, toppling the cabin to the ground. In an instant, the fire extinguished and warmth vanished without a trace. They felt as if they had been freed from the sweltering heat of summer, only to plunge into a frigid abyss. Wang Cheng hung his head in anguish. Surveying the wreckage of the cabin, he recognized his failure but refused to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he rose once more. Scanning the surroundings for materials to rebuild their shelter, he resolved to restore warmth to his companions. In that moment, he was no longer the composed leader but a spirited warrior. He declared to everyone that they would not be defeated by the storm. They would rise again to greet a brighter tomorrow. Faced with this sudden blizzard, everyone felt caught off guard. They busily searched for cover and means of warmth. Yet they overlooked the brutal reality that this storm far exceeded their expectations. Quickly, gather every warming item you can find and share. Wang Cheng, the steady captain, waved his arms, directing the team to respond urgently. The rescuers began to scour the area, piling up every piece of clothing and fabric they could find. However, these garments were patently insufficient against the impending blizzard. Captain Wang Cheng, this won't do. We have too few clothes. Team member Xiao Li anxiously surveyed their surroundings as the temperature steadily dropped. Stay calm. Everyone, stay calm. We will think of a solution. Wang Cheng endeavored to soothe their frayed nerves. At that moment, team member Xiao Wang suddenly remembered something. I recall an elder once mentioning a plant called the snow lotus, which grows in the snow and can be brewed into a warming soup. Really? What are we waiting for? Let's go find it. Wang Cheng's eyes widened with hope. The team immediately sprang into action, dividing into groups to search for the snow lotus in the snow. They vied with one another, as if hunting for the hope of life itself. Found it. Here's one. Xiao Wang exclaimed excitedly, cradling a snow lotus in his hands. The team erupted in cheers, as if they had glimpsed the promise of survival. They swiftly brought the snow lotus back to camp and brewed it into a medicinal soup. Once everyone drinks this, we will surely withstand the cold. Xiao Wang distributed the soup among his companions, hoping they could conquer the chill. Chapter 32. Resisting the helplessness and despair brought by the cold, the team members drank the soup and then huddled closely together, sharing warmth. They understood that the blizzard would not easily relent. Yet they did not give in, for they believed that unity was strength. However, the blizzard arrived as anticipated, mercilessly engulfing the land. The rescuers fought with all their might, but still struggled against the encroaching cold. Their bodies gradually stiffened, and breathing became labored. Captain Wang Cheng, I'm cold. Team member Xiao Li chattered, nearly unable to speak. Hold on, Xiao Li. We will find a way. Wang Cheng grasped Xiao Li's hand tightly, unwilling to relent. Then, a miracle occurred that a golden light suddenly illuminated the camp, warmth enveloping the area in an instant. This sunlight. The team members gazed at one another in disbelief, then instinctively raced toward the light, bathed in sunlight. They felt the soothing warmth wash over them. The cold's grasp seemed to vanish in an instant, and they found hope for survival. Fantastic! We have finally weathered this crisis, Wang Cheng exclaimed with joy, embracing his team. Yet, the blizzard was far from over. Wang Cheng stood motionless, tears streaming down his cheeks, each crystalline droplet falling onto the snow, instantly turning to ice. His gaze became vacant, as if he were witnessing an entirely different scene. What he saw were the team members, the lively moments, all mere illusions to the extreme cold. The human mind begins to fabricate visions to stave off the helplessness and despair brought by the cold. They had once seen the snow lotus, the steaming soup, and the warm sunlight. Yet, reality was cruel. All around was a pristine white, the biting wind like a blade, piercing their cheeks and shredding their souls. They yearned to escape this white prison but found themselves with nowhere to flee. The laughter of the team echoed in his ears, so vivid, as if they were gathered around a fire, reminiscing about the past, their faces aglow with warmth. Wang Cheng longed to draw nearer, but found himself unable to reach that warmth. He wished to speak, yet his throat felt as if it were encased in ice. Unable to produce a sound, his heart ached as he watched his team members, in this frigid expanse, lost in their warm fantasies, While he was powerless to shatter the illusion, he wanted to tell them it was merely an illusion. But they were immersed in their comforting dreams, unwilling to awaken. That sense of helplessness tore at his heart. He could only hold the nearest team member tightly, wishing to share his warmth, even if it meant prolonging their life for just one more second. His arms enveloped the team member, as if attempting to transfer his heat to them. His eyes brimmed with desperation, hoping to convey his concern. The team member's body was icy, like a statue, devoid of any life. Wang Qing's heart throbbed painfully. He had lost the ability to awaken his comrades. He held onto the team member tightly, yearning to impart a fragment of warmth, a glimmer of hope for survival. The surrounding team members continued to laugh and discuss those beautiful illusions. Their laughter echoed in Wang Qing's ears, so vivid yet so jarring. Wang Qing bit his lip forcefully, striving to suppress his tears. A wave of resentment washed over him. If he had not brought these individuals along, they would not have been robbed of their clothing and left to freeze to death in this bitter cold. He could not fathom why fate had chosen to treat them so cruelly. They were, after all, innocent. His eyes widened as he gazed upon the endless expanse of snow before him, his heart heavy with helplessness and despair. His teammates huddled together nearby, trembling, their gazes filled with fear and hopelessness. Wang Qing clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, seeking an excuse for his misjudgment. If it were not for my decision to lead these individuals, they would not be enduring such suffering, Wang Qing muttered to himself, guilt surging within him like a tidal wave that he remembered how, before their departure, they had been filled with anticipation for this expedition. Who could have predicted such calamity? He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel these negative emotions. This was not the time for self-recrimination. He needed to muster his strength and devise a way to guide his comrades through this crisis. Chapter 33. A sense of helplessness and irony. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he surveyed the icy landscape, his heart brimming with regret. Why had he not emphasized the importance of the windproof firestones and tents to his team before they set off? Had he known they would face such frigid conditions, he would have insisted they bring more supplies. He shook his head again, striving to cast aside the dark thoughts. Now was not the time for blame. He urgently needed to find a way to extricate everyone from danger. With that in mind, Wang Qing sprang into action. Team members, do not panic. I have a method to keep us warm, he shouted. Attempting to stabilize their fraying spirits, they had become pallid and lifeless, their lips turning purple from the cold. Wang Qing recalled that they had indeed packed windproof firestones and tents, although the temperature hovered around -30 degrees. Utilizing these supplies should enable them to withstand the biting cold of -100 degrees. He hurriedly set up the windproof tent, then squeezed inside to retrieve the firestones, carefully placing them on the ground. He wiped them with snow and then rubbed them vigorously that a flicker of flame emerged, gradually igniting into a fire. The temperature within the tent began to rise, and the team members slowly sensed a glimmer of warmth. Wang Qing quickly carried the teammates who had frozen stiff from the cold into the tent one by one. They shivered uncontrollably, their teeth chattering, but Wang Qing's presence felt like a beacon of hope. They gathered around the fire, striving to absorb its warmth. Wang Qing directed his teammates to sit close to the fire and distributed the remaining food. Although it was frozen solid, they understood that consuming it would at least provide temporary relief against the cold. The team members huddled closely together, while Wang Qing stood watch at the entrance of the tent, ever vigilant of the sounds outside. Despite the rising temperature within the tent, the storm outside raged on. He feared that the tent might collapse under the weight of the snow, exposing them to the frigid elements. The team exchanged glances filled with gratitude that in this icy wilderness, it was Wang Qing who had instilled in them the courage and hope to survive. They believed that as long as they followed Wang Qing, they would surely overcome this crisis. As night fell, the firelight flickered within the tent, and the exhausted team members closed their eyes. Wang Qing remained fixed on the flames, occasionally adding wood to ensure the warmth persisted. Outside, the wind and snow lashed violently, as if intent on consuming the world. Yet within the tent, a sense of warmth and tranquility prevailed. The team members nestled against each other, sharing their warmth, and gradually drifted into slumber. Wang Qing, however, remained vigilant, his eyes never leaving the sounds outside. The glow of the fire illuminated his face, revealing a steadfast resolve. The crisis was not yet over. But with the windproof tent and firestones, they had gained the confidence to combat the cold. When dawn broke, the storm began to subside, and the team members regained their vigor. They organized their gear within the tent and expressed their gratitude to Wang Cheng. He smiled and waved his hand, feeling a sense of relief at their recovery. The previous night's ordeal had struck like a sudden tempest, catching Wang Cheng and his comrades off guard. What they had initially assumed would be a routine rescue mission had unexpectedly turned into a situation where they themselves required saving. This realization left the typically fearless Wang Cheng with a tinge of helplessness and irony. Chapter 34. Embracing warmth. Wang Cheng finally brought the rescue team members home safely, though he himself was utterly exhausted upon returning to the sanctuary of the icebound safe house. This frigid world resembled a desolate castle, with an overwhelming sense of solitude and darkness afflicting everyone. That he sank heavily into a chair, removed his helmet, and sighed wearily, to hell with rescue. In a world where everyone needs saving, the notion of rescue becomes an impossible task. The team members returned to their homes, utterly drained. Wang Cheng watched their departing figures, a wave of emotion washing over him. This world was no longer as beautiful as it once was. Yet they, as a rescue team, had to steadfastly remain in the most perilous places, offering a flicker of hope to humanity. That evening, upon seeing Li Pei, the accumulated fatigue and pressure within Wang Cheng erupted. He wept like a child, recounting to her the hardships encountered during the rescue. Li Pei held him tightly, her own tears spilling forth. Payer, do you know? This world has collapsed, yet we must persevere, even when hope seems distant. We must fight with all our might. Determination radiated from Wang Cheng's eyes. Li Pei wiped her tears and smiled, saying, I know, Chengji, it is precisely because of this that I admire you and your courageous rescue team even more. You are the hope in this frozen world. Wang Cheng managed a bitter smile, thinking, hope? Perhaps that is merely an elusive dream. Yet he did not give up, for he understood that if he halted, the world would plunge into deeper darkness. Wang Cheng's home was warm as spring, and in contrast to the biting cold of winter, the safe house felt like paradise. Li Pei approached with a cup of hot tea, smiling gently as she said, Chenggo, have some tea to chase away the chill. As Wang Cheng accepted the cup, he felt the warmth of the tea seep into him. Lifting his spirits, he gazed at Li Pei, his eyes filled with gratitude. This girl always brought warmth to him in his most fatigued moments. Li Pei smiled softly, revealing two adorable dimples, a sight that Wang Cheng cherished. He lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam, taking small sips. Payer, this tea is exquisite, just like you, bringing warmth to my life, he remarked with heartfelt sincerity. Li Pei shyly lowered her head, softly responding, Chenggu, I just want to do something within my capabilities to help you feel the beauty of this world. Her voice was as pure as an angel's, causing Wang Cheng's heart to flutter. Wang Cheng smiled and pulled Li Pei closer, saying, Payer, do you know? Every time I return from a rescue site and see you, I feel that everything has been worth it. That he grasped her hand tightly, as if wishing to transfer her warmth to himself. Li Pei looked at him affectionately and gently said, Chenggu, you are a hero in this world, and I will always support you, walking beside you through every cold winter. Her gaze radiated unwavering conviction. Wang Cheng gazed back at Li Pei, warmth flooding his heart. He knew that this girl was the most precious treasure in his life. He smiled and said, Payer, with you by my side, I feel like the happiest person in the world. In that moment, Wang Cheng forgot the chill outside, feeling only the warmth of the safe house enveloping him like spring. He embraced Li Pei tightly, savoring the tenderness they shared. Li Pei nestled closely against him, conveying her love and warmth. Chapter 35. Graceful dance of the jade legs. In this frozen world, they nestled together, sharing warmth. Wang Cheng understood that as long as Li Pei was by his side, he possessed the strength to overcome any hardship. Li Pei, too, firmly believed that this hero, Wang Cheng, would lead her toward a beautiful future. Outside the safe house, the biting winds howled and the snow raged, yet inside, it was as warm as spring, suffused with love. Wang Cheng and Li Pei embraced one another, weathering the winter together. Wang Cheng's hand rested gently upon Li Pei's thigh, and as he gazed at her fiery red lips, his heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. This moment, Li Pei is as enchanting as a beautifully painted scroll, captivating Wang Cheng's gaze. The two flames in the hearth intertwine, dancing and swirling, seemingly heralding the fervent love they share. Wang Cheng swallows hard, attempting to ease the tension with a jest. Payer, your lips are as alluring as flames. If I were to be scorched, would I too become a fire? Li Pei shot him a glare, though her lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Chengge, you always know how to tease me. However, my lips will only burn for someone I truly adore. As she spoke, she deliberately pouted her lips, exuding an adorable charm. Wang Qing chuckled, warmth blooming in his heart. Her seemingly casual remark concealed profound emotions. He sighed, Payer, with you by my side, my life resembles the hearth, eternally radiating warmth. Li Pei shyly lowered her head, softly replying, Chengge, as long as I am with you, even in the coldest winter, I feel as warm as spring. Her voice was as gentle as water, sending a jolt through Wang Qing's heart that he gazed at Li Pei, his eyes brimming with deep affection. This girl was his destined one, the most precious treasure in his life. He smiled and said, Payer, let us strive together, ensuring our lives burn as brightly as this hearth. Li Pei nodded vigorously, her gaze resolute. Chengge, I am willing to weather storms with you and walk hand in hand for a lifetime. Her eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, bringing immense comfort to Wang Qing. In that moment, they were like two flames in the hearth, intertwined and reliant on one another, burning together. This feeling enveloped them in unparalleled happiness. They believed that as long as they walked hand in hand, they could conquer all challenges and welcome the dawn of life. Wang Qing's hand slowly found its way to Li Pei's calf, sending electric currents coursing through his body, stirring ripples in his heart. Li Pei's legs were as flawless as a work of art, each inch of skin smooth and tender, as if meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Wang Qing caressed her gently, admiration evident in his gaze that he smiled and remarked, Payer, your legs are truly perfect, as smooth as an egg. Li Pei blushed shyly, lowering her gaze to Wang Qing's hand. Chengge, you just love to tease me. However, if you enjoy it so much, I shall let you indulge. She said this while intentionally extending her leg a bit further. Wang Qing felt warmth in his heart and emotionally replied. Their happiness resembled a magnificent melody, narrating their tale that on that splendid evening, they savored the sweetness of life and the depth of each other's affection. Their love stood as a sturdy bridge, uniting their hearts and guiding them resolutely toward the future. In the days to come, they continued to relish the sweetness of their romance. Their life unfolded like a beautiful song, echoing their joy and love. Outside the safe haven, an endless night enveloped the world. The ice and snow, akin to a cold, merciless queen, sealed the earth and reigned over the realm. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chilling air that sent shivers down spines. Snowflakes danced and fluttered down, blanketing rooftops, streets, and trees. Each flake sparkled like a shimmering diamond, glistening under the moonlight. Yet, this picturesque winter scene concealed a deadly peril that a blizzard raged, ruthlessly claiming lives. The howling winds roared like an enraged beast, sweeping everything in their path. In the night sky, lightning streaked across, illuminating the pitch-black world. Thunder resonated like war drums, echoing through the heavens. Inside the safe house, the fire crackled warmly, filling the room with comfort. Wang Qing and Li Pei nestled closely together, gazing out at the tempest, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. This blizzard is truly terrifying. I wonder when it will cease, Li Pei expressed with concern. Wang Qing gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, Do not worry, Payer, we shall weather this storm together. They leaned by the fire, listening to the wind's lament outside. The snowflakes tapped against the window, producing a sound reminiscent of a haunting tale. Chapter 39. Weaving the most beautiful melody. Yet at that moment, Wang Qing and Li Pei were oblivious to all else. The temperature within the safe house was just right, warm as spring. Wang Qing lay upon Li Pei, enveloped in her softness and beauty. Their heartbeats synchronized, as if performing a splendid symphony together. Wang Qing's sweat trickled onto Li Pei's skin, smooth as finest jade. Her skin resembled dewdrops on fresh snow, crystal clear, evoking an irresistible desire to cherish her. Li Pei's skin was as delicate as silk, faintly blushing with a soft pink hue. That alluring color quickened hearts and was utterly irresistible. Her neck, shoulders, and back formed graceful lines, akin to a perfect masterpiece. Wang Qing could not restrain himself from tenderly caressing Li Pei's skin. Each touch sent electric thrills through him, an intoxicating sensation that ensnared him in its grasp. Li Pei sensed Wang Qing's caress, her breath growing increasingly rapid. Her eyes sparkled with the light of desire, silently beckoning him. Their dialogues became shorter, with every breath and glance rich in affection. The feeling of their souls intertwining immersed them in a sea of love, making it impossible to extricate themselves. Wang Cheng lowered his head, gently kissing Li Pei's neck. His tongue glided over her skin, sending waves of shivers coursing through her. Li Pei's hands clutched Wang Cheng's back tightly. Yearning for his warmth, their movements intensified. Each touch and kiss stoked the flames of their passion, as if they were destined to melt into one another. Outside, the storm continued its relentless assault, but within their world, it felt as warm as spring. In that frigid night, they found solace in each other and experienced the grandeur of love that on that enchanting evening, they cast aside worldly constraints and devoted themselves entirely to their love. Their souls intertwined, composing a beautiful love song together. Li Pei's soft humming resonated through the room, akin to a song or a poem. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, bringing tranquility to the listener's heart. It conveyed joy and radiated happiness, embodying the most exquisite melody of love. Whenever Wang Cheng felt joyous, he too could not help but hum along. Their voices rose and fell in harmony, entwining like a pair of resonant strings. The sound was warm and powerful, filled with dreams of the future. Their harmonious hums echoed through the room, articulating their affections for one another. This blissful sensation compelled one to pause and listen. It was a wordless poem, depicting their sweet moments and chronicling their love story. Li Pei's rhythmic hums resonated like crisp drumbeats. Her voice ebbed and flowed, sometimes resembling the song of birds in the mountains, other times mimicking the gentle babbling of streams. Each note was infused with vitality, reflecting her passion and vigor. Wang Cheng's humming exuded masculinity, his deep and robust voice contrasting beautifully with Li Pei's, creating a richer harmony. Their hums seemed to converse, responding to one another, weaving the most beautiful melody. On that cozy night, their humming transformed into a captivating symphony. Their voices pierced through the storm, resonating across the world, allowing all to feel their happiness and joy. Outside the safe haven, the storm raged on, yet their world remained warm as spring. In that icy night, they discovered reliance in one another, feeling the magnificence of love. Their hums were the most beautiful interpretation of their affection. However, they remained unaware that behind this tempest lay an even more harrowing crisis. Chapter 40. Light will return the following day. A blue flash illuminated the horizon, akin to a dazzling pearl radiating blinding light. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed like a deafening clap of thunder, shaking the ground as if the world itself quaked. Subsequently, a tsunami-like wind surged forth, whirling debris from the ground in a frenzied dance. Flurries of snow spun in the air like sprites, assailed by the tempest as they pounded against trees and homes. The frail branches buckled under the weight of the snowflakes. Uprooted by the relentless force, buildings trembled under the impact of the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Some structures could not withstand the storm's onslaught, swaying precariously before ultimately succumbing with a resounding crash. The building where Wang Cheng resided swayed in the winds, yet its reinforcements afforded it relative stability, merely trembling a few times before falling silent. However, amid the storm's backdrop, anxiety gripped the hearts of the people. Windows rattled ominously, threatening to shatter at any moment. The wind howled through the rooms, sending chills through their bones. Those inside huddled together, offering each other comfort. Wang Cheng gazed out at the tempest, worry flashing in his eyes. He feared this storm might bring irrevocable damage to the city. Yet, he understood the need for composure. He must stabilize their spirits. Thus, he approached the window, gripping the frame tightly, inhaling deeply, and shouted into the tempest. "We must believe in ourselves. We will overcome this storm." As his words echoed, he recalled something, turned, and seized the phone, dialing a number. The cacophony of noise resounded on the other end, yet Wang Cheng discerned the voice. "Hello, old Zhang. It's me, Wang Cheng. This storm appears to be more severe than we anticipated. How are things on your end?" "Ah, Wang Cheng, we're in dire straits here too. Numerous trees have fallen, and some houses have collapsed. However, everyone is striving to endure the disaster, and rescue teams have already commenced their efforts." Old Zhang's voice was weary, yet laced with resolute determination. "All right, be sure to take care of yourself. We will weather this storm together." At that moment, the radio crackled with a shocking announcement that a trembling voice reported, "A comet has collided with Earth. resulting in the disappearance of 4 billion people in our Western Hemisphere. Additionally, this catastrophe has triggered an unprecedented tsunami and raging infernos spanning countless square kilometers. It is estimated that the death toll from this disaster could reach 6 billion. Upon hearing this news, Wang Chung and his team turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. They gripped the phone tightly, attempting to dial familiar numbers, only to find the signal had been severed. Anxiety washed over them as they gazed out at the once thriving city, now reduced to ruins. People fled in terror, the air filled with cries and wails. In every corner, orphans and widows clutched their children, helplessly gazing at the chaos around them. This calamity struck without warning, leaving everyone in shock. Wang Chung clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure in this moment of turmoil. He realized that panic could not alter their fate. Wang Chung stood silently before the window, gazing at the desolate scene outside. On the first day following the catastrophe, it seemed as though the entire world had been encased in ice. He picked up a pen and inscribed a name heavily upon the paper. This was his duty as a diarist, to chronicle the minutiae of this extraordinary period. The radio continued to broadcast the predictions of scientists. Due to the immense force of impact, the Earth would lose its velocity, and such a frozen state would endure for 1,000 days. Afterward, the Earth would resume its rotation and revolution, allowing us once again to behold the beauty of sunrises and sunsets. A flicker of hope shone in Wang Cheng's eyes. He believed that even though darkness presently enveloped the world, light would inevitably return. Chapter 41. The first day of the frozen apocalypse, he returned to his writing desk, continuing to document the events of the day. Today, I witnessed both the fragility and resilience of humanity. When disaster struck, people were initially thrown into a panic, yet they quickly regained their composure and began to save themselves. Rescue teams braved the bitter cold, liberating many trapped beneath the rubble. I also observed a mother and child embracing in the street, offering each other solace, their eyes filled with determination and hope. At that moment, a dialogue emerged from the radio. "Mom, when can we return to normal life?" a child inquired. "Soon, as long as we unite. This disaster will eventually pass," the mother responded. Wang Chung noted, "Although calamities are terrifying, what is even more dreadful is the despair of humanity. However, today, I witnessed individuals whose eyes sparkled with hope. That was the faith to overcome adversity. That I am confident that as long as we maintain our belief, we shall emerge from this predicament." He set down his pen and stepped outside, eager to explore the world. On the streets, people donned thick cotton garments, their footsteps heavy. Their faces bore the marks of worry. Yet they also radiated determination. Wang Chung spotted a young boy wielding a small shovel, diligently digging through the snow. That he approached and asked, "Little one, what are you doing?" The boy looked up and smiled. "I am digging a path to find the puppy buried beneath the snow." Wang Chung was moved by his bravery. That he continued on, encountering an elderly couple who supported one another, taking careful steps toward their home. He approached them and said, "You are truly resilient." The couple replied with smiles, "We fear no difficulties. As long as we have love, we can overcome anything." Wang Chung recorded these moments, writing, "When disaster strikes, people do not surrender. They seek warmth amidst the cold and light amid darkness. Today, I witnessed the tenacity and courage of humanity, and I believe we will surely navigate through this crisis." Upon returning home, the radio continued to echo the predictions of the scientists. Wang Chung listened quietly, his heart brimming with hope. He believed that even if the world were to falter, even if the earth were to freeze, as long as there is faith and love, humanity could conquer all. He concluded his entry with, "Today marks the first day after the disaster, where I witnessed both the fragility and resilience of humanity. Their faith and courage. I believe that as long as we stand united, no challenge can defeat us. Let us await the return of sunrises and sunsets, the day when the earth resumes its rotation and revolution." This is how Wang Chung chronicled the first day, a day filled with challenges and hope. He held firm in his belief that this world would become even more beautiful, for they possessed boundless faith and love. Li Pei gazed at Wang Cheng's words, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Those words shone like sunlight, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the darkness within her soul. Despite the world being violently shaken, Wang Chung maintained a positive outlook for the future. She felt a powerful surge of emotion, a profound sense of inspiration and deep compassion. Wang Cheng's prose, much like his character, was simple yet sincere. His writing encapsulated both a critique of reality and a yearning for beauty. With straightforward syntax, he sketched a complex emotional landscape, rendering the characters' emotional transitions intense yet authentic. Chapter 42. The Howl of Midnight on the first night of the comet's collision with Earth. It seemed as though the entire world had descended into an abyss of darkness. Wang Cheng and Li Pei experienced the most anxious moments of their lives on this tumultuous night. Li Pei, an elementary school teacher, cherished life and adored her students. That day, she anxiously gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting to the children in her class. They were so young, facing the dire circumstances of power outages, lack of clothing, and dwindling food supplies. What would become of them in the future? Unable to restrain her tears, Li Pei felt her worries accumulate like the snowflakes falling outside. Observing his girlfriend's distress, Wang Cheng attempted to comfort her with a light-hearted tone. "Do not worry, Pei. We will surely overcome this hardship. After all, in such frigid weather, simply surviving is a miracle." Saying this, he grasped her hand tightly, hoping to convey a modicum of warmth. That night, Wang Cheng and Li Pei sat by the hearth, nestled against each other, listening to the howling winds and swirling snow outside. They spoke little, merely absorbing each other's presence, as if this connection could shield them from the harshness of the world beyond. The flickering firelight cast shifting shadows across their faces, echoing their uncertain and anxious emotions. Occasionally, the sound of a match striking would punctuate the silence, amplifying the eeriness of the moment, instilling a sense of dread. This fear stemmed from the uncertainty of what lay ahead. They were unaware of how to navigate the days to come or when this disaster would finally relent. In that moment, all they could do was lean on each other, braving the storm together. This reliance was not solely physical, but also spiritual. In one another's company, they discovered a sliver of solace and a glimmer of hope for survival. As the night deepened, a sudden wail echoed through the quiet corridor, as if lamenting some tragic fate. Soon after, the sound of weeping filled the air, spreading an atmosphere of sorrow that evoked sympathy in all who heard it. Just as people were left bewildered, a loud crash shattered the night stillness, followed by someone leaping from an upper floor. Those below were petrified by this unexpected turn of events, rushing from their rooms, murmuring anxiously. In the corridor, a middle-aged woman, distraught, raced down the stairs, wailing in despair. Her eyes were swollen and red, her hair disheveled, as if she had just emerged from a nightmare. The gathered crowd surrounded her, attempting to console her, yet unable to alleviate her profound anguish. Meanwhile, a young man named Xiao Li, residing above, was also roused from sleep. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he stepped onto the balcony, surveying the scene below. Xiao Li was typically cheerful, fond of jesting with others. Upon witnessing the sorrowful tableau, he suddenly recalled an amusing quip. He picked up his phone, capturing a photo of the crowd below, intending to share it on social media. In the frame, the mournful scene contrasted sharply with the gathering of onlookers. After a moment's reflection, he typed a caption for his post. "Tonight's commotion below is quite the spectacle, though it stems from a tragedy. Life is like a mirror. You never know what awaits you in the next moment. Cherish those around you." The accompanying image featured the weeping woman and the throng of spectators. Meanwhile, the grieving woman, comforted by the crowd, gradually regained her composure. She shared that the individual who had jumped was her brother, overwhelmed by life's pressures and unable to bear the weight of despair, choosing this tragic path. She urged everyone to heed her warning, to pay closer attention to their loved ones, and to offer them more love and understanding. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers expressed their sympathy and began discussing ways to care for their family and friends. On this night, the pervasive sadness touched each individual, prompting a renewed appreciation for the fragility of life and the preciousness of familial bonds. Chapter 43. A heart filled with hope. Li Pei was unable to sleep all night, disturbed by the neighbor's anguished cries. Those sounds seemed to emanate from the depths of her heart, filled with despair and pain. Already burdened with her own thoughts, the occurrence of someone jumping from a height only compounded her sleeplessness. The wails pierced the night's tranquility like a sharp knife, causing her heart to ache in response. For Wang Cheng, he refrained from going outside to investigate, yet he caught sight of Xiao Li's post on social media. In the circle of friends, Xiao Li posted a status that read, "Life is akin to a theatrical performance. Some individuals, as they enact their roles, find themselves in tears, while others discover laughter. Yet we, amidst our performances, have simply grown up." Wang Chung pondered over these words, feeling somewhat perplexed. Outside, numerous buildings were engulfed in darkness due to a power outage. Had it not been for Wang Cheng's procurement of an old-fashioned copper core engine, their building would have succumbed to the same fate. Despite the fragility of their internet connection, he could not comprehend what they truly desired. Life was undeniably delicate, reminiscent of a thin wire that could snap with a mere tug. Inside her room, Li Pei curled up within her blankets, listening to the sounds from outside. Her heart raced, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Memories of the neighbor's expression from the previous night flooded her mind. So desperate, so helpless. She recalled her own childhood moments of similar despair, grappling with feelings of unfairness in the world and the weight of existence. Wang Qing lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Contemplating Xiao Li's words, he felt as though his life was indeed a performance. At times, he found himself laughing, while at others, tears would flow. Yet he was aware that his circumstances were not the most dire. He still had the engine, the electricity, the internet, and, most importantly, Li Pei. Along with their shared home. As the external clamor gradually faded, Li Pei remained unable to sleep. The image of the neighbor's face, the scene of the leap, haunted her thoughts. She remembered her father and the day he took his own life. Pain surged within her, akin to a knife slicing through her heart. Wang Qing shut his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber. Yet the questions swirling within him were tangled like those wires, impossible to unravel. He recalled Xiao Li's words and reflected on his own life, pondering whether he was an actor or merely an observer. As the night slowly receded, dawn crept in quietly. Li Pei rose from her bed, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window. Yet her heart remained heavy with sorrow. She understood that her insomnia stemmed from thoughts of the neighbor. She thought of her father and his departure. Wang Chung stood before the mirror, confronting his own reflection. He was acutely aware of the questions that plagued his mind, yet the answers eluded him. All he knew was that his life must continue. He picked up his phone, glanced at Xiao Li's status, and replied, "Life resembles a play, yet every performance must eventually conclude. We cannot forsake the beginning of a new act simply because the previous one has ended." Li Pei, observing the sunlight outside, felt a glimmer of hope. She recognized that her life still held vast possibilities ahead. She took up her phone and posted her own status. Life is akin to a theatrical performance. Sometimes we find ourselves in tears, yet we must not surrender our smiles because of our sorrows. Wang Chung smiled at his reflection, realizing that his life still held many unknowns. Chapter 44. Longing for school. The world outside was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Snow fell in thick flakes, seemingly intent on blanketing the entire city. The substantial layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground, creating a landscape reminiscent of spun sugar. Li Pei stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, her heart yearning for her school. It had been far too long since her last visit, and she wondered how things had changed there. "Wang Chung, let us take a trip to the school," she suggested, turning to him as he sipped his tea. Wang Chung looked up and smiled. "Certainly. Let us see your school and witness the transformations it has undergone." They donned thick down jackets, hats, and scarves before stepping outside. The frigid air hit them like a wave, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Nevertheless, they bravely pressed on, treading through the deep snow toward the school. Along the way, they encountered many familiar sights: the tree under which they once sought refuge from the rain, the classroom where Li Pei had attended lessons, the corridor they had walked together. All were imbued with nostalgia and warmth. Upon reaching the school, they found it shrouded in snow, much like the rest of the city. And it was clear that the campus, their former alma mater, was devoid of teachers and students. The heavy snowfall likely kept everyone indoors. "Do you remember how we would stay home whenever it snowed, only venturing out once it had ceased?" Li Pei remarked, lifting her gaze to the sky as snowflakes danced upon her cheeks, unable to suppress her laughter. "Indeed, those were simpler, happier times," Wang Chung mused. They continued along the familiar streets, reminiscing about their past experiences, the shops along the road, the snow-laden rooftops, and the tree that had once sheltered them from the rain. All evoked cherished memories of their childhood. "But I wonder how that tree is faring now. It must be quite old," Li Pei pondered, her eyes reflecting her sentiments. "Yes, we have all matured, and it too must have aged," Wang Chung joked. They pressed onward, arriving at the school gate. The sight of the large lock drew frowns from both of them. "It's quite unusual for the school to be locked on such a snowy day," Li Pei commented, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Standing at the entrance, Gazing at the familiar campus, their longing intensified. They yearned to step inside, to revisit the classrooms, playgrounds, gardens, and the very room where they had once learned together. "Let us search for a way in. Perhaps we can find an entrance," Wang Chung proposed. Thus, they circled around to the back wall of the campus, seeking a potential opening. A row of trees lined the rear, their branches heavy with snow, resembling an array of snowballs. They tread carefully on the snow-covered ground. Wary of slipping and falling, be careful not to fall, Wang Chung cautioned. "You too," Li Pei replied, as they exchanged light-hearted banter while searching for a means to enter the school. Suddenly, Li Pei's eyes lit up as she spotted a half-opened gate. She pushed it open, revealing a path leading to the teaching building. Chapter 45. Those cherished moments come this way. Wang Chung, Li Pei exclaimed with excitement. They followed the path into the campus, snowflakes landing on their hair and clothing. Yet they paid no heed. Their sole desire was to enter and behold the once familiar surroundings. Upon stepping into the teaching building, they discovered that the desks and chairs in the classrooms were neatly arranged, as if awaiting the return of students. The chalkboard bore faint markings, yet Li Pei could still discern her childhood handwriting. "How nostalgic it is. We once attended class here," Li Pei remarked, her eyes brimming with emotion. "Indeed, in the blink of an eye, we have all grown up," Wang Chung concurred. They continued forward, arriving at the playground. The snow on the playground had been cleared, yet the tree where they had played together still stood. Quietly observing them, you remember how we would rush here as soon as class ended. Those were truly carefree days," Li Pei reflected, gazing up at the tree with a smile. "Yes, back then, we knew only joy and were blissfully unaware of troubles," Wang Chung replied, sharing in her sentiment. As they strolled through the playground, reminiscing about their past, snowflakes continued to fall upon them, yet they felt the warmth of the sun shining down. They seemed to be transported back to their childhood, reliving those beautiful moments. "I wonder how the teachers are faring now. I hope they are all well," Li Pei pondered aloud. "Yes, I hope they are doing fine. We must live well in order to honor those cherished times," Wang Chung responded. They wandered through the campus, taking in the familiar sights, their hearts filled with nostalgia. Their childhood may have passed, but the beautiful memories would forever remain in their hearts. The snowflakes continued to fall, and the campus lay in serene silence. Here, Li Pei and Wang Chung had spent their delightful childhood, and now, they returned once more, seeking the moments that had slipped away, though time could not be reversed. The memories they held dear would remain eternal. They stepped out of the campus, gazing at the familiar gate, their hearts brimming with emotion. The snowflakes began to fall more heavily, yet they felt the warm sunlight on their faces. As long as love resides in the heart, beautiful memories will flourish. "Our youth continues," Li Pei remarked with a smile. "Indeed, our youth shall never come to an end," Wang Chung concurred. They treaded upon the snow, preparing to depart from the school. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the corner of the classroom, as if something had shattered. Li Pei chuckled. "Is it that mischievous one, sneaking back to school to play house again?" Wang Chung, curious, approached to investigate what had transpired in the corner. Upon arrival, they discovered a colossal, humanoid figure curled upon the ground, utterly stilled. Li Pei, intrigued, inquired, "Who is this? Why are they hiding here?" Wang Chung furrowed his brow and cautiously approached the figure. Upon closer inspection, he felt an odd mixture of familiarity and strangeness, igniting his curiosity that he yearned to draw closer and uncover the mystery of this enigmatic presence. Li Pei, sensing the peculiarity but also finding it amusing, tiptoed alongside him in search of answers. As they neared the figure, it suddenly stirred, startling both of them. Chapter 46. The humanoid. The closer they ventured, the more they sensed something was amiss. They noticed the figure bore long whiskers protruding from its mouth, a truly striking sight. Wang Chung widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary length those whiskers have!" Li Pei grimaced, feeling a twinge of disgust. Muttering softly, "How peculiar! What manner of creature is this?" They contemplated retreating, but the shadowy figure abruptly lunged towards Li Pei with surprising speed. Li Pei shrieked in terror, frozen in place. Wang Chung, witnessing this, immediately shielded Li Pei. His gaze fixated on the looming figure. With a swift kick, he sent the shadow flying across the ground. The creature, resembling a rat, let out a shrill cry and crashed to the ground, only to scramble back up. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Wang Chung, revealing it to be a rat the size of a human. Wang Chung, astonished, exclaimed, What an exceptionally large rat. This is indeed a rarity. Li Pei, anxiously observing the massive rodent, cautiously remarked, "Yes, we must tread carefully. We cannot ascertain whether it might attack us." The rat's eyes glimmered with cunning, a wicked smile curling at its lips that it suddenly emitted a sharp cry, and in an instant, swarms of small rats emerged, encircling Wang Cheng and Li Pei with their terrifying shrieks. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, pondering, "What shall we do? With so many rats, how can we contend with them?" Li Pei, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure and whispered, "We must not panic. We must find a solution." Just then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering snowflakes upon the large rat and its minions, creating a shimmering effect. Wang Cheng's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He discreetly shared his plan with Li Pei, who immediately brightened and exclaimed, "Excellent idea. Let us give it a try." Wang Cheng and Li Pei divided their roles and commenced their operation. Wang Cheng, utilizing his agility, dodged the oncoming rats while drawing nearer to the colossal creature. Meanwhile, Li Pei positioned herself to wait for the opportune moment to unleash her ultimate technique. That moment, the large rat launched a ferocious assault, lunging at Wang Cheng with its jaws agape, revealing its sharp teeth. Wang Cheng deftly evaded the attack, seizing its tail and flinging it with great force. The large rat rolled away like a massive ball. Seizing the opportunity, Li Pei thrust her hands forward, hurling a small knife at the beast. The knife struck true, eliciting a pained shriek from the rat, which writhed in agony. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding smaller rats scattered in terror. Wang Cheng and Li Pei pursued relentlessly, ultimately vanquishing both the large rat and its smaller companions, who fled in disarray. They exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Exchanging smiles, they locked eyes. Both could see the astonishment reflected in one another's gaze, having encountered a rat of such immense size for the first time in their lives. They felt fortunate that it was not particularly hungry. Had it been ravenous, they might not have been able to fend it off together. Wang Cheng, wide-eyed, cautiously remarked, "I have never seen a rat of this magnitude before." Li Pei, equally apprehensive, nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is curious. How could a rat grow so large?" Later, they reflected on the collision of a comet with Earth, which could elevate radiation levels, potentially causing certain animals affected by radiation to grow to extraordinary sizes, far surpassing their original weights. Thus, it was plausible that this colossal rat had been influenced by such radiation. Chapter 47. Battling the rat. Wang Cheng stroked his chin, contemplating, "No wonder this rat is so enormous. It must be a result of radiation exposure." Li Pei frowned, her brow furrowed with concern. "But what if radiation affects humans too? Should we not exercise caution?" Wang Cheng nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must remain vigilant. If radiation were to impact us, it would not bode well." They exchanged knowing glances, resolving to proceed with caution while closely monitoring their surroundings. They continued onward. They carefully observed their environment for any changes. Suddenly, they heard a peculiar sound emanating from the woods. Wang Cheng and Li Pei exchanged wary looks. Both sensing the underlying tension, they cautiously approached the source of the noise, only to discover an even larger rat looming before them. This creature towered nearly 2 meters tall, its eyes radiating madness. Its dark gray skin appeared exceptionally tough, and its robust limbs seemed poised to pounce on its prey at any moment. Faced with such a terrifying creature, they felt a twinge of fear. Yet, their courageous spirits compelled them to confront this challenge and seek a solution. Wang Cheng swiftly picked up a sturdy stick, gripping his makeshift weapon tightly as he cautiously approached the gigantic rat. Observing that the rat's attention had not yet shifted to them, he whispered to Li Pei, "While it remains unaware of our presence, we must find an opportunity to strike." Li Pei nodded, her voice tense. "Indeed, but we must be careful not to be caught." They circled cautiously around the rat, searching for a suitable point of attack. Suddenly, the rat lunged towards them. Wang Cheng swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the beast's assault. However, the rat's speed was astonishing, and it quickly turned its attention to Li Pei. Li Pei squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impending attack. But at that moment, the rat halted, seemingly hesitating. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Cheng lunged at the rat, grasping its tail with all his might. The rat screeched in agony, thrashing wildly. Witnessing this, Li Pei immediately capitalized on the moment, landing a powerful punch on the rat. The blow elicited a piercing wail from the creature, intensifying its fury. The enraged rat began to dart around frantically, attempting to escape Wang Cheng and Li Pei's grasp. In a swift motion, it managed to free its tail and turned to glare at them with malice. Wang Cheng, clutching his sturdy stick tightly, fixed his determined gaze upon the towering rat. His expression bore no trace of fear, only unwavering resolve. Beside him, Li Pei also gripped her stick, her eyes glued to the unfolding confrontation. "Be cautious, do not let it flee," Wang Cheng whispered urgently. Li Pei nodded, inhaling deeply and gripping her weapon with determination. In that moment, they stood as two steadfast fortresses, safeguarding their territory. The large rat widened its eyes, baring its sharp fangs, emitting a deafening shriek. It appeared to be searching for the perfect moment to attack, leaping and darting about. Wang Cheng and Li Pei remained vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, the massive rat charged at them with alarming speed, catching them off guard. Wang Cheng's eyes widened as he swung his stick with all his might, attempting to block the oncoming assault. The stick collided with the rat's body, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through his hands. However, the formidable rodent did not retreat. Instead, it grew more ferocious. Chapter 48. The wound still oozes blood. Keep going. We cannot let it defeat us, Li Pei shouted from the side, her eyes sparkling with tension. Wang Cheng nodded in agreement and swung the wooden stick once more. This time, he aimed for the creature's head. The stick whistled through the air, striking the rat squarely in the face. A sharp squeak echoed as the large rodent was hit in a vital spot, collapsing to the ground in agony. Nevertheless, they did not lower their guard, for experience had taught them that amidst such moments, unexpected dangers often lurked. Sure enough, the rat suddenly sprang back to life, charging at them once again. Wang Cheng and Li Pei immediately met its advance, their sticks raining down like a tempest. It hurts. It hurts. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth. His arm had been deeply bitten, blood streaming profusely. Hold on, we must drive it away, Li Pei urged loudly. Exhausted herself, her gaze remained steadfast. Thus, they engaged in a fierce battle with the rodent. Each strike was accompanied by pained groans. At last, amidst countless attacks and defenses, they discovered the rat's weakness. Wang Cheng focused on the creature's tail, summoning all his strength to deliver a decisive blow. With a resounding crack, the rat howled in pain, finally succumbing. It struggled to flee, but was already too weak. Wang Cheng and Li Pei relentlessly pursued, ultimately slaying the terrifying beast. We have won, Wang Cheng and Li Pei cheered, embracing one another. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. Li Pei kicked the rat a few times to ensure it was truly dead, sighing in relief. She turned to Wang Cheng with concern. His wound continued to bleed, and her heart ached as she softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and shook his head. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Yet he could not suppress a grimace. Evidently in considerable pain, Li Pei frowned and rushed to the school infirmary, breaking open the cabinet to retrieve a first aid kit, carefully tending to Wang Cheng's wound. She meticulously stitched the injury, softly assuring him, "I will stitch it up well. You won't be left with a scar." Wang Cheng smiled as he patted her shoulder. "It's fine. A scar is a symbol of manhood." Li Pei shot him a disapproving glance, gently saying, "Stop pretending to be strong. If it hurts, just say it so everyone knows." Wang Cheng chuckled softly, remaining silent. Li Pei's concern warmed his heart, watching her serious demeanor. A wave of warmth surged within him. Li Pei gazed at Wang Cheng's wound, her brow furrowing. Those irradiated rats carried numerous pathogens. If the wound wasn't cleaned promptly, infection could easily ensue. "Wang Cheng, you were far too reckless earlier. With such a deep wound, what if you contract the plague?" she exclaimed anxiously. Wang Cheng offered a bitter smile and shook his head. "I know it's dangerous, but the situation was urgent. I couldn't think of much else." Li Pei glared at him, then stated resolutely, "Fortunately, I know first aid. Let's clean the wound first and disinfect it to prevent infection." As she spoke, she took out disinfectant and cotton swabs from the first aid kit, gently cleansing Wang Cheng's injury. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. In that moment, Li Pei was the epitome of professionalism, and he placed his trust in her. She delicately cleaned the wound, occasionally reminding him, "If it hurts, just tell me. Don't hold back." Wang Cheng shook his head. "It's fine. I can endure it." His gaze remained fixed on Li Pei's hands, filled with gratitude as he watched her work diligently. Once the wound was cleaned, Li Pei took out a sterile gauze pad and gently covered the injury. All done. The wound is now treated. As long as you change the dressing regularly, there should be no problems, she said with a smile. Wang Cheng let out a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Li Pei. Chapter 49. Seeking medicine at the hospital. In the school infirmary, there were no radiation-resistant medications, and Li Pei was beside herself with worry. She glanced anxiously at Wang Cheng, pondering, with such a severe wound, what if he contracts the radiation virus? Sensing her concern, Wang Cheng comforted her. Don't worry, I will pull through. Li Pei shot him a stern look, saying seriously, this is no trivial matter. We need to find a hospital quickly. With that, she took Wang Cheng's hand, braving the heavy snow as they searched for a hospital. The streets were deserted, the snow piled high above their knees, making it exceedingly difficult to walk. Yet they did not give up, trudging through the snow in search of a glimmer of hope for life. The biting cold wind whipped around them, but the figures of Li Pei and Wang Cheng stood resolute against the backdrop of the snow. Snowflakes occasionally landed in their hair, melting into droplets, yet they remained oblivious. Their hearts held only one thought: to find a hospital and save Wang Cheng's life. After what felt like an eternity of searching, they finally stumbled upon a hospital. However, the entire building was blanketed in snow, appearing utterly lifeless. Li Pei gazed anxiously at the hospital's entrance, wondering, I wonder if they have any radiation medications. If not, Wang Cheng's life could be at stake. She tightly grasped Wang Cheng's hand, saying, let's go inside and see. There may still be hope. Wang Cheng nodded, struggling to take a step forward. They pushed open the hospital doors, only to find the interior in far worse condition than they had imagined. Hospital beds were piled high with snow, and medical equipment was encased in ice. Yet, there were still medical staff bustling about, tending to patients. Li Pei hurried forward, her voice tinged with urgency. Doctor, my friend is injured and needs radiation medication. The doctor looked at them, furrowing his brow. Radiation medication? We don't have any at the moment. We can only try using regular antibiotics for now. Disappointment washed over Li Pei as she bit her lip. Yet there was nothing more to be done. She could only pray that the ordinary antibiotics would prove effective. The medical staff quickly wheeled Wang Cheng into the operating room, while Li Pei anxiously waited outside. She stared at the operating room door, Wang Cheng's figure flashing through her mind. Silently, she prayed, Wang Cheng, you must hold on. We cannot lose you. Hours later, the surgery finally concluded. The doctor emerged, addressing Li Pei. The surgery was successful. But we still have not found any radiation medication. For now, we can only use regular antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, hoping the radiation virus does not worsen. Li Pei exhaled in relief, gratefully replying, thank you. Doctor, I will stay by Wang Cheng's side and monitor his condition. The doctor nodded. You bandaged his wound, right? Your technique was quite good. Li Pei blushed at the compliment, responding, thank you, doctor, I just did my best. The doctor nodded again, adding, we just cleaned and disinfected his wound and restitched it. The condition is good. It should heal quickly. Li Pei breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, thank you, doctor. You truly embody the spirit of saving lives. The doctor smiled, saying, no need to thank us. The hospital is filled with radiation patients, and we are doing our utmost to save them. Once you complete the surgery, you should go home and rest. Pay attention to the wound, and come back if there are any issues. Li Pei and Wang Cheng looked at the doctor with gratitude, thinking, the medical staff here truly worked tirelessly. They completed the discharge procedures and left the hospital. Chapter 50. A better meal today. Wang Cheng led Li Pei through the knee-deep snow-covered streets, returning to their cozy abode, warm as spring. Upon entering, Li Pei eagerly shed her heavy coat, revealing a vibrant red sweater that exuded youthful vitality. Observing Li Pei's weary demeanor, Wang Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. Pei, you must be exhausted today. Let me help you, he said with concern, reaching for the apron hanging on the wall, ready to lend a hand. Li Pei smiled lightly, replying, it's all right. I'm used to it. You rest for a bit. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, she headed into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Li Pei busied herself, preparing a sumptuous feast filled with Wang Cheng's favorite dishes. The ingredients were of the highest quality, including almas caviar, French blue lobster, and Japanese Kobe beef, among others. Watching Li Pei bustling about in the kitchen, Wang Cheng felt a warm surge of affection that he exclaimed, Pei is truly a paragon of virtue. Having said that, He picked up a bottle of Lafite that had aged for over 20 years, gently uncorked it, and instantly, the rich aroma of the wine filled the air. The dinner was soon prepared, and Li Pei served the dishes one by one, sharing the meal with Wang Cheng. They sat across from each other, engaging in conversation about the mundane details of their lives. The candlelight on the dining table cast a warm glow on their faces, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Wang Cheng raised his glass and said to Li Pei, "Payer, you have worked hard today. I am grateful for everything you have done for me." Li Pei smiled and replied, "It is my duty. As long as you are happy, I find contentment." They sipped wine while savoring the delectable dishes, the exquisite flavor of French blue lobster, the tender Japanese Kobe steak, complemented by the rich almas caviar, enchanted them. By the end of the meal, hundreds of thousands had been spent. Yet, for them, it was not merely a dinner but a profound expression of their affection. While money holds significance, the privilege of being beside a beloved is the most precious of all. After dinner, they tidied up the tableware together and then settled on the sofa, gazing out at the night scene. Wang Cheng embraced Li Pei and sighed, "Payer, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side." Li Pei nestled into Wang Cheng's arms and gently asked, "Chenggu, will we continue to be this happy?" Wang Cheng assured her, "Of course, we will walk hand in hand through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter, cherishing every moment of happiness in that cozy little home." Time seemed to stand still. Li Pei, a girl with a carefree spirit, had just gone through a life-and-death ordeal with Wang Cheng. At that moment, she felt especially tender towards him and thought that she must prepare an even more splendid dinner for him. Thus, she ventured into the refrigerator and retrieved the finest ingredients she could find. First, she took out a piece of French black truffle, a top-tier delicacy renowned for its intense aroma. She mused that the black truffle chicken soup would surely be delightful. Next, she fetched a handful of Spanish blueberries, the freshest of their kind, rich in nutrients, with a perfectly balanced sweet and tart flavor. She planned to make blueberry jam to accompany the bread. At that moment, Li Pei suddenly remembered Wang Cheng's favorite, Japanese Wagyu beef. She hastily took a piece from the fridge, preparing to sear a delicious steak for him. Additionally, she found some premium caviar, intending to spread it on toasted bread for Wang Cheng to savor. In the kitchen, Li Pei busied herself, meticulously preparing the dinner, simmering the chicken soup, stir-frying the Wagyu, and baking the bread. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, filling the entire little home. Chapter 51. Radiating dazzling light, Wang Cheng was drawn by the enticing smell and entered the kitchen. Seeing Li Pei's busy figure filled his heart with warmth. He gently remarked, "Payer, you are working so hard." Li Pei smiled in response. "It's all right. As long as you enjoy the food, I am willing to do anything for you." Thus, they busied themselves in the kitchen, laughter echoing around them, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. Finally, dinner was ready. Li Pei brought the dishes to the table, and they dined together. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies: French black truffle chicken soup, Japanese Wagyu steak, Spanish blueberry jam, and Russian caviar, among others. These ingredients, globally revered, were savored with such ease by them. Wang Cheng looked at the feast laid out and couldn't help but exclaim, "Payer, you are truly remarkable. This meal must be worth tens of millions." Li Pei chuckled, saying, "As long as you enjoy it, any amount spent is worthwhile." They indulged in the culinary delights while confiding their innermost thoughts to each other. This meal allowed them to appreciate the beauty of life, deepening their bond in this frozen world. To enjoy such exquisite food was an immense blessing. After the meal, they cleaned up together. Wang Cheng gazed at Li Pei. Filled with gratitude, he said, "Payer, thank you for everything you have done for me. It is wonderful to have you by my side." Li Pei smiled back. "Chenggu, we are married. There's no need for thanks. As long as we are together, we can overcome any hardship." With an exuberant spirit, embracing the joy of life, Li Pei relished the sumptuous dinner they had shared. However, she harbored a hint of worry that once this meal was over, such culinary delights might not be available again the next day. Wang Cheng looked at Li Pei's satisfied expression, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Li Pei was inherently a lover of life. Even in the face of adversity, she sought to live happily. Therefore, he had quietly prepared this surprise, allowing her to taste the rarest delicacies in the world. As the apocalypse descended, resources in the marketplace became increasingly scarce. Many people scoured for food to survive. However, Wang Cheng harbored a secret. He possessed a parallel space filled with endless treasures. This space contained a plethora of ingredients, from fresh fruits and vegetables to precious delicacies from land and sea. All at his disposal, that it also housed various medicines, greatly securing their livelihood. Yet, Wang Cheng had not disclosed this secret to Li Pei. He understood that revealing it could bring endless troubles that in this tumultuous era. Possessing such resources was akin to inviting disaster. Thus, he preferred to silently guard this secret rather than involve Li Pei in the turmoil. That night, Wang Cheng and Li Pei shared a delightful evening, tasting exquisite food and reminiscing about the past while contemplating the future. Laughter and conversation intertwined, forming a melodious symphony that resonated throughout their cozy home. After dinner, they cleaned the tableware together. Li Pei, while tidying up, mused, "Chenggu, we were so extravagant today. Such food may not be available tomorrow." Wang Cheng chuckled softly, saying, "No worries. I will surprise you again in the future." Li Pei's eyes widened in curiosity as she asked, "Really? What surprise?" Wang Cheng smiled mysteriously but did not answer. He knew this secret could not yet be revealed to Li Pei. He wanted to protect her, ensuring that she could still live a joyful life in this apocalyptic world. In this frozen realm, they relied on one another, weathering the storms together. Wang Cheng and Li Pei cared for each other, striving to fill their lives with warmth and joy. Their love blossomed with dazzling brilliance amidst the harsh environment. Yet, the world remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. They were unaware of what challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 52. The circle of friends exploded with activity. Li Pei felt that this was a meal worth commemorating. So she took out her phone and captured countless photos of the delectable dishes on the table. In the images, the food was vibrantly colored and utterly mouth-watering. She took special care to photograph her two favorite dishes, the French black truffle chicken soup and the Russian caviar, capturing their delicious moments with precision. After taking the photos, Li Pei shared them on her social media, adding a caption, "As the apocalypse approaches, I am so fortunate to enjoy such exquisite food. Thank you to my superhero Chenggu for allowing me to live a life fit for a prince and princess during these trying times." She even included a heart emoji to express her happiness. Instantly, her social media exploded with activity. As likes and comments poured in, neighbors chimed in, some expressing envy and jealousy, while others reflected on their own circumstances. Neighbor Xiao Wang was the first to comment, "Wow, Pei Pei, you two are living so well. I envy you to the core." Li Pei replied playfully, "Haha, Xiao Wang, don't be envious. Let us have a meal together next time." However, neighbor Xiao Li's comment left Li Pei feeling somewhat awkward. "Humph. What's so great about living well? Isn't it just having a bit of money?" Li Pei frowned slightly, thinking, why is Xiao Li so sour? Nevertheless, she responded politely, "Xiao Li, please don't say that. We are simply lucky. In these apocalyptic times, everyone is struggling. We must learn to care for one another." Despite this, many other neighbors expressed their envy and best wishes. An elderly neighbor remarked, "Pei Pei, your Chenggu is truly remarkable for providing such a good life for you. We are all envious." The neighbor, Xiao Chun, also expressed his sentiments. "Indeed, as the apocalypse approaches, we are still able to enjoy hearty meals, and we truly owe our gratitude to the nation, the government, and those who selflessly contribute to our well-being." As Li Pei perused the myriad of comments, her heart was a tumult of emotions. In these dire times, life was no easy feat for her neighbors. Everyone was striving for survival, with some even faring worse than herself. She pondered, "Since I am fortunate enough to live this life, I must cherish it and endeavor to assist those in need." Thus, Li Pei replied in her social circle, "Thank you all for your blessings and admiration. We too hope everyone can lead a good life. In these apocalyptic times, we must care for one another and weather the storm together. I will strive to share this happiness with all of you. Let us unite and greet a brighter tomorrow." The moment her reply was posted, the atmosphere in the social circle instantly warmed. Neighbors expressed their agreement, leaving messages such as, "Pei Pei, you are truly a kind-hearted child. We all applaud you. And indeed, Pei Pei, let us work together to make life better." As she read these comments, Li Pei felt a warmth in her heart. She understood that in this time of calamity, happiness did not belong solely to her, but to everyone. Only through mutual care and unity could they overcome the challenges ahead. That unforgettable dinner became a precious treasure in Li Pei's life. She realized that true happiness is not about boasting, but but about sharing with those around her, in the face of impending doom. She resolved to use her strength to bring hope to her neighbors and add warmth to the world. Thus, Li Pei radiated positive energy in her social circle, inspiring every neighbor. Her and Wang Cheng's lives, enriched by this love and responsibility, became even more beautiful. They walked hand in hand through the apocalypse, establishing themselves as a beacon of hope for their neighbors. Chapter 53. Beware of deception. Li Pei's kindness and optimism inspired many, yet also attracted jealousy. After all, in this apocalyptic era, not many could enjoy the life she had. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng's fears were finally realized. One day, neighbor Aunt Zhang visited and was taken aback by the lavish ingredients featured in Li Pei's social circle, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She exclaimed, "Oh my, Pei, you are living so splendidly, feasting on delightful food. I am utterly envious." Li Pei smiled in response. "Auntie, do not envy. When the opportunity arises, I will ask Changgu to prepare some delicacies for us to share." However, Aunt Zhang's face betrayed a greedy smile. "Oh, that would be wonderful. I shall await your good news." That evening, Aunt Zhang's son, Xiaozhong, visited Wang Cheng's home and, feigning casualness, remarked, "Did you know? Recently, there is a particularly sought-after ingredient in the market called Apocalypse Fresh. It is said to prolong life and enhance immunity." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Is that so? We haven't heard of it, but there are so many ingredients in the market. One more doesn't make a difference." Xiaozhong pretended to be mysterious. "Ah. You see, this Apocalypse Fresh is said to be unattainable even with money. One must have connections." Li Pei perceived a hint of provocation in Xiaozhong's words, yet she remained polite. "Really? That sounds like a luxury for the wealthy." Xiaozhong smirked slyly. "Well, not entirely. I heard of a merchant named Lu Datu, who possesses this Apocalypse Fresh. However, he is somewhat difficult. You either pay him or assist him with a task." Wang Cheng felt increasingly uneasy, warily inquiring, "Oh, what task?" Xiaozhong feigned reluctance. "Oh, it's just to help him peddle a batch of counterfeit food products, claiming they can resist radiation when in reality, it's just a scam." Li Pei and Wang Cheng exchanged a knowing glance. Immediately realizing Xiaozhang's intentions, Li Pei retorted with disdain, "Humph, we cannot engage in such dealings. We will not partake in illegal activities." Xiaozhang's expression darkened, his anger boiling over. "Humph, if you refuse to cooperate, don't say I didn't warn you." With that, he stormed out in a huff. Wang Cheng looked at Li Pei with concern. Sigh. "I sense this matter is not as simple as it seems. They are definitely targeting us." Li Pei reassured him. "Do not worry. We are innocent and just, as long as we act with integrity. We need not fear their tricks." However, the unfolding events proved Wang Cheng's suspicions correct. Before long, rumors began circulating in the market regarding Apocalypse Fresh, claiming it could resist radiation, leading many to pursue it fervently. Lu Datu seized the opportunity to sell his counterfeit products, amassing a fortune. Li Pei and Wang Cheng's lives grew increasingly tumultuous, as individuals incessantly knocked on their door demanding Apocalypse Fresh, with some even threatening them, saying that if they did not comply, they would make life unbearable in the wasteland. Wang Cheng fumed. "This is outrageous. These people will stop at nothing for profit." Yet Li Pei remained remarkably calm. "Do not fret. I have a plan to deal with them." The following day, Li Pei published an article in her social circle exposing the truth about Apocalypse Fresh, meticulously unveiling the scam behind it. She wrote, "In these apocalyptic times, we should unite and face challenges together. Yet some individuals exploit this calamity for personal gain, turning disaster into a tool for profit. Apocalypse Fresh is such a scam. Everyone, please do not fall for it." Chapter 54. I will smash your head. Once the article was published, it garnered widespread attention. Many began to reflect on their actions, and some admired Li Pei's bravery. Meanwhile, those driven by greed revealed their true, despicable nature under Li Pei's scrutiny. However, this turmoil was far from over. Lu Datu and his accomplices realized that Li Pei had become an obstacle in their path and began to seek revenge. They spread malicious rumors about her, slandering her as a greedy and insatiable person, even threatening to disclose her secrets. Faced with this adversity, Li Pei and Wang Cheng did not waver. They firmly believed that as long as they acted with integrity, the rumors would ultimately collapse under their own weight. In the midst of this storm, their mutual conviction grew stronger. supporting one another through the trials they faced. In this apocalyptic era, Li Pei and Wang Qing's happy life became a refreshing stream that many envied. Yet, there were also neighbors struggling to make ends meet who, upon seeing Li Pei's photos of her generous dinners, lashed out in anger, accusing her of flaunting her wealth and mocking their dire circumstances. One day, neighbor Aunt Chen pointed at Li Pei's photos, exclaiming, "Humph, look at this young couple living so well, while we have a dilapidated kitchen. It's infuriating." Nearby, Lu chimed in, "Exactly, they are so wealthy. Yet they don't even consider helping us, the neighbors. It's downright selfish." Aunt Chen frowned, saying, "Do you think this young couple has a screw loose? Why flaunt such good fortune, only to provoke us?" Lu sneered, "Perhaps they are intentionally showing off, thinking they are so special to as they spoke." Neighbors gathered around, chattering away. Some spoke with jealousy. "Umph, what is so great about it? They just have a bit of money." Others sarcastically lamented, "Sigh, some people are just so fortunate. It's infuriating." Li Pei and Wang Qing overheard their neighbors' discussions from home, feeling disheartened. They had merely wanted to share their lives, yet it had sparked such negative emotions. Wang Qing frowned. "Sigh, who would have thought our good intentions to share would be seen as boasting?" Li Pei comforted him. "Do not worry. We act with integrity and have a clear conscience. Some people simply cannot stand to see others thrive. We need not take it to heart." Yet, the situation did not end their point one day. Aunt Chun and Lu took the lead, and a group of neighbors abruptly barged into Wang Cheng's home, clamoring loudly, "Humph, since you are so wealthy, let us indulge today." Wang Cheng, nervous, looked at them. "What are you doing? We haven't done anything wrong to you, have we?" Madame Chun let out a cold sneer, saying, "Humph, you live well while we suffer. This is simply an affront to us. Today, we shall seize your possessions and allow you to taste the bitterness of poverty." Li Pei trembled with indignation, retorting, "What you are doing is illegal. I will call the police." Lu scoffed dismissively. "Call the police? Huh." At this moment, do you really think they would concern themselves with such trivialities? Suddenly, the neighbors surged forward, beginning to snatch Li Pei and Wang Cheng's belongings. Madame Chun snatched the wallet from Li Pei's grasp, exclaiming loudly, "This is what we rightfully deserve, you indulgent lot." Wang Cheng, having encountered this scenario before, was well aware of the true character of these elderly women. Whenever they caught wind of any disturbance in their social circles, they would feign concern and come looking for trouble. Their intentions were all too clear. They sought to rob at their convenience. In a previous life, Wang Cheng had been too soft-hearted, allowing himself to be deceived, only to witness his possessions being taken and his very being consumed before his eyes. Thus, upon recognizing their familiar tactics, he immediately grew wary. He observed them with a cold gaze as they pretended to gather at his doorstep, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then reached into his pocket, revealing a gun before them. "If you dare take another step forward, I shall blow your heads off." Wang Cheng's voice was as frigid as ice, his eyes sharp as blades, unflinchingly confronting them. Chapter 54. We return the bag to you. The elderly women were startled by Wang Cheng's actions. Exchanging glances filled with terror, one of them hesitantly spoke up. "You, don't act rashly. We merely wish to understand the situation." Wang Cheng curled his lip in disdain, retorting, "Understand the situation? You might as well be trying to deceive a 3-year-old. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You simply want to rob me. Come and try. Let us see whose methods are more ruthless." As he spoke, his finger tightened on the gun's trigger, his gaze growing even more piercing. The elderly women, witnessing this, began to retreat, their expressions of panic becoming increasingly evident. They realized they had encountered someone formidable, not easily subdued. At that moment, a tall, slender elderly woman attempted to ease the tension. "Oh dear, young man, please don't be angry. We truly mean no harm. You see, at our age, life is not easy. Have a heart and allow us to come in and take a look." Wang Cheng glared at her, silently amused. This group of elderly women were indeed skilled performers, but he had long seen through their ruse. That he replied coolly, "Come in and take a look. Do you think I would believe you? Don't think for a second that I would fall for your tricks just because you've changed your words. Today, if I do not teach you a lesson, you will remain ignorant of your own limits." Upon hearing this, the elderly women felt a knot tighten in their hearts, realizing that they were in for a tough ordeal. They exchanged glances, a glint of malice flashing in their eyes. Clearly, They had not anticipated Wang Cheng's vigilance, nor his audacity to brandish a weapon. Nevertheless, they were numerous, and they presumed that one man could not create a significant disturbance. Thus, one of the elderly women, mustering her courage, said, "Why are you being so fierce? We haven't provoked you, we merely wish to see the condition of your home. We are not here to rob you. Rest assured, we will not cause you any trouble." Wang Cheng listened, his internal mockery intensifying. These elderly women would not easily relent. The more amiable they pretended to be, the more suspicious he became that he ceased speaking, merely fixing his gaze on them, the gun still firmly in his grip. The atmosphere grew tense, both sides locked in a stalemate. Seeing that Wang Cheng was impervious to their pleas, the elderly women grew anxious but dared not act recklessly. They understood that should they provoke Wang Cheng, they would be the ones to suffer. Just then, a commotion erupted from afar, shattering the tension. The elderly women immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it seems something has happened over there. Let us go see." With that, they hurriedly departed. Wang Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing their retreat. He had momentarily evaded a crisis, yet he understood that this calm was merely fleeting. The elderly women would undoubtedly return as he watched them leave. A cold smile played on his lips as he addressed them mockingly. "Oh, elderly ladies, do take care not to trip as you go, dough. And regarding the bag you took from Li Pei, shouldn't it be returned to its rightful owner?" Upon hearing this, the elderly women's faces turned awkward. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. One of the older women chuckled sheepishly. "Oh dear, this mattered. We were merely acting on someone else's orders, doing them a favor. You see, at our age, life is not easy. Consider it a way to earn some retirement money." Wang Cheng narrowed his eyes, his tone turning stern. "Not easy? And do you think my life is easy? I earn my living through hard work. Why should I be robbed by you? Is there no sense of morality left in your actions?" The elderly women's expressions grew increasingly uncomfortable. They recognized they had encountered someone formidable this time. Another woman attempted to ease the situation. "Oh dear, young man, please don't be angry. We indeed acted improperly. How about this? We will return the bag to you. How does that sound?" Chapter 54. Provocation at the door. Wang Cheng glanced at them, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Humph, now you realize your wrongdoing. Where was this realization before? However, since you are willing to return the bag, I shall let this slight go and forgive your rudeness this time." The elderly women sighed in relief, quickly handing over Li Pei's bag. Wang Cheng accepted it, addressing them. "Very well, I will let you off this time, but should you dare to trouble me again, it will not be so easily dismissed." The elderly women nodded repeatedly, leaving with their tails between their legs as he observed their retreating figures. Wang Cheng silently vowed to remain vigilant against any future provocations. At that moment, Li Pei emerged from the house. Looking at Wang Cheng with concern, "Wang Cheng, you were incredibly reckless just now. What if they refuse to return the bag?" Wang Cheng smiled, patting Li Pei's shoulder. "It's fine. I know my limits, that I merely wanted to teach them a lesson. To show them we are not to be trifled with from now on. They should think twice before coming to cause trouble." Li Pei nodded, her eyes reflecting trust and respect for Wang Cheng. He was a man of responsibility, always ensuring the safety of himself and his family. She believed that as long as Wang Cheng was by her side, their lives would be secure and happy. On the third day after the comet struck the earth, Wang Cheng stood on the balcony, gazing into the distant horizon, reflecting. Life is becoming increasingly interesting, that he mused, considering how much had transpired in just 3 days since the comet's arrival. Anticipating that the days ahead would surely be even more thrilling. At that moment, Li Pei stepped out from the house, teasing, "Well, our hero, what thoughts occupy your mind now?" Wang Cheng turned, playfully smiling. "I was contemplating how we must seize these splendid days and make the most of them." Li Pei nodded, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Indeed, we cannot let these unforeseen changes bring us down, that we must face them bravely and make our days even more extraordinary." They exchanged knowing smiles. Understanding everything without the need for words, they recognized that the future would undoubtedly be filled with challenges, but they were prepared to embrace them. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Wang Cheng frowned, pondering. At this hour, who could it be? He hurried to the door, opening it to find a frantic neighbor standing outside. The neighbor looked at Wang Cheng, speaking urgently. "Wang Cheng, you must come quickly. Something major has happened outside." Wang Chung and Li Pei exchanged worried glances, sensing that this was no trivial matter. Without hesitation, they followed the neighbor outside. Upon stepping out, they were met with a throng of people crowding the street. Murmuring among themselves that it turned out that a nearby supermarket had suddenly been the scene of a robbery, Wang Chung furrowed his brow, contemplating, what does this have to do with us? As they found themselves in a moment of uncertainty. A voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Oh dear, look over there. Is that not Wang Chung? He is indeed our hero. Last time he bravely fought off a thief, and surely he can help us with this predicament as well. The crowd turned their expectant gazes towards Wang Chung, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. Wang Chung hesitated for a moment and glanced at Li Pei. She gently patted his shoulder, her tone resolute. Fear not. Let us lend a hand, we have weathered many storms. This minor issue is but a trifle. Wang Chung nodded, his spirit ignited as he declared, very well, since everyone is looking to us, let us once again don the mantle of heroes. With that, the duo pushed through the throng, making their way towards the supermarket. Along the way, people willingly cleared a path for them, their eyes brimming with respect. Chapter 55. Supermarket rush. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they beheld a group of armed robbers blocking the entrance, menacing the employees and customers inside. Wang Chung furrowed his brow and whispered to Li Pei, we must find an opportunity to subdue the robbers. Li Pei nodded in agreement, quietly stating, the key is to identify their weaknesses and strike decisively. As they observed the scene, Wang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. He had spotted a vulnerability among the robbers. He whispered to Li Pei, do you see that robber wearing sunglasses? His watch is quite valuable. We can take him down while his attention is diverted. Li Pei furrowed her brow in concern. But how can we distract him? After a moment's thought, Wang Cheng's face brightened with inspiration. I have an idea. He swiftly picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the sunglasses-clad robber. The robber was caught off guard as the stone struck him, causing him to clutch his head in pain and glare furiously. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chung and Li Pei rushed forward, swiftly overpowering the sunglasses-wearing robber. The onlookers erupted into cheers. Heroes, you are simply magnificent. Upon witnessing the turn of events, the remaining robbers attempted to flee. However, by then, Wang Chung and Li Pei had already taken control of the situation, uniting to subdue the rest of the robbers and handing them over to the arriving police. The officers gazed at Wang Chung and Li Pei with gratitude. Thank you both, once again. You have stepped forward to ensure the peace of our community. Wang Chung and Li Pei humbly smiled, acknowledging that it was merely their duty. At that moment, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, heroes, you are truly remarkable. Not even a comet colliding with the earth could dim your brilliance. The crowd echoed in agreement, their applause thunderous. Wang Chung and Li Pei exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts swelling with pride. They understood that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they stood together, nothing would be insurmountable. This was their life, filled with challenges and uncertainties. On the third day following the comet's collision with Earth, Wang Chung and Li Pei once again etched their legend through courage and wisdom. As the fourth day dawned, Wang Chung gazed out the window, watching the snowflakes dance like ethereal white butterflies in the air. Li Pei squinted playfully and remarked, indeed, it seems we shall have to become snow people at home. Wang Chung shot her an amused glare, chiding, you only know how to jest. Do you not see how many people are stranded outside? Li Pei sobered, expressing concern. Yes, many households are running low on supplies. The supermarket is overflowing. They both agreed it was necessary to procure some essentials, just in case. Wang Chung nodded in agreement. You are right. We must be prepared. I wonder how the supermarket's restocking has fared. Dressed in thick down jackets, hats, and gloves, they bravely ventured into the snowy landscape. Along the way, they observed many individuals hurrying along with shopping bags in hand. An elderly lady slipped on the snow, nearly falling. Wang Chung, quick on his feet, caught her. Careful, ma'am. The elderly lady looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Wang Chung. You are truly kind to brave this snowy weather. My home is out of supplies, so I had no choice but to come out. Wang Chung smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, ma'am. The supermarket has just received a fresh shipment. Let us go see together. The elderly lady nodded eagerly, following closely behind them to the supermarket entrance. Throngs of people bustled about, excitement palpable in the air. Shoppers pushed their carts, eagerly selecting items. Shelves once stocked with food and daily necessities were now bare, and long lines formed at the checkout counters. Wang Chung and Li Pei joined the fray, collaborating efficiently to gather their needed items. Chapter 56. The heist. Wang Chung chuckled. We must act swiftly. If we delay, there will be nothing left, Li Pei replied. Indeed, in times of crisis, unity is our strength. As they stood in the lengthy checkout line, Wang Chung gazed at their overflowing cart and remarked, "Ah, this snowstorm is truly testing our resolve." Li Pei, ever the optimist, reassured him, "Fear not. We shall overcome this challenge. Look at everyone. How united we are." Just as they awaited their turn to check out, a supermarket employee recognized Wang Chung. Expressing gratitude, Wang Chung, "Thank you for your heroic actions yesterday. That I shudder to think what might have happened otherwise." Wang Chung smiled warmly, responding, "No need for thanks. We are all neighbors, and helping one another is what we should do." The elderly lady chimed in, "Indeed, this snowstorm has reinforced our understanding of the importance of unity. As long as we stand together, no obstacle is insurmountable." The line inched forward as the three chatted amiably. Observing their surroundings, suddenly, a small boy squeezed his way next to them, clutching a toy tightly in his arms. With wide, hopeful eyes, he looked up at Wang Chung and the others. "Uncle, I'm going home now. Can you help me carry this toy?" Wang Chung smiled and replied, "Of course, little one." But the boy beamed with gratitude as he turned to navigate back into the crowd. Finally, it was their turn to check out, and they placed their selected items on the counter. Wang Cheng's eyes widened as he noticed new boxes of fresh vegetables and fruits on the shelves. "What a delightful surprise!" he exclaimed, grabbing a bag to add to their cart. Li Pei inquired curiously, "What is going on? Why are there suddenly so many fresh produce items?" Wang Cheng chuckled, explaining, "It seems the supermarket has replenished their stock quite thoroughly." "We are indeed fortunate," the elderly lady added. "Yes, this indicates that our country's ability to respond to emergencies is growing stronger." After completing their payment, they pushed their cart out of the supermarket. The snow continued to fall, yet their spirits were notably high. At the entrance, a group of individuals burst in, brandishing weapons, some of whom appeared quite youthful. Wang Cheng's heart sank at the sight of yet another robbery unfolding. Spotting a broom in the corner, he seized it and approached with a feigned expression of surprise. "Oh my, little friends, are you here to rob as well?" he exclaimed with a hint of amusement. The leader of the group shot him a glare, retorting sharply, "Enough with the chatter. Hand over the money." Wang Chung feigned panic, extending his hands with the wallet while saying, "Oh dear, this is all I have. Please show some mercy." As he spoke, he discreetly assessed the expressions of the young robbers. Their faces betrayed their inexperience, an amalgamation of nerves and excitement. Clearly their first foray into such illicit actions. Sensing their trepidation, Wang Chung teased, "At your young age, shouldn't you be focusing on your studies? You might regret this choice later." One of the robbers glared at him, brandishing a knife threateningly. "Stop the nonsense and hand over the cash." Wang Chung nodded, exaggerating his compliance. All right, I'll do as you say. But please, don't act rashly. Money can be earned back. Don't ruin your lives over this." As he spoke, he cautiously handed over the cash box to the leader. The latter accepted the wallet, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Seizing the moment, Wang Chung added, "Look how cooperative I am. Could you perhaps spare an old man like me?" The leader hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Wang Chung exhaled a sigh of relief. Silently thankful, he watched as the young robbers made their exit, a sense of regret washing over him for their misguided choices. That moment, the supermarket owner emerged, surveying the chaos with a heavy heart. Alas, the world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 57. A series of heists. Li Pei gazed at Wang Chung and teasingly remarked, "Humph, why haven't you made a move today? You were so valiant yesterday, yet today you remain silent." Wang Chung smiled faintly and replied, "Look at them. They are so young that they likely lack the basic necessities at home. Resorting to robbery may be their only option. Offering them some money could be seen as lending them a helping hand." Li Pei was taken aback, surprised that Wang Chung would harbor such thoughts. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, "But this is illegal behavior. We cannot condone them." Wang Chung nodded, acknowledging her point. "You are right. However, everyone faces their own struggles. What we can do is strive to understand them and provide an opportunity for redemption." Li Pei looked at Wang Chung. A glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. She recognized that he possessed the rare ability to perceive what others often overlooked. Unable to suppress a smile, she said, "You truly are a kind-hearted person." Wang Chung chuckled softly. Choosing not to respond, he did not see himself as a hero, merely an ordinary individual that he too had his weaknesses and frustrations, yet he firmly believed that kindness is a potent force capable of transforming the world. At that moment, the group of young men, having received money, excitedly prepared to exit the supermarket. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and everyone turned in terror towards the source of the sound. Another group burst into the supermarket, brandishing gleaming firearms, their demeanor brimming with arrogance. The leader bellowed, "Everyone get down. If you don't want to die, behave yourselves." Upon hearing this, the patrons of the supermarket turned pale with fear and quickly crouched down. Wang Chung anxiously observed the intruders, silently praying they would not harm Li Pei. She, too, nervously grasped Wang Chung's hand and whispered, "Let us give them some money and make them leave quickly." Wang Chung nodded and cautiously retrieved some cash from his pocket. Placing it on the ground, he looked at the leader, hoping this small sum would persuade them to depart. The leader glanced at the money on the floor and frowned. "What is this paltry sum good for? It's not even enough for my teeth." As he spoke, he fired another shot into the air. The crowd screamed, covering their ears as panic ensued. Wang Chung watched him with increasing apprehension. The leader approached the cashier, snatched a handful of bills, and glared at the staff. "Pack all this money for me. Whoever dares to disobey will regret it." The cashier, pale with fear, trembled as she handed over the money. After receiving the cash, the leader smirked with satisfaction and turned to leave Haiti that moment. Wang Chung quietly stood up, seizing an opportunity to kick the glass door with all his might. The door shattered, blocking the leader's path. The leader was momentarily stunned, not expecting anyone to dare resist him. Furious, he pointed at Wang Chung. "You better wait. I won't let you off easy." Wang Chung and Li Pei exchanged anxious glances, bracing themselves for the impending danger. The leader, with eyes wide open, strode toward Wang Chung with an air of menace. Grabbing Wang Chung by the neck as one would a chicken, he hoisted him up. Wang Chung, slender of build, appeared utterly helpless at that moment. The leader growled, "Dare to oppose me? You must be tired of living." He raised his hand, preparing to strike Wang Cheng's FC. One of them scoffed. "Humph, only now do you realize fear. Alas, it is too late." The other, however, kept a vigilant gaze fixed on Wang Chung, wary of any tricks he might attempt. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. They were puzzled, yet curiosity compelled them to peer out the window to to their astonishment. Wang Chung had seized the opportunity while they were distracted and forcefully shattered the window, sending shards flying. Seizing the moment, he shouted outside, "Li Pei, where are you? I have arrived." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's call, Li Pei felt a warmth spread through her heart. Wang Chung was deliberately creating an opportunity to rescue her. Thus, she began to cry out for help while simultaneously searching for something to defend herself with. Upon witnessing this, the two robbers rushed in without hesitation, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent as they spotted Li Pei. One of them leered, "Haha, this woman is quite appealing. Let us have some fun before we decide what to do next." With that, he lunged towards Li Pei. She shut her eyes tightly, her heart racing as she silently prayed. Yet, just at that critical moment, Wang Chung suddenly appeared beside her. Lifting her into his arms, he glared at the two robbers, coldly declaring, "If you dare lay a hand on her, you shall pay dearly." As he spoke, he summoned his strength and kicked a table into the air. The robbers, taken aback, instinctively recoiled. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Wang Chung initially intended to confront them, but as more of their number appeared, and he beheld a greater gang armed with weapons, a chill of alarm coursed through him. Instinctively, he and Li Pei stepped back. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond their control that a throng brandished guns, their cold barrels tightening around their hearts. Wang Chung surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were encircled with no avenue of escape, with a resigned sigh. He understood surrender was their only option at this juncture. He raised his hands in submission. His companions responded with derisive laughter, binding Wang Chung and Li Pei tightly, the ropes digging deeply into their wrists, leaving painful marks. Wang Chung grimaced in pain but refrained from uttering a sound. Now was not the time to show weakness. Subsequently, the assailants, like wild beasts, stormed into the supermarket, brandishing their weapons as they smashed shelves and seized goods. Candies, snacks, electronics, clothing, whatever they could carry, they took. Employees and customers scattered in panic, their screams and cries echoing throughout the space. Wang Chung watched the scene unfold, his heart brimming with fury. His eyes widened, teeth clenched in an effort to channel his anger into strength. However, he found himself powerless, bound too tightly to move. Li Pei pressed against him, trembling. Wang Cheng looked at her with distress, wishing to comfort her, yet found himself unable to speak. He could only grip her hand tightly, imparting his strength and courage to her. Amidst the chaos of the robbery, some could not suppress their greed, lamenting, "Ah, what a splendid opportunity for wealth." This infuriated Wang Cheng further. He could not help but think, these scoundrels truly regard crime as a profession. The supermarket lay in ruin, shelves dismantled, the floor littered with shards of glass and scattered merchandise. As the robbers grew weary, they erupted into hysterical laughter, their cackles piercing and frenzied, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Cheng and Li Pei were herded into a corner of the supermarket, their captors aiming guns at them, coercing them to surrender their valuables. Wang Cheng glared defiantly, asserting, "We possess nothing of value." One of the leading thugs shot him a venomous glare, sneering, "Humph, spare me your charade. I know you have money." With that, he delivered a swift kick to Wang Cheng's abdomen. Wang Cheng doubled over in pain, yet still refused to yield. That moment, Li Pei suddenly spoke up, "I have the money you seek." With that, she produced a bank card from her pocket. The robber's eyes brightened, immediately shifting their focus to her. Wang Cheng's heart raced with concern for her safety. However, Li Pei remained composed, continuing, "But you must release us first before I hand over the funds on this card." The leading thug hesitated, eyeing his companions. They exchanged glances before ultimately acquiescing to Li Pei's terms. Wang Cheng breathed a silent sigh of relief, praying earnestly, "May this ordeal come to an end swiftly, and may Pei be unharmed." Yet, upon witnessing the avarice in their eyes, he understood that this was far from over. Chapter 60. The assaulted beauty. The robbers, armed and tense, controlled the situation with an iron grip. Clad in black with masks obscuring their faces, they exuded an air of vigilance, their eyes glinting with cunning. The leader, observing the chaos of the robbery, approached and chastised them. "What use is stealing money? The snow has fallen heavily for days, and there is nothing to eat. Take all the edible items." The robbers snapped to attention, beginning to scour the customers' hands for vegetables, fruits, and foodstuffs. Panic-stricken, the patrons were at a loss. Some clutched their bags tightly, while others attempted to discreetly escape. That moment, a young woman, clutching a large green onion, accidentally bumped into one of the robbers. In her frantic state, the robber glared at her, barking, "Hey, you careless fool, are you blind?" The girl trembled, her voice quivering, "I am so sorry, I didn't mean to." The leader rolled his eyes, gesturing dismissively to his henchmen, "Forget it, don't bother with a little girl." He then turned to the others, shouting, "Quickly, gather the food. Don't waste time." The robbers dispersed, beginning to seize the vegetables, fruits, and foods from the customers' hands. Some cheered in delight upon snatching a bag of bread, while others seized apples, glaring menacingly at their owners. The atmosphere was tense and chaotic. An elderly man, clutching a basket brimming with various vegetables, had his bounty snatched away by a robber. The old man stomped his feet in distress, lamenting, "My vegetables, what will I do?" The leader glanced at the basket and replied, "Don't fret, old man. These are fine goods. We shall partake as well." Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, shattering the fragile tranquility. The stunning woman found herself facing a life-threatening situation. Her clothing was viciously torn apart, exposing her fair skin. Terror filled her gaze as she beheld the greedy stares of the men surrounding her, a wave of despair crashing over her. The leader, upon witnessing the scene, immediately recognized the intentions of several men who sought to violate this innocent woman. Without hesitation, he charged forward, bellowing, "Stop, you beasts!" The men momentarily froze, then glared at him with malice. The leader, towering and imposing, radiated a sense of righteousness. He locked eyes with them, unwavering and resolute. In that critical moment, he could not allow such a heinous act to transpire. He would do everything in his power to protect this unfortunate woman. At that moment, he caught sight of her exposed form. Despite her evident fear, her beauty could not be concealed. Her figure was voluptuous and firm, her skin as pale as snow. In this perilous moment, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How can such a beautiful woman be subjected to this indignity?" The leader's eyes widened, fixed intently on the criminals. His gaze was sharp as a blade. seemingly capable of pinning them in place that a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The scene fell into a brief stalemate, the leader standing resolute against the criminals. Suddenly, the silence shattered with the crack of a gunshot. Reverberating through the world, the leader of the robbers fell, shot dead by a scar-faced henchman. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning, "Why must this befall me?" The scar-faced man, watching him die, coldly remarked, "I've longed to rid the world of you, you troublesome waste." A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his gaze brimming with hatred. He gestured for his subordinates to take the woman to the back. Several henchmen complied, dragging the woman away. They callously tore her clothing, leaving her exposed to the air. The woman's skin was as pale as snow, her voluptuous figure and long legs appearing even more alluring under the harsh light. She tightly shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks in silent protest against this sudden violation. The scar-faced man surveyed the beautiful woman before him, his eyes glinting with malevolence. He licked his lips and chuckled. Such a lovely woman. What a pity it would be for her to die. He waved his hand, signaling his minions to set her aside, preparing to indulge in this feast. The armed robbers maintained control over the scene, pointing at the customers huddled on the floor, barking orders. "No one move. Anyone who dares to stir will meet their end." Fear permeated the air, hearts raced, and breaths quickened with tension. The robbers were merciless, as if poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Among the crowd, Wang Chung and Li Pei anxiously observed, their hearts aflame with anger, yet helplessness. At that moment, the new boss commenced his assault on the beautiful woman. Saliva pooled in his mouth as he succumbed to his primal urges. The exquisite details of her naked form left him dizzy and his heart racing. His gaze betrayed insatiable greed, as if he had cast aside morality and law. The scene grew increasingly unbearable, the woman's wails echoing painfully in the air. Wang Chung and Li Pei clenched their fists, their fury intolerable. Yet, faced with the armed robbers, they found themselves powerless to intervene. The robbers, witnessing the scene, erupted into raucous laughter. Emboldened by their wickedness, that it was as if they beheld a grand feast, reveling in the pleasures of their crimes. All of this rendered Wang Chung and Li Pei's situation ever more ironic. They exchanged a resigned glance, fully aware that patience was their only hope to rescue those ensnared. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from the crowd. "Stop!" Wang Chung sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing. Confronting the robbers, "You beasts, release those innocent people if you wish to live." A tall robber, with thick brows and a brutish visage, approached and struck Wang Chung hard with the butt of his gun. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Cheng's head took the blow, blood gushing forth. "Ouch!" Wang Chung groaned in agony, the metallic scent of blood saturating the air. Bound by the robbers, he could only watch helplessly as the atrocity unfolded. The scar-faced robber sneered at Wang Chung, taunting, "Kid, you've got guts, daring to oppose us?" With that, he motioned for a few henchmen to come forward and beat Wang Chung. With his hands bound, Wang Chung had no means of retaliation and could only endure the blows. His body was battered by fists and kicks, each strike inflicting excruciating pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to scream, as if silently protesting against the robber's brutality. Observing Wang Cheng's suffering, the crowd erupted in a chorus of sighs. Some felt sympathy for him, while others secretly rejoiced in their own luck. Seizing the opportunity, the scar-faced man commanded his subordinates, "Stop." He approached Wang Chung, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall spare you." He then deliberately patted Wang Cheng's face, dripping with derision. Though gravely injured, Wang Cheng's eyes remained resolute, devoid of fear. At that moment, the violated woman, terrified, had turned pale. She gazed gratefully at Wang Chung, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Wang Chung returned her a reassuring smile, signaling her not to worry. "Bah!" The scar-faced man spat contemptuously, glaring at Wang Chung as he cursed. "You jinx, you've ruined our fun." Wang Chung suppressed his fury, the veins in his neck bulging, his eyes reflecting steadfast conviction. He understood that now was not the time for impulsive action. He must bide his time for the right moment to strike back. The scar-faced man glared at Wang Chung, then turned to the robbers, shouting, "Forget it. This operation has been spoiled by this kid. Everyone, hurry up and continue looting food. We'll find another place to indulge further." Upon hearing his words, the robbers cursed Wang Chung, some even kicking him in frustration. Wang Chung gritted his teeth, enduring the physical pain while vowing to make these villains pay. The scar-faced man waved his hand to silence his men. Brothers, Dante stooped to the level of this worthless scum. Let us swiftly finish looting this place, then seek new targets. The robbers, upon hearing this, resumed their frantic search for food. They stuffed bread, milk, fruits, and other provisions into their bags with swift, coordinated movements. Meanwhile, Wang Chung was dragged aside by the scar-faced man's henchmen, powerless to halt their actions. The atmosphere was fraught with tension and despair, an unspoken fear pervading the air. Inside, Wang Cheng's mind was tumultuous, contemplating how to escape this predicament and rescue those held captive by the robbers. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned toward the source, where a rotund man brandished a piece of cake. Jesting, Scarface, this operation has been a grand success for us. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a naive fool? The scar-faced man shot a glare at the chubby fellow, feigning seriousness. Dante, get too cocky, you fool. Let us see if you dare to be so careless next time. The plump man scratched his head, chuckling. Don't worry, Scarface. I'll be cautious from now on. The tension in the air slightly eased, and a satisfied smile crept onto the scar-faced man's face. He turned to Wang Chung, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Kid, your luck holds today. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off. But next time you dare to interfere, you won't be so fortunate. Wang Chung clenched his teeth, remaining silent. He understood that he was not in a position to challenge the scar-faced man and could only endure humiliation. Waiting for the opportune moment, the scar-faced man disregarded Wang Chung further, turning to the chubby man. All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us gather our spoils and leave this place. With the command of the scar-faced man, the robbers swiftly began to tidy the scene. Chapter 61. Anyone who dares to resist shall be shot. No sooner had he spoken than the robbers stormed into the crowd, brandishing gleaming weapons, bellowing, "Whoever dares to resist shall be shot. Hand over your valuables." Fear engulfed the entire supermarket, as people trembled while surrendering their possessions, terrified of provoking the robbers. Yet, an elderly man stubbornly clutched a cabbage. Refusing to let go, a robber menacingly aimed his gun at the old man's forehead, shouting, "Old man, give me that cabbage, or I'll make sure you're dead." The elderly man trembled but remained resolute, pleading, "Please, spare me. My family has run out of food. This cabbage is our lifeline. If you take it, my family will starve." The robber glared, impatiently muttering, "Humph, who cares if your family starves? This cabbage is useful to me. If I give it to you, my own family will go hungry." The old man shook his head in despair, tears streaming down his face. "Robber, I beg you, let me be. My children are waiting for me to come home and cook. My wife needs this cabbage to survive. Just let me go, and I promise I won't tell anyone. Consider this as if we never met." The robber eyed him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. He let out a cold chuckle, saying, "Humph, do you think I'll believe you? Enough of this nonsense. I must have that cabbage." With that, he lunged to seize the cabbage from the old man's grip. However, in that critical moment, the elderly man unexpectedly bit down on the robber's finger. The robber screamed in pain, releasing his hold. Seizing the chance, the old man attempted to flee toward the exit. Yet, fate had not favored him. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, piercing the air. Blood streamed down the old man's cheek as he collapsed to the ground, that precious cabbage still clutched tightly in his hand. Wang Chung witnessed this horrifying scene. His heart reeling in shock, he clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. In his mind, he thought, "How dare they commit robbery in broad daylight, harming innocent citizens? I must avenge this elderly man." Wang Chung bravely took a step forward, standing tall. "Stop. Do you have no sense of justice?" The robbers turned to face him, only to see Wang Chung resolutely positioned before the old man's lifeless body. Filled with righteous indignation, they threatened him menacingly. "Kid, if you meddle in our affairs, you'd better watch out or you'll be the next to fall." Unfazed, Wang Cheng's gaze remained unwavering. "Today, I shall seek justice for this elderly man." Wang Chung had been closely monitoring the situation, his eyes keen, always searching for an opportunity. As he stealthily untied the ropes, he noticed a crucial detail. The gunman was facing away from him, his attention fixed ahead. The moment had arrived. Wang Chung tightened his grip, took a deep breath, his resolve as fierce as a leopard ready to pounce. Suddenly, he leaped into action, swift as lightning, charging towards the gun-wielding robber. "Hey!" Wang Chung shouted, instantly capturing the robber's attention that he sprinted forward, then jumped, delivering a powerful kick to the robber's midsection. With a resounding thud, the robber crumpled to the ground, his gun flying from his grasp. Wang Chung acted quickly, kicking the weapon aside before turning to face the remaining robbers. "Anyone who dares to approach will be sent flying," he declared, his eyes fierce. The other robbers hesitated, unwilling to advance in the face of his resolve. At that moment, the tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically. Wang Chung had employed their own tactics against them, instilling fear in the hearts of the robbers. They stared at him with wide eyes, their faces etched with terror. The scar-faced leader, witnessing the change in dynamics, was instantly consumed with rage that he wildly brandished his gun, firing several shots at Wang Chung. The bullets rained down like a tempest, shattering the surrounding calm. Wang Cheng's eyes widened, fixated on the incoming projectiles. His movements were light and agile, reminiscent of a leopard on the prowl. In a crucial moment, he executed a somersault, narrowly evading the bullets. "Hey, you think you can fight back?" the scar-faced thug hissed, teeth clenched in frustration. He aimed his gun once more at Wang Chung. Undeterred, Wang Cheng's gaze remained resolute. He focused intently on the scar-faced leader, silently vowing to make him pay. Suddenly, a smirk graced his lips. "Just wait and see," Wang Chung shouted, swiftly producing a folding knife from his pocket. His movements were swift and precise, akin to a flash of lightning. The scar-faced thug's eyes widened in horror as he frantically adjusted his aim, desperately trying to target Wang Chung. However, Wang Chung was too quick. Before the thug could lift his weapon, Wang Chung was already upon him. "Yeah!" Wang Chung cried out, his folding knife slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the scar-faced thug. The thug, panicked, attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a crunch, the knife struck true against his arm, eliciting a scream of agony as the gun slipped from his grasp. Wang Chung, quick as a flash, seized the weapon, bringing it crashing down upon the thug's head with a resounding crack. The scar-faced leader collapsed, unconscious. Surrounding onlookers erupted into cheers, lauding Wang Cheng's bravery and cunning, celebrating his triumph over the robbers. Yet, Wang Chung did not relent. He understood that the battle was far from over. He gripped the gun tightly, scanning his surroundings for any remaining assailants. His gaze was sharp, his weapon steady as a rock. The cold smile crept across his face. The remaining robbers, now panicked, attempted to flee. "Don't even think about escaping. You robbers, stop right there," Wang Chung bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. His commanding tone sent tremors through the hearts of the robbers. They hesitated, ultimately too intimidated to confront Wang Cheng's formidable presence. One by one, they dropped their weapons and attempted to scatter. However, they barely made a move before Wang Chung pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed like thunderclaps. 3 robbers fell to the ground, howling in pain. Wang Cheng's marksmanship was precise, each shot striking a vital area. The remaining robbers, witnessing the carnage, were gripped by terror, their faces drained of color. They collapsed to their knees, pleading for mercy. Wang Chung's expression remained cold, without a hint of hesitation. As he took down another assailant, the air was thick with fear and despair, the cries of the robbers reverberating through the atmosphere. Wang Cheng's expression was devoid of emotion, his gun aimed at the next target. "Please don't kill me. We had no choice," one robber whimpered. Desperation etched across his face. The flicker of sympathy crossed Wang Cheng's eyes, but he remained resolute, pulling the trigger without a second thought. He understood that showing mercy to these criminals meant further suffering for the innocent. Bang! The shot rang out again, another robber collapsing lifelessly. Wang Cheng's gaze burned with unwavering determination. His mission was to uphold justice and protect peace. The final robber, witnessing the unfolding horror, was paralyzed with fear. Wetting himself in terror, he fell to his knees, hands clasped over his head, crying out, "Please, spare me. I will never do it again." Wang Chung's eyes were steely, fixed firmly on him. He silently vowed that these robbers would face consequences. However, he also recognized that this criminal could not be allowed to continue his wicked ways. Thus, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the robber's chest. Wang Cheng's gun was like a judge's gavel, determining life and death with each decisive action. His gaze was piercing, illuminating the shadows of darkness, igniting the flames of righteousness. "Stop, you robbers!" His voice resonated like thunder, instilling fear in those attempting to flee. They were in disarray, some trying to escape, others kneeling in supplication. But Wang Chung understood that he could not show mercy to these individuals. Only by eradicating them could he protect the innocent. He squeezed the trigger, the gunfire echoing like a roar, taking down one robber after another. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot was a righteous judgment, ensuring that the wicked paid the price they deserved. Wang Cheng's aim was true, each bullet striking its mark with unwavering precision. The remaining robbers, now panic-stricken, dropped their weapons, attempting to scatter. Yet, Wang Cheng's gaze was sharp as an eagle, capturing every fleeing criminal in his sight. Don't even think about escaping. Your wicked souls do not deserve sympathy, he thundered, his voice imbued with divine authority. His words carried immense weight, causing the robbers to tremble, some even losing control of their bladders. Wang Chung continued to fire, his movements fluid and precise, each shot claiming a life. That a fervent blaze of justice filled his heart, vowing to bring all these criminals to justice. The scene resembled a hellish battleground, the stench of blood permeating the air. Yet Wang Chung remained undeterred. His gaze was steadfast, his weapon a symbol of his fight against evil. The final robber, witnessing the devastation, turned pale with fright. He dropped to his knees, hands over his head, pleading, "Please, spare me. I will never do it again." Wang Chung regarded him, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He knew that in this world, no one would be forgiven for a single mistake, especially these robbers whose crimes exceeded the limits of mercy. "Spare you? Dream on," Wang Chung scoffed, pulling the trigger once more. The gunshot rang out, the last robber collapsing into a pool of blood. Wang Chung surveyed the scene strewn with corpses, his heart devoid of emotion. The customers, who had cowered under the threat of the robbers, now stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. All the robbers lay slain by Wang Cheng's hand, their bodies littering the ground. People began to rise, their expressions a whirlwind of shock, fear, and joy, all intertwined. They gazed at Wang Chung, the hero who had emerged in their moment of peril. Some cheered in celebration, others stood agape, while a few wept tears of relief. Wang Chung stood there, calm and composed, as if he had merely experienced an ordinary afternoon stroll. That he gazed upon the crowd, his eyes sweeping across each face, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting as if to proclaim, "Indeed, I am your savior." At that moment, a rescued woman approached Wang Chung, extending her hands to grasp his firmly, her voice quivering with emotion. "Thank you, hero. You are our great savior." Tears of gratitude shimmered in her eyes, as if Wang Chung embodied her faith. Wang Chung smiled gently, patting her shoulder, and replied, "It's nothing. I merely did what I ought to do." Just then, another gentleman stepped forward, offering Wang Chung a steaming cup of coffee, saying, "Have a cup of coffee to warm yourself. Today, we owe it all to you." Wang Chung accepted the coffee, expressed his thanks, and then surveyed the surrounding crowd. He beheld countless joyful faces, resonating with expressions of gratitude. At that moment, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly approached Wang Chung and solemnly declared, "Young man, your courageous actions today have saved the lives of everyone in this mall. You are our hero and the pride of our nation." Wang Chung felt a tinge of embarrassment, chuckling modestly. "Grandpa, I merely did a small deed. It hardly merits such praise." The elderly man chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Young lad, your heroic deeds will echo around the world, inspiring many more. I believe your journey ahead is still long. At this moment, applause erupted from the crowd, quickly followed by more people joining in, celebrating Wang Cheng's valorous acts. That he stood there, his face aglow with pride and humility. His actions today not only saved the people of the mall, but also garnered him a precious friendship. Amidst this atmosphere brimming with gratitude and joy, Wang Chung silently made a wish. May this world be free of robbery, violence, and injustice, allowing everyone to lead a happy and peaceful life. Chapter 62. Applauding heroic deeds. Li Pei gazed at Wang Chung, admiration shimmering in her eyes. His recent act of heroism filled her with immense pride, elevating his image in her heart to towering heights. At that moment, a rescued woman approached Wang Chung and Li Pei, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you both. It was you who saved us." She clasped their hands tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Li Pei responded, "No need for thanks. We simply did what was right." After speaking, she discreetly squeezed Wang Chung's hand, silently applauding him. Wang Chung felt her encouragement warm his heart, smiling as he nodded to the surrounding crowd. Just then, a young lad approached, holding a piece of paper and a pen, exclaiming, "Hero, may I have your autograph? You are my idol." Wang Chung, feeling a bit bashful, nonetheless accepted the pen and signed his name. The young man gazed at the signature with sheer delight, as if he had received an unparalleled honor. Others in the vicinity soon followed suit, seeking Wang Chung's autograph that he graciously obliged, shaking hands and expressing his gratitude along the way. Li Pei, watching from the side, felt immense pride in Wang Cheng's humility and kindness. After signing, the mall manager stepped forward, shaking Wang Cheng's hand firmly. "Thank you, hero. You are the guardian angel of our mall. We shall never forget today's events." Wang Chung smiled. "Manager, I merely did what I could. I hope you all remain vigilant in the future to prevent such occurrences." The manager nodded in agreement, continuing, "To express our gratitude, our mall has decided to award you a certificate of honor and a beautiful gift." Wang Chung quickly shook his head. "No need for that. Manager, truly unnecessary." The manager insisted, and Wang Chung graciously accepted a tea. That moment, cheers erupted from the crowd, followed by more applause, celebrating Wang Chung's courageous actions and his selfless dedication. That he stood there, his face radiant with pride and humility. Li Pei observed the jubilant scene around her, filled with emotion. She was elated by Wang Chung's heroic deeds and felt an immense pride for him. That moment, Wang Chung turned to her, smiling gently. "Li Pei, thank you for your unwavering support." Li Pei smiled in return. "Wang Chung, you are the one I should thank. Without you, I might not have seen you today." They exchanged smiles, and those around them cast envious glances at the scene. An elderly man, leaning on his cane, slowly approached Wang Chung and Li Pei, saying, "Young people, your heroic actions have also brought great comfort to us older folks. May you cherish one another and find lasting happiness." Wang Chung and Li Pei exchanged grateful glances with the elder, then clasped each other's hands tightly, knowing that today's experience had deepened their bond. Amidst the blessings of the crowd, they departed hand in hand, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. In the aftermath, the mall held a thank you ceremony, awarding certificates of honor and presenting gifts. The tale of Wang Chung and Li Pei became a cherished narrative throughout the city, inspiring many to act courageously and spread positive energy. The storm of robbery had finally passed, and the mall returned to its normal rhythm. People reclaimed their lost food amidst a mix of fear and gratitude. In times of scarcity, the recovered food was undoubtedly a lifesaver. A middle-aged woman, clutching a bag full of food, teared up as she said, "Thank you. It was you who saved our family." She handed Wang Chung an apple, her gratitude evident. Wang Chung accepted the apple, smiling. "Ma'am, we are all family. There is no need to be so formal." Just then, a child ran up to Li Pei, holding a piece of chocolate. "Sister, this is for you. Thank you for saving me." Li Pei gently patted the child's head, smiling. "What a considerate child. Be sure to take good care of your mother." The child nodded earnestly and dashed back to his mother. The mall's announcement system chimed to life, the manager's voice resonating throughout. "Dear customers, to thank you for your cooperation and patience, we have decided to hold a lottery, with prizes including food, water, and clothing." As soon as the words were spoken, cheers erupted from the crowd, who felt a wave of warmth amidst the laughter. Wang Chung and Li Pei exchanged glances, filled with sentiment. They had never imagined that one day, their courageous actions would render them heroes in the eyes of others. All of this filled them with immense pride. The mall regained its previous vibrancy, as people sought their lost loved ones while comforting and supporting each other. A young man, clutching a missing person notice, anxiously inquired, "Excuse me, has anyone seen my girlfriend? She went missing here this afternoon." An elderly lady patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, dear, we will help you find her." Everyone united in effort, certain they would locate his girlfriend. The young man, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. "Thank you all, I will wait for her." Returned. In a corner of the mall, a little girl clutched a small kitten, tears streaming down her face. Wang Chung, unable to resist, approached her. "Little sister, what's wrong? Why are you crying so sadly?" The little girl looked up, sobbing. "My kitten was scared earlier, and I can't find it anywhere. I'm afraid it will get stepped on." Li Pei gently stroked the girl's hair, comforting her. "Don't worry, little sister, we will help you find your kitten." Just then, a little boy came running over, holding the very kitten. "Found it. Found it." The kitten was hiding beneath the counter. The little girl broke into a smile, tightly embracing her kitten. "Thank you. My favorite kitten is back." Wang Cheng and Li Pei exchanged joyful smiles, their hearts brimming with happiness. In these ordinary days, they felt the warmth of human kindness and were grateful for the opportunity to help others. The lottery began, and people lined up orderly to participate. Wang Cheng and Li Pei also received a ticket, encouraging one another. "Let us hope we win the grand prize to bring good fortune to our lives." As the prizes were announced one by one, cheers erupted from the crowd. Finally, the manager held up the last prize, smiling. "The final prize is a bag of food and a month's worth of free shopping vouchers. Who will come to claim it?" As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Cheng and Li Pei raised their numbered tickets, exclaiming in unison, "Us!" The manager smiled warmly and handed them the prize, saying, "Congratulations. May this bag of food and the free shopping voucher bring you good fortune." Joy radiated from Wang Cheng and Li Pei's faces as they gratefully replied, "Thank you. We will certainly cherish this gift." The mall's announcement system crackled to life once more, with the manager's voice echoing. "We extend our gratitude to all customers for their cooperation. Today, we have collected a substantial amount of food, which will be entirely donated to the nearby orphanage that we hope everyone can contribute a bit of love to this world." Applause erupted among the crowd, filling their hearts with appreciation and warmth. Hand in hand, Wang Cheng and Li Pei beamed with happiness. Although this world is fraught with trials, the presence of love ignites hope. Chapter 63. The scarcity of tissue paper. 5 days have elapsed since the cataclysmic event of a comet colliding with Earth. This unprecedented disaster has plunged the world into chaos, with families in the neighborhood gripped by panic. In the face of this calamity, people have begun to realize how invaluable the seemingly trivial resources of daily life truly are. Tissue paper, an essential item in everyday existence, has become a rare commodity in many households, including Wang Cheng's. On this particular day, Li Pei was in the bathroom when she suddenly discovered that the tissue paper had run out. A wave of anxiety surged within her. The events of the past few days had made her acutely aware of the importance of tissue paper. Yet she had neglected to stock up in advance. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng was in the living room, busy organizing their supplies. As he rummaged through drawers, he pondered how to resolve the tissue paper dilemma. Glancing out at the desolate landscape beyond the window, he furrowed his brow and silently prayed for a solution. Li Pei stood in the bathroom, her mind racing. She recalled a phrase she had heard the previous day in the community: "Tissue paper is the gold of the apocalypse." At that moment, she had thought it somewhat exaggerated, but now she was convinced of its truth. She could not help but lament how accustomed they had become to a life of convenience. Realizing that, in times of crisis, many items are irreplaceable, especially tissue paper. Just as Li Pei was lost in thought, Wang Cheng knocked on the door, holding a crumpled tissue paper with a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Darling, I found a tissue. Let's use it sparingly." Li Pei accepted the tissue, her heart swelling with emotion. Although it was wrinkled, in this apocalyptic world, it seemed extraordinarily precious. She smiled and patted Wang Cheng's shoulder, saying, "It's all right. We will think of a way together. We will surely overcome this challenge." In the days that followed, Wang Cheng and Li Pei began their quest for tissue paper, searching every nook and cranny of the community, even rummaging through trash bins, yet to no avail. One day, Li Pei slumped on the sofa, exhausted, and said, "Honey, what are we going to do? Tissue paper is really important. We cannot be without it." Wang Cheng patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, I will find a way. Perhaps one day, we will come across some tissue. In the community, many families were experiencing shortages of supplies, particularly tissue paper. Numerous households had depleted their stock, having overlooked the significance of such a basic necessity. That day, the residents of the complex began to rise one by one. Aunt Zhang, groggy and nursing a headache from staying up late to organize supplies, had forgotten to close the door, and the bright light inside her room was unbearable. As she rubbed her temples, her thoughts drifted to the tissue paper situation. During her frantic shopping at the supermarket yesterday, she had indeed failed to prioritize tissue paper on her list. Now, it was too late for regrets. In the community square, residents gathered to discuss the shortage of tissue paper. Honest and straightforward, Masterly lamented, "I told you all to stock up on tissue paper. Now it's too late for regrets." Aunt Wang frowned and rolled her eyes, replying, "It's easy for you to say. Who could have predicted a comet would strike the Earth? We never anticipated it would come to this, that moment." A tall, slender young man interjected, "Honestly, Tissue paper isn't that crucial anymore. Just think about it. We are facing the end of the world. Why bother with such trivialities? His words were met with a chorus of disapproval. Aunt Zhang shot him a stern look. Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? How can tissue paper not be important? In critical times, what will you substitute for it? The young man shrugged and fell silent. Aware that tissue paper could no longer be regarded as a mere consumable in these dire circumstances, everyone was struggling for survival. Who had time for such trivial matters? However, what could he do? At that moment, in front of the community convenience store, a long line of people had formed. The store owner held a sign that read, "Tissue paper sold out." He shook his head helplessly and told the customers, "I sincerely apologize. My stock of tissue paper is nearly depleted as well. Please find your own solutions." A middle-aged woman in line exclaimed anxiously, "What are we going to do? We have run out of tissue paper at home. And I still have children to care for." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Surrounding residents offered her comfort, but they too felt helpless. Suddenly, a young student raised his hand and shouted, "I know of a place that might have tissue paper." Everyone turned to him in disbelief. The student replied earnestly, "I passed by a warehouse yesterday and saw what seemed to be a lot of tissue paper, but we didn't have time to go inside and get it." Masterly slapped his thigh. "Don't be silly, lead us there." Thus, a group of people followed the young student to the warehouse. Indeed, they found it stocked full of tissue paper, a surplus from a local company. Joy erupted as everyone eagerly began to gather the supplies. Aunt Wang gazed at the warehouse filled with tissue paper and remarked, "It appears we have underestimated the value of this small item. In critical moments, it can truly be of great use." Masterly chuckled, "Indeed, we must be more vigilant in the future. Who knows what unexpected events may arise." As they transported the tissue paper, discussions abounded among the community members, each one jubilant and chattering. Who is this great benefactor that could provide such a bounty of tissue paper? Curiosity filled the air as everyone wondered about the identity of this mysterious kind soul. In reality, this generous figure was none other than Wang Chung himself. Aware of the acute shortage of supplies in the community and the high demand for tissue paper, he had devised a clever plan to help. Wang Chung had concealed a vast stockpile of tissue paper in a parallel space, intending to ensure that everyone had access without revealing his own resources. To achieve this, he set up a small warehouse as a distribution point for tissue paper, allowing the community to temporarily alleviate their shortage. So, how did Wang Chung distribute the tissue paper from the small warehouse? Each night, as the residents drifted into slumber, Wang Chung would quietly rise, don his coat, and step outside. He would visit the small warehouse, retrieve some tissue paper, and discreetly place it in various corners of the community. The following morning, residents awoke to find the tissue paper and exclaimed, "Wow, this is fantastic." To ensure a fair distribution, Wang Chung established a rule. Each person was limited to one roll of tissue paper, guaranteeing that everyone would have access. As a result, the distribution became more orderly, and the residents adhered to the guidelines, no longer engaging in frenzied scrambles. Chapter 64. The tissue paper processing plant. Initially, the community members adhered to the rules, collecting tissue paper in an orderly fashion as per Wang Cheng's arrangements. However, as the supply of tissue paper gradually dwindled, prices in the market began to soar. Consequently, some individuals began to entertain nefarious ideas, attempting to hoard tissue paper for resale in exchange for food. One night, while Wang Chung was distributing tissue paper as usual, he discovered that some had gone missing from the warehouse. The sense of alarm gripped him as he wondered, had someone stolen the tissue paper under the cover of darkness? To prevent further theft, Wang Chung decided to alter the distribution method. The next day, he posted a notice on the community bulletin board, stating, "Effective immediately, tissue paper distribution will occur at 8 p.m. nightly in the community square. Please queue in an orderly fashion and refrain from pushing or shoving." Upon reading the announcement, the residents erupted into a flurry of chatter. They engaged in fervent discussions regarding the matter. Some speculated about the reasons behind the shortage of tissues, while others expressed concerns over the continuous rise in tissue prices. Meanwhile, those with ulterior motives began to contemplate their own schemes regarding the tissues. That evening, when the clock struck 8, the square of the community illuminated with bright lights. Wang Chung, holding a chair, positioned himself at the center of the square, overseeing the orderly distribution of tissues to prevent chaos. He imposed a limit on the number of recipients, allowing each individual to claim only one packet of tissues. Each packet consisted of 12 rolls. However, even under such restrictions, some could not resist the allure of greed on that night. A short, stout man suddenly dashed towards Wang Chung, extending his hands and shouting, "I want 5 packets of tissues." "I want 5. Wang Chung widened his eyes and sternly replied, "Rules are rules. Each person is allowed only 1 packet. If you wish to take more, you must wait in line." The stout man scoffed and turned away. Yet, he did not give up. Instead, he sought out a friend, attempting to cut in line for the tissues. Wang Chung, sharp-eyed, immediately detected their scheme, but he stood up, hands on his hips, and declared loudly, "Everyone, please be aware. Do not allow these individuals to cut in line. We must receive our tissues fairly and justly." Upon hearing this, the residents of the community gathered around, encircling the stout man and his companion. Seeing the situation, the stout man devised a plan. He suddenly fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Ouch, my back, my back!" Wang Chung saw through his ruse with a smile and said, "Stop pretending. Everyone can see through you that if you don't want to wait in line, then go home." The stout man had no choice but to rise and leave in disgrace, followed by a chorus of laughter. However, the issue of the tissue shortage remained unresolved. One day, Wang Chung suddenly conceived a solution that he decided to utilize his resources to establish a tissue manufacturing factory, providing the community with more tissues. Thus, in a corner of the community, a modest tissue factory sprang up. The tissues produced here were of excellent quality and reasonably priced, quickly becoming highly sought after. However, the establishment of the factory also attracted a group of greedy individuals. They sought to monopolize the tissue market, manipulating prices to reap exorbitant profits. The man in black approached Wang Chung, a sinister smile on his lips, saying, "Hey there, I've heard your tissue business is thriving. How about we collaborate?" Wang Chung shot him a glare and coldly replied, "I have no need to associate with insincere individuals like you. Please seek your fortune elsewhere." The man's expression darkened, and he threatened, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Collaborating with me would only bring you benefits, not drawbacks." Wang Chung remained resolute, his tone unwavering. "I've made it clear. I do not wish to partner with someone like you. Leave now and do not disturb me again." The man glared fiercely but ultimately turned to leave, knowing Wang Chung was a formidable opponent. Subsequently, he covertly contacted other greedy individuals, plotting to confront Wang Chung together. They were a cadre of shrewd opportunists. As the tissue crisis intensified, they set their sights on the tissues held by Qiao Mashi, concocting a grand scheme. Initially, they employed stealth. During the day, they scoured the community for information about Qiao Mashi, and at night, they approached her residence under the cover of darkness to avoid raising her suspicions. They dispatched a lookout to monitor her movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Among them was a skilled thief named Li Si, known for his successful heists of valuable items. This time, his target was Qiao Mashi's tissues. Lic's eyes widened as he fixated on Qiao Mashi. He stealthily approached her while she engaged in conversation with others. At that moment, Qiao Mashi was focused on checking the tissue inventory, completely oblivious to Li Si's actions. Seizing the opportunity, Li Si reached out, intent on snatching the tissues. However, just as his hand was about to touch the tissues, Qiao Mashi suddenly turned around, her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Li Si paled and quickly withdrew his hand, realizing his attempt had failed, yet he dared not leave, fearing Qiao Mashi would grow suspicious. That moment, another opportunist named Wang Wu approached. His eyes darting with cunning, he deliberately exclaimed, "Oh, I senti that, Li Si. What are you doing here?" Li Si was taken aback and hastily explained, "Oh, I just happened to pass by, wondering if you needed any help." Qiao Mashi furrowed her brow, thinking, this Li Si is usually restless, appearing near the tissue warehouse again. Could he be plotting to steal tissues? Growing wary, Qiao Mashi decided to test Li Si. She smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Just in time. We could use some extra hands here. Would you like to stay and help?" Li Si was momentarily stunned, his face awkward as he agreed. Yet inside, he lamented, "I'm in trouble now. Qiao Mashi suspects me. How can I possibly get my hands on those tissues?" Subsequently, under Qiao Mashi's vigilant watch, Li Si found himself with no opportunity to act. That he felt anxious but had to suppress his emotions. One day, while Qiao Mashi was alone in the warehouse organizing tissues, Li Si stealthily slipped in. Seeing her with her back turned, he felt a surge of triumph. Cautiously, he crept closer, then suddenly lunged forward, attempting to snatch the tissues. However, At that very moment, Xiao Moshi spun around and seized Li Si's hand. She smirked and said, "Li Si, did you really think I was unaware of your intentions?" Li Si panicked and struggled to escape. But Xiao Moshi's grip was as unyielding as iron IT that instant. The other opportunists rushed in, attempting to rescue Li Si. Yet, as soon as they approached, they were subdued by Xiao Moshi. She coldly regarded Li Si and said, "You people will stop at nothing for tissues, one to you, but you shall not succeed." After receiving a thorough reprimand from Xiao Moshi, Li Si and his companions were filled with trepidation, with the tissue incident exposed. Xiao Moshi would not easily let them off the hook. Consequently, they left the warehouse, dejectedly abandoning their plans to steal tissues. Chapter 65. The paper shortage on the 7th day of the apocalyptic freeze. Amidst the biting cold and desolation, Wang Cheng stood atop the ruins of the factory, gazing at the city he once knew with deep emotion. He never imagined that at the world's end, he would single-handedly sustain a paper processing factory, becoming the most pivotal figure in this frozen city. Just days prior, while others frantically hoarded food, Wang Cheng had the foresight to recognize the significance of paper. He had attempted to alert those around him, but they were all preoccupied with food shortages, failing to notice this seemingly trivial detail. Now, while the food crisis persisted, paper had transformed into a luxury, and every household was left embarrassed by the lack of it. The awkwardness of the paper shortage manifested in every facet of life. People, accustomed to reaching for their phones, discovered the screens had dimmed. Losing their former brilliance, they sought alternatives, only to find that paper was indispensable. Notebooks, notes, books, everything required paper to exist. In this frozen world, paper became the sole vessel of hope. Those once disregarded words had now become the most treasured wealth. Furthermore, the lack of paper plunged the city's administration into chaos. Official documents, notices, bills, all required paper for communication. Now, the shortage rendered all these processes impossible. Wang Cheng surveyed the mountain of documents piled in the office. A sense of helplessness washing over him. He understood that the world had descended into an irretrievable chaos. Most embarrassing was the disruption of daily communication. In this frozen realm, interpersonal communication became increasingly vital. However, the scarcity of paper rendered it exceedingly difficult. They had to reevaluate their interactions, resorting to the most primitive form of communication, verbal expression. This not only tested their communicative abilities, but also placed immense psychological pressure upon them. Nevertheless, amidst this predicament, Wang Cheng's paper processing factory emerged as the solitary beacon of hope. That he knew he must provide paper for the city, allowing its inhabitants to rediscover a semblance of tranquility and comfort. Yet, he also understood that this would not be an easy task. The production of paper necessitates a substantial amount of raw materials and manpower, yet in this frozen world, the resources available have dwindled significantly. Wang Cheng navigates through the bustling marketplace of parallel dimensions, where an array of exquisite paper is meticulously displayed before him. In this realm, paper appears to be plentiful, encompassing a diverse assortment of types. From ordinary printing paper to exquisite calligraphy paper, catering to every desire. He cannot help but recall the paper shortage in the real world, a warmth swelling in his heart. Quietly, Wang Cheng retrieves several stacks of paper, contemplating that these would suffice for his neighbors for quite some time. However, he soon reflects that although paper is abundant in this parallel space, it cannot remedy the issues faced in reality. If he were to bring this paper back, it would likely not meet the ever-increasing demands of the populace. Moreover, once the supply of paper in the real world normalizes, the paper in this parallel dimension would inevitably lose its value. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng resolves to store the paper for future use, murmuring to himself that it would be best to wait until the need arises. He then carefully returns the paper to its original place, striving to remain unnoticed. Chapter 66. The paper manufacturing machine. However, this predicament remains unresolved as the demand for paper continues to expand. Wang Cheng recognizes that he will inevitably confront the same shortage. He recalls the frozen city in the real world, where people have found themselves in distress due to the lack of paper, affecting every facet of life. Wang Cheng sighs, resolved to devise a solution to this pressing issue. He begins to search for potential remedies within the parallel space, hoping to discover a means to alleviate the paper crisis in the real world. In a corner of the marketplace, he stumbles upon a peculiar machine. Though its exterior appears antiquated, It operates with remarkable stability. Intrigued, he approaches and observes it closely, suddenly realizing that this machine might be capable of producing paper. Thus, Wang Chung embarks on understanding the machine's operation. After considerable effort, he finally masters the use of this enigmatic device, discovering it to be a paper manufacturing machine lost within the parallel space, capable of yielding high-quality paper with simple raw materials. Excitedly, he muses that if he could transport this machine back to the real world, it could potentially resolve the paper shortage. Yet, he quickly regains his composure, acknowledging that the task is far more complex than it appears. First, he must locate sufficient raw materials to ensure the machine operates smoothly. Second, he must devise a method to transport this cumbersome apparatus back to reality. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Chung decides to seek suitable raw materials within the parallel space. He ventures into a warehouse in the marketplace, discovering a substantial supply of materials intended for paper production. While these materials are also scarce in the real world, they have become precious commodities in this parallel dimension. After considerable effort, he successfully transports the materials beside the paper manufacturing machine. He meticulously calibrates the machine, watching with delight as pristine sheets of paper emerge continuously, truly grasping the significance of paper. However, amidst his joy, Wang Chung realizes a pressing concern. How can he transport this paper manufacturing machine back to the real world? He reflects deeply, employing principles of mechanics to devise a plan. Concluding that a robot could lift the machine with ease, after much contemplation, he finally comprehends the principles of transportation. Thus, he brings the paper manufacturing machine to the portal between the parallel space and the real world. Just as Wang Chung is about to press the transportation button, a sudden thought strikes him, and he quickly retrieves a note from his pocket. This note contains vital information he had learned in the parallel space. Within this world, the value of paper extends beyond mere utility. Possessing a mysterious power, Wang Chung carefully safeguards the note, contemplating that bringing this secret back to the real world might offer greater hope. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the real world, Wang Chung presses the transportation button. In an instant, the paper manufacturing machine vanishes from the parallel space, arriving in the real world. With renewed confidence, Wang Chung embarks on a new journey in life. Upon returning to the real world, Wang Chung immediately sets about addressing the paper shortage. Utilizing the paper manufacturing machine, he continuously produces various types of paper to meet the demands of the people. Simultaneously, he begins to explore the mysterious powers of paper, hoping to bring more beauty to this world in this frozen realm. Paper becomes a symbol of hope, and Wang Chung emerges as a hero in the hearts of the people. Chapter 67. The mysterious individual in the apocalyptic reality. Paper has become increasingly precious, leading people to jest that paper is now worth more than money. With the aid of the paper manufacturing machine, Wang Chung seems to possess a magical ability akin to a money-printing machine that as news spreads, he becomes the object of envy, with many seeking to claim his paper manufacturing factory, and some even plotting to seize it by force. Aware of the machine's significance, Wang Chung discreetly conceals it within an abandoned factory, guarding this secret fervently. Nevertheless, there is no secrecy that can remain hidden indefinitely, and word of the paper manufacturing machine eventually reaches the ears of some greedy individuals. Wang Chung soon receives an anonymous letter threatening him. "I know your secret. Hand over the paper manufacturing machine, or face the consequences." Frowning, he recognizes the impending trouble that he quickly gathers a few trusted friends to discuss how to address this unforeseen crisis. His friends unanimously agree that they cannot remain passive and must prepare in advance. Thus, they begin to formulate a series of precautionary measures to safeguard the paper manufacturing factory. Concurrently, Wang Chung intensifies his efforts to gather information. Seeking the source of the anonymous letter, just as everyone is on high alert, an unexpected figure appears. Li Da, an old friend who had shared hardships with Wang Chung. With sorrow, Li Da reveals that his family succumbed to illness due to food shortages, and he seeks a job to contribute to the world. Moved by Li Da's sincerity, Wang Chung invites him to join the team defending the paper manufacturing factory. After rigorous training, Li Da demonstrates remarkable talent, mastering the operation of the paper manufacturing machine and swiftly becoming Wang Cheng's most capable assistant. However, as the crisis looms closer, Wang Cheng's anxiety intensifies. Those intent on seizing the paper manufacturing factory grow increasingly frantic. The name Wang Chung, once ordinary, incites a sensation in this apocalyptic world, all due to his possession of the remarkable paper manufacturing machine. With rumors circulating, many seek to uncover Wang Cheng's weaknesses and secrets. Hoping to find a breach through which to seize this invaluable machine, Wang Cheng is not easily defeated. He diligently protects his privacy, evading any potential vulnerabilities. However, his adversaries do not relent easily, delving deeper into their investigations in pursuit of his secrets. A mysterious individual confronts Wang Cheng, tauntingly declaring, "I know your secret. Hand over the paper manufacturing machine, or face the consequences." Taken aback, Wang Cheng gazes at the individual in confusion, pondering what secrets he could possibly possess. Does the individual know the whereabouts of the paper manufacturing machine? Maintaining an air of composure, he retorts, "Oh, my secret, pray tell." The mysterious figure glares at him, responding curtly, "You're quite the cunning one. I have leverage over you. If you do not relinquish the paper manufacturing machine, I shall expose your secret to the world." Wang Cheng furrows his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He had thought he had concealed his secrets well. Only to realize he had left traces behind, he surmises that he cannot simply brush this off. He must uncover the mysterious individual's weakness to defuse the crisis. Thus, Wang Cheng begins to inquire about the mysterious figure, hoping to identify his Achilles heel. After thorough investigation, he discovers that the mysterious individual is named Zhao Gang, a once prominent scientist. Chapter 68. The flame rekindled in the wake of the apocalypse. Zhao Gang abandoned his scientific pursuits to survive, immersing himself in the battle for the paper manufacturing machine. Understanding this, Wang Cheng resolves to delve into Zhao Gang's past to uncover his vulnerabilities. He realizes that persuading Zhao Gang to abandon his quest for the paper manufacturing machine requires him to recognize the absurdity of this conflict. Wang Cheng sought out an old friend of Zhao Gang to inquire about his past. The old friend recounted how Zhao Gang had devoted himself entirely to a scientific project known as the Brightness Project. However, the advent of the apocalypse left this endeavor stillborn, plunging Zhao Gang into despair. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng felt a stir within him. He resolved to leverage this research project to touch Zhao Gang's heart. He approached Zhao Gang and said, "I understand your suffering and your yearning for light. The paper-making machine is merely a beginning. I wish to join forces with you to bring forth greater hope in this apocalyptic world." Zhao Gang looked at Wang Cheng, a flicker of doubt and uncertainty crossing his eyes that he recognized that Wang Cheng's words were not unfounded, yet he found it difficult to place his trust in them. Thus, Wang Cheng demonstrated the power of the paper-making machine, as high-quality sheets of paper materialized before Zhao Gang like magic. Witnessing this spectacle reignited the flame within Zhao Gang's heart. He realized that the paper-making machine was not merely a contraption, but a symbol of hope. Li Gang understood well that even when all materials were at hand, they had failed to produce the paper-making machine. Now, in these times of scarcity, creation seemed even more daunting. Yet, during this trying moment, he found himself admiring Wang Cheng for the indomitable spirit that shone through him. One day, unable to contain his feelings, Li Gang said to Wang Cheng, "Buddy, I truly admire you. It's no small feat to persist in your dreams during such times." Wang Cheng chuckled as he patted Li Gang's shoulder, replying, "Thank you, brother. I, too, feel fortunate to have this paper-making machine. After all, it embodies our hope for the future." Li Gang nodded, reflecting, "Indeed, with the paper-making machine, we can create more possibilities in this apocalyptic world. May I join your team? Even as a paper worker, I will give it my all." Wang Cheng looked at Li Gang, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. Li Gang was a diligent and earnest individual, and with his addition, the team would undoubtedly grow stronger. Thus, Wang Cheng replied with a smile, "Of course, brother. With your presence, our team will be even more formidable." And so, Li Gang joined Wang Cheng's team, embarking on their journey of paper production. However, the world in ruin posed numerous challenges, and sustaining paper production during such times was undoubtedly a Herculean task. Wang Cheng gazed at a heap of debris and chuckled ruefully. "It seems we must first find suitable materials. Otherwise, the paper-making machine will serve as mere decoration." Li Gang scratched his head and responded, "Indeed, materials are a significant issue. However, I believe that if we unite our efforts, we can surely discover appropriate substitutes." Thus, they began a quest for materials. Throughout this endeavor, they encountered numerous difficulties but never wavered. Chapter 69. A visit from the snow beauty at times. They braved fierce snowstorms to venture far in pursuit of scarce resources. One day, Li Gang returned with excitement, holding a piece of fabric, exclaiming, "Look, I found this piece of cloth. While it may not compare to traditional paper, it should suffice for our needs." Wang Chung took the fabric, examined it closely, and nodded, "Not bad. We can give it a try. However, we still need to locate suitable equipment to process it before feeding it into the paper-making machine." They set out in search of the necessary machinery, only to find that the world had long since lost its former splendor. Factories had shuttered, equipment lay in disrepair, and locating a functional machine was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, adversity did not deter Wang Chung and Li Gang. With meticulous spirits, they continued their quest for hope in this desolate world. Finally, within the confines of an abandoned factory, they discovered a barely operational machine. Gazing at the dilapidated apparatus, Li Gang could not help but lament. If this were the past, this machine would have been deemed obsolete. Now, it has become our lifeline. Wang Chung chuckled in response. Such is the silver lining of the apocalypse. It compels us to reassess value. Though this machine is old, with proper repairs, it should still serve a purpose. They set about mending the machine, scouring for suitable parts. Throughout this process, they faced many hurdles but never gave up at last. After considerable effort, the machine was revived. Wang Chung handed Li Gang a sheet of paper made from the fabric, grinning, "Behold, this is our inaugural creation. While it may not yet be perfect, it marks a commendable start." Li Gang accepted the paper, tears of joy welling in his eyes. This sheet represented their labor and symbolized hope that in this apocalyptic world, they had finally uncovered their purpose. Soon, news of Wang Chung's continuous paper production spread like wildfire across the desolate world. This revelation caught the attention of one of the wealthiest magnates, who had stockpiled vast quantities of pork prior to the comet's impact, profiting handsomely during the ensuing apocalypse. Now, he set his sights on the paper-making machine, perceiving it as a rare business opportunity. Thus, he dispatched his most alluring secretary, braving the storm to seek out Wang Chung. This secretary, named Lin Shui, possessed an extraordinary beauty that rendered her unforgettable upon first glance. Her eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly harboring myriad emotions, capable of captivating hearts with a mere glance. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, lips crimson and slightly upturned, exuding confidence and intelligence. Her skin was as fair as white jade against a snowy backdrop, flawless and pristine. Her hair cascaded to her waist like a waterfall, dancing in the wind, adding an enchanting allure to her presence on this day. As the tempest raged and temperatures plummeted, Lin Shui, undeterred by the cold, donned a striking red coat and approached Wang Cheng's paper-making factory with purposeful strides. Her gaze shimmered with determination and anticipation. She understood the gravity of her mission. Wang Cheng, upon seeing Lin Shui, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, the elite truly stands apart. Even the secretaries they send are breathtaking." Lin Shui smiled as she stepped closer to Wang Chung, offering a slight bow. "Greetings, I am Lin Shui, here on behalf of my master to discuss a business proposition with you." Chapter 70. A major deal. Wang Chung, wiping his nose while grinning, replied, "So it is the beautiful Lin Shui. Please, come in." "Come in." As Lin Shui entered Wang Cheng's modest abode, she was immediately enveloped in warmth. Observing the sparse furnishings within, she furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly regained her composure, patiently awaiting Wang Cheng's response. Wang Chung poured her a cup of hot tea, presenting it with a warm smile. "Please enjoy this cup of tea to warm yourself. How may I assist you?" Accepting the teacup, Lin Shui spoke softly. "Actually, my master is very interested in your paper-making machine and wishes to purchase one, along with a substantial order of paper." Wang Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? This could be a significant business opportunity." Lin Shui nodded with a smile. "Indeed, but it requires your cooperation. My master is willing to pay a premium, provided you can ensure a stable supply." Wang Chung fell into contemplation before raising his gaze to Lin Shui. "I need to discuss this matter with my team." Lin Shui's smile widened with satisfaction. "Of course, I await your favorable news." Wang Chung summoned Li Gang and Li Da, who entered to find Lin Shui, both captivated by her beauty. Li Gang, a rugged individual typically indifferent to attractive women, felt his heart race upon seeing her. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled like stars in the night, dazzling him and dispelling the shadows in his heart. The rough-and-tumble Li Gang discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling an unusual shyness. Elida, notorious for his playboy ways and familiarity with countless beauties, found himself wide-eyed at the sight of Lin Shui. Her porcelain skin exuded an ethereal coolness that commanded respect even from a seasoned dandy like him. Her nose was elegantly high, and her lips were a luscious red, as if they were narrating her confidence and nobility. Lida cast a fleeting glance at Lin Shui's slender waist, secretly marveling. Such a beauty is truly a rarity in this world. Wang Cheng observed the expressions of Li Gang and Li Da, suppressing a chuckle, and deliberately cleared his throat to remind them to be mindful of their demeanor. It was only then that Li Gang and Li Da regained their composure, awkwardly gazing at Wang Cheng. With a smile, Wang Cheng introduced, "Allow me to present Lin Shui, the important business partner I wish to discuss with you." Li Gang and Li Da nodded eagerly, nervously greeting Lin Shui. Lin Shui responded with a gentle smile, her tone serene, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Wang Cheng, eyeing them, teased, "It seems both of you are quite taken by Lin Shui's beauty." Li Gang and Li Da exchanged embarrassed smiles, with Li Gang earnestly stating, "Indeed, her beauty is ethereal, stirring one's heart." Elida playfully added, "Wang Cheng, you have truly found us a stunning beauty. One might think you are trying to curry favor with us." Wang Cheng shot them a look, chuckling, "Enough of your banter. Let us discuss serious matters. Lin Shui is here to negotiate a significant business deal." Li Gang and Li Da sobered, gazing at Wang Cheng with newfound seriousness. This business opportunity was pivotal for their future, and they must seize it. The negotiations unfolded in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, with Lin Shui outlining her employer's demands while Wang Cheng elaborated on the production of paper and its market potential. Chapter 71. Enchanted Li Gang produced a stack of pristine white stationery, his gaze filled with fervor as he looked at Lin Shui. Lin Shui, striking and competent, clad in a simple professional outfit, gracefully took her seat at the desk. Li Gang's eyes never strayed from Lin Shui, flattering her with, "Just look at how white this paper is. It must be exceptionally clean." He said this while extending the paper towards her, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. His enthusiasm was as palpable as sunlight, impossible to overlook. He seemed oblivious to Wang Cheng and Li Da's presence, as if only he and Lin Shui existed in that moment. Li Gang's gaze resembled that of a bird captivated by Lin Shui's allure, chasing after her beauty. His eyes roamed over Lin Shui's face, as if wishing to engrave every detail in his memory. Within his gaze was an amalgamation of desire for power and a yearning for beauty. This ardent look made Lin Shui feel a twinge of pressure. She glanced at Li Gang, then at the stack of white stationery, responding coolly, "Yes, it is quite white." Her tone lacked fervor, merely a subdued acknowledgement. Yet her eyes reflected a profound calm, as if she could see through Li Gang's intentions. Li Gang, undeterred by Lin Shui's coolness, smiled, "The quality of this paper is excellent. It is perfect for writing reports." His gaze intensified, seemingly yearning for Lin Shui's praise. Wang Cheng and Li Da observed in silence, finding amusement in Li Gang's sycophancy while feeling a sense of helplessness. Lin Shui regarded Li Gang, gently affirming, "Indeed, the quality is very good." Her tone remained devoid of much enthusiasm. She accepted the stationery from Li Gang's hands and placed it delicately on the desk. Li Da, witnessing Li Gang's obsequious demeanor, felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, he chose to display his own talents instead. Thus, he spoke to Lin Shui about the paper's market value, elaborating on its scarcity and how it was more precious than money. Li Da's eyes radiated confidence and wisdom, his voice steady yet warm. His gaze seemed to penetrate the paper, revealing the opportunities that lay beneath. This look evoked a sense of respect from Lin Shui. As Lin Shui listened to Li Da, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she beheld gold shimmering before her, casting a dazzling light. This brilliance made her eyes sparkle with admiration and surprise. Li Da, observing Lin Shui, felt a quiet joy within him. His gaze brimmed with appreciation and fondness for her, as if to say, "Behold, this is my realm, a world rich in wisdom and opportunity." Meanwhile, Li Gang remained oblivious to the silent exchange between Li Da and Lin Shui. Still immersed in his own world, fixated on the stack of pristine paper as if it represented his future and hope, Wang Cheng stood by the office window, his deep gaze traversing the glass. landing on the distant factory that he had initially intended to discuss with Li Gang and Li Dao whether to sell the world's only remaining paper machine to Lin Shui and her associates. However, the unfolding scene prompted a change of heart that he realized that even a discussion was unnecessary. They would undoubtedly sell the machine to Lin Xuat that moment. Li Gang and Li Da also found themselves captivated by Lin Shui. Li Da gazed at her silhouette, his expression revealing a complex array of emotions. Admiration for her talents intertwined with a subtle fondness. Li Gang, however, remained fixated on Lin Shui, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. He could not fathom why this woman could enchant both of them so profoundly. Wang Qing shifted his gaze from Li Gang and Li Da back to the factory outside, fully aware of the immense value of the sole surviving paper machine in the world. Chapter 72. Thinking of themselves as masters, Lin Shui and her associates were likely unaware of this secret, but Li Gang and Li Da were fully cognizant of it. This machine was, to them, akin to a treasured artifact unearthed from the ground. Wang Qing turned to face Li Gang and Li Da, a smile curving his lips. It appears we need not deliberate any further. Your expressions have already conveyed to me that you intend to sell the machine to Lin Xue. Li Gang and Li Da exchanged awkward smiles, not denying the truth in Wang Qing's statement. Their eyes betrayed undeniable emotions, as if they had been ensnared by Lin Shui's charm. Wang Qing approached the desk, picking up a cup of coffee and savoring it lightly. This machine is an invaluable treasure for us. Are you truly willing to part with it? Li Gang and Li Da exchanged glances, and Li Gang spoke up. Wang Qing, we understand the machine's worth, but Lin Shui, she is simply too captivating. What can we do? Wang Qing's eyes deepened with understanding. He recognized their conflicting emotions that on one hand, they were reluctant to part with the world's only paper machine. On the other, they were drawn to Lin Shui's allure. Hoping to enable her acquisition of it at that moment, Li Da interjected, Wang Qing, do you think Lin Shui is aware of the machine's significance? Wang Qing shook his head. I doubt she knows. But she is a clever woman. She will eventually realize by then. She might regret not securing the machine sooner. Li Gang chuckled bitterly. Indeed, but we cannot turn back now. Our hearts have been captured by Lin Shui. The machine has become insignificant in comparison. Wang Qing set down his coffee cup, regarding them earnestly. So, what do you plan to do? Are you truly intent on selling it to her? Li Gang and Li Da fell into a moment of silence before solemnly stating. Since we have made our decision, let it be so. After all, Lin Shui deserves our sacrifice. Wang Qing scrutinized Li Gang and Li Da, his internal flame nearly erupting. He felt that these two had become utterly enthralled by Lin Shui's beauty. Forgetting their own identities, this singular paper machine was his prized possession, and consulting them was merely a courtesy. They truly believed themselves to be the masters of the situation that a flicker of anger crossed Wang Qing's eyes. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking slightly from the pressure. His face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, and his breathing quickened. The fire within him resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Requiring only the slightest spark to obliterate everything that he regarded Li Gang and Li Da with a sardonic smile, his tone dripping with irony. Oh, so you two have taken it upon yourselves to act as masters. I suppose my consultation is indeed superfluous. His gaze cut through them like a blade, instilling feelings of guilt and unease that Li Gang and Li Da were taken aback by Wang Qing's fury. Utterly unprepared for his outburst, they exchanged glances, then awkwardly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Wang Qing's gaze. They felt a mixture of guilt towards Wang Qing and infatuation for Lin Shui. Wang Qing, observing their demeanor, felt his anger intensify that he deemed the two individuals utterly beyond redemption. In their infatuation with Lin Shui, they had forsaken their own principles. Coldly, he stated, if the two of you truly have feelings for Lin Shui, then you must conduct yourselves properly and not let her down. As for this paper-making machine, do not even think about it. Chapter 73. The temptation that could not be resisted. His words fell upon Li Gang and Li Da like frigid rain. Drenching their hearts, they felt a chill. Astonished by Wang Qing's fury and plagued by guilt for their actions, they bowed their heads in silence, as if silently repenting for their transgressions. Observing them, Wang Qing's anger gradually subsided. He realized he was somewhat disappointed in these two at once his close friends. They had now abandoned their principles for the sake of a woman. Shaking his head, he reflected on the capriciousness of life and the fickleness of human emotions. At that moment, Li Gang and Li Do raised their heads to meet Wang Cheng's gaze, their eyes filled with remorse. They understood their mistakes, yet they could not relinquish their feelings for Lin Shui. They awaited Wang Cheng's judgment in silence, hoping for his forgiveness. Wang Cheng regarded them, his heart awash with complex emotions. The world was rife with temptations, often causing individuals to forget their principles in an instant. He sighed and remarked, "I can still see through you too that you genuinely care for Lin Shui. However, I hope you understand that some things cannot be obtained merely through beauty." The moment Lin Shui stepped into the factory, her gaze was captivated by the papermaking machine. Initially, she viewed Wang Cheng with indifference, perceiving him as merely an ordinary factory director. Yet, upon realizing that he was the sole proprietor of this establishment, she recognized him as the true ruler of this paper empire. Especially in this apocalyptic context, this factory was not simply a paper mill, it was akin to a myth. Even Lin Shui, known for her icy demeanor, regarded Wang Cheng with newfound respect. Coming to her senses, Lin Shui looked at Wang Cheng, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Approaching him, she softly said, "Wang Cheng, it turns out you are the master here. I had underestimated you." Her eyes radiated genuine admiration, eliciting a tinge of pride in Wang Cheng. He smiled modestly, replying, "Not at all. I am but a humble factory director, reliant on everyone's support." His words were imbued with humility, yet his gaze conveyed unshakable confidence. Lin Shui observed him, secretly impressed. She found Wang Cheng remarkable, managing to run a paper factory so successfully amid such dire circumstances. He was indeed an extraordinary individual. Smiling, she said, "Wang Cheng, you are truly impressive. I admire you greatly." Wang Cheng looked at Lin Shui, his heart swelling with delight that he knew she was a formidable woman, and earning her acknowledgement was no small feat. Grinning, he responded, "Thank you for your kind words. I shall continue to strive forward." Lin Shui smiled slightly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. She recognized that at this moment, she possessed unparalleled allure, capable of captivating the majority of men. Extending her hands towards Wang Cheng, she gently coaxed, "Wang Cheng, do you not wish to spend this wonderful time with me?" Wang Cheng regarded Lin Shui, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He could not comprehend why she had suddenly employed her charms on him. Yet he was acutely aware that he must not be ensnared by her beauty. With a smile, he replied, "I'm afraid, Lin Shui, I am not so easily seduced." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, Li Gang and Li Da exchanged knowing glances, amused. They had long heard of Lin Shui's enchanting powers, but they had not anticipated her attempting to charm Wang Cheng at this juncture. They quietly congratulated themselves for having been captivated by her, yet managing to suppress their emotions without losing composure. Otherwise, they would have become a source of ridicule. Lin Shui gazed at Wang Cheng, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. She had not expected him to withstand her allure. Chapter 74. Her first encounter with failure. Smiling, she asked, "Wang Cheng, do you truly not wish to join me? I will offer you an unprecedented joy." She stepped closer. A delicate fragrance enveloped her. She traced circles gently on Wang Cheng's chest with her fingertip, her voice soft. "Wang Cheng, please agree to this. I will help you forget all your troubles, leaving only happiness." Wang Cheng felt a tremor as her fingertip glided over his chest. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, striving to resist the temptation. He understood the peril of succumbing to Lin Shui's charms. The consequences would be dire. The towering family had sent Lin Shui as their envoy, exuding immense confidence in her allure. Throughout her tenure in business negotiations, she had never faltered. Regardless of the opponent, they ultimately succumbed to her enchantment. However, this time, Wang Cheng proved to be the exception. Lin Shui regarded him, curiosity flickering in her gaze. With a slight smile, she offered him the documents, gently asking, "Wang Cheng, what do you think of this contract?" Wang Cheng accepted the contract, scrutinizing it with keen eyes, responding, "Lin Shui, this contract is not advantageous for us. We need to renegotiate," surprised by his calmness in the face of her allure. Lin Shui smiled and replied, "Wang Cheng, I believe this contract is already very fair. There is no need for further discussion." Wang Cheng looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. He knew Lin Shui was a fierce competitor in the business realm, yet he believed in his own capabilities. He calmly stated, "Lin Shui, we require better terms. Otherwise, this deal cannot proceed." Seeing the determination in Wang Cheng's eyes, Lin Shui felt a tremor in her heart. She suddenly realized that this man sparked her profound interest. She was drawn to his unwavering tenacity, akin to an iceberg, impenetrable yet all the more alluring. Lin Shui smiled slightly, a playful glint in her eyes, teasingly asking, "Wang Cheng, are you negotiating terms with me?" Wang Cheng chuckled, replying, "Indeed, Lin Shui, we are negotiating terms, but not in the context of business." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, Lin Shui was taken aback. She suddenly perceived that this man was not as indifferent as she had imagined. His inner warmth resembled a dormant volcano, awaiting the moment of eruption. Her interest in Wang Cheng intensified at that moment. Li Gang and Li Da entered the conference room, their eyes immediately drawn to Lin Shui. They couldn't help but be captivated by her charm. Li Gang exclaimed, "Lin Shui, you are truly an ice beauty." Lin Shui responded with a smile, "Thank you for your compliments, but I am more fond of your boss's calmness and decisiveness." Hearing her words, Li Gang and Li Dao exchanged glances, secretly pleased for Wang Cheng. They understood that Lin Shui's admiration for him indicated that he had made a profound impression on her. Seated in the office chair, Wang Cheng crossed his arms resolutely and stated, "First, there is only one paper-making machine in the world. It cannot be sold to you. Second, the paper you require will take time to produce." Lin Shui stood by, momentarily stunned by his words. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Cheng. Pondering that this was her first encounter with failure, an overwhelming sadness engulfed her. Tears welled in her eyes, nearly spilling over. Previously, Lin Shui had held Wang Cheng in high esteem and admiration. His composed and profound voice, sincere and warm smile, and exceptional talents had captivated her. They had known each other for merely a day. Yet she felt as though they had shared an unforgettable experience. In her heart, she had constructed a flawless image of Wang Cheng. He was her idol, her role model. Chapter 75. Ascending to New Heights. However, in the face of Wang Cheng's refusal, Lin Shui's emotional landscape underwent a seismic shift. She felt an unprecedented sense of disappointment and defeat, a pain akin to needles piercing her heart. Why was this happening? With great difficulty, Lin Shui stifled her tears and attempted to ask calmly, "Can we not wait?" Wang Cheng looked at her, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes, yet he firmly replied, "The production cycle for paper is lengthy. Ordering now would mean a minimum wait of 3 months for delivery. Moreover, I have already stated that this paper-making machine is unique and cannot be sold to you." Upon hearing those words, Lin Shui felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. She understood that this was not merely a rejection, but a complete and utter negation. Her spirits plummeted, as if she were confronted with the shadow of her first failure in life. "What are we to do now?" Lin Shui's voice trembled slightly as she endeavored to appear less fragile. Wang Cheng gazed at Lin Shui and let out a deep sigh. "I believe you need to reconsider your plans. Perhaps there are alternative solutions to this predicament." Lin Shui looked at Wang Cheng with pleading eyes, swaying like an autumn leaf caught in the wind. Biting her lower lip, she forcefully suppressed the disappointment and despair within her. Her voice quavering as she implored, "Wang Cheng, I truly need this order. I beg you. Can you assist me?" Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, crossing his arms, his gaze filled with a sense of guilt. He understood that the current orders were simply too overwhelming to manage. Yet, he hardened his heart and replied, "Lin Shui, it's not that I do not wish to help you, but I am simply too busy. You should seek assistance elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's face turned ashen. She recognized the significance of this order. It was not only pivotal to her career, but also to the future development of the company. She could not afford to relinquish it so easily. Thus, Lin Shui turned to Li Gang and Li Da, beseeching them. She was aware that they were close friends of Wang Cheng and might persuade him to reconsider. Lin Shui knelt before them, her eyes glistening with tears. "Li Gang, Li Da, I implore you to persuade Wang Cheng on my behalf. This order is truly of utmost importance to me." Upon witnessing Lin Shui kneeling, both Li Gang and Li Da were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances before hastily assisting her to her feet. "Ice Beauty, what are you doing? Please, get up." Li Gang gently patted Lin Shui's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Lin Shui, we understand your predicament and recognize the significance of this order for you. However, we are truly powerless to assist. Please do not trouble Wang Cheng any further." Lin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at them. "Are you really unable to help me? Not even a little?" Li Da sighed softly, patting Lin Shui's shoulder. "It's not that we do not wish to help you. It's just that Wang Cheng is as stubborn as a mule. However, we can attempt to persuade him." Thus, Li Gang and Li De turned to Wang Cheng, taking turns to plead with him. They employed various tactics, both gentle and firm, until finally, Wang Cheng's heart softened that he eventually agreed to provide Lin Shui a small quantity of paper, which brought her to tears of joy. Clenching her fists tightly, her heart surged with excitement to her. This paper symbolized a renewed life, an ascent to new heights. And for all of this, she owed her gratitude to Wang Cheng's support. Now, as Lin Shui gazed at Wang Cheng, she perceived him as a paragon of the industry, renowned far and wide. His integrity and resolute gaze struck her like a steadfast mountain, evoking a sense of reverence. Little did Lin Shui realize that this man would alter the course of her life. He would provide her with the paper that would enable her to carve out a space of her own amidst the harsh realities of life. Chapter 76. Jealousy. She would forge ahead, undaunted, spurred on by his every word and smile. Lin Shui looked at Wang Cheng with deep affection, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. This man was her benefactor, her guide to success. The love that burned within her was akin to a flame, propelling her forward with unwavering determination. "Wang Cheng, thank you." Lin Shui's voice was imbued with profound appreciation, accompanied by a hint of subtle tenderness. Wang Cheng smiled gently and patted her shoulder, saying, "There is no need for thanks. This is merely the result of your efforts. Your talent and perseverance are your most invaluable assets." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's gratitude surged like a tidal wave. Wang Cheng was always so humble and upright, forever blind to his own brilliance. Yet it was this very brilliance that captivated her and illuminated her path. In that moment, Lin Shui was filled with admiration for Wang Cheng. This admiration transcended mere gratitude. It was a deep-seated respect. She gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with determination. She knew that as long as she followed this man, her life would undoubtedly reach its zenith. Lin Shui's affection for Wang Cheng was as fierce as the sun at its zenith, burning with intensity. This fervor, however, ignited a tinge of jealousy within Li Gang and Li De, who stood nearby, observing Lin Shui's infatuation with Wang Cheng. The jealousy simmered within them, nearly consuming them whole. How is it that Lin Shui is so enamored with Wang Cheng? Li Gang couldn't help but voice his thoughts. His tone laced with resignation. Ida shared a pained smile. Indeed, just look at the way she gazes at him. It's as if she is a lovesick schoolgirl, idolizing her hero. Their banter, filled with self-mockery and helplessness, revealed the depth of their envy. Yet, confronted with Lin Shui's adoration, what could they do? They could only stand by, powerless, as their goddess was coldly rebuffed by Wang Cheng. If only I could become Wang Cheng. Li Gang suddenly exclaimed with envy. Ida shot him a glare. You certainly have a way with words, but alas, neither you nor I can transform into Wang Cheng. Li Gang chuckled. Indeed, we can only watch from the sidelines. Filled with envy and resentment, their conversation was tinged with self-deprecation and helplessness. However, what could they do? They could only allow Lin Shui's affection for Wang Cheng to ripple through their hearts. Their eyes, brimming with jealousy, regarded Lin Shui with a growing sense of futility. They knew that no matter how hard they tried, they could never replace Wang Cheng's place in Lin Shui's heart. That love burned within them like a fierce fire, igniting their dreams as well. Li Gang clenched his teeth, watching Lin Shui's retreating figure, filled with resignation. Why is it that she holds Wang Cheng in such high regard? Li De shook his head. Matters of the heart are often inexplicable. Perhaps this is what they call fate. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of regret. Yet, in the face of Lin Shui's affection, they could only choose to silently endure their helplessness and jealousy. Jealousy can be a powerful motivator, pushing one to madness. Although Li Gang and Li De could not become Wang Cheng, they were determined to strengthen themselves, at the very least, to make Lin Shui see their brilliance. Li Gang and Li De, the backbone of the paper factory, were diligent workers who garnered considerable respect. However, as their admiration for Lin Shui grew, their emotions became increasingly tumultuous. They both yearned to seize this opportunity to present Lin Shui with a paper-making machine, hoping to win her favor. The thought of Lin Shui's admiring gaze upon them filled them with elation, as if they had never felt such joy in their lives. After much discussion, they resolved to transport the paper-making machine to Lin Shui and personally demonstrate its capabilities. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. During their research, they discovered that the key technology rested solely with Wang Cheng. Even if they moved the machine, they would be unable to operate it. Chapter 77. You are the man I admire most. Lin Shui, a woman of intellect, decisiveness, and boldness, stood before Wang Cheng, her gaze piercing and her demeanor resolute. In her eyes, there flickered a rare glimmer of determination and ambition, a thirst for power and an aspiration for success. As she looked at Wang Cheng, she suddenly deemed Li Gang and Li Da to be utterly useless, akin to the other men she had encountered, lacking any value to this moment. Only Wang Cheng possessed the world's unique papermaking machine, which in this frozen world was more profitable than a printing press. Lin Shui felt an overwhelming urgency to win Wang Cheng over today, for in doing so, she would possess unparalleled authority. Her gaze roamed over Wang Cheng's face, seeking out any weakness, much like a cheetah stalking its prey. Her eyes remained fixated on Wang Cheng, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in his expression. That a confident smile graced her lips, as if to convey to Wang Cheng that she was resolute in her mission today. Lin Shui's movements were delicate. She gently raised her hand to smooth her hair, and then lightly bit her lip, exuding an air of both sensuality and allure. Every gesture she made was imbued with confidence and charm, rendering her impossible to overlook. As she gazed at Wang Cheng, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Contemplating her next move, the fluctuations in her gaze were captivating, at times gentle, at others resolute, and occasionally laced with provocation. This dynamic interplay of expressions sparked intrigue in those who beheld her. Wang Cheng gazed at Lin Shui, sensing her unwavering resolve. That a subtle smile graced his lips, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of imperceptible indifference. He was acutely aware of Lin Shui's ambitions, but he chose not to dwell on them. Lin Shui, a woman of exquisite beauty and intellect, had a clear objective: to make Wang Cheng her man. She understood that mere beauty and a seductive figure would not suffice. She needed to captivate Wang Cheng's heart with her charm and wisdom. Dressed in a black, low-cut evening gown, Lin Shui entered Wang Cheng's office with an air of elegance. Every movement she made exuded allure, and her enchanting eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls in endless depths. She gracefully approached Wang Cheng, offering a soft smile as she said, "Wang Cheng, you look exceptionally handsome today." Wang Cheng regarded Lin Shui with a faint smile. Remaining silent, he recognized that this woman was no ordinary individual, possessing a clear purpose. Yet, he was determined not to be easily swayed. He wished to discern what tactics she would employ. Lin Shui took a seat across from Wang Cheng, gently swirling her wine glass, her gaze brimming with tenderness. Looking at him, she remarked, "You know, I have always admired you." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and replied, "Is that so? What do you find worthy of admiration in me?" Lin Shui chuckled softly and said, "You are a true man, with your own career and ideals. Unlike Li Gang and Li Da, who are merely two useless individuals." Wang Cheng's expression darkened as he retorted, "Isn't that a bit excessive of you?" Lin Shui met his gaze, her eyes filled with provocation, and responded, "Excessive? I'm merely stating the facts. You know, I believe you are the man I admire the most. You possess charm, intelligence, and the world's only paper-making machine." Wang Cheng chuckled and replied, "Oh, with such praise, I must admit I do feel quite impressive." Chapter 78. The little wildcat. Lin Shui smiled and said, "I am not flattering you. I genuinely believe you are remarkable. In this frozen world, possessing the only paper-making machine is akin to wielding supreme power. No one can overlook you." Wang Cheng regarded Lin Shui and said, "You are right, but I am not so easily conquered." Lin Shui smiled and replied, "I know, which is why I must try even harder." She then gently swirled her wine glass, gazing intently at Wang Cheng as she declared, "Wang Cheng, you should know that I have come here today to tell you that I wish to be your woman." Wang Cheng looked at Lin Shui, surprise evident in his eyes as he asked, "Oh, are you certain?" Lin Shui nodded affirmatively, saying, "Absolutely. I understand that you are a captivating man, and I will not let this opportunity slip away." Wang Cheng smiled and said, "Then, by all means, give it a try." Thus, Lin Shui embarked on her seduction plan. At that moment, she, a figure of sensuality, entwined her fingers around Wang Cheng's neck. Her luscious lips parted slightly, murmuring his name as if to ensnare his very soul. Her gaze was intoxicating, filled with temptation, causing Wang Cheng's heart to race uncontrollably. Dressed in a black leather coat amidst the snowstorm, Lin Shui's graceful silhouette was exquisitely defined. Beneath the leather, her fair thighs were unabashedly revealed, their pallor seemingly aglow, eliciting an irresistible urge to caress. Every elegant and sensual movement she made quickened Wang Cheng's heartbeat. Her bold, direct gaze unabashedly displayed her desires, and her seductive smile resembled that of a bewitching enchantress. Wang Cheng observed this alluring woman before him, his heart in turmoil that he recognized Lin Shui as an astute individual, adept at wielding her allure to achieve her goals. He understood that he ought to resist such temptation, yet he found himself unable to do so. As the snow intensified, Lin Shui drew even closer, her breath lightly brushing against Wang Cheng's ear, sending his heart racing. Her hand caressed his neck, eliciting shivers throughout his body. Wang Cheng attempted to extricate himself from Lin Shui's grasp, yet he felt irresistibly drawn to her, as if ensnared by an unseen force. His heartbeat quickened, and images of Lin Shui's seductive form flooded his mind, igniting a wave of heat within him. Lin Shui looked at Wang Cheng, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She recognized that she had successfully captured his attention. She softly called his name, her voice as sweet and soft as cotton candy, evoking a sense of affection. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He knew he could not be easily swayed by Lin Shui's charms. However, he found himself unable to resist her allure, and this internal conflict brought him anguish. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, and Lin Shui, like a sensuous little wildcat, exuded elegance and pride. Her eyes radiated confidence, as if to convey that she was aware of her allure and her desires. Wang Cheng looked at Lin Shui, silently vowing not to succumb so easily. He must resist her temptations and maintain his rationality. Yet, faced with such a seductive woman, his heart continually urged him to relent. His vision blurred, and the turmoil within him became unbearable. Chapter 79. How much longer can he endure? At this moment, Lin Shui inched even closer to Wang Cheng, her breath caressing his ear, quickening his pulse. Her hand slid from his neck to gently caress his chest, sending shivers coursing through him. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, desperately trying to hold on to his sanity. But how much longer could he withstand Lin Shui's seduction? This alluring woman gazed at Wang Cheng with a look brimming with desire, her eyes akin to a ravenous wolf locking onto its prey, exuding both aggression and allure. She leaned in closer, her throat swallowing in anticipation, as if awaiting something. Her luscious lips quivered toward Wang Cheng, as if longing for a kiss. The tantalizing scene ignited a rush of adrenaline, stirring his blood. This particular tactic had proven irresistible to her past lovers, but Wang Cheng became the singular exception, the one in 101. Lin Shui's gaze intensified with longing, her cheeks flushed, rendering her even more enchanting. Her breath quickened, heart racing, as if she were eagerly anticipating Wang Cheng's response. She leaned forward, her eyes locked onto his, silently conveying, "I am ready. Will you accept?" Wang Cheng beheld the alluring Lin Shui. His heart torn asunder. He knew he ought to resist this temptation and maintain his composure. Yet he found himself unable to resist her sensual charm. Every movement, every glance, seemed to beckon him, accelerating his heartbeat. Lin Shui's gaze grew ever more fervent, her lips slightly parted, as if awaiting Wang Cheng's kiss. Her hand grazed his cheek, sending waves of shivers through him. Her breath brushed against his ear, quickening his pulse further. Wang Cheng clenched his fists, striving to keep his reason intact. But how much longer could he endure Lin Shui's allure? In that very moment, Lin Shui's lips tenderly brushed against Wang Cheng's, their heartbeats synchronizing in a rapid cadence. Wang Cheng felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, rendering him utterly weak. Their kiss was sweet and fervent, as if igniting flames within their hearts. At that instant, Wang Cheng's thoughts drifted to Li Pei at home. Though gentle and kind, she could not quell his inner impulses. He understood that his infatuation with Lin Shui was but a fleeting desire, while Li Pei was the one he truly cherished. Thus, he resolutely pushed Lin Shui away, seeking to reclaim his rationality. Gripping her hands firmly, determination radiated from his eyes. Lin Shui gazed at him, confusion and disbelief flickering in her eyes, her enticing form trembling slightly. Anticipating his embrace, Wang Cheng inhaled deeply, forcefully pushing Lin Shui away, his gaze filled with regret. As Lin Shui stumbled backward, unable to steady herself, she fell against the edge of the table. She looked up at Wang Cheng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her alluring lips slightly parted as if she wished to speak. Wang Cheng's heart was a tumult of conflict. He longed for Lin Xue's tenderness, yet he knew he must depart. Wang Cheng stepped forward and gently embraced Lin Xue, whispering, "I am sorry that I know I am selfish, but I truly cannot let Li Pei down." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lin Xue's cheeks as she bit her lip. Struggling to hold back her emotions, Wang Cheng tenderly caressed Lin Xue's face. His eyes filled with tenderness, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then released her and turned to leave. The door closed softly behind him, leaving Lin Xue alone at the table, her tears dampening her attire. Chapter 80. A struggle in her eyes seeing Wang Cheng's determination to depart. A surge of stubbornness welled up within Lin Xue. She hurried to the door and stood in front of it, her gaze resolutely fixed on Wang Cheng. "If you walk away today, we can never return." Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before deciding to leave. He gently pushed past Lin Xue and said with firm conviction, "I must go. I cannot betray Li Pei." Witnessing Wang Cheng's resolute intent, sorrow washed over Lin Xue. Suddenly, she dashed out to block his path. Wang Cheng looked at her in surprise, uncertain of her intentions. Without hesitation, Lin Xue wrapped her arms around him tightly, as if to convey all her emotions. Her eyes brimmed with longing, her lips slightly parted as if calling out Wang Cheng's name. Feeling the warmth of Lin Xue's body pressed against him, the softness of her chest and the rhythm of her heartbeat stirred something within him. He forcefully extricated himself from her embrace, his tone laced with conflict. "Lin Xue, let me go. I truly cannot continue like this." Yet, Lin Xue clung to him even tighter, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Wang Cheng, I know you have feelings for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to find me. Can you truly be so heartless as to abandon me?" Wang Cheng shut his eyes in anguish, tearing himself away from Lin Xue. "I do have feelings for you, but I cannot forsake Li Pei for a moment's impulse. She is the one I truly cherish." Upon hearing this, Lin Xue's tears flowed freely, and she stepped back, asking, "Then tell me, what should I do? I cannot bear to lose you, but I also do not wish to be a burden." Wang Cheng gazed at Lin Xue, a wave of guilt washing over him. He gently embraced her and murmured, "Lin Xue, you will find someone better and live a happy life. As for us, this is where it ends." After speaking, Wang Cheng softly pushed Lin Xue away and turned to leave. Lin Xue stood before him, her eyes revealing anxiety and unease. She looked at Wang Cheng's expression and realized that her charm alone could not retain him. Feeling a tightening in her chest, she suddenly conceived a plan to raise the stakes. Lin Xue smiled slightly, her lips curving alluringly. "Wang Cheng, are you truly determined to leave me? If you agree to stay, I can offer you an irresistible proposition." Wang Cheng frowned, puzzled by her words. "What proposition?" Lin Xue bit her lip lightly, her gaze shimmering with temptation. "I am willing to exchange an airplane for your paper-making machine. What do you think?" Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just heard. An airplane. This was a bargaining chip he could never have imagined. However, he quickly thought of Li Pei, guilt rising within him. Wang Cheng shook his head resolutely. "I am sorry, Lin Xue. I cannot stay for that reason. I know you have been kind to me, but my heart already belongs to someone else." Upon hearing this, Lin Xue felt a pang of sadness, but she swiftly masked her sorrow with a smile. "It's all right. I know you are a loyal person, but are you truly not considering this offer? An airplane is not a trivial matter." Wang Cheng smiled wryly, shaking his head. "Lin Xue, you know I do not live for money. I value our friendship, but I cannot abandon my principles for financial gain." With a sigh, Lin Xue recognized Wang Cheng's resolute stance. There was no point in arguing further. Thus, she shifted her approach, attempting to touch Wang Cheng's heart through emotion. Lin Xue moved closer, gently stroking his cheek, her voice soft. "Wang Cheng, do you know, I have always liked you. If you agree to stay, I will do everything in my power to make you feel happiness like never before." Wang Cheng felt Lin Xue's tenderness, his heart quaking that he stared at her, his eyes filled with conflict and struggle. Chapter 81. Infinite wealth indeed. Who could resist such temptation? Yet he resolutely shook his head. "Lin Xue, I appreciate your feelings for me, but I cannot harm others for my own happiness. You know my heart already belongs to Li Pei. I cannot betray her." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Lin Xue's eyes. But she quickly composed herself and smiled. "All right, Wang Cheng, I respect your decision. I hope you won't regret it." Wang Cheng looked at Lin Xue with gratitude, gripping her hand tightly. "Thank you, Lin Xue. I will always cherish our friendship. Lin Shue's eyes sparkled, a new idea forming in her mind. She cast a sidelong glance at Wang Cheng, a sly smile playing on her lips. She knew she still had one card left to play, the frozen pork in her company's warehouse. Leaning closer to Wang Cheng, she gently grasped his arm, her voice laced with temptation. Wang Cheng, are you truly unwilling to consider my offer? You know, I possess something that could sustain you for a lifetime. Wang Cheng looked at Lin Shui with curiosity. What is it? Lin Shui smiled, a hint of pride in her eyes. It is the frozen pork from my company. You must have seen this food in parallel worlds. Right? If you agree to be with me, I will give you all this pork. You can eat as much as you want and even share it with your neighbors that ate this. Wang Cheng's eyes glimmered. He knew that this frozen pork was a lifesaver in the frozen world. Yet he also understood that he could not abandon his principles for food. Wang Cheng chuckled softly, looking at Lin Shui. Thank you for your kindness. But you know I am not the kind of person who would forsake my principles for food. Lin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wang Cheng. You truly won't reconsider? This is food that countless people dream of. Wang Cheng shook his head firmly. Lin Shui, I know your intentions are good, but I cannot accept that I cherish our friendship, but I will not betray my heart for sustenance. With a sigh, Lin Shui recognized Wang Cheng's unwavering resolve. She reluctantly released his arm, her eyes reflecting deep regret. However, her determination remained steadfast. She knew that the medication she held was her greatest bargaining chip. Smiling, she approached Wang Cheng, her voice filled with allure. Wang Cheng, do you know what else I possess? It is a life-saving medication, enough to sustain thousands for 1,000 years if you agree to be with me. All of this will be yours. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering. He understood the value of this medication in the real world, yet he also knew that he could not abandon his principles for material temptation. Wang Cheng smiled gently, looking at Lin Shui. Thank you for your kindness, but I know I have my own choices. Lin Shui's expression changed. She hadn't anticipated Wang Cheng's steadfastness. The flicker of doubt and helplessness crossed her eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. She leaned closer to Wang Cheng, her sultry voice whispering in his ear. Wang Cheng, do you know, I truly like you. If you agree to be with me, I will grant you endless wealth and power. And I could even sacrifice everything for you. Wang Cheng gazed at Lin Shui, his eyes filled with sympathy. He gently shook his head. Lin Shui, I know you are wonderful, but I also know that my heart belongs to another. I cherish our friendship, but I cannot betray my own heart. Chapter 82. You are always so stubborn. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. She shouted, Why? Why are you always so stubborn? Can't you abandon that woman for me? Wang Cheng frowned. He hadn't expected Lin Shui to become so agitated. He gently patted her shoulder, attempting to soothe her emotions. Lin Shui, you know my heart cannot change. I hope you find your own happiness. Lin Shui stared at Wang Cheng, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly believe that Wang Cheng would so resolutely reject her. Her gaze was filled with anguish and despair. Yet soon, she regained her composure. She smiled at Wang Cheng, her smile tinged with a hint of bitterness. Very well, Wang Cheng. Since you are so adamant, I shall not force you. But please remember, no matter where you go, I will be here, waiting for your return. Wang Cheng looked at Lin Shui, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. In that moment, Lin Shui felt as though her heart were being sliced open. She gazed into Wang Cheng's steadfast eyes. The collapse of her inner world beyond the reach of words. She contemplated giving up, yet could not sever her deep love for Wang Cheng. The torment of her feelings brought her to the brink of despair. She wished to kneel and plead with Wang Cheng to let her into his world. Wang Cheng, I know my actions are selfish, but I truly love you. My heart can hold no one else. And I am willing to do anything for you, if only you would accept me. Lin Shui's voice brimmed with desperation, her eyes filled with hope. Wang Cheng regarded Lin Shui, a wave of compassion surging within him. He understood that Lin Shui loved him sincerely, yet he also knew that his heart already belonged to another. His feelings for Lin Shui were more akin to friendship and gratitude. Lin Shui, I know you are a wonderful person, but my heart has been claimed by someone else. Wang Cheng's tone was resolute as he looked at Lin Shui, hoping to convey his meaning. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's emotions spiraled out of control once more. Tears glistened in her eyes. She had not anticipated such unwavering determination from him. He sighed softly, attempting to soothe her feelings. Lin Shui, you know I wish for you to find your own happiness. Lin Shui widened her eyes in disbelief. unable to accept Wang Qing's steadfast refusal. Her gaze was filled with pain and despair, yet she soon regained her composure. Nevertheless, she was still willing to wait. For her love for Wang Qing was profound. Lin Shui, known for her decisiveness and flawless execution, had met her match in Wang Qing. This defeat left her feeling deeply humiliated as she returned to the affluent circles, only to be confronted with even harsher realities. Boss Zhu, the ruler of the elite, learned of Lin Shui's failure, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. The butcher's knife in his hand glimmered ominously under the sunlight, akin to the scythe of death, merciless and cold that a fierce glint flickered in Boss Zhu's eyes widened in horror and authority. His gaze brimming with terror, he gestured with his hands, as if orchestrating a dreadful war. His countenance was as dark as the depths of water, rendering it impossible to meet his gaze. His fury blazed like an inferno, consuming both his heart and the world around him. Boss Zhu glared fiercely at the slaughter team, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. With a heavy slap on the table, the teacups trembled, sending ripples through the tea. "Listen closely," he commanded. "I shall make Wang Qing pay the price." Boss Zhu snarled through gritted teeth, the muscles in his face twitching as if on the verge of erupting in a furious roar. The members of the slaughter team exchanged anxious glances, fixated on Boss Zhu. They understood that he was a man of his word. Once he resolved to act, he would not easily relent. Consequently, they would be compelled to partake in this frenzied act of vengeance. "Boss Zhu, how shall we deal with that brat Wang Qing?" One rough man mustered the courage to inquire. His slaughtering knife glinting ominously in the sunlight, the ferocious gleam flickered in Boss Zhu's eyes as he glared at the man, responding with a cold smirk. "To handle Wang Qing, we must employ the most brutal methods. I will make him wish he were never born, regretting ever crossing paths with me." "Boss Zhu." The slaughter team members exchanged knowing glances, gritting their teeth in determination to avenge the lovely Lin Shui. They were well aware of Boss Zhu's character and methods, understanding that this retaliation would manifest as a horrific massacre. "Rest assured, we shall do everything in our power to assist you in dealing with Wang Qing," the rough man declared vehemently, tightening his grip on the slaughtering knife. Boss Zhu nodded in satisfaction, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he said, "In dealing with Wang Qing, we must formulate a detailed plan. I want him to struggle in agony, trapped in despair, unable to live or die." The slaughter team members eagerly rubbed their hands together, awaiting Boss Zhu's directives. They recognized that the forthcoming plan would be merciless. Yet they had no choice but to proceed in order to avenge Lin Shui. Chapter 85. The Journey of Revenge. First, we must ascertain Wang Qing's whereabouts, Boss Zhu declared, his eyes glinting with cunning. "I will ensnare him in our trap, leaving him no chance of escape." The slaughter team members nodded in agreement, initiating discussions on how to set a trap that would render Wang Qing powerless. They understood that this operation's success was crucial to their survival. There could be no room for error. "Next, we must find a way to diminish Wang Qing's combat capabilities," Boss Zhu continued, a cold smile curving his lips. "I want him to endure our fiercest assault at his weakest moment." The slaughter team members nodded in unison, acknowledging the necessity of incapacitating Wang Qing to facilitate their task. "Finally, we must demonstrate our resolve and methods to Wang Qing," Boss Zhu asserted, his tone resolute. "That I want him to comprehend that crossing paths with Boss Zhu is tantamount to courting death." The slaughter team members' eyes sparked with fury. They were eager to rend Wang Qing to pieces in retribution for Lin Shui. Under Boss Zhu's command, the slaughter team began crafting a meticulous plan, executing it step by step. In the ensuing days, Boss Zhu and the slaughter team scoured for Wang Qing's whereabouts. That on the sixth day, the sunset bled red, casting an ominous glow across the land. As if heralding the impending darkness, Wang Qing stood at the entrance of the paper mill, his eyes vacant, his thoughts drifting far away. Memories of the beautiful Lin Shui surged within him, accompanied by a wave of guilt. "Have I been too cruel to Lin Shui, causing her to leave me?" Wang Qing mused, his expression forlorn that he recalled their last encounter, when she had waved goodbye with a smile, only for it to become an eternal farewell. "Alas, perhaps I truly treated her poorly." Wang Qing sighed, reminiscing about their shared moments of joy and sorrow. Now mere echoes of the past. That moment, a customer emerged from the mill, holding a piece of paper. Noticing Wang Qing's melancholic demeanor, the customer couldn't help but exclaim, "Wang Qing, did you know? Lin Shui has died. Killed by that scoundrel Boss Zhu." Wang Qing's body trembled, as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at the customer. His throat dry, he stammered. What? Lin Shui is dead. How could this be? The customer scoffed in disdain, seething. That butcher, Boss Zhu, had the audacity to sell Lin Shui's corpse as pork. Truly heartless. Upon hearing this news, Wang Cheng felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. An unbearable pain consuming him, he covered his face with his hands, tears streaming through his fingers. Memories of Lin Shui's charming smile flooded his mind, alongside the beautiful moments they had shared, now shattered into oblivion. Lin Shui, I am so sorry, Wang Cheng silently lamented. Overwhelmed with grief, he realized that his previous indifference and cruelty towards Lin Shui had ultimately led to her tragic fate, and all of it was a consequence of his own actions. As night fell, Wang Cheng stood alone on the street. Engulfed in sorrow, he gazed at the endless white snow in the sky, a surge of profound regret swelling within him. If only time could rewind. He would cherish every moment spent with Lin Shui, exerting all his effort to protect her from harm. Yet, time could not be reversed. Everything had been set in stone. Wang Cheng painfully closed his eyes, allowing regret and sorrow to consume his soul. After the wave of sorrow, a powerful anger surged within Wang Cheng. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved to avenge Lin Shui. He would make Boss Zhu pay the price for her death and seek justice for Lin Shui. Thus, on the 6th day of the comet's impact, Wang Cheng embarked on his journey of revenge. Chapter 86. Vengeance for Lin Shui. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the customer as he urgently inquired. Is what you say true? Did Boss Zhu truly sell Lin Shui's remains as pork? The customer nodded, his voice filled with rage. Indeed, that heartless monster is utterly depraved. As Wang Cheng absorbed this information, a torrent of fury surged within him, his fists clenched tightly, the blood vessels in his eyes appearing to bulge as if ready to ignite. Memories of Lin Shui's delightful smile and the joyous times they had shared now felt like distant dreams. Lin Shui, I am sorry, Wang Cheng silently mourned. Engulfed in despair, he recognized that his past aloofness and cruelty had led to this tragedy, and all of it was a consequence of his own making. After a tumultuous emotional upheaval, Wang Cheng regained his composure. He understood that this was not the time for sorrow. He had to avenge Lin Shui. Consequently, he began to prepare for his vengeful plan. First, he inquired with the customer about the location of the slaughter team. The customer informed him that they were situated in a nearby small town. Wang Cheng noted the address, relieved that it was not far away. Next, he returned to his room and retrieved a shotgun, a Marine Corps knife, and concealed a handgun within his shoe. That he knew that this outing must succeed. He owed it to Lin Shui to exact vengeance. Just before departing, Li Pei curiously asked where he was going. Wang Cheng evasively replied, "It's nothing, just handling some matters." He refrained from disclosing the truth to Li Pei, fearing that the mention of Lin Shui's betrayal and her brutal murder by Boss Zhu would haunt her dreams. As night enveloped the world, Wang Cheng stepped out of his home, embarking on his quest for vengeance for Lin Shui. With each step, he silently vowed, "Lin Shui, I will avenge you and make that murderer pay." The small town lay silent under the cloak of night. Wang Cheng arrived at the slaughter team's location, only to find the entrance firmly shut. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered a corner and stealthily climbed over the wall. Inside the slaughterhouse, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. Wang Cheng stifled his revulsion as he searched for Boss Zhu's presence. At last, he spotted Boss Zhu in a corner, indulging in drink. Wang Cheng's eyes widened, gripping the shotgun tightly as he approached Boss Zhu step by step. Sensing something amiss, Boss Zhu's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Wang Cheng. "You murderous fiend! Today I shall avenge Lin Shui," Wang Cheng proclaimed with a cold sneer. Boss Zhu struggled and pleaded for mercy, but Wang Cheng showed no compassion. He aimed the shotgun at Boss Zhu and declared loudly, "You know your own crimes. Today, you will pay the price." Just then, the members of the slaughter team noticed Wang Cheng's presence. They each seized their weapons and surrounded the butcher's lair, a fierce battle poised to erupt. Just moments ago, Boss Zhu had knelt on the ground, his face awash with terror, tears and snot streaming down as he implored for mercy from Wang Cheng. Yet, upon witnessing the butchers streaming in, his countenance morphed instantly. His face contorted into a menacing grimace, his eyes gleaming with malice. The earlier display of fear and supplication seemed but a charade, a mere ploy to buy time. That he widened his eyes, fixing a ferocious glare upon Wang Cheng. a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a derisive smirk revealing a set of yellowed teeth, he taunted, "Humph, boy, do you still dare to seek revenge? Truly a fool's errand." The butchers surged forward, their expressions darkening with rage at Boss Zhu's brazen arrogance. Wang Cheng, gripping his shotgun tightly, responded calmly, "Do not approach. I only intend to deal with Boss Zhu." Upon hearing this, Boss Zhu's confidence swelled even further. He exaggeratedly waved his arms, arrogantly proclaiming, "Ha! You think you can take us on alone? What a jest!" With that, he fixed his bulging eyes on Wang Cheng, as if searching for a flaw. Wang Cheng inhaled deeply. Recognizing that panic was not an option, he needed to maintain his composure. A slight smile graced his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "A jest, you say? Let us put that to the test." Chapter 87. The Battle at the Butcher's Lair. Boss Zhu, incensed by Wang Cheng's audacity, erupted in fury, his face contorted grotesquely, his eyes bulging in rage as he spat. "Fine. I shall kill you first, then your companions." The butchers, incensed by his words, gripped their weapons tightly. Their eyes widened in anticipation, eager not to miss a single thrilling moment. Wang Cheng remained unfazed, aware that a head-on confrontation would not suffice. He needed to find an opportunity to strike decisively. He coolly replied, "Then let us see if you possess the capability." Boss Zhu, now seething with rage, brandished his cleaver and charged at Wang Cheng with ferocity. Wang Cheng's expression sharpened, and he swiftly dodged the assault. The atmosphere thickening with tension as the butchers watched the fierce clash unfold. The movements of Wang Cheng and Boss Zhu were akin to lightning, a whirlwind of offense and defense that left onlookers breathless. Boss Zhu's attacks were relentless, each swing of his cleaver slicing through the air with the force of a tempest. His gaze was predatory, his facial muscles twisted in fury, resembling an enraged beast. Wang Cheng, however, remained strategic, skillfully evading Boss Zhu's strikes while seeking a chance for retaliation. An intense battle erupted within the butcher's lair, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. The butchers, wide-eyed and breathless, watched the fierce encounter unfold. At that moment, Wang Cheng seized upon a flaw in Boss Zhu's defense and launched a sudden attack. His shotgun fired like a bolt of lightning, instantly aiming for Boss Zhu's chest. Boss Zhu's eyes widened in terror. Unable to fathom how Wang Cheng could exploit his vulnerability so swiftly, he desperately attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a crimson blossom erupted from Boss Zhu's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Blood pooled around him as he struggled to rise, his gaze flickering with anger and fear. Trembling fingers pointed accusingly at in an instant. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. The back and forth between Wang Cheng and Boss Zhu unfolded like a captivating drama, leaving the audience breathless. Suddenly, several members of the pig slaughtering team seized the opportunity, rushing into the arena with the intent to subdue Wang Cheng in unison. Their movements resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, having caught the scent of blood. With expressions twisted in malice, they launched a ferocious assault on Wang Cheng. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Wang Cheng was not one to be trifled with. Faced with a multitude of attackers, Wang Cheng remained unflustered. He calmly lowered his head, as if searching for something. At that moment, the team members noticed a pair of shoes by his feet, and to their astonishment, he wielded a handgun in his grasp. The instant Wang Cheng glanced down, the movements of the pig slaughtering team came to a halt. They stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he was inspecting his shoes. Yet, the ensuing scene would fill them with regret. Wang Cheng's handgun suddenly rose, and bullets erupted like a torrential storm. Each member of the pig slaughtering team that charged in was swiftly felled. Their bodies crashed against the wall like balls being kicked away, groaning in agony. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a profound silence at that moment. The remaining members of the pig slaughtering team gazed at their fallen comrades. Fear flooding their Wang Cheng appeared to be enraptured by the ecstasy of slaughter, savoring the process as if he were indulging in the most exquisite delicacies. The indifference in his gaze instilled a profound sense of despair in the remaining butchers. They realized that there was no retreat for them. They awaited the inevitable embrace of death, upon witnessing the butchers storm in to confront Wang Cheng. Boss Zhu felt a surge of joy within him that he had long been overwhelmed by Wang Cheng and saw this as the perfect opportunity to regain his footing. Little did he know that these butchers, typically victorious, would today fall like mere slabs of meat beneath Wang Cheng's blade. With a pistol in hand, after expending its bullets, Wang Cheng unsheathed a knife, methodically carving through his foe's point one by one. The butchers collapsed to the ground like slaughtered pigs. His movements were precise and fluid, devoid of unnecessary gestures. Boss Zhu, observing this scene, couldn't help but lament the extraordinary skill of Wang Cheng, having provoked such a formidable opponent. He understood that his demise was imminent. The blade danced through the air like a fluttering butterfly, graceful yet lethal. The anguished cries of the butchers echoed, reminiscent of a hellish inferno, hiding in the shadows. Boss Zhu watched the massacre unfold with a heart filled with trepidation. He knew that escaping death today was a mere fantasy. The atmosphere grew tenser with Wang Cheng's relentless assault. Boss Zhu's fear intensified that he trembled, regretting the day he had crossed paths with such a master. Suddenly, a butcher seized the moment to leap at Wang Cheng, attempting to subdue him. Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he brought his knife down, effortlessly dispatching the assailant. Blood sprayed, painting a gruesome tableau. The remaining butchers, witnessing this carnage, were paralyzed with terror, their will to fight shattered. Boss Zhu felt a deepening sense of hopelessness. He realized that his fate was likely sealed. Stealthily, he retrieved a small knife, gripping it tightly in preparation for a last-ditch effort. Wang Cheng, now consumed by rage, exhibited an increasingly practiced technique, mocking the remaining butchers as he continued his lethal work. His taunts cut deeper than any blade, inflicting further pain upon Boss Zhu and his companions. At that moment, Boss Zhu noticed Wang Cheng's attention diverted by one of the butchers. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily maneuvered behind Wang Cheng, clutching his small knife and thrusting it towards Wang Cheng's lower back. Wang Cheng winced in pain and turned, fury igniting in his eyes as he faced Boss Zhu. With his knife raised, he charged toward him. Boss Zhu, gripped by fear, understood that retreat was no longer an option. He tightened his grip on the knife, eyes wide open, bracing himself for the impending struggle for survival. Just then, a gunshot pierced the air. Wang Cheng's eyes widened as he fell to the ground in agony. Boss Zhu was momentarily stunned, unable to believe he had evaded death. It turned out that a butcher, hiding in a corner, had taken the shot. Aware that today was a life-or-death struggle for Boss Zhu and Wang Cheng, he initially hesitated to intervene, fearing for his own life. However, witnessing Wang Cheng's brutality became unbearable, prompting him to fire in secret. Wang Cheng lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. Boss Zhu's heart raced, filled with both relief and dread. He barely had time to approach and deliver a fatal blow before Wang Cheng stood again. Clad in a bulletproof vest, he had sustained minimal harm from the shot. Both Boss Zhu and the butchers were horrified. If Wang Cheng could withstand such an attack, the butcher who had fired was left trembling in fear. Wang Cheng's piercing gaze swept across the room, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He shook his head, coldly mocking. With such meager skills, you dare to mingle in this world? The butchers, overwhelmed by his stare, retreated in fear. Boss Zhu, inwardly shaken, recognized that he had encountered a formidable adversary. Yet, he could not simply concede defeat. Clenching his jaw, he charged at Wang Cheng with his machete raised. Wang Cheng, unfazed, drew his steel knife with a fluid motion, akin to a flash of lightning, swiftly positioning himself before Boss Zhu. The steel blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. In a moment of sheer panic, Boss Zhu shut his eyes and flailed wildly with his machete. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain. Opening his eyes to discover that his arm had been severed by Wang Cheng's blade, he cried out in agony, clutching his stump as he knelt on the ground. The other butchers, witnessing this horror, were gripped by terror. They understood that before them stood the most formidable opponent they had ever encountered. That instant, Wang Cheng turned abruptly, charging toward the butcher who had fired the gun. His eyes sparked with fury as the steel blade glinted menacingly in the sunlight. The butcher, pale with fear, stumbled backward in retreat. Wang Cheng was upon him in an instant, the steel blade crashing down toward his chest. The butcher collapsed, his fate hanging in the balance. The remaining butchers were paralyzed by fear, acutely aware that they might be next. Wang Cheng, surveying the scene, fixed his gaze on Boss Zhu once more. "Do you still dare to resist?" he sneered in pain. Boss Zhu shook his head, recognizing the futility of escape. His heart brimmed with despair, yet he mustered the courage to declare, "Today, I concede. However, if you wish to take my life, it must come at a cost." Wang Cheng's expression hardened. His steel knife raised once more to at that moment. A butcher rushed forward, positioning himself before Boss Zhu. "Spare him. Take my life instead," he implored. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow, puzzled by the butcher's defiance. The butcher, resolute, met Wang Cheng's gaze with unwavering determination. "Though we are butchers, we too possess our dignity. Today, we may have lost, but we do so with honor. If you must kill, let it be me. Spare Boss Zhu." Wang Cheng's anger flared at these words. "Did you afford Lin Shui any dignity when you slaughtered her? You sold her body as if it were mere meat. And now you dare speak of honor?" With that, he glared at the butcher, gripping his steel knife tightly, and struck down. The butcher's hands fell to the ground, blood splattering the earth. The remaining butchers screamed in terror, scattering in all directions as Boss Zhu hurriedly sought refuge. Blood pooled on the ground, forming a horrifying crimson trail that sent shivers down the spine. Wang Cheng's eyes blazed with rage, resembling a lion provoked to fury. Addressing the terrified butchers, he scoffed. "You dare speak of dignity? You killed Lin Shui, reduced her to meat, and now, when faced with your own demise, you tremble in fear. It's too late." The butchers, paralyzed by fear, lost control of their bladders, trembling as they fled. Boss Zhu, disregarding his pain, struggled to rise, intent on escaping with the remaining butchers. They understood they had encountered a relentless force. Lingering any longer could cost them their lives. Wang Cheng's eyes flared with wrath as he bellowed. "You swine, you treated Lin Shui with such disdain. Now you shall witness true suffering." Without hesitation, he lunged toward the butchers, who were caught off guard by his ferocity in the blink of an eye. Several butchers lay lifeless on the ground, their fate sealed. Having dispatched the hindrances, Wang Cheng turned his attention back to Boss Zhu, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he approached slowly, akin to a cat toying with its prey. "Boss Zhu," he taunted, "now that you fear for your life, it's regrettably too late." Boss Zhu's face turned ashen, panic flooding his mind as he realized there was no escaping Wang Cheng's retribution. Despair settled in as he closed his eyes. Bracing himself for the punishment that was to come, Wang Cheng approached Boss Zhu, a cold smile gracing his lips, and declared, "I intend to make you experience the same agony that Lin Shui endured, so that you may comprehend the necessity of treating others with respect. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." No sooner had Wang Cheng spoken than he swung the steel knife in his hand, aiming a strike at Boss Zhu. The latter let out a heart-wrenching cry. The scene unfolding in a most tragic manner. As Wang Cheng tormented Boss Zhu, memories of Lin Shui's life flooded his mind, intensifying the fury within him. Chapter 94. "I beg you, spare me." Wang Cheng widened his eyes, gripping the knife tightly as he advanced slowly towards Boss Zhu. But he sneered, "Today is your day. Let us see if you dare to bully anyone ever again." With that, he raised his knife and struck down towards Zhu's shoulder. A slice was made, and a chunk of flesh fell away, blood gushing forth and pooling around them. Boss Zhu writhed in agony. Screeching like a wounded animal, he knelt on the ground, hands pressed against his wound, tears and sweat mingling as they streamed down his face in torment. Wang Cheng regarded him with an expressionless demeanor. The hatred in his heart still burning fiercely, he continued, "This is the fate that befalls those who mistreat others. Have you tasted the bitterness of pain?" With that, he lifted the knife once more, prepared to continue his onslaught. Boss Zhu, terrified to the core, understood that Wang Cheng was resolute. He stifled his excruciating pain and pleaded, "Wang Cheng, I beg you, spare me. I will never dare again." Yet, Wang Cheng was unyielding, maintaining his chilling demeanor as he retorted, "Now you know to plead for mercy. Why did you not do so earlier? Fear not. I shall ensure you experience true suffering." That he then swung the knife again, targeting the opposite shoulder of Boss Zhu. The blade sliced through flesh, blood spraying forth, contorting Boss Zhu's face in agony as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Powerless, he knelt on the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. Left at Wang Cheng's mercy, Wang Cheng was entirely enveloped in hatred and fury, the knife in his hand serving as a vengeful sword, mercilessly slashing at Boss Zhu. The latter groaned in pain, his fear escalating that he realized he had fallen completely into Wang Cheng's hands, and the retribution he faced rendered him to a state worse than death. With every strike, Wang Cheng seemed to transform into a vengeful deity. Devoid of any compassion, he taunted, "Did you not relish in bullying others? Now you understand the taste of suffering." Unable to endure any longer, Boss Zhu, overwhelmed by pain, fell into despair. He implored, Wang Chung, I beg you. Stop. I will never bully anyone again. I truly understand my wrongs. However, Wang Chung showed no signs of halting his relentless assault, coldly retorting, now you recognize your errors, but did you ever consider Lin Shue's feelings when you tormented her? When will you repay her for her suffering? Boss Zhu could not respond, his face contorted in pain as he knelt like a lost dog. Wang Chung continued to swing the knife, reminiscing about Lin Shue's life as darkness enveloped the night, blood staining the ground, and the air thick with fear and despair. Boss Zhu was too exhausted to plead for mercy any longer. He could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. After enduring relentless torment, Boss Zhu was on the brink of death. Wang Chung looked at him, a cold smile escaping his lips, saying, This is the consequence of your tyranny that I in the future, should anyone dare to disrespect you. Remind them that Wang Cheng's methods are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear ignited within Boss Zhu. Kneeling upon the ground, he repeatedly bowed his head, trembling with terror as he pleaded with Wang Chung. Brother Wang, I implore you, spare me. I will never dare again. Wang Cheng's eyes widened as he brandished the knife, replying mockingly, Spare you? Did you spare Lin Shui? When she pleaded with you, you remained indifferent. Boss Zhu's countenance turned pale at these words. He understood that Wang Chung would not easily let him off the hook. Pain and fear intertwined upon his face as he trembled. Brother Wang, I know I was wrong. I truly understand now. Please grant me a chance, and I shall mend my ways. Wang Chung smirked derisively. A chance? Do you believe you are still worthy of such a privilege? With that, he swung the knife once more, targeting Boss Zhu's shoulder. Chapter 95. Seizing pork, the blade sliced through skin, blood gushing forth as Boss Zhu let out excruciating cries. With a sorrowful expression, he despaired. Brother Wang, I truly cannot endure this any longer. I beg you, stop. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes as he coldly stated, Can you bear it? What of the suffering Lin Shui endured when she pleaded with you? Did you ever consider her feelings? Boss Zhu, overwhelmed by pain, could not respond, but he curled up on the ground, moaning in anguish. While Wang Chung continued his merciless assault, the air thick with the echoes of Boss Zhu's cries, tears streamed down his face. Filled with profound regret, yet none of it could undo the transgressions he had committed. Eventually, Boss Zhu could no longer withstand the torment and, trembling, uttered, Brother Wang, I can't hold on any longer. Please grant me a swift end. Wang Chung glared at him, a flicker of pity crossing his features. However, he knew that Boss Zhu was reaping what he had sown, but he swung the knife, swiftly targeting Boss Zhu's neck. As the blade sliced through, blood sprayed forth, and Boss Zhu's gaze began to lose its focus. In the final moments of his life, he finally grasped the agony that Lin Shui had experienced, and all of it was his own doing. As Boss Zhu's breath faded, Wang Chung lowered his knife. He understood that there were still many others in need of salvation, and countless acts of justice awaited his intervention. Nearby villagers, having caught wind of the events, began to murmur among themselves. Upon hearing that the tyrant Boss Zhu had been slain by Wang Chung, they rejoiced over the newfound availability of pork from the now masterless pork factory, having endured exorbitant prices for far too long. The prospect of free pork filled them with elation. They cheered and hurried towards the factory, eager to seize their shared in this frozen world. Pork was a precious commodity for survival. Villagers armed with baskets and bags, some even using their clothing as makeshift carriers, rushed towards the pork factory. The entrance was already packed with people, each scrambling to ensure they would not miss out on the precious meat. Among the crowd, a frail, elderly man exerted all his strength and finally managed to snatch a piece of marbled pork from the throng. Beaming with joy, he carefully placed the pork into his basket. Fearful of damaging it, he thought to himself, Tonight, my family shall feast on a sumptuous dinner, surely replenishing our strength. In the midst of the crowd, a young mother cradling her child gazed enviously at the pork in others' hands. She silently prayed, Heaven, please allow me to obtain a piece of pork, so my child may warm himself at long last. Amidst the chaos, she successfully seized a decent-sized piece of pork. Overcome with joy, she tightly embraced her child and exclaimed, Darling, tonight I shall prepare braised pork for you. You shall have your fill. A mischievous child, taking advantage of the chaos, managed to snatch a piece of pork and gleefully ran home, brandishing it before his parents. Look, I got it. Tonight, I can eat pork. The family gathered together, laughter and joy filling the air, a sense of happiness enveloping their home. Inside and outside the pork factory, laughter and cheer resonated. People trod home with their pork. Their spirits lifted. In this frigid world, pork had become a ray of sunshine in their lives. Yet amidst the joyous atmosphere, some remained vigilant. They quietly secured their pork and swiftly departed, not for their own consumption, but to sell it for profit. For them, this was a rare opportunity. Chapter 96. Joyfully dividing the pork. Wang Chung, the owner of the pork factory, witnessed all of this unfold that a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. On one hand, he rejoiced at the villagers' access to free pork, while on the other, he felt a sense of helplessness regarding the realities of their world. That he realized that his ability to affect change was limited. He could only alter the lives of a select few, unable to transform the state of the world as a whole. Contemplating this, Wang Chung considered the larger warehouse behind the pork factory and opened its doors, offering its contents to the hungry villagers. The warehouse was filled to the brim with pork, its aroma wafting through the air, causing the villagers' eyes to widen in astonishment and elation. With a smile, Wang Chung addressed them. Please, do not be modest. Take what you need to share with your families. The villagers transitioned from taking a single piece of meat to hauling entire sides of pork back home. Their joy magnified. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude, hailing Wang Chung as their savior. With some even moved to tears by the kindness he had shown, that a middle-aged woman cradled a piece of pork, her face radiant with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Brother Wang Chung, you truly are our blessing. Tonight, we shall feast on a sumptuous pork banquet at home." With that, she carefully carried the pork back, her joy palpable. Another villager chuckled. "I thought we would go hungry this winter, but who would have imagined such good fortune? Brother Wang Chung, you are indeed our savior." He hoisted a pig onto his shoulder and hurried home, his mind racing with plans to celebrate this unexpected bounty. In no time, the vicinity of the pork factory was abuzz with excitement. Children darted about, passing the pork along, their faces aglow with happiness. The elders, clutching their pork, exchanged congratulations, marveling. What a fortunate year. The tyrant boss Zhu has finally faced his comeuppance, and we can once again enjoy pork. The young people, too, rejoiced, teasing one another. Now we can truly indulge. We needn't fear freezing into popsicles. Jests aside, their gratitude was unmistakable. Within the pork factory, Wang Chung looked upon the satisfied smiles of the villagers, warmth flooding his heart. He understood that his efforts were worthwhile. Bringing comfort to these hungry villagers was his greatest desire. As night descended, the villagers joyously returned home with their pork. They prepared braised pork, stewed ribs, and stir-fried meat slices, an array of delectable pork dishes. The family gathered around, savoring the delicious meat while recounting Wang Cheng's heroic deeds. This frigid winter, brightened by the presence of pork, infused a touch of warmth into the lives of the people. Wang Chung, through his courageous actions, became a hero in the hearts of the villagers. Little did they know, countless dark corners of the world awaited Wang Cheng's light. Yet they were certain that as long as he was present, the beacon of justice would forever shine. To express their gratitude, the villagers began crafting statues of Wang Chung in their homes. These lifelike figures symbolized his bravery and kindness. Whenever his name was mentioned, they would reverently proclaim, "He is our savior, our hero." With over 1,000 days until the apocalypse, the villagers faced their own struggles. Wang Chung furrowed his brow, letting out a deep sigh. Indeed, as the end approached, resources dwindled, and survival grew increasingly arduous. He felt concern for the villagers. However, he quickly shifted his thoughts, pondering that perhaps if they endured this trying period, new solutions might emerge. 6 days had passed since the comet struck the Earth, and the village gradually began to regain its order. While inspecting the warehouse, Wang Chung unexpectedly discovered a substantial quantity of mutated creature meat. Alarmed, he recalled the meat he had seen in the market days prior. Questioning how much had infiltrated and what harm it might inflict upon the villagers, he swiftly ordered the meat sealed away, ensuring the villagers could not access it. "Let us only distribute pork," Wang Chung decisively stated. He resolved that while this might not be a long-term solution, it would at least alleviate immediate concerns over food, sparing them from the desperation of selling their children. The beginning is always the hardest. Perhaps if we can just get through this phase, things will improve, he reassured himself. Chapter 97. News of Wang Chung avenging Lin Shui arrived like a thunderous explosion in the hearts of Li Da and Li Gang, filling them with immense joy. This elation resembled the lifting of a heavy stone that had long burdened their souls, akin to a parched field finally receiving rain. They cast envious glances at Wang Cheng. Imagining the triumphant expression on his face, "Why didn't you take us to exact revenge?" Lita asked, his excitement palpable, as if he had missed out on a significant event. Li Gang echoed. "Exactly. We wish to contribute to avenging our loved ones." Their tones were steeped in regret and urgency, as if missing this opportunity was akin to missing the end of the world. Wang Cheng smiled faintly. Aware of their disappointment, yet understanding their fears, that he knew that such a confrontation would be fierce and brutal, and feared Li Da and Li Gang would be easily frightened. However, he chose not to expose their trepidation, merely replying, "Next time, I will be sure to include you to Li Pei." Observing their exchange, wore a worried expression. She understood the dangers Wang Cheng faced in seeking revenge and felt a cold sweat for him. Once he finished speaking, she hurried to his side, examining his wounds with concern. Gently, she retrieved ointment and tenderly applied it to his injuries, her movements as delicate as if handling fragile porcelain. Her gaze brimmed with affection, as if she were tending to her own child. "Does it hurt?" she inquired softly, her voice laced with concern. Wang Cheng shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It's nothing. This little pain is inconsequential." His tone radiated determination, yet Li Pei felt even more pained. She understood he was trying to comfort her, aware of the burdens he bore. This quest for vengeance was both a torment and a trial for him. She viewed him with a mix of worry and pride, fully cognizant that her Wang Cheng was a true hero. The room felt as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the recently departed slaughterhouse, a veritable paradise compared to a hell. Wang Cheng sensed his body warming, as if enveloped in sunlight, a sensation of utter comfort. Li Pei sat beside him, gently massaging his injured areas with practiced ease. Her touch was skilled and tender, as if she were cherishing a priceless treasure. Wang Cheng closed his eyes, relishing the comfort, a smile creeping onto his face. Li Pei gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection. "Does it still hurt?" she asked softly. Wang Cheng shook his head and gratefully replied, "Thank you, Payer. You massage wonderfully." Li Pei blushed, lowering her head to continue her gentle ministrations. Her fingers, slender yet strong, conveyed a soothing pressure that brought Wang Cheng immense relief. In that moment, he felt as though he were in a beautiful dream, forgetting all pain and troubles. The atmosphere in the room was tranquil and warm, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a glow upon Li Pei's face. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness, akin to a clear spring, softening Wang Cheng's heart. As he looked at Li Pei, a wave of gratitude washed over him that he thought, in this world, only Li Pei cared for him so deeply and tenderly. This sentiment enveloped him in warmth and solidified his resolve to protect Li Pei and provide her with a happy life. Chapter 98. At this moment, love reached its zenith. Li Pei observed a small scar on Wang Cheng's face and furrowed her brow, gently tracing the mark with her fingers, her heart aching. "Don't move. Let me help," she urged. Her fingers glided over the scar with a tenderness that felt like caressing a fragile heart. Wang Cheng watched her, a subtle smile gracing his lips, feeling her concern warm his heart. Li Pei lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with affection. "I think you're becoming increasingly attractive," she remarked with a gentle smile, then instinctively pressed her lips against the scar. Her kiss was soft, like a gentle breeze that swept through Wang Cheng's heart, sending a jolt of warmth coursing through his body. That he gazed at Li Pei, his eyes filled with love. She raised her head, a flush still gracing her cheeks, and softly declared, "I feel we are becoming more like one person." With that, she laughed lightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Wang Cheng embraced her, savoring her warmth, his hand tenderly stroking her hair as he chuckled. "Indeed, we are like one." The two held each other close, silently relishing the warmth of their bond. The outside world seemed irrelevant. They needed only each other. This profound emotional connection deepened their reliance on one another. Li Pei gently held Wang Cheng, the rhythm of her heartbeat echoing in his ears. She gazed at him and whispered, "I love you." Wang Cheng met her gaze and replied softly, "I love you too." This was their world, filled with love and warmth. They supported each other, relying on one another as they faced life's myriad challenges. Their love, much like that tiny scar, may be small, yet it left an indelible mark on their hearts. In this tender embrace, they felt the warmth of each other's bodies and heard the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Li Pei sensed her body gradually growing warm, as if a blazing fire were igniting within her heart. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting light. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and softly whispered Wang Cheng's name. That voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, ethereal and melodious, like an echo in the valley. Upon hearing it, Wang Cheng's heart stirred, and he gazed at Li Pei, his eyes brimming with longing. That Li Pei's alluring red lips parted slightly, reminiscent of a ripe cherry, tempting enough to provoke a desire to taste. Her smile was captivating, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint, as if hinting at something unspoken. Wang Cheng, entranced, took a step closer. His hand gently caressed Li Pei's cheek, savoring her warmth. Li Pei closed her eyes, relishing his touch, her body trembling ever so slightly. Wang Cheng leaned down and softly murmured into her ear, "Pei Pei, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Li Pei, moved by his words, smiled sweetly and asked, "Do you like me?" Her voice was laced with seduction, as if enticing him further. Unable to contain himself, Wang Cheng nodded and replied, "Yes, I truly adore you." Hearing this, Li Pei's heart swelled with delight, knowing that in this moment, Wang Cheng was profoundly captivated by her. She smiled gently and inquired, "Would you do anything for me?" Wang Cheng, looking deeply into her eyes, affirmed with unwavering resolve, "Yes, I would do anything for you." Li Pei felt a surge of emotion within her, realizing her genuine love for Wang Cheng. Thus, beneath the moonlight, they embraced tightly, their heartbeats echoing in the stillness of the night, their love reaching its zenith. Chapter 99. Profound affection. Li Pei delicately removed her clothing, revealing her exquisitely beautiful figure. Her skin was as smooth as snow, supple and radiant, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. Wang Cheng gazed at this breathtaking sight, his throat drying in anticipation. His eyes traced from Li Pei's forehead down her nose, coming to rest upon her enticing lips, which parted slightly as if inviting him closer. Unable to resist, Wang Cheng stepped forward, gently enveloping Li Pei in his arms, their breaths intertwined, carrying a subtle fragrance reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Wang Cheng's hand instinctively reached towards Li Pei, caressing her delicate skin, which was as fair and beautiful as porcelain, its lines graceful and curves perfect. As his hand glided over her warmth, Li Pei closed her eyes, savoring his touch, her body quivering involuntarily. She whispered softly, "Cheng, I adore how you treat me." Wang Cheng, touched by her words, leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Pei Pei, you are the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered." Their heartbeats resonated in the quiet room, passion permeating the air. Wang Cheng's hand slowly traveled upwards, gliding over her waist and halting before her. His fingers gently played upon her skin, eliciting shivers from her. Li Pei's breathing quickened as she rested her head on Wang Cheng's shoulder, whispering, "Cheng, I desire you." Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng felt a surge of heat within him. He lifted Li Pei and carried her to the bedside, gently laying her down. Their bodies pressed tightly together, skin against skin, heartbeats harmonizing. In that cozy evening, their love reached its pinnacle, their souls and bodies so closely intertwined that they became inseparable. Their love unfolded like a beautiful dream, ensnaring them in its embrace, making them reluctant to awaken. As night fell, the light streamed through the window into the room. Li Pei lay on the bed, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush, her gaze dreamy, and sultry whispers escaping her lips like a cat's soft purr on the rooftop. Wang Cheng looked at Li Pei, his eyes aglow with fervor. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he softly uttered, "Pei Pei, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, a shy smile graced her face. She took Wang Cheng's hand and placed it against her chest, murmuring, "Cheng, I need you." Wang Cheng felt the heat of Li Pei's passion stirring his heart. He began to kiss Li Pei, starting from her forehead, moving to her eyes, and finally to her lips. His kisses were fervent and profound, as if savoring the finest nectar the world had to offer. Their breaths intertwined in that moment, their heartbeats composing a joyful melody that marked the beginning of their entwined saga. Wang Cheng's hand glided over Li Pei's waist, journeying to her full curves. Gripping firmly to Li Pei felt Wang Cheng's ardor, her heart racing, breaths quickening. She caressed his hair and softly said, "Wang Cheng, you are wonderful." Her words, a blaze flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes, their heartbeats syncopated, echoing with fervor throughout the night. accompanied by the creaks of the bed that seemed to narrate their passion and delight that I in that moment. Li Pei and Wang Chung forgot the troubles of the world, focusing solely on their love for one another. Their affection blossomed in the light, akin to a rose in full bloom, resplendent and vibrant. Their souls were intricately intertwined, as if they were one that they floated within the ocean of love, relishing each other's tenderness and care.